Welcome again guys, if you enjoying, then like this video, for more daily updates. Chapter 1. Tianyuan Continent. Xianyang Sect, Shimulin. Xiao Yun leaned against a giant tree with his back, looking at the sky with dull eyes, and his mind almost went blank. Well. After a long time, a long sigh came from his mouth. He, Xiao Yun, has traveled to Tianyuan Continent for 17 years. From an orphan living on the streets to successfully joining Xianyang Sect and becoming a handyman disciple, it can be said that all his efforts have been exhausted. It's a pity that Xiao Yun has been practicing in Xianyang Sect for 3 years, but he still can't sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and his cultivation level has only stayed at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. Although everyone in the Xianyang Sect never made things difficult for him, they even helped him in every possible way. But no matter what, my talent is really too poor. No matter what, it is difficult to achieve any breakthrough in cultivation. Call. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun slowly closed his eyes. As a handyman disciple, if he is unable to sense the aura of heaven and earth within 3 years and reaches the 7th level of the body tempering realm, he will be sent back to his place of origin and lose the qualification to continue practicing in the Xianyang Sect. Why can't I have the golden finger that is a must-have for time travelers? When he thought about being sent back down the mountain, Xiao Yun couldn't help clenching his fists, and a strong feeling of unwillingness appeared in his heart. In the past 3 years, he has almost put in several times more effort than others. Even the countless disciples and elders in the sect were moved by it. But in the end, I could only quit sadly. Xiao Yun's face darkened, he picked up the axe at hand, looked at the giant tree in front of him, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Why? Boom! As if to vent his anger, Xiao Yun brought down the axe fiercely. There was a loud noise in an instant, and the giant tree was chopped down with a shallow mark. Cutting down this iron tree was his sect's mission today. As a handyman disciple, he must complete various trivial tasks assigned by the sect every day in exchange for some things needed for cultivation. During this year, Xiao Yun cut down an iron tree every day. Swinging an axe tens of thousands of times a day is also a way to exercise his body and increase his physical strength. Boom! 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 Xiao Yun had no expression on his face, he just landed the axe one after another, stirring up dust all over the sky. The iron wood was extremely strong, and Xiao Yun swung the axe more than 10 times in a row before barely making a crack in it. If you want to cut it down completely, you have to swing an axe almost from early morning until sunset. But even so, Xiao Yun never chose any other task, and kept slashing ironwood day after day. Since he couldn't activate the spiritual energy to temper his body, he used this simplest method to temper himself and sharpen his body. Alas, junior brother Xiao's hard work really makes us ashamed. In the distance, 2 disciples in white with swords flying over saw this, and they both shook their heads and sighed. Xiao Yun's diligence is something that few people can match even in the entire Xianyang Sect. Pity. However, his talent was extremely poor, and the rewards he gained from his hard work were completely incomparable to his efforts. Calculating the time, Brother Xiao will be sent down the mountain in 1 month, right? Seeing this, one of the young men whispered with regret in his eyes. His name is Joe Tong. He joined Xianyang Sect with Xiao Yun 3 years ago. He received a lot of help from the latter and has a good relationship with him. Now 3 years later, Joe Tong has successfully broken through the tempering body, reached the realm of the spiritual sea, and became an outer disciple of the Xianyang Sect. On the other hand, Xiao Yun. However, he is still stuck at the 3rd level of body tempering, and is even about to be sent down the mountain, with no chance to practice again. Call out! As soon as he thought of this, Joe Tong flew down and came to Xiao Yun's rear. Hey, hey! Xiao Yun panted and sweated profusely. He turned his head and looked at Joe Tong behind him. His arms were sore, and his skin was covered with injury scars, which looked extremely shocking. "Brother Xiao." Joe Tong calmly took out a storage bag and slowly placed it on the surrounding boulders. "There are 50 low-grade spirit stones, 100 body tempering pills, and 3 spirit gathering powders. No matter what, I, Joe Tong, am your brother. Even after you come down from the mountain, I will still protect you." "Thanks." Looking at Joe Tong in front of him, Xiao Yun's lips trembled. He put down the axe in his hand, and hugged Joe Tong suddenly. He, Xiao Yun, is alone in this world without any relatives. Fortunately, he came to Xianyang Sect and made many friends and brothers, which gave him a little peace of mind. "Junior brother Xiao, since there is still 1 month left, then senior brother, I will also help you. After all, we are all disciples of Xianyang Sect, so we should help each other." Another white-robed disciple also took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiao Yun with a smile. "Okay, junior brother Joe and I still have to submit the task, so let's take a step first." While talking, the two looked at each other and waved to leave. "Thank you, two senior brothers." Looking at the two people who were gradually disappearing, Xiao Yun's heart was filled with warmth and he murmured. Immediately, he picked up a storage bag. However, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 low-grade spiritual stones, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, for obtaining 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 body tempering pills, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, for getting 1,000,000 body tempering pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 chi gathering powders, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, for obtaining 30,000 chi gathering powders. Several cold mechanical sounds suddenly sounded in Xiao Yun's mind, making him startled and his eyes widened instantly. 10,000 times, return of profits. Could this be the legendary system? Xiao Yun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and looked into the storage bag in his hand. And among them, the amount of spiritual stones and elixirs has piled up like a mountain, almost bursting the small storage bag. 500,000 spirit stones. 1,000,000 body tempering pills. 30,000 chi gathering powders. The huge amount of resources made Xiao Yun's eyes red and his heart beating violently. The handyman disciples can only get 1 body tempering pill every month, and as for the spirit stones, even the outer disciples can only get 5 low-grade spirit stones in a month. That chi gathering powder can even increase the chance of a body tempering monk breaking through the spiritual sea by 30%, and its value exceeds 100 spiritual stones. But now, the elixirs and spiritual stones presented by Joe Tong were all increased 10,000 times. Chapter 2. System. When did you turn it on? After he confirmed everything, Xiao Yun suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and asked in his heart. Ding! Soon, the system responded calmly. Hello host, the 10,000 times profit return system was officially launched 5 minutes and 53 seconds ago. Almost 6 minutes ago. That happened to be the time for Joe Tong and others to arrive. System, what functions do you have? Although he was a little confused about the silent appearance of the system, Xiao Yun still suppressed this thought and asked about the functions of the system. After 17 years of wandering in another world, he finally got his own golden finger today. Xiao Yun's heart was burning, and he felt that all the hard work he had gone through before was worth it. Ding! The system has only one function for the time being. That is to increase all the positive benefits obtained by the host by 10,000 times, and at the same time, the upper limit of each cultivation realm will also be increased by 10,000 times. The cold voice of the system came quickly, but it made Xiao Yun fall into thinking. All positive benefits increased 10,000 times? And the upper limit of power in the realm? In Tianyuan continent, the realms can be divided into tempered body, spiritual sea, transformed spirit, divine palace, Gi, and heavenly beings. There are several realms such as the Venerable, the Emperor, the Holy Realm, the Saint, the Great Sage, the Holy King, the Quasi-Emperor, the Great Emperor, and the Heaven. Among them, in the body-quenching realm, the limit of ordinary people can reach 10,000 kilograms of strength. A genius with a divine body or a holy body can possess tens of thousands of kilograms, or even 100,000 kilograms of power. And if this limit is multiplied by 10,000 times, then Xiao Yun, at the lowest, can gain 100 million kilograms of strength in the body-tempering realm? Suddenly, when Xiao Yun thought of this, an illusory panel also appeared in his mind. Host, Xiao Yun. Cultivation, 3rd level of body-tempering realm, 3,000 kilograms of strength, upper limit of 100 million kilograms. Talent, the posture of inferiority and inferiority. Exercise, none, can be practiced after sensing spiritual energy. Martial skill, Ling Xiang Fist, lower yellow rank, Xiao Cheng. Items, 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 1 million body-tempering pills, 30,000 chi-gathering powders. Really? Looking at the cultivation column, Xiao Yun immediately felt happy. Just in the body-tempering realm, he can have up to 100 million kilograms of strength. 100 million pounds. This is equivalent to a full 50,000 tons of power in Blue Star in the previous life. If combined with the increased power of spiritual power and martial arts, it can even explode into a terrifying power of more than 100,000 tons. With this kind of power, even a strong person in the Divine Palace realm probably wouldn't dare to resist it. In an instant, Xiao Yun suddenly picked up the axe and chopped at the ironwood in front of him again. He wanted to test whether all the positive income growth mentioned by the system really existed. Boom! The axe cut deeply into the surface of the giant tree. This was a blow that Xiao Yun exhausted all his strength, with a force of 3,000 kilograms. Soon. Ding! The host's muscle movement is detected, and the strength of the host is increased by 0.003 kilograms, and the income is returned 10,000 times, and the strength of the host is increased by 30 kilograms. A warm current surged out of Xiao Yun's body, instantly making him feel so comfortable that the pores all over his body were slightly stretched, and his whole body felt refreshed. Haha! Sure enough, it's really feasible. Xiao Yun looked happy and couldn't help but roar in his heart. Originally, he was a little worried that if the system's so-called 10,000-fold increase in income could only be applied to external objects, then the 100 million kilogram strength limit of the body-tempering realm would probably require a lot of resources and time to be reached. But now, with just one axe, he gained 30 kilograms of strength. And Xiao Yun can swing tens of thousands of axes every day. Combined, that is the power increase of hundreds of thousands, or even millions. In this case, what is the effect of the body-tempering pill? The next moment, Xiao Yun swallowed another body-tempering pill. Ding! It is detected that the host has swallowed the body-tempering pill, the medicinal power is converted, and the strength is increased by 50 kilograms, and the income is returned 10,000 times, and the strength is increased by 500,000 kilograms. Bang! In an instant, all the bones in Xiao Yun's body made violent roaring sounds, like thunder exploding. This is because the strength is so strong that the flesh, fascia, and bones are in danger of collapsing. Even with Xiao Yun's willpower, he couldn't help but let out a dull groan of pain. But soon, due to the 10,000 times increase in the power of the body-tempering pill, the severe pain on the body slowly disappeared. What replaced it was an indescribable feeling of joy. It's like a bird that has been trapped in a cage for several years and finally breaks free. Boom! Xiao Yun punched out randomly, and the huge force even directly distorted the air, making a terrifying sonic boom sound. His current strength has reached an astonishing 500,000 kilograms. Far beyond the limit of ordinary people, it also surpasses countless geniuses. I am afraid that only the legendary ancient ferocious beast cub can compare with it. Ding! As the host's body adapts to the potency, the effect of the body tempering pill is reduced to 30%. At this time, the system sounded again. Xiao Yun was slightly startled, but quickly accepted the result. After all, elixirs are external forces after all. If you want to reach the true limit, it is absolutely impossible to rely solely on the power of elixirs. Then let me see the power of this body now. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, picked up the axe on the ground again, and looked at the extremely lush ironwood forest in front of him, with the sharp light shining in his eyes. Call out! Almost instantly, Xiao Yun picked up the axe and chopped at the giant ironwood tree in front of him. Boom! The axe cut through the air, making a screaming sound, and in the blink of an eye it landed on the giant tree that was more than 10 feet high. What was different from before was that with just this axe, the tree trunk, which was a foot wide, collapsed instantly. Suddenly, the sky was filled with smoke and dust, completely covering Xiao Yun's figure. Ding! The host's muscle movement is detected, and the strength of the host is increased by 0.005 kilograms, and the income is returned 10,000 times, and the strength of the host is increased by 50 kilograms. The cold mechanical sound of the system also sounded again, but in Xiao Yun's ears, it was like the sound of nature. Continue. He swallowed a body tempering pill again, and his body suddenly rose up, rushing towards the countless iron trees. Boom! Another slash with the axe. A thick iron tree collapsed, stirring up endless dust. And under his crazy swing, hundreds of giant trees collapsed in just half an hour. And Xiao Yun's power continues to increase dramatically. Chapter 3. The next day, the morning light began to rise. Looking at the ironwood forest that almost all fell down and fell into pieces on the ground, the mind of a white-haired old man fell into chaos. Among the large amounts of ironwood, Xiao Yun opened his eyes sleepily, looked at the old man in the distance, and waved casually. Deacon Lu, you are here. Lu Bo was one of the sect deacons responsible for issuing tasks for the handyman disciples, and was also the manager of Shimulin. Xiao Yun naturally knew him. And the two of them are quite familiar with each other. After all, if it weren't for Lu Bo, Xiao Yun wouldn't be able to hone himself by cutting down ironwood for a year in a row. Xiao, 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 Xiao. However, when he saw Xiao Yun, Lu Bo felt as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't say anything fluently, and just stood there blankly, looking at Xiao Yun with a face full of astonishment. Who cut down all my ironwood trees? After a long while, he let out an angry roar, his whole old face turned red with anger, and the veins on his forehead stood out one by one. There are nearly 10,000 ironwood trees here, and each one requires a lot of effort to cut down. But now, they all fell down. How could this be? Lu Bo was so heartbroken that he was bleeding. This is the ironwood forest planted by his grandfather and passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. Among them, the 1,000-year-old tree in the deepest part is difficult to destroy even for him, a strong man in the divine palace realm. Who is it? Who is it? The next moment, Lu Bo looked up to the sky and roared. The sound waves were rolling, shaking the surroundings. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the sect who were passing by were dumbfounded and some could not react. What's the situation? A dignified deacon in the realm of the gods actually seems to be crazy. That, Deacon Lu, isn't the task you gave me to cut down these ironwoods. Suddenly, Xiao Yun scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. I seem to have used too much force yesterday and accidentally cut it all. Excuse me, are there any other ironwood forests? You. Hearing this, Lu Bodang's mouth twitched, his face turned blue and purple, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You are a handyman disciple with a cultivation level of the 3rd level of body tempering. Tell me, you cut all this ironwood in one night. And it's still, accidentally. Puff. The next moment, Lu Bo was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Call. After sending Lu Bo to the Sect's infirmary, Xiao Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this old man is a strong man in the Divine Palace realm, his physical fitness is really poor. I just cut down a few trees, and I was so angry that I passed out. Xiao Yun was walking on the Sect's main road, thinking so in his heart. And the next moment. Hey, isn't this Xiao Yun? 3 burly men wearing the clothes of outer disciples and with fierce faces blocked Xiao Yun's way. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. After a night of frantic cutting, his strength now reached a full 23 million kilograms. And 23 million kilograms, this is already a full 2,300 times the limit of body tempering for ordinary people. To deal with a few outer sect disciples who are not in the Linghai realm, it's just a matter of a few clicks. I will hurriedly beg them not to die. However, how could such a ridiculous plot appear in Xianyang sect? Morality is the first requirement for Xianyang sect to recruit disciples. Once you enter the sect, you are all a family. We should help each other and not bully or fight among ourselves. And now, the 3 guys in front of me seem to have bad intentions. Oh, you know me. Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows and spoke calmly. Oh, of course, junior brother Xiao's name, who knows about Xianyang sect. Hearing this, the leading man suddenly smiled grimly and touched the storage bag, as if to take out a murder weapon. The atmosphere is tense. Xiao Yun is also ready to launch an attack at any time. Once the opponent dares to take action, he will definitely suppress it with thunderous force. But, the next moment, Xiao Yun's expression was completely stunned. Junior brother Xiao, this is a spiritual weapon we customized for you in the weapon refining hall. We 3 brothers have the most admiration in our lives for people like you who practice hard and fight bravely. I hope junior brother Xiao won't dislike him. I saw that the leading man took out a big black sword and handed it to Xiao Yun, smiling. You. Xiao Yun felt warm in his heart and wanted to refuse, but the other party forced him into his hands and then quickly turned around and left. Junior brother Xiao, you must reach the 7th level of body tempering. Don't be sent down the mountain. Then, the expectant voices of the 3 people came. Do not worry. Looking at the 3 people's disappearing figures, Xiao Yun grinned, his eyes slightly moist. Being able to join the Xianyang sect. Very nice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a yellow level high-grade spiritual weapon. You can choose to obtain 10,000 times the quantity / 10,000 times the quality. The next moment, after Xiao Yun caught the dark sword, the sound of the system resounded. 10,000 times the quantity? 10,000 times the quality? Xiao Yun was stunned. He didn't expect that the system would give him 2 choices at this moment. But then I thought about it, even if I had 10,000 spiritual weapons, it wouldn't be able to improve my strength much. System, I choose 10,000 times the quality. Immediately, Xiao Yun thought silently in his heart and chose the amplification and enhancement of 10,000 times the quality. Ding! The 10,000-fold mass increase is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heaven-level low-grade spiritual weapon, which can now be named. Buzzing! Suddenly, many dark red lines faintly flashed on the pitch-black sword in his hand. At the same time, an extremely strong edge almost burst out from it. Xiao Yun even felt that his hands holding the sword became extremely heavy. The sword, which previously only weighed 100 kilograms, now weighs more than 100,000 kilograms. Name it. Xiao Yun raised his sword. The dark sword weighing 100,000 kilograms was in his hand, but it seemed as light as a feather and he could swing it freely. Then let's call it chasing darkness. Looking at the pitch-black sword body, Xiao Yun's eyes flickered and he spoke softly. Chasing darkness. With one slash of the sword, heaven and earth are driven into darkness. As a low-grade spiritual weapon at the heaven level, it is fully qualified to be named after it. Chapter 4. Ding. The heaven-level low-grade spiritual weapon chasing darkness was named successfully. Ding. The system space is currently open, and the space within it is unlimited, and can perfectly preserve all the host's items. The sound of the system came again, surprising Xiao Yun again. His storage bag is almost full now, and the emergence of system space is simply a timely help. Buzz. With a thought, Zui Dark and the items in the two previous storage bags were instantly moved into the system space. Within the space, it is simply endless, as if a world can be crammed into it. Host, Xiao Yun. Cultivation, 10th level of body tempering realm, 23 million kilograms of strength, upper limit of 100 million kilograms. Talent, the posture of inferiority and inferiority. Exercise, none, can be practiced after sensing spiritual energy. Martial skill, Ling Xiang Fist, lower yellow rank, Xiao Cheng. Items, 800,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 1.5 million body tempering pills, 30,000 chi gathering powders. Looking at his current panel, Xiao Yun took out more than 10 body tempering pills at random and chewed them like jelly beans. Ding! It is detected that the host has swallowed the body tempering pill, the medicinal power is converted, and the strength is increased by 5 kilograms, and the income is returned 10,000 times, and the strength is increased by 50,000 kilograms. Ding! It is detected that the host has swallowed the body tempering pill, the medicinal power is converted, and the strength is increased by 4 kilograms, and the income is returned 10,000 times, and the strength is increased by 40,000 kilograms. But now, Xiao Yun's body can be said to be completely adapted to the power of the body tempering pill. Even if it has a 10,000 times return effect, it can only gain tens of thousands of kilograms of strength increase. And this growth rate is still declining. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. Soon, Xiao Yun arrived at the destination of his trip. The only sutra-tiding pavilion in the Xuanyang sect is the gathering place of countless exercises and martial arts. It contains various powerful secret scriptures and the insights left by the sages of the sect in the past generations. Hey, Xiao Yun! And just after Xiao Yun stepped into the scripture collection pavilion, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Senior Sister Chu. Hearing this, Xiao Yun followed the words and went out. What caught his eye was a tall woman in a white dress, with skin as white as snow, dark eyebrows, and starry eyes. Although it is not absolutely beautiful, it definitely belongs to the type that becomes more and more attractive the more you look at it, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Her name is Chu Yun, and she is the leader of the Xuanyang sect's outer sect. Her strength has reached the first level of the spiritual transformation realm, and she is even known as the senior sister among the outer sect. Chu Yun was kind-hearted and often helped the sect's servants and outer disciples. Xiao Yun was also helped by her in the past. Junior brother Xiao, why are you here? Did you break through? Seeing Xiao Yun actually appearing in front of the Sutra Collection Pavilion, Chu Yun was stunned. The miscellaneous disciples can only enter the Sutra Pavilion to choose exercises when they advance to the 7th level of body tempering. And Chu Yun remembered that before January, Xiao Yun's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of body tempering. How could he advance to the 7th level of body tempering in such a short period of time? It was just a fluke. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, but did not deny it. Congratulations to junior brother Xiao. Phew, if junior brother is sent down the mountain, then senior sister I will be lonely. Hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes lit up, and she immediately patted her chest, looking relieved. To be able to break through to the 7th level of body tempering within 1 month, Xiao Yun must have obtained some kind of opportunity, but she, Chu Yun, had no intention of prying into other people's secrets, but was really happy for Xiao Yun. Ahem. Hearing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help coughing dryly, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sister, please stop teasing me. If there is nothing wrong with senior sister, I will enter the Sutra Pavilion first. Etc. Seeing Xiao Yun about to leave, Chu Yun quickly called him. But he hurriedly pulled him aside and said somewhat mysteriously. Junior brother Xiao, this is the martial arts skill that I accidentally acquired when I went down the mountain last time, senior sister. It is a middle-grade Xian level Po Gang Pom. Chu Yun took out a shabby ancient book and handed it to Xiao Yun. This martial skill is extremely powerful, and its power is comparable to ordinary high-grade Xian level martial arts. However, it conflicts with the skill Bishui Tianju that I have practiced, senior sister, so I will give it to you, junior brother. Chu Yun smiled sweetly and explained to Xiao Yun. Senior sister, this gift is too valuable, Xiao Yun would never dare to accept it. Hearing what Chu Yun said, Xiao Yun couldn't help being stunned, but even then he resisted and spoke. Xian level middle level martial arts. That was a treasure worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. He and Chu Yun had only met a few times, so how could he accept it? Chu Yun waved her hand slightly and said softly. Junior brother Xiao, there is no need to be polite. This is a congratulatory gift from senior sister. I hope that senior sister will be able to see you in the outer door soon. But if you say something again, senior sister will not be happy. Seeing that Xiao Yun still wanted to refuse, Chu Yun suddenly stared at her beautiful eyes and pretended to be angry. Hey! Since senior sister said so, then I would rather obey her orders than be respectful. Seeing this, Xiao Yun gave a bitter smile, and finally could only reach out and take the martial arts gift from Chu Yun. This is so good. Seeing Xiao Yun's compromise, Chu Yun's expression softened, and then she snorted softly. Hehe, junior brother Xiao, senior sister, I won't be accompanying you anymore. Immediately, Chu Yun blinked at Xiao Yun again, then walked away with her slender legs. Thank you, senior sister. Seeing the beautiful figure retreating away, Xiao Yun's mouth showed a gentle arc, and he murmured. Xiao Yun, will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian level middle grade martial skill Po Gang Pom, and the quality has increased 10,000 times. Po Gang Pom level has been upgraded to the heaven level top grade. Top grade heavenly grade. The next moment, when he heard the sound coming from the system, Xiao Yun immediately shook his body. Even if we look at the Xianyang sect, the top martial arts are only among the low-grade heaven-level martial arts. The high-grade martial arts of the heaven level, even if placed in a dynasty empire, may be enough to cause a bloody storm. At this moment, Xiao Yun couldn't help but his heartbeat accelerated slightly. Fortunately, he is in the Xianyang sect. Even if someone knows the true grades of Po Gang Pom and Zhu Dark, they will hardly covet him. But if it is in the outside world, it is inevitable that someone will take risks. After all, the temptation of heaven-level items is too great. Once someone targets them, it will be troublesome. Therefore, Xiao Yun immediately made a decision. In the following time, I must improve my strength as much as possible. Nowadays, the strength of 23 million kilograms may not be enough to ensure his own safety. Only by reaching a strength of 100 million kilograms, or even reaching the spiritual sea realm, the spiritual transformation realm, or even the divine mansion realm, can he truly be invincible. Let's go to the Sutra Pavilion first and take a look. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun's body flashed and he entered the scripture collection pavilion. Chapter 5. Name: Xiao Yun. Gender: man. Well, you are a handyman disciple, and your cultivation has reached the 7th level of body tempering. In the Sutra Pavilion, a grey-haired old man sat behind the counter, slowly flipping through books. After seeing Xiao Yun arrive, he just glanced at him indifferently and asked casually. Xiao Yun nodded and responded. Snapped. Then let this elder come and check it out. After hearing Xiao Yun's affirmative answer, the old man closed the book in his hand, leaned down, and didn't know what he was looking for. After a while, Hu ho! The old man took out a spiritual weapon like a bronze mirror and blew the dust on it. Buzzing! In an instant, the spiritual weapon floated up on its own and came to Xiao Yun. Cough, cough. Yawn. Punch that thing. If it doesn't have more than 7,000 kilograms of strength, then go back. As if he was choked by dust, the old man coughed a few times, yawned suddenly, and waved to Xiao Yun. A low-grade Xian-level spiritual weapon, a force-measuring mirror. It can accurately measure the strength of force by absorbing force. Good. Xiao Yun didn't say much, stepped out directly, stood at the position pointed out by the old man, clenched his fist, and blasted out. Bang! In an instant, the entire sutra pavilion shook suddenly, and many of the disciples looked at it with doubts. No. I forgot to keep my hand. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, secretly knew something was wrong. Unable to control himself, he actually burst out with all his strength. Crack, click. The white light in the force-measuring realm flashed, and the cracks on it became more and more dense, and finally, boom! After a muffled sound, it exploded into pieces. You! Seeing this scene, the elder guarding the sutra pavilion almost dropped his eyes to the ground, with a look of horror on his face. The force-measuring mirror was actually blown to pieces. Its highest, isn't it capable of carrying a force of more than 10 million kilograms? The old man walked up quickly and looked at the completely broken force-measuring realm on the ground, feeling that his entire worldview was about to be completely overturned. There is no breath of true energy or spiritual energy. In other words, this is a blow inspired by pure physical power. Could it be? The handyman disciple in front of me is an ancient ferocious beast disguised as a human. The old man suddenly looked at Xiao Yun, his eyes widened, and after a slight inspection, he did not sense any strange aura on the latter. Excuse me, elder, did I go in to choose the exercises? Seeing the old man looking left and right at him, Xiao Yun suddenly felt a numbness in his scalp. He pointed to the inside of the sutra pavilion and asked hurriedly. Well. The old man came back to his senses and was stunned for a moment before he answered. You can enter the first to second floor areas. You can choose 1 book of exercises and 3 books of martial arts. They need to be returned within 1 month. Although he was very frightened, he did not embarrass Xiao Yun. He immediately pointed to the stairs aside and said. Thank you, elder. Hearing this, Xiao Yun clasped his fists, turned around and walked towards the second floor. But after he left, the old man still picked up a fragment of the force-measuring realm as if he had seen a ghost, and muttered in confusion. How is this possible? This little guy obviously doesn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, but his physical body is so terrifying. Could it be that he is some kind of wild god? The areas on the first and second floors of the Sutra Pavilion only possess the techniques and martial arts of the highest and lowest levels. Xiao Yun looked around and picked up a book of exercises. The lower level of Xian level. Burning Fire Ju. But the next moment, when he opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian level low-grade technique Burning Fire technique, and the quality has been increased 10,000 times. The Fire technique grade has been upgraded to the Heaven level low-grade technique. Suddenly, the low-grade Fire art of the heavenly level appeared in Xiao Yun's mind, which shocked him. Good guy. Just not fully reading the exercises and martial arts in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, is it considered a positive benefit to oneself? Suddenly, Xiao Yun looked at the huge sutra pavilion, his heart was filled with excitement, and he could not wait to empty the entire sutra pavilion right away. What are the martial arts and martial arts of the lower ranks of the Huang and Xian ranks? In his eyes, those are a lot of existences that are at least above the ground level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian level low-grade martial arts Ju Xing step, and the quality has been increased 10,000 times. The Ju Star step grade has been upgraded to the heaven level low-grade martial arts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian level low-grade martial arts ice-breaking finger, the quality of which has been increased 10,000 times. The ice-breaking finger level has been upgraded to the heaven level low-grade martial skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow level high-grade martial arts flowing wind sword technique, the quality of which has been increased 10,000 times. The grade of flowing wind sword technique has been upgraded to the upper grade earth level. Xiao Yun frantically scanned the books of martial arts and martial arts one after another. He just opened them for a moment and then put them down again. But in his mind, the system's beeps kept ringing one after another. With a 10,000-fold increase, the yellow level becomes the earth level. The black level becomes the heaven level. In just 1 hour, Xiao Yun had hundreds of heaven level exercises and martial arts, and thousands of earth level skills. The entire first and second floors of the Sutra Pavilion had been swept away by him. But when the other disciples in the Sutra Pavilion saw him like this, they all looked at him with caring eyes. Among them were some outer disciples who knew Xiao Yun, and they even shook their heads and sighed. Hey, junior brother Xiao is so diligent, but he can't get corresponding rewards. He was able to enter the Sutra Pavilion today because Elder Zhang made an exception. If I were him, I'm afraid I would also fall into madness. As if aware of everyone's gaze, Xiao Yun couldn't help but darken his face, and hurriedly selected a few books on martial arts, and went to the place where the elder was. The old man looked at the martial arts selected by Xiao Yun and did not make any comments. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at him carefully. He didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Go ahead and return it after 1 month. After a long while, he said slowly and threw a jade plaque towards Xiao Yun. Thank you, elder. After taking the jade token, Xiao Yun took a deep breath and quickly left the scripture depository pavilion. He knew that because he accidentally exposed his strength today, he was afraid that it would arouse the suspicion of many strong men in the sect. However, now that things have come to this, he can only wait and see what happens. What needs to be done now is to improve one's own strength. As well as, after some experimentation, the benefits will be returned 10,000 times. What is the effect of practicing exercises and martial arts? Chapter 6. At night. The moonlight shines on the earth, and the stars dot the sky. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his eyes closed tightly, and there was a hint of joy between his brows. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a ray of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The income will be returned 10,000 times, for obtaining thousands of heaven and earth spiritual energy. In the mind, the voice of the system resounded loudly. After 17 years, he, Xiao Yun, finally today, truly sensed and absorbed the spiritual energy spreading between heaven and earth, and officially embarked on the journey of cultivation. After being returned 10,000 times, a ray of spiritual energy exploded into 10,000 strands, filling every corner of Xiao Yun's body. After being nourished by spiritual energy, Xiao Yun's physical strength also surged again. Ding! It is detected that the spiritual energy nourishes the host's physical body, the strength increases by 10 kilograms, and the income is returned 10,000 times. The physical body gains 100,000 kilograms of strength. Ding! It is detected that the spiritual energy nourishes the host's physical body, the strength increases by 20 kilograms, and the income is returned 10,000 times. The physical body gains 200,000 kilograms of strength. Almost every moment, from the moment the spiritual energy entered his body, the system's prompts kept ringing, making the smile on Xiao Yun's face grow stronger. 10,000 times the profit will be returned, this is simply a cheating weapon in cultivation. Using spiritual energy to nourish his physical body, in just one stick of incense, his physical strength once again increased by 1,000,000 pounds. You know, the ultimate strength of an ordinary cultivator in the body tempering realm, is only a mere 10,000 kilograms. And he, Xiao Yun, had gained physical strength 100 times the limit of ordinary people in just the time he spent cultivating an incense stick. This is the power of spiritual energy. Xiao Yun used several strands of spiritual energy to bless his right palm. In an instant, he could clearly feel the increase in his strength. The original strength of more than 20 million jins, with the help of spiritual energy, can even reach a full 40 million jins. Even a simple use of spiritual energy can double your strength. If I learn those high-level martial arts that use spiritual energy almost perfectly, what level of power can I achieve? Xiao Yun dispersed the spiritual energy in his hand, his eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. No wonder, the 7th level of body tempering is a crucial watershed. The effects that spiritual energy can exert are far more terrifying than ordinary physical martial arts. And if the spiritual sea is condensed and advanced to the spirit transformation realm, the spiritual energy refined in the cultivator's body will be further strengthened and compressed. Transformed into the power of true energy. At that point, a powerful person with true energy can stand in the void for a short time even without relying on flying swords. However, for Xiao Yun today, there is still a long way to go before he can reach the spirit transformation realm. Although ordinary spirit transforming experts may no longer be his current enemies. Next, I have to choose a technique. Xiao Yun sank into the sea of consciousness, as if he had entered a hall constructed of memory. Inside it, all the martial arts and martial arts skills he obtained from the Sutra Pavilion are slowly suspended in it. You can practice as many martial arts as you like. However, it is best to choose only one technique that suits your own strength characteristics so that you can maximize your power. If you practice several conflicting techniques, it will often be counterproductive or even go crazy. Celestial Dragon's 100 Battles, a mid-level heaven-level technique. Lei Xiaogong, a low-grade heavenly skill. Ice Silence Ju, a mid-level heaven-level skill. Finally, after a period of comparison and screening, Xiao Yun locked on 3 techniques. Dragon 100 Battles can turn spiritual energy into the extremely destructive dragon true essence. The more you fight, the braver you become. It is divided into 9 levels in total and can be cultivated to its peak. Even you can transform into a celestial dragon and fly across the 9 heavens. Lei Xiaogong needs to be practiced by bathing in the sky thunder, and until it reaches great perfection, every move can trigger the sky thunder to come to the world, an attack unparalleled. Ice Silence Ju can transform spiritual energy into icy cold air that freezes everything. If it reaches its peak, it can freeze 1,000,000 miles of territory with just one thought. Each of the 3 techniques has its own magical effects, and they are all precious techniques at the heaven level. If it were placed in the outside world, it would definitely attract many cultivators to flock to it, fight for it, and blood would flow like a river. Although the power of Lei Xiaogong is terrifying and the training conditions are extremely harsh, within the Xuanyang sect, it is almost impossible for thunder to fall from the sky. As for Ice Silence Ju, it doesn't seem to match my power characteristics. Xiao Yun thought about it for a while and quickly decided on the chosen technique. Tianlong 100 Battles Secret. Although this technique has extremely harsh conditions for the physical body, Xiao Yun's current physical body is truly comparable to a humanoid dragon. Practicing this method will definitely increase your strength again. Buzz. Soon, Xiao Yun followed the spiritual energy circulation route recorded in Dragon's 100 Battles and circulated throughout his body, washing every corner of his body. Although he is currently unable to condense his true energy and can only reach the first level of Dragon 100 Battles, it is completely enough. After all, even if you practice to the first level, you can still gain nearly 3 times the increase in strength. Combined with Xiao Yun's current strength of tens of millions of kilograms, it is simply terrifying to the extreme. A ferocious humanoid beast that can destroy mountains with one strike. By then, even using such words to describe his power is no exaggeration. Ding! The host's introductory skill Dragon's 100 Battles has been detected, and the proficiency has been increased 10,000 times and returned. Dragon's 100 Battles has successfully advanced to the first level. Just as Xiao Yun expected, in just half an hour, the sound of the system resounded again. And Dragon's 100 Battles also successfully advanced to the first level. Roar! Suddenly, Xiao Yun seemed to have the roar of a heavenly dragon inside his body, and countless illusory dragon scales appeared on his body surface, making him look like a real dragon had come to the world. Boom! Waves of tyrannical power burst out from the pores of his body, setting off a rolling hurricane in the entire courtyard. What a terrifying power! Feeling the surging power within his body, Xiao Yun couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Originally, his strength was about 25 million kilograms. But now, after the first level of increase in Dragon 100 Battles, it has already reached a terrifying 75 million kilograms. 75 million pounds. I am afraid that even a true dragon cub would not be able to reach such a terrifying level. Now, my physical body can truly be regarded as a ferocious beast in human form. Looking at his arm covered with illusory dragon scales, Xiao Yun murmured, extremely satisfied with it. In the future, when he reaches the limit of body tempering, even if he does not use any martial arts, his normal strength can reach a terrifying 300 million kilograms. Any strong person in the Divine Mansion realm or the Gi realm will probably be easily crushed. Okay, now is the time to really improve your strength. After feeling his current power, Xiao Yun sank into the sea of consciousness again. Looking at the densely packed, almost thousands of high-level martial arts, the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. Chapter 7. Thunder and Fire Sword Technique, a low-level martial arts skill at the heaven level? You have practiced it. Dragon Shadow Step, a low-grade body technique at the heaven level? Practice it. Heaven Destroying Palm, a top-grade martial arts skill on the earth level, with such a deceiving name, I have also practiced it. In one night, Xiao Yun practiced all the martial arts skills crazily. As for the system, the prompts are also constantly ringing, almost never stopping. Ding! It is detected that the host is practicing the martial arts Thunder and Fire Sword technique, and the proficiency has been increased 10,000 times and returned. Thunder and Fire Sword technique has reached the perfect level. Ding! It is detected that the host is practicing the martial arts Po Gang Palm, and the proficiency has been increased by 10,000 times and returned. Po Gang Palm has reached the perfect level. Ding! It has been detected that the host is practicing the movement technique Dragon Shadow Step, and the proficiency has been increased 10,000 times and returned. Dragon Shadow Step has reached the perfect level. Finally, it was the second day. When the sun first rose, Xiao Yun stopped practicing. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun felt fuller than ever even though he had not slept all night. Now, I have perfectly mastered 170 heaven-level low-level martial arts, and more than 450 earth-level martial arts. Coupled with my current physical strength, I have the qualifications to defeat almost all opponents, except for the legendary celestial beings. He thought to himself, an array of excitement flashed in his eyes. After some experiments, if he now exerts the perfection level of Po Gang Palm with all his strength, the force of 75 million kilograms, can instantly become nearly 300 million pounds of strength. 300 million powerful. Equivalent to the terrifying power of 150,000 tons of blue star in the previous life, that is even equivalent to the weight of a giant aircraft carrier. But now Xiao Yun's Po Gang Palm is like an aircraft carrier falling hard, even a small mountain will be destroyed. Even, this is not the limit of his current strength. If Xiao Yun picks up chasing darkness and uses the many sword techniques he has learned. It is worth mentioning that because he has learned no less than 10 high-level sword techniques, he has now condensed his sword intention and his power has skyrocketed. His sword with all his strength is probably comparable to a strike from heaven and man. I should be regarded as the strongest body tempering state in history, right? Xiao Yun held his chin and thought with a rather strange expression. Boo-hoo. However, the next moment, several Xianyang sect disciples flying past the sky quickly attracted Xiao Yun's attention. Their postures were quite anxious, as if something urgent had happened. Seeing this, Xiao Yun frowned immediately, and then followed the direction of those disciples. Bang! Aha! On the other side, on the Xianyang sect outer gate arena, a young man with an unruly face struck a thin young man in black robes and knocked him back several steps, causing blood to bleed from the corner of his mouth. Are you the only ones in the outer sect of Xianyang sect? Haha, a person at the third level of the spiritual transformation realm, can't beat me, a junior at the spiritual sea realm. Isn't it embarrassing? Ha ha ha. The young man was dressed in purple, and there were even faint purple thunder flashes around him, making him look particularly ferocious and sinister. Oh, you just rely on the purple yang thunder body. If you don't have the power of the thunder body, you are just a waste that we can need at will. A flash of anger flashed across the face of the young man in black robe. His name is Chu Tianhai, and he is currently the second seat in the outer sect of Xianyang sect. His cultivation level has reached the third level of spirit transformation, and he is almost the number one in the outer sect today. But who would have thought? Today, he was defeated by a mere spiritual sea realm monk. Hey! I don't know whether to live or die. Hearing this, the young man sneered and kicked Chu Tianhai directly. Kneel down. His name is Yashu, and he is one of the core disciples of Lei Tian sect, although his current cultivation level is only at the peak of the Linghai realm. But with the purple Yang Thunder body, which is ranked 782 on the 10,000 body ranking, he can easily jump through the ranks and gain the upper hand. Boom! In an instant, his body was filled with purple electricity, exuding a heart-stopping destructive power. Although Chu Tianhai tried his best to resist, it was of no avail. He is just a mortal body. If he is completely hit by this blow, his life may be in danger. Enough! Whoosh! Just when the leg strength containing terrifying power was about to fall, a clear and sharp shout suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying pressure swept across violently. In an instant, Yashu seemed to be in a vast ocean of spiritual energy, unable to move at all. You people from Lei Tian sect have passed. The person who came was a burly middle-aged man, whose aura was as majestic as the sea and as vast as the abyss. As soon as he appeared, the terrifying pressure made Yashu's knees weaken and he almost collapsed to the ground. Oh, Wu Zhan, bullying my disciples, what kind of skills is that? But soon, all the pressure disappeared, and an indifferent voice sounded. Immediately, he saw a slightly rickety figure slowly walking into the martial arts arena. His brows were kind, but at this moment, there was a hint of sharpness, as if he was about to tear the sky apart, which made people tremble with fear. He was wearing a long coarse cloth gown, which looked ordinary. But anyone who dares to look into his eyes will be filled with fear. Master! Seeing this old man who suddenly appeared, Yashu immediately saluted him with unusual respect. Ji Yuming, the seventh elder of Lei Tian sect, is a true strong man of heaven and man. He is also Yashu's master. And the burly middle-aged man standing opposite Ji Yuming is naturally not an ordinary person. His name is Wu Zhan, he is the inner elder of Xianyang sect, and his strength is not weaker than Ji Yuming. Lei Tianzong and Xianyang sect are both located in the same territory of the Great Sun Empire. Although they are harmonious on the surface, Lei Tianzong is constantly fighting in private and has long-standing grievances. Today Ji Yuming came to Xianyang sect to discuss important matters, and what his disciple Yashu did was clearly under his instructions. Ji Wuming, are you thinking that my Xianyang sect has no one? Seeing that Chu Tianhai almost died, Wu Zhan's face suddenly turned gloomy and he scolded him coldly. His character is extremely defensive and extremely irritable. If any Xianyang sect disciple today has both good and bad qualities, that Yashu, I'm afraid his head is already in a different place. A martial arts battle is just a competition between juniors. If you get injured because of this, it's just because your skills are inferior to others. What's more, my disciple is only at the Linghai realm, and his opponent is a much higher realm than him. Ji Wuming said lightly, but the strangeness and ridicule hidden in his voice came out unabashedly. Can the spirit transformation realm beat the spirit sea realm? You actually have the nerve to ask me for an explanation? It's really ridiculous to the extreme. Chapter 8. The next moment, Ji Wuming shook his head and looked around at the Xianyang sect disciples with sarcasm in his eyes. You Xianyang sect disciples are getting more and more ridiculous. You damn old man, what did you say? Let go, I'm going to beat Yashu until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Suddenly, due to Ji Wuming's provocation, all the outer disciples were furious and started roaring. But after hearing this, Wu Zhan didn't make a sound, he just clenched his fists tightly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Today's outer disciples are all mortal. Most of the inner disciples' cultivation levels have reached above the 5th level of spirit transformation, which is much higher than that of Yashu. It is true that the huge outer sect of Xianyang sect can't even find a disciple who can defeat the opponent. Who else? Ha ha ha. The outer gate of Xianyang sect? Why not rename it the Waste Gate of Xianyang sect? With Ji Wuming's support, Yashu on the stage became even more arrogant, constantly shouting at the disciples below, looking arrogant. Seeing his arrogant look, many outer disciples were filled with indignation and wanted to rush to the ring and tear him into pieces. But no matter what, the power of Xiang Thunder Body is so terrifying that even Chu Tianhai, the second strongest person in the outer sect, could only be defeated miserably in its hands. Even though they were indignant, there was nothing they could do. Oh, you are arrogant. However, at this time, an indifferent word suddenly sounded. In an instant, the originally noisy arena suddenly fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Wu Zhan frowned slightly and couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. Behind the arena, a young man wearing a grey robe and a handsome face was seen walking forward slowly. Wherever he went, all the outer disciples made way for him and did not dare to stop him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And the most terrifying thing is that every time he takes a step forward, the entire martial arts arena seems to shake, as if it cannot bear the weight of his body. These clothes? He is a handyman disciple. Wu Zhan was slightly shocked when he saw this, but when he saw the grey robe on the opponent's body clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed and took action. What a powerful physical force! Among the handyman disciples, there is such a monster. His pupils shrank violently, and he could hardly believe the scene in front of him. But after all, that young man's cultivation was only at the 10th level of body tempering. Facing the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, Yashu, who has initially taken control of the Purple Sun Thunder Body, is probably invincible with just the power of his physical body. Wu Zhan's mind whirled rapidly, flashing with many thoughts. That's junior brother Xiao. At this time, Chu Yun in the crowd even recognized the young man's identity, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Junior brother Xiao, now is not the time to be in the limelight, you may die. Junior brother Xiao, come down quickly. Don't be brave. Chu Yun was anxious in her heart and shouted to Xiao Yun on the stage with a worried look on her face. How could Xiao Yun, who was only at the 3rd level of body tempering, be Yashu's opponent? I'm afraid that with one attack from the opponent, Xiao Yun will suffer heavy damage, or even be directly killed on the spot. Senior Sister Chu, there is no need to worry. It's just an arrogant rat, but I, Xiao Yun, haven't taken it seriously yet. However, when he heard Chu Yun's shout, Xiao Yun only looked slightly sideways. The corners of his mouth formed an indifferent arc, and he stepped forward to the opposite direction of Yashu. Xianyang Sect's handyman disciple, Xiao Yun. Please advise. Xiao Yun stretched out his right hand and made a petition. He looked calm and behaved elegantly, just like a prince from a noble family. Common servant disciple. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Yashu was stunned for a moment, then looked up to the sky and laughed. The laughter was full of disdain and intense mockery to the extreme. Many of the surrounding outer disciples looked slightly strange when they heard this. Looking at Xiao Yun on the stage, they also had a look of deep worry in their hearts. A handyman disciple in the body-tempering realm? Why do you dare to stand up there? Could it be that you really don't want to die? Suddenly, many disciples' eyes turned red. Although Xiao Yun's behavior seemed stupid, but looking at the entire outer sect, he was the only one who dared to fight out and confront the madman head-on. Although he is just a handyman disciple. Although he only has the cultivation level of body-tempering realm. I'm a FG beast. I actually let junior brother Xiao stand on the ring. No matter what today, I can't let junior brother Xiao die on the ring. Everyone roared in their hearts, berating themselves for being cowardly, and some were ready to move, wanting to go directly to the stage to rescue. But that's it. The martial arts on the side suddenly appeared coercive, causing everyone to calm down slightly. He looked in the direction of Xiao Yun, and somehow, this boy gave him an unfathomable feeling. Maybe, he really has a way to defeat the opponent? Just wait and watch with peace of mind. If something goes wrong, even if this elder dies, today, the brave man standing on the ring will not be allowed to perish. Remember, the pride and creed of our Xianyang sect. Don't be afraid of powerful enemies. Don't be afraid of life and death. Wu Zhan's eyes were burning, and he shouted in a deep voice, a majestic power of true energy quietly filled the air. In an instant, the noise around the arena subsided, and all the outer disciples were in awe. Yes. No matter how strong Yashu is, they should not be afraid. The creed and pride of Xianyang sect will not be allowed to be trampled upon by anyone, even if you die without regrets. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid of life and death? They are just a bunch of cowards. Just look at how this poor handyman disciple died in my hands. Seeing this, Yashu smiled arrogantly. In his words, the word handyman was deliberately emphasized, full of endless ridicule and disdain. Watch it. This is the power of Xiang Thunder body. How can a humble mortal body compete with thunder? Yashu's figure was slightly suspended in the air, and within 3 inches of his body, there were faint purple lightning flashes, which were dazzling and unparalleled in dominance. Next moment, he suddenly jumped up and punched Xiao Yun fiercely. Suddenly there was thunder and even the air was torn apart. So weak. However, Xiao Yun, who was on the other side, curled his lips in disgust and pointed out something casually. A top-grade martial arts skill on the ground level. Cloud-shattering finger. Boom. That seemingly ordinary finger suddenly seemed to turn into a mountain of mountains descending, and a tyrannical momentum swept across the entire place. With one finger, it was as if it was destroying everything, directly destroying the fierce thunder. At the same time, the remaining power was still not dissipated, and it hit Yashu directly. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out, Yashu flew several dozen feet upside down, and fell heavily outside the ring. His entire dantian was filled with scarlet red. In an instant, the spiritual sea collapsed, and the spiritual energy escaped. Yashu was abolished. Jewer. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. This unexpected gesture made Ji Wuming unable to stop him. He could only watch his beloved disciple's dantian shattered and become a useless person. He never imagined that a mere handyman disciple of the Xianyang sect could actually unleash such terrifying strength. Defeat the enemy with one finger and crush everything. The power contained in that finger has probably reached the level of the divine palace. Call out. In an instant, Ji Wuming was furious, his eyes were red, and his figure was as fast as thunder. Xiao Yun rose violently towards the arena. He wants to avenge his disciple and kill that BD who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. Chapter 9. Ji Wuming. Seeing Ji Wuming's action, Wu Zhan's heart suddenly increased. He was about to take action to stop him, but he was half a beat too late. Ji Wuming's speed was so fast that he couldn't stop him. A powerful person can travel thousands of miles in an instant. But in the midst of lightning and flint, Ji Wuming came to Xiao Yun's side and struck out with a palm with a distorted face. No! Wu Zhan roared with anger, and his body flashed instantly, trying to stop Ji Wuming's attack. But Xiao Yun, who was on the stage, smiled suddenly. The eyes are full of coldness. Roar! Suddenly, several dragon roars resounded, shaking the void. Po Gang Palm! He struck out with his right palm, and the endless spiritual energy condensed into a huge blue-black palm print. The power all over his body surged up, and he collided with Ji Wuming's palm. This is Xiao Yun's real full-force attack now, and the power contained in it. It already exceeds 300 million kilograms. Even a small mountain will be flattened. Bang! There was an explosion, and two completely different forces collided wildly, causing a huge storm. The entire martial arts arena was completely obscured by the dust. Countless outer disciples quickly stepped back, looking at the situation in the arena with horrified expressions on their faces. Wu Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. This. Did I read that correctly? That handyman disciple actually withstood the attack of a powerful celestial being. Very good. Xianyang sect, I will remember this grudge. You actually let the elders disguise themselves as handyman disciples. What a despicable conspiracy. Bah! Soon, in the smoke and dust, Ji Wuming flew up in a state of embarrassment, dragging the unconscious Yashu in his hand, cursing a few words, and quickly left the Xianyang sect. This time, he admitted defeat. The strong man who disguised himself as a handyman disciple almost broke his internal organs and was seriously injured. If he continues to entangle, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to leave here today. Call out. Many disciples, as well as Wu Zhan, looked blankly at Ji Wuming who was walking away, and then looked at Xiao Yun, who was standing in the center of the ring, unscathed. These days, can one in the body-tempering realm surpass the level and fight against the powerful beings of heaven and humans? The worldview in his heart has completely collapsed. It turns out that the body-tempering realm can also reach such a terrifying level. So scary. It's so terrifying. Ahem. However, in reality, Xiao Yun was not feeling very well on the stage. The gap between the powerful heavenly man and the tempered body realm is nothing short of a world of difference. Even though his current physical strength is thousands of times that of ordinary people, coupled with the physical amplification power of Dragon 100 battles and the terrifying power of Po Gang Palm, only then could he barely withstand Ji Wuming's angry blow. In the end, the actual strength that fell on the opponent was only 1%. But judging from his face, Ji Wuming was probably a little hurt. High attack and low defense? For a moment, Xiao Yun couldn't help but flash this word in his mind. The speed of the powerful celestial beings is extremely terrifying, and the power that their true energy can erupt can even destroy mountains and rivers. But their physical bodies seem to be much weaker than they imagined. But after thinking about it, Xiao Yun felt relieved. Above the body-tempering realm, when monks reach the spiritual sea realm, their primary purpose is to refine spiritual energy, condense and compress true energy. In addition to physical cultivation, normal practitioners are often physically weak. After the moment of collision, Xiao Yun also roughly learned the rough value of Ge Wuming's physical strength. 70? No, it should be about 800,000 catties. The physical strength of the tempered body is about 80 times the limit, but compared to the 75 million kilograms of strength that he currently has under the blessing of Tianlong 100 battles. That is undoubtedly a small thing that makes a big difference, and it is not on the same level at all. Therefore, although Ge Wuming is a powerful person, but if he wants to challenge Xiao Yun at close range, then maybe he is really not Xiao Yun's opponent now. As long as Xiao Yun seizes the opportunity, his physical strength of only 800,000 kilograms will definitely be easily torn into pieces. Hey! Xiao Yun Chang took out 2 breaths of turbid air to suppress the turbulent air in his body. Indeed. What he did just now was extremely daring. He actually chose to confront a heavenly being head-on. If he wasn't careful, he would die miserably. Fortunately, he won the bet in the end. He also truly understands the strength and weakness of his own strength now. Under heaven and man, he is invincible. And even those strong celestial beings who underestimate the enemy also have the power to fight. Junior brother Xiao. At this time, a slightly anxious female voice sounded. Before Xiao Yun could turn around, he felt the warmth behind him. It's Chu Yun. Why are you so stupid? You actually choose to fight against the strong man of heaven and man. Fortunately you are okay, otherwise. Chu Yun had tears in her eyes, her pretty face turned pale, and she hugged Xiao Yun tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. The moment she saw Xiao Yun step into the ring, she was really worried. Hey, senior sister Chu, I'm very lucky. Xiao Yun chuckled and scratched his head somewhat honestly. Snort. Chu Yun snorted softly, and immediately let go of the boy in her arms, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and returned to her usual appearance. Xiao Yun. Wu Zhan also stepped onto the ring at this moment, his eyes still filled with surprise and uncertainty. Looking at Xiao Yun in front of him, he was speechless for a long time. Elder Wu. When Xiao Yun saw the visitor, he also gave a slight salute. He also had a good impression of this elder with a heroic temperament. Buzz. Hearing this, Wu Zhan was about to speak, but the next moment, the communication jade metal on his waist buzzed suddenly and continuously. Metropolitan. Feeling the breath of the communicator, Wu Zhan did not dare to neglect and quickly calmed down. After a while, he slowly raised his head, his eyes slightly focused, and said, Xiao Yun, come with me. The sect leader wants to talk to you about something. Metropolitan. Xiao Yun was stunned. The leader of Xianyang sect is a terrifying and powerful man who is above heaven and man. In the Great Sun Dynasty, he is also known as the Venerable Xianyang. He has condensed his own legal domain and has the power to reach the heaven and the earth. It is precisely because of the existence of Venerable Xianyang that the Lucian sect and the Great Sun Dynasty dare not really provoke Xianyang sect. At this moment, the old sect master who was said to have survived for 600 years wanted to see him. Why on earth did he want to see him? Could it be? After seeing himself displaying such unnatural means, he wanted to take away his body? Tempering one's body to fight against heavenly beings is indeed an unprecedented feat. The hidden opportunities within him are bound to be enough to arouse the covetousness of any strong man. But Xianyang sect is different. 3,000 years ago, Xianyang sect was founded by the first generation of Venerable Xianyang. The first sect taboo he left behind was: do not target, suspect, kill, frame, rob, betray, people of the same clan in any way. Otherwise, draw out the soul card and deal with Ling Kai's body. Even the pillars of the sect leader or the elders are no exception. In fact, the first test for entering the Xianyang sect is to test a person's character. Whether he is kind, whether he is honest, whether he has evil intentions. If you cannot pass the test, then no matter what kind of holy body or divine body you are, you will never be able to enter the Xianyang sect. Back then, Xiao Yun relied on his extremely good character to make an exception and enter the Xianyang sect. In the past 3 years, although he was just a handyman disciple. But within the Xianyang sect, whether it is the core disciples, the inner disciples, or the sect elders and deacons, no one looked down upon him, and they all even gave him a lot of help, trying to make themselves better. Everyone has a sincere heart. Everyone is humble, orderly, tolerant, and has no airs at all. This is Xianyang sect. And how could such a sect do such evil things that violate the sect's taboos? Chapter 10. Well, Xiao Yun? I know what you might be thinking. Suddenly, he saw that Xiao Yun was still calm and deep in thought. Wu Zhan smiled helplessly and slowly said, "Don't worry, the sect master, even if he is about to die, he urgently needs a mortal to save his life. I will choose to perish without hesitation, and I will never do any despicable things. If you want to become the leader of our Xianyang sect, character, qualifications, and strength are all indispensable. If your character is corrupt, no matter how powerful you are or how high your achievements are, you will not be able to secure your position as the sect leader. Do you think that Xianyang sect master has been firmly established for 500 years now? The elders who are recognized and surrounded by countless elders and generations of disciples. Will you do what you want in your heart?" Wu Zhan's eyes surged, and when he said this, he seemed to recall many past events. Once upon a time, he was just an orphan who was homeless due to war. The darkness of human nature and the cruelty of the world. He has seen them all clearly. But on that day decades ago, that snowy night, Xianyang sect master gave him the only light in his life at that time. Even though he is just a mortal with no cultivation and a dirty body, the master of the Xianyang sect, whose status was infinitely noble and whose cultivation reached the level of a venerable, still rescued him without hesitation and accepted him as a disciple of the Xianyang sect. Let him feel the real light of this world. Over the years, whenever he looked up at the night sky late at night, he would always recall that scene. Xianyang sect leader's kind face, his eyes full of pity, and his lightly concerned words. Let him remember his life and be grateful. Elder Wu, please lead the way. Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel slightly moved when he heard Wu Zhan's words that were almost from the heart and sincere. Immediately, he nodded heavily and agreed. Indeed. He simply couldn't believe that the legendary Venerable Xianyang, who was the most benevolent and righteous, would do something that violated the sect's taboos. Okay, come with me. Wu Zhan nodded slightly and immediately took the lead to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly followed. Xianyang Hall. Located on the top of Xianyang sect's main peak. The majestic palace stands among the clouds and mist, like a fairy palace, ethereal and breathtaking. Xiao Yun, the sect leader, has been waiting in the main hall for a long time. Wu Zhan stood at the entrance of the palace, said to Xiao Yun, then turned and left. Xiao Yun was left standing alone, stunned. Hey! Xiao Yun took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and slowly opened the palace door. Boom! The lights in the main hall were bright, reflecting the surroundings brightly. Xiao Yun looked up. I saw that the furnishings in the main hall were simple and unsophisticated. A sandalwood table is placed in the main hall. On top of it, there are 2 cups of fragrant tea. A cup of tea has already cooled down. A cup of piping hot white tea is still warm. One person sat quietly on it. Meet the sect master. Looking at the old man in plain clothes with a peaceful face, Xiao Yun bowed and bowed. Even in the old days, the leader of Xianyang sect is also the person he admires the most. Even though he is old now, he still maintains a pure and flawless heart. Xiao Yun, please sit down. Xianyang sect master had a gentle smile on his kind face, like an ordinary old man, and gestured for Xiao Yun to take a seat. Xiao Yun slowly sat down. looking at the steaming cup of tea in front of me, and then looking at each other. Xianyang sect leader's tea was ice cold and had already cooled down. Sect master, let me make you another pot. Seeing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but stand up and walk to the table, ready to pour out the cold tea. Little guy, I'm already old. But at this time, Xianyang sect master spoke slowly, looked at the cold tea in front of him, and sighed quietly. What can I do if I drink a pot of cold tea? Xiao Yun's movements suddenly froze. He was silent for a moment, but still poured a cup of hot tea for the other party. Sect master, how could it be? The lifespan of His Holiness can reach 1,000 years, but you are only 600 years old. After filling the tea, Xiao Yun comforted him softly. Your life is still very long. He. Xianyang sect master shook his head, and the next moment, true energy surged, sealing off the entire Xianyang palace. Immediately, he slowly took off his robe, revealing his pale and thin figure. Hiss! In an instant, Xiao Yun took a breath of air. I saw that on the old and hunched figure, on the chest. There is actually a hole like a black abyss. In the dark cave, there even seemed to be demonic energy rolling around, devouring life. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from it, making Xiao Yun frightened and chilled all over his body. Just one glance, Xiao Yun was able to conclude that the internal organs in Xianyang sect's body were completely rotten and exhausted, and he was close to death. If he had relied on his powerful vitality of the venerable level to hold on, he would have died long ago. This. Xiao Yun was horrified and couldn't understand what was going on for a while. The sect leader is the #1 person in the Great Sun Dynasty. Who on earth injured him to such an extent? Little guy, my lifespan is less than 3 years. Xianyang sect master put on his robe, picked up the hot tea on the table, blew it gently, and took a sip. This injury was sustained 7 years ago when I went deep into a forbidden area of the Devil's Path. Who could have imagined that under the Great Sun Empire? It actually sealed millions of demonic cultivators, as well as a powerful demon master in the Imperial Lord realm. His face was gloomy and his voice was low, seeming to contain helplessness and anger. Emperor, Lord. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's whole body trembled, his eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Xianyang sect master in disbelief. The sealed demonic emperor? You must know that in the entire Great Sun Dynasty, the number of monks who have reached the Venerable is only 5 fingers. And the Emperor? He has to go through the 9th level and become the Emperor above the 9-turn Venerable ones. He is simply a giant in the world. One blow can destroy a country, one word can shake the world. In the eyes of a powerful Emperor Lord realm, the huge Great Sun Dynasty is nothing more than an ant. That is to say, when the demonic emperor breaks his seal, if there is no strong person who can compete with him or the Great Sun Empire, that is the arrival of the real disaster, and the death of all souls. There is no hope anymore. But suddenly, the deep voice of Master Xianyang sounded again. You are different. Tempering the body to fight against heavenly beings. What a feat, what an honor. Even the young gods and myths cannot cross so many levels of cultivation. But you, Xiao Yun. You did it. Just in the body tempering realm, you have nearly 80 million kilograms of physical strength. Xiao Yun, you may be the reincarnation of the ancient giant god, the former emperor reborn. He looked at Xiao Yun, the look in his eyes became more and more excited. I am not qualified to be your master, and the entire Great Sun Dynasty has no one. But from now on, you will become the holy son of my Xianyang sect, and the Xianyang sect will also provide you with everything you need, and you only need to. Ahem. In an instant, Xianyang sect master coughed suddenly, spitting out a large amount of black blood on the ground, even corroding the ground. Metropolitan. Xiao Yun supported the old man, his heart filled with worry. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. Xianyang sect leader shook his hand and stopped Xiao Yun from continuing to support him. I can't die just yet. What you need to do is to do your best to grow up, and when the demonic power awakens, you can save the world. Now, I have used secret techniques and exhausted half of my life source to strengthen the seal. Within 3 years, there will be no problem. Xianyang sect master stared at Xiao Yun word by word with bright eyes, as if he wanted to record these words into Xiao Yun's mind. 3 years? Grow into an existence that rivals the demonic emperor? Xiao Yun smiled bitterly. This level of difficulty is as good as climbing to the sky, and it is almost impossible for any genius. But I have a 10,000-fold return system, which is completely different. In just 2 days, he grew from a weak person at the 3rd level of body tempering to a being who could rival the powerful beings of heaven and man. 3 years. If you reach the divine palace realm, which has the upper limit of 10,000 times increase, or the return to one realm, then even if you can match an emperor, it is not impossible. After some thought, Xiao Yun looked at the slightly stooped old man again. For 500 years, it was such an old man who supported the entire Xianyang sect, protected hundreds of millions of people in the Great Sun Dynasty, and shocked countless demonic sects. Now, in order to deepen the seal, even his life was almost lost. Metropolitan. Finally, Xiao Yun nodded solemnly and agreed. No matter what, I am a member of the Xianyang sect. When the devil attacks in the future, I will guard the sect and the common people at dawn. No turning back. Chapter 11. Haha. Hearing Xiao Yun's resolute and decisive words, Xianyang sect leader couldn't help but smile happily. Okay. Good boy, you are worthy of being a member of my Xianyang sect. After saying that, he handed over a token and a space ring. This is Xuanyang's order. When you see this order, you should see me. From now on, you are the holy son of Xianyang, and your status is only below that of the sect master. As for this Qunkan ring, I have given you some essential items for your cultivation path. After receiving the token from Master Xianyang and the space ring, Xiao Yun thought about it and his eyes suddenly turned red. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, for obtaining 100 million high-grade spiritual stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood essence of the 7th level monster Burning Sky Flame Dragon. The income will be returned 10,000 times, and 10,000 drops of blood essence will be obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th level heavenly material and earthly treasure Life Soul Lotus, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, for receiving 10,000 Life Soul Lotus. The sound of the system kept ringing. What's even more frightening is that under the 10,000-fold increase, the Qunkan ring, which is about the size of a small city, is completely filled. Massive. Really massive. Each of the treasures given to Xiao Yun by Master Xianyang is extremely precious and of extraordinary value. Especially the essence and blood of the Burning Sky Flame Dragon. Just a drop of blood essence contained so much life force that it far exceeded Xiao Yun's current knowledge, making his heart beat wildly. The 7th level monster is a terrifying existence at the level of a venerable. There is also the Life Soul Lotus, a 7th level treasure of heaven and earth that nourishes the power of the soul, and it only matures once in 1,000 years. This time, the sect leader is afraid that he has handed over all his many years of knowledge to himself. Xiao Yun's body trembled slightly, but he couldn't help but bow deeply to the old man in front of him, his voice choked with sobs. Thank you, sect master. No need to be polite. Xianyang sect master waved his hand and immediately returned to his usual amiable smile. Go ahead, kid. Practice hard and strive to be promoted to the strong as soon as possible. Yes, sect master. Xiao Yun slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Looking at the old man who was pale but still smiling with relief, he sighed inwardly. Metropolitan. I will definitely live up to your trust. I will never let you die in 3 years. In the evening, in Xiao Yun's small courtyard. Not long after he left Xianyang Hall, several elders announced Xiao Yun's identity as the Holy Son, and he became the chief disciple of the entire Xianyang sect. Although several powerful core disciples complained about this. But when they learned about the other party's feat of defeating the powerful celestial beings, they all felt numb and terrified in their hearts. Monster. Tempering the body to resist the heavenly beings. Even if it is a dream, it cannot be so outrageous. For a moment, even Lu Ran, now the eldest brother of the Xianyang sect and whose cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm, had to admit that Xiao Yun did have the qualifications to be the Holy Son. Compared to each other, they are just geniuses among mortals. And Xiao Yun is the giant dragon that can truly fly in the sky, which is completely different. Phew. As night fell, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He calmly concentrated on running the heavenly dragon's 100 battles, and wisps of light blue spiritual brilliance emerged around him. Roar. Faintly, it seemed as if there was a dragon's roar resounding through the void. The secret of Tianlong's 100 battles is indeed mysterious. After a long time, Xiao Yun opened his eyes and murmured. As the technique became more and more proficient, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body was constantly changing and gradually becoming liquid. Finally, it seemed as if a dragon vein was forming in the body, giving birth to a huge force. And this change made Xiao Yun's heart surge. He was looking forward to it. When he stepped into the spiritual sea realm, the spiritual energy in his danshan would gather into a sea. What kind of power can I unleash? Call. Exhaling the turbid air in his chest, Xiao Yun's eyes flashed, but he took out a drop of blood essence sealed in the stone jade from the Qunkan ring. Burning sky flame dragon essence and blood. According to legend, 1 drop can give a mortal a trace of true dragon blood and a dragon body. If you possess the power of dragon body and combine it with Tianlong 100 battles, your physical body's power will definitely increase by at least 3 to 5 times. At that time, even if you have to face a strong celestial being again, even if the opponent attacks with all his strength, he is not afraid at all. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Yun's aura suddenly rose, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a furnace. As soon as that drop of essence and blood enters the body, it boils violently like boiling oil. Ah! Xiao Yun's whole body was as red as blood, and the blood vessels under his skin were squirming like earthworms, and even made a crackling sound. At this moment, Xiao Yun felt as if there was a blazing sun hidden in his body. A 7th level monster is equivalent to the essence and blood of the scorching sky flame dragon in the venerable realm. How can it be refined by ordinary body tempering realm monks? If it weren't for Xiao Yun's powerful body that exceeded its limit by thousands of times, at this moment, I'm afraid he would have exploded to death. But even so, he was still suffering inhuman pain, and his expression was extremely ferocious. However, Xiao Yun did not give up. He suppressed the pain and tried his best to guide the violent and vigorous power of the drop of blood to spread to his limbs. Click! Click! His bones made a crisp sound. Muscles and tendons are undergoing qualitative changes under the erosion of this violent force. Every inch of flesh and blood seems to be blooming with golden light at this moment, crystal clear. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully refined the essence and blood of the 7th level demon beast Burning Sky Flame Dragon, successfully obtained 1/10,000th of the true dragon bloodline, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, obtaining the complete true dragon bloodline. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level physique Ancient Flame Dragon body. Ding! The limit of the physical body in the body quenching realm has changed. Currently it is 1 billion kilograms of strength. Too strong! Too strong! Feeling the extreme terror in his body, Xiao Yun felt his blood boiling and almost wanted to scream. This is an indescribable feeling of joy and hardiness. The ultimate strength, 1 billion pounds. Coupled with the power increase of Tianlong 100 battles, that is a total of 3 billion kilograms of power. 1.5 million tons of terrifying power. A random blow is as if the mountain is overturned. Cool. Xiao Yun was extremely excited. The essence and blood of the burning sky flame dragon was a divine item with extremely terrifying effects. Coupled with the various increases and returns of the system, it is almost like a plug-in is turned on. The original 1/10,000th true dragon physique is directly transformed into a pure blood dragon body. Ancient flame dragon body? I remember that it was the fourth most terrifying physique on the 10,000 body list. According to legend, the supreme bloodline of the great emperor of the dragon clan, the Gaian dragon emperor, etc. Suddenly, Xiao Yun seemed to suddenly realize something, and his head shook. Pure true dragon bloodline, doesn't that mean? Now, is he no longer a human being? Chapter 12. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human race / ancient flame dragon race, pure blood. Cultivation, 10th level of body tempering realm, 45 million catties, upper limit of 1 billion catties. Talent, superior appearance. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, emperor level physique, supreme ancestral veins. Kung Fu technique, Tianlong 100 battles technique, mid-level heavenly rank, current first level, physical strength increased by 3.0x, that is, 135 million kilograms of strength. Martial skills, Po Gang Palm, high grade heaven, perfect, star step, low grade heaven, perfect, thunder and fire sword technique, low grade heaven, perfect, comma. Items, 100 million high grade spiritual stones, 1.5 billion medium grade spiritual stones, 30 billion low grade spiritual stones, 9,999 burning sky flame dragon essence and blood, 10,000 life soul lotus, comma. Suddenly, the endless gorgeous system panel appeared in Xiao Yun's mind again. Is it a human race or a dragon race? Looking at the race column, Xiao Yun's expression was slightly strange, but he also felt relieved. He doesn't want to become a powerful demon clan in the future and then be attacked by countless cultivators. Half man, half dragon? At least it's better than losing one's body directly and becoming a monster. And now under the influence of this ancient flame dragon body, Xiao Yun's strength and talent have undergone tremendous changes, and even his physical body has undergone earth-shaking transformations. Yan. Xiao Yun made a casual move, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was gathered directly in his palm, and then turned into a terrifying red fire. That kind of temperature even causes the surrounding space to slightly distort. Director Long Yan, is this the bloodline magical power of the ancient Yan dragon clan? Xiao Yun said to himself that after obtaining the ancient flame dragon body, countless inherited memories appeared in his mind. Among them, several great innate magical powers are undoubtedly powerful. However, Xiao Yun, who is now in the body tempering realm, can only gather the most ordinary dragon flame and cannot use those terrifying magical powers that can burn the world to death. But even so, Long Yan is still an extremely terrifying existence. Xiao Yun could clearly sense that the core temperature of this red flame was probably over 1 million degrees. Millions of degrees. Even any metal in front of it will be vaporized in an instant. Not to mention the ordinary divine palace realm, Gi realm, or even the heavenly realm monks. Unless you have a physique with extremely high resistance to flames, once you are close, you will not be able to escape the fate of being burned. Trump card. This power of Long Yan can be regarded as Xiao Yun's trump card today. After all, who would have thought of a seemingly ordinary human race? Behind the scenes, it is the ancient true dragon with the purest bloodline in the world, comparable to the legendary ancient flame dragon emperor. Well, luckily nothing happened. Xiao Yun took out a bronze mirror and carefully looked at his current face. Although he already has pure dragon blood, but its appearance has not changed, only a tiny glow of red gold appears in the pupils. In terms of breath, it is still a pure human breath. Xiao Yun knew that this must be the effect of the system. My ancient flame dragon body, maybe. It is also fundamentally different from the physique of the same name recorded on the 10,000 body list. I am still at the 10th level of body tempering, and I am still far away from the ultimate strength of 1 billion kilograms. After a while, Xiao Yun took out a life soul lotus from the Qunkan ring and thought to himself. Dark and magnificent. I have to say that this life soul lotus is indeed a rare treasure. As long as it is refined, the power of the cultivator's soul can skyrocket. And if the system increases by 10,000 times, it will inevitably be terrifying to the extreme. But its side effects are also extremely terrifying. After being refined into the body, if it fails to wake up in time, the soul will fall into a deep slumber. This deep sleep can be as short as 3 to 5 years, or as long as hundreds of thousands of years. There is even a possibility of permanent loss of consciousness. Become a real living dead. According to the inherited memory of the ancient flame dragon clan, as long as I reach the spiritual sea realm, I will be able to condense the dragon soul, and the power of the soul will increase 1,000 times. At that time, it would be a good idea to refine this life soul lotus again. Xiao Yun's eyes flashed repeatedly, and after some thought, he still chose not to take this risk. After all, there are only 3 short years until the demonic emperor awakens. And if he falls into deep sleep because of this, the only way to destroy Xianyang sect is to wait for him. 45,000 kilograms of strength. My current physical strength is far from what I can continue. Practice. We must reach the limit of the body-quenching realm in the shortest possible time. Xiao Yun said to himself. The next moment, hundreds of spiritual stones exuding rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth appeared around him. Top-quality spiritual stone. Even if a high-level celestial being uses it to practice, it is an extreme luxury. You know, one high-grade spiritual stone is equal to 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, and one medium-grade spiritual stone is equal to 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Just one high-grade spiritual stone is equal to 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. However, the spiritual stone resources that Xianyang sect's outer disciples receive every month are only 5 low-grade spiritual stones. Inner disciple, 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Even the core disciples with extremely high status can only receive 5 middle-grade spiritual stones issued by the sect every month. Perhaps even Xiao Yun himself didn't realize it. The 100 million high-grade spiritual stones he now possesses can even buy the entire Great Sun Dynasty. Buzzing. Rich and pure spiritual energy continuously escapes from those hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones. Then it was refined by Xiao Yun, nourishing every corner of the body. If this scene was seen by a high-level heavenly being, or even a venerable one, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot and angrily scold Xiao Yun for his prodigal behavior. Use high-quality spiritual stones to nourish the physical body? Crazy. During this period, 99% of the spiritual energy will escape and be wasted. Even the prince of an empire would not dare to squander it like this. Ding! A large amount of spiritual energy has been detected to nourish the host's physical body. The strength will increase by 100 kilograms, and the income will be returned 10,000 times. The physical body will gain 1 million kilograms of strength. Ding! A large amount of spiritual energy has been detected to nourish the host's physical body, the strength has increased by 80 kilograms, and the income has been returned 10,000 times. The physical body has gained 800,000 kilograms of strength. At this moment, while using spiritual energy to nourish the body, I listened to the wonderful sound of the system's improvement. Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel filled with joy. It is indeed a high-grade spiritual stone, but its efficacy is not comparable to that of low-grade spiritual stones. In just half an hour, his physical strength has exceeded the 80 million kilograms mark. With the 3 times increase in force, it is a terrifying power of 240 million kilograms. Not enough, keep going. But Xiao Yun is not satisfied yet. Although 80 million catties is a lot, it is still far away from the limit of 1 billion catties. What he needs is the real limit of body tempering, a real 1 billion catties. Buzz. The majestic and pure spiritual energy surged towards Xiao Yun again. The next day, it was near noon. Outside Xiao Yun's small courtyard, an unusual guest was welcomed. He was dressed in black, and his face was stern and solemn. The whole person is like a peerless sword, extremely sharp. Astonishingly, it was the second core disciple of the Xianyang sect. Yashu. The famous fighting maniac in Xianyang sect, he likes to challenge the strong most and would come to challenge him almost every day. Chapter 13. The former chief disciple of Lei Tian Sect's core disciple was also the direct disciple of Lei Tian Sect's master. He was defeated by Yashu with one sword, and his Taoist heart collapsed from then on. It is precisely because of this that the relationship between Lei Tian Sect and Xianyang Sect has declined rapidly, and the dispute between the two sects has taken a further step. However, Yashu paid no attention to the disputes between the sects. All he cared about was strength. Besides, Patriarch Lei Tian was just a defeated general under the sect leader, so what should he be afraid of? At this moment, Yashu stood quietly at the entrance of the courtyard with his eyes slightly closed. A cold aura quietly expanded. At this moment, Xiao Yun was still in the midst of selfless cultivation. When he noticed the appearance of this cold energy, he slowly opened his eyes. The red gold dragon eyes flashed away. After a night of practice, hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones were refined. His current physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying figure. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human race/ancient flame dragon race, pure blood. Cultivation, 10th level of body tempering realm, 500 million kilograms of strength, upper limit of 1 billion kilograms. Talent, superior appearance. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, emperor level physique, supreme ancestral veins. Kung Fu technique, Tianlong 100 battles technique, mid-level heaven level, current first level, physical strength increased by 3.0x, that is, 1.5 billion kilograms of strength. Martial skills, Po Gang Palm, high-grade heaven, perfect, star step, low-grade heaven, perfect, thunder and fire sword technique, low-grade heaven, perfect, comma. Items, 999995333 high-grade spiritual stones, 1.5 billion medium-grade spiritual stones, 30 billion low-grade spiritual stones, 9,999 burning sky flame dragon essence and blood, 10,000 life soul lotus comma. After casually checking the current system panel, Xiao Yun also showed a look of satisfaction. 500 million kilograms of pure power. With 3 times the force increase, it reached a full 1.5 billion kilograms. The limit of the body quenching realm is getting closer and closer, reaching half. Senior brother Xiao Yun and core disciple Yashu, request a battle. Yeshu's voice echoed outside the door, making Xiao Yun slightly startled. Yashu? Is it the fighting madman who gives the sect such headaches? He actually came to my door and wanted to discuss with me? Click. Soon, the door opened. Xiao Yun also came out of it and walked straight towards Yashu. He had a gentle face and a smile on his face, as if he had no hostility towards the guy who was about to fight him. But in Yeshu's eyes, this was not the case at all. He seemed to see that behind Xiao Yun, there was a huge red gold dragon that covered the sky and the sun. Oppression. Extreme oppression. Yashu even seemed to see the scene of the world being burned to death. The terrifying dragon could crush him and the entire Xianyang sect in an instant with just one look. Brother yet. Seeing Yeshu's pale face and beads of sweat on his forehead, Xiao Yun frowned and called out softly. Hey, hey. This call also completely pulled Yashu back from the endless and terrifying fantasy, and he gasped violently. Are you senior brother Xiao, holy son Xiao? Yeshu's voice was trembling. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Yun, but there was some fear hidden in it. The identity of this senior brother holy son is definitely not simple. The rumors about using the body-tempering realm to defeat the powerful heavenly beings are probably not false. It's me. Brother Ye came all the way. Do you want to have a discussion with me? Xiao Yun smiled and became somewhat interested in Yashu. This person is only 21 years old, but he has already entered the third level of the Divine Palace realm. Looking at the entire Xianyang sect, he can be regarded as an absolute genius. Discussion. Hearing this, Yeshu's eyes brightened slightly, as if he wanted to agree. But when he recalled the red gold dragon that burned the world, the terrifying dragon eyes that slowly bent down, almost covering the entire sky. But he hesitated. There is no doubt about his own strength. In the past, among all the disciples of Xianyang sect, except for the senior brother Lu Ran, he was the strongest. Even some sect deacons at the peak of the Divine Palace realm are no match for him. In countless battles, Yashu had never been afraid of anything, but facing Xiao Yun at this moment, he felt an inexplicable cowardice. Damn it! Suddenly, Yashu cursed in his heart. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the fear deep in his heart, he resolutely raised his head. Yes, I really want to ask my senior brother for some advice, and I hope he can help me. Yashu had a slight sweat on his forehead. Although the Xiao Yun in front of him was only at the 10th level of the body-tempering realm, he knew in his heart. The opponent's strength is definitely far superior to his own. His keen intuition after countless battles made him clearly aware of this. Therefore, even if he knew he would lose, he would still give it a try. Look at how senior brother Xiao, who only has the cultivation of the body-tempering realm, defeated him. Good. Since brother Ye has said so, let's go out and compete. Xiao Yun smiled lightly and never refused. Immediately, he pointed to the martial arts field in the distance and made an invitation. Of course, friendship comes first, and discussion comes second. Yashu nodded in agreement and walked towards the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena is very wide, measuring 1,000 feet in size, and many of the arenas are filled with disciples competing. Seeing the arrival of Xiao Yun and Yashu, many of the disciples watching the battle also exclaimed and hurriedly moved out of the way. Tisk, tisk, Yashu, this fighting maniac, has indeed found Xiao Yun. Haha, Jing Shan, you were beaten badly by Yashu last time. Bah! If I hadn't been injured by the red crazy lion last time, how could I have been defeated? Among them, there were also several core disciples who had known the news a long time ago. While chatting, they all looked at Xiao Yun, who was walking slowly, with twinkling eyes. As expected, as rumored, the cultivation level of this newly promoted holy son is only at the 10th level of the body-tempering realm. The core disciple chief Lu Ran even held his chin and watched with interest. Yeshu's strength was almost comparable to him. And does this holy son Xiao really have the power to repel powerful beings from heaven and man, as the rumors say? He was extremely looking forward to this battle. As long as the two of you pointed out, remember, not to really threaten each other's life, otherwise, the sect will definitely punish you severely. In the center of the arena, an elder stood, responsible for supervising the duel. Disciple, obey. Hearing this, Xiao Yun and Yashu both cupped their fists and saluted. Well, let's get started. The elder glanced at the two of them and immediately announced the start of the duel. Senior brother Xiao, you should take action first. Yeshu's eyes were bright and he looked extremely serious. Although he knew that he would definitely lose this battle, he still hoped to improve himself through fighting. Keep fighting and gain experience. This is Yeshu's way of cultivation. He firmly believes that only through constant fighting can he make progress. Only in this way can you become truly powerful. Chapter 14. Oh! Hearing Yashu's words, Xiao Yun smiled lightly. Although Yashu is at the third level of the Divine Palace realm, he can still compete with the average experts at the peak of the Divine Palace realm. And he possesses the Avoid Spirit Sword body, which is ranked 663rd on the 10,000 body list. Learning any sword technique, or even condensing sword intent, is a piece of cake. But for me now, it's still too weak. It's really too weak. If Xiao Yun attacks with all his strength, he can be crushed in an instant. You don't even have time to display your sword skills and sword intentions. We can only restrain our strength so that Yeshu's defeat is not too ugly. Xiao Yun thought to himself, then he slowly took steps and approached Yeshu step by step. Brother Yet, be careful. Immediately, he spoke as a reminder. Well, senior brother, please be careful. In this battle, Ye must do his best. Yeshu also replied, and the long sword behind him slowly unsheathed, its sharp edge revealed, and the cold air emanating from it. It's senior brother Yeshu's Han Ming. That is a low-grade spiritual weapon of the earth level, of extremely high quality. It is said that senior brother Yeshu used this Han Ming sword to kill demonic masters in the Gi realm. His beheading through the ranks. This is simply appalling. Shocking? Haha, you have never seen the scene where Holy Son Xiao Yun defeated the late Yen Sect elder yesterday. Seeing the sword unsheathed, everyone watching the battle started talking. Especially those disciples who had just joined the sect, they felt their blood boiling and they were looking forward to this battle even more. Boom! And just when everyone was watching, Xiao Yun finally stood up. He did not take out any weapons, but simply used his physical strength to rush towards Yeshu. In an instant, the strong wind was raging and the strong wind was rolling. Xiao Yun's speed was so fast that it even caused a sonic boom, which was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch it. Boom! In the midst of lightning and flint, Yeshu swung his sword, and his body retreated rapidly, narrowly escaping this overbearing attack. And that sword collided hard with Xiao Yun's arm, and it was like colliding with metal, shooting out harsh sparks, and the shaking air made a crackling sound. Call! Yeshu came to the edge of the ring, his whole body soaked in cold sweat and his heart beating hard. So fast! If this was a real battle of life and death, he must have died on the spot. Hiss! The people watching also took a breath of cold air. Especially some of the core disciples who had personally fought against Yeshu were trembling in their hearts. He resisted that sword with his body, and was not damaged at all. Xiao Yun, is he a monster? Senior brother Lu, if you fight this Xiao Yun, what are your chances of winning? On the other side, a girl in a purple skirt was even more surprised, and couldn't help but ask Lu ran beside her. Me? Haha. Hearing this, Lu Ran shook his head, convinced of his previous guess. The gap between them and Xiao Yun is as big as clouds and mud, there is no comparison at all. 0. I have no chance of winning in front of him. Between heaven and man, he is invincible. What? Hearing Lu Rance, the face of the girl in the purple skirt suddenly changed drastically, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Is what senior brother Lu said true? She confirmed again in disbelief. Lu Ran answered the girl in the purple skirt affirmatively, and then said with a solemn expression. His physical strength. I'm afraid it weighs tens of millions of kilograms. Tens of millions of kilograms. The girl in the purple skirt had a blank mind and was completely frightened. The body weighs tens of millions of kilograms? Senior brother Lu Ran, who is in the 5th level of the Divine Mansion realm, only has a physical strength of about 300,000. Even his master, the third elder of the Xianyang sect, a king level expert, only weighs a few million kilograms. But Xiao Yun, who is in the body tempering realm. But it reached tens of millions of kilograms. The girl in the purple skirt was so frightened that she almost didn't dare to continue thinking about it. The body tempering realm is so powerful. So if Xiao Yun reaches the spiritual sea realm, the spiritual transformation realm, or even the divine mansion realm that is equivalent to them, how powerful will he be? Your speed is a bit slow. On the stage, Xiao Yun stepped forward as if he were strolling in a courtyard. He immediately approached Yashu and punched him away. Bang! The dull impact resounded throughout the entire place, and wild air waves spread. Puff! Yashu had no way to dodge. He blocked Xiao Yun's punch with his sword, but was still knocked away. He was vomiting blood and was in an extremely embarrassed state. Junior brother yet, I accept it. After defeating the enemy with one move, Xiao Yun also got off the ring and stretched out his hand towards Yashu. You are too strong, you are simply a monster. Seeing this, Yashu also smiled bitterly, and then held Xiao Yun's big hand. Afterwards, the two of them exchanged polite greetings and finally walked out of the martial arts arena together. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting, and their relationship has become quite harmonious. Mission Hall. After bidding farewell to Yashu, Xiao Yun also came to Xianyang Sect's busiest place on weekdays, the Mission Hall. There are countless disciples coming and going in an endless stream, either submitting tasks or looking for tasks. The 6th level mission is to kill the 6th level monster Golden Sky Lion King. Reward: 100,000 sect contributions, 30 kilograms of 6th level heavenly material and earthly treasure purple spiritual liquid. Xiao Yun picked up the task at the top. The shocking words "narrow escape" on it almost occupied the entire task paper. Generally, only elders in the heavenly realm can accept 6th level tasks. The Golden Heavenly Lion King has the strength to kill a powerful person of the 3rd level of heaven and human, so the reward is rich, but it is also extremely dangerous. If you are a little careless, you are likely to die. 100,000 sect contributions are enough to exchange for a large amount of sect treasures. And that purple spirit liquid is an excellent thing for body training. If it is used in medicinal baths, it can greatly increase the physical strength of the practitioner, and the effect is remarkable. Although I am the Holy Sun now and have many resources, this reward is not of much use. But if I keep huddled within the sect, I will probably not get any benefit from the demonic emperor in the future. It's better to go out and practice. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, but he actually regarded this Golden Sky Lion King as a training object. Although he now possesses a valuable treasure and is easily targeted by interested people, only this kind of crisis-ridden trial can help him make rapid progress. Having no power but not being able to use it flexibly is like sitting in a well looking at the sky, and you will never be able to peep into the outside world. Nor can he become a true strong man. Soon, after some thought, Xiao Yun finally chose this seemingly dangerous task. What about the 6th level monster? In front of his current strength and ancient flame dragon body, he is still vulnerable. Holy Sun, are you sure you want to accept this mission? However, when registering, the elder sitting in the mission hall frowned and looked at Xiao Yun with horror in his eyes. The 6th level mission is something reserved for those powerful sects in the heavenly realm. Is this Xiao Yun crazy? How dare you take on such a difficult mission? Yes, as the Holy Sun now, I have the right to accept any sect mission. Xiao Yun nodded, his tone unquestionable. Absolutely not. You. Suddenly, the elder stood up suddenly and was about to shout angrily. The next moment, an old voice echoed in his mind. Promise him. Metropolitan. Hearing this, the elder of the mission hall was shocked. Soon, he seemed to have learned something, and he had no objection, but looked at Xiao Yun with a frown. That's all, I hope you can come back alive this time. After a long while, the elder sighed softly, and finally let Xiao Yun take over the task. Thank you, elder. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also slightly bowed his hands in greeting, then picked up the task paper and walked away. Chapter 15. Lucian Mountains. A small town on the edge of the mountains. Waiter, here are 5 kilograms of fine beef and 2 ounces of wine. After Xiao Yun entered a restaurant, he shouted. Please wait a moment, sir. The waiter ran quickly to get ready, but only a moment later, he came over with wine and food. A pot of strong wine, 5 plates of beef with soy sauce, and a plate of peanuts. Xiao Yun was not polite, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The heat of the beef is controlled just right, the meat is evenly fat and lean, the meat is tender and refreshing, and the taste is extremely unique, making you want to eat it. Previously, after accepting the 6th level Sect mission, he directly used Xianyang Sect's teleportation formation to reach the target location of the mission. One of the 3 most dangerous places in the Great Sun Dynasty, Lucian Mountains. Rumor has it that in its deepest part, there is even an 8th level demon emperor lurking, an existence comparable to the level of a human monk emperor. For thousands of years, no one has dared to truly go deep into it. The target of Xiao Yun's mission this time, the Golden Sky Lion King, is located in the middle area of the Lucian Mountains. There are 6 or even 7 level monsters that appear on weekdays, which is also extremely dangerous. Gudu. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 tastes of meat, Xiao Yun put down his bowls and chopsticks, wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, and felt comfortable. Readily. There is no such delicious food in the Xianyang sect. They only use pills such as Bigu pill to maintain the basic needs of the body, which is not much enjoyment at all. Xiao Yun also hasn't had a serious meal for a long time, so naturally he misses it very much. Oh, from the Xianyang sect. At this time, when Xiao Yun put down the spirit stone and was about to leave, an indifferent voice sounded from behind him. It was a young man dressed in purple, walking over slowly with 2 guards. This man was about 20 years old, with handsome appearance and good temperament, especially his eyes, which seemed to pierce through illusions and penetrate people's souls. His face was unusually cold, and even his breathing was faintly cold, making people want to retreat. This distinguished guest. Please take a seat. Seeing this person, the waiter didn't dare to neglect him at all and hurriedly bowed to greet him. Mortal, this young master, did you let me speak? But his enthusiasm was rewarded with a cold scolding from the man, followed by a biting pressure. This coercion is so powerful that it is simply not something that an ordinary person can contend with. Thump. In an instant, the waiter fell to his knees, his blood vessels bulging all over his body, and his face turned red. A powerful person in the divine palace realm? Xiao Yun's face darkened, and he immediately sensed the level of this coercive power. And this person's behavior also made him quite unhappy. Mortal? But with a level of cultivation in the divine palace, you can look down on all living beings in this manner? With just a few gestures, you might even want to take someone else's life. How arrogant! Could it be that he really thinks that he is the superior god? Boom! In an instant, Xiao Yun slapped the air with his palm, and the terrifying power caused the air to explode. The shock wave it generated even pushed the young man in purple back several steps. Hey, hey! Many, thank you, sir, for your help. At the same time, the tyrannical pressure that enveloped the waiter in the shop also dissipated. He hurriedly saluted and thanked Xiao Yun, and then quickly fled to the rear. Haha! I have long heard that the Xianyang sect is a group of gentlemen who claim to be upright and upright. When I saw them today, it was really extraordinary. The young man in purple clothes was forced to retreat, but his face did not show the slightest anger. Instead, he let out a sinister smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 guards on the side also took a step forward and stared at Xiao Yun with a serious look on their eyes. These 2 guards have reached the peak of Gi, and they are only 1 step away from the heavenly beings. Get away! Don't block my way! Seeing this, the chill between Xiao Yun's brows grew stronger. His mood today was ruined by these disgusting guys. Oh, how dare a mere outer disciple of the Xianyang sect speak to me like this? You guys, destroy his Danshan, then break off his limbs and throw them into the Lucian mountains. The young man in purple had a cold expression on his face and gave cold orders. He is the young master of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the Great Sun Dynasty, Lin Feng. Although the Lin family is not as powerful as the royal family, it can still be considered a behemoth within the Great Sun Dynasty. And his father is a powerful celestial being at the level of king, named Wind-controlling King. In the past, he was a peerless murderer who killed millions of troops by himself on the battlefield. Therefore, he developed a proud and domineering character from an early age. Treat others with arrogance, like gods. In his opinion, Xiao Yun is just an ant, and he actually dares to contradict him. As you command, Master. Boy, this can only be your fault. You went to hell, don't blame me. GG. After hearing Lin Feng's order, the 2 guards immediately laughed ferociously and stepped forward, their whole bodies filled with real energy. The next moment, his figure flashed and he was at Xiao Yun's side. Court death. Seeing that the young man in purple had such an attitude that he wanted to take his own life, Xiao Yun could no longer hold back his anger. He didn't know why the other party was so hostile to Xianyang sect, but now that they had broken their skin, he would give them a severe lesson. Bang! In an instant, Xiao Yun's fist collided with the 2 guards. Suddenly, there was an explosion like thunder. Immediately, 2 shrill screams suddenly resounded throughout the entire restaurant. I saw the 2 guards flying backwards, their chests collapsed, and their mouths vomited blood. They had obviously suffered heavy injuries and lost the ability to fight again. What? Seeing this scene, the pupils of those cultivators who were secretly paying attention to this scene in the restaurant shrank suddenly. 2 strong men at the top of their game were blown away with just one move? And the Xianyang sect disciples' cultivation level is only at the 10th level of body tempering, which obviously hides his true cultivation level. This. Lin Feng was also a little dumbfounded, looking at Xiao Yun with eyes full of surprise. Who the hell are you? He never thought that an ordinary outer disciple of Xianyang sect could be so powerful. You know, those 2 guards are both at the peak of Gi, and they cooperate with each other tacitly. Together, they can even fight against half-step heavenly beings. But in front of this person. But with just one blow, he was seriously injured and lost all fighting ability. Fear. The person in front of me is probably one of Xianyang sect's true geniuses, otherwise how could he have such strength? The thoughts in Lin Feng's mind were racing, and there were slight beads of sweat on his forehead. Although he is usually extremely arrogant, he is not stupid. What? Are you scared now? Seeing this, Xiao Yun smiled indifferently and slowly walked towards the other party. The faint power of the ancient flame dragon clan is revealed like a deep ocean. It seems. Today, it was thought that he was wearing the outer sect clothes of Xianyang sect in order to keep a low profile, which caused this trouble. If he were wearing the clothes of a core disciple, how could the other party dare to be so presumptuous? Your Excellency, this matter is over. And soon, before Xiao Yun could really get closer, an old man in black robe suddenly appeared beside Lin Feng. His face was ferocious, with 7 or 8 scars crisscrossing it, showing extremely terrifying scars, as ugly as a centipede. The most bizarre thing is that its eyes are dark green, staring at Xiao Yun like a poisonous snake, full of danger. God! With just one glance, Xiao Yun could completely confirm. This black-robed old man is truly a powerful man from heaven. Moreover, he is not an ordinary low-level heavenly being. Chapter 16. Xiao Yun's eyes flickered, and he felt a hint of trouble in his heart. You must know that among the strong men and gods, they are divided into 3 major classes. Ordinary celestial beings from the 1st to the 10th level are called ordinary celestial beings and are at the lowest level of the 3 major classes. The best among the 10 levels of heavenly beings are called Feng Kao level heavenly beings. Each of them has 3 to 5 times the combat power of the ordinary 10th level of heavenly beings, and their strength is extremely tyrannical. As for the strongest among the 3 major classes, he is the one who is truly invincible in the realm of heaven and man. They have truly reached the limit of the heavenly realm, and even surpassed it, and are respected as king-level heavenly beings. Lin Tian's father, Wind-controlling King, is a true invincible person in the realm of heaven and man, with amazing fighting power. The gap with ordinary heavenly beings is probably 100 times. Previously, Xiao Yun of the Lei Tian sect was only at the 7th level of the heavenly realm, an ordinary heavenly being at the 1st level. Compared with the mysterious old man who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was not on the same level at all. I, the Poisonous Heart Marquis, hope that my little friend will give me a soft face and expose this matter. The old man in black robe spoke calmly, as if he did not take Xiao Yun into his eyes at all. He spoke as if it was an order, leaving no room for doubt. Poisonous Heart Lord. Hiss. Lord Poisonous Heart Marquis is actually the protector of the young master of the Lin family. As expected of the Lin family, worthy of the noble wind-controlling king. In an instant, everyone watching the battle in the restaurant couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Poisonous Heart Marquis is also considered a legendary figure in the Great Sun Dynasty. Although its frontal combat ability is slightly weak, its poison skills are terrifying, and every drop of blood in its body is highly poisonous. If it is contaminated even a little bit, all the 10 levels of ordinary heavenly beings will be completely eroded immediately. 3 years ago, the main city of the Sugwang dynasty, an enemy country of the Great Sun Dynasty, had a total of 800,000 people poisoned and killed by the poisonous Ho Sheng Sheng. 800,000 people. In just one day, everything turned into pus, not even a single corpse was left. This shows the terror of Poisonous Heart Ho. Although they are only Feng Kao level heavenly beings, even some powerful female kings do not dare to provoke them easily. Marquis Poisonous Heart. However, Xiao Yun smiled slightly when he learned the old man's identity. This person is famous for his poison skills, and can even poison ordinary king heavenly beings, but he is useless in front of his ancient flame dragon body that is almost immune to all poisons. If there was to be a fight, this lord-level heavenly being might not necessarily be his opponent. But if he defeated this Poisonous Heart Lord here today, it would definitely cause an uproar. At that time, countless powerful people will inevitably think that he possesses a rare treasure, thus becoming the target of public criticism and causing trouble. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart, then glanced at Lin Tian coldly, and strode out of the restaurant. Although he is strong now, if he really attracts someone like the wind-controlling king, he may still be doomed. What is needed now is to stay dormant, hide one's strength and bide one's time. Therefore, he can only choose to avoid the edge temporarily. Hey! It wasn't until Xiao Yun left that Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This made him feel a kind of joy of surviving a disaster. The depression just now made it difficult for him to breathe and almost suffocated. If Marquis Poisonheart hadn't appeared, the Xianyang sect disciples might have done something crazy. Lin Feng, your father is back. Follow me back to the palace. After Du Xinhe watched Xiao Yun leave, he turned to look at Lin Tian with a cold voice. The time for fun is over. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. In the past few years, his father, Wind-controlling King, would definitely teach him a lesson every time he came back from the battlefield. All because he was indolent and neglected his cultivation. Let's go back to the palace with me. The next moment, the pale Lin Tian was captured by Marquis Poisonous Heart and disappeared from the spot. 3 days later. The outer area of Lucian mountain range. Boom! Boom! The roar, like a falling meteorite, resounded continuously and shook the surrounding areas. Roar! In the middle of a lush forest, a pitch-black giant ape roared repeatedly with great force. It was 6 feet tall, and its extremely strong legs stepped on the ground, setting off bursts of smoke and dust, causing the surrounding vegetation to fly. And on its chest, there is a red scale shining brightly, shining with a strange luster. I didn't expect that in the outer area of Lucian Mountains, I would encounter a red-scaled giant ape that had just entered the 6th level. Boom! Boom! Xiao Yun was like a ferocious beast in human form, fighting directly against the giant ape. The terrifying strength aroused, made it difficult for the giant ape to resist and retreated steadily. In just a few breaths, it was covered in bruises and blood flowed freely. Woo! Finally, the giant ape couldn't bear it any longer and roared to the sky, then turned around and ran away. Don't leave, you evil beast! Seeing this, Xiao Yun's eyes flashed with cold light, his toes stamped on the ground, and the chasing darkness behind him was instantly unsheathed. Chilla! The sword light flashed, and the dark sword blade cut through the void, bringing with it a glow of darkness. Ouch! The next moment, a shrill and tragic wail suddenly sounded, mixed with despair and fear. The huge head of the red-scaled giant ape rose into the sky, and hot blood poured out on the ground. Boom! The body that weighed 1 million kilograms slowly fell to the ground without making any sound. Xiao Yun sheathed his sword and quickly came to the body of the giant ape. His spiritual energy surged and he put away a piece of red crystal material. This is the demon crystal of the red-scale giant ape. It contains extremely violent demon power. If it is detonated, it will be comparable to the full blow of a 10th level celestial being. 6th level demon crystal. Looking at the red demon crystal in his palm, Xiao Yun's eyes burst out with joy. The human race cannot absorb the pure demon power in the refined demon crystal. If it is forcibly absorbed into the body, it will be washed away by the violent power and the body will explode to death. Therefore, demon crystals are mostly used to attach various weapons, and even use them as trump cards to detonate them. But Xiao Yun is different. Although he is a human race, he is also a member of the ancient Flame Dragon clan. The ancient Flame Dragon clan is one of the highest bloodlines of the demon clan. Absorbing the power of refining this demon crystal is simply a piece of cake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th level low-level monster red-scaled giant ape demon crystal, and the income will be returned 10,000 times. Obtain 10,000 red-scaled giant ape demon crystal. Soon, the sound of the system also sounded loudly. The remaining 9,999 6th order demon crystals all appear in the system space. Ahead is the middle area of the Lucian Mountains. I will temporarily stop today to refine these 6th order demon crystals. Xiao Yun looked at the mountains ahead and murmured to himself. After 3 days of sweeping away monsters and refining monster crystals, his basic strength has reached a terrifying 900 million kilograms. Coupled with the threefold increase in force produced by the Tianlong 100 battles, it reaches an astonishing 2.7 billion kilograms. Ordinary 6th level monsters were as fragile as a chicken or a dog in front of him. Chapter 17. Tonight, I will be able to truly reach the limit of body tempering. Basic physical strength, 1 billion pounds. After finding a hidden cave, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to refine the 6th order demon crystal in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, huge and majestic power surged forward. A bright red light bloomed from Xiao Yun's body. And as the ancient flame dragon body violently devoured and refined, the majestic power was integrated into his skin and blood, constantly strengthening the physical power. Boom boom boom! Suddenly, Xiao Yun's muscles and bones roared together, like thunder exploding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the 6th order low-level demon crystal. The physical strength has increased by 150,000 kilograms, and the income has been returned 10,000 times, and the gain has been increased by 150 million kilograms. Ding! The current physical strength of the host has reached the limit and cannot be further improved. A billion pounds of power. Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of bright golden light flashed through them. At this time, with just the strength of his physical body, he has the power to crush ordinary Fenghao level heavenly beings. As expected of the ancient flame dragon body, Xiao Yun whispered that the limit of ordinary human body tempering is only about 10,000 kilograms, and even if it is increased by 10,000 times, it only has 100 million kilograms. But this ancient flame dragon body can easily reach 10 times the limit of ordinary people. Even if Xiao Yun truly appears in the body of a dragon, his power can increase tenfold again. 10 billion power? Just thinking of such terrifying power made Xiao Yun's heart beat violently. This is a truly huge force of 5 million tons. With one blow, it could easily destroy anything within thousands of meters. Now I truly have the strength to rival a king-level heavenly being. Xiao Yun smiled and felt that the whole world seemed to be much clearer. At this moment, his confidence doubled. Even if the wind-controlling king really comes, he still dares to fight. The next day, the middle area of Lucian Mountains. Boo-hoo! Xiao Yun's figure flashed, leaping between countless giant trees at an astonishing speed. This place is the territory of the Golden Sky Lion King mentioned in the mission. But why can't I feel any breath of the 6th level monster? Xiao Yun frowned, his eyes full of doubts. It stands to reason that monsters are very sensitive to their own territory, especially the stronger the monster, the more closely they guard their territory. Once an outsider enters, they will directly attack. The territory of the Golden Sky Lion King stretches thousands of miles across the territory, and ordinary weak monsters do not dare to get even close to it. But Xiao Yun has been on the road since early morning, and up to this moment he still has not sensed the existence of any 6th order monster. Abruptly, his figure paused momentarily, as if he had seen something, and his pupils shrank slightly. Are you ready for the sacrifice of the monster beast here? I saw, in the distant void, several figures in black robes standing in the void, looking down. Jija, of course I'm ready. When we dedicate it to Lord Demon Lord, we will definitely get a lot of rewards. When the time comes. Haha. A group of figures in black sneered. They all have strange figures and gloomy auras, revealing a strong sense of death. Demon Cultivator. Xiao Yun used one of the spiritual treasures in the Qunkan ring to completely hide his own aura and hide it on the top of a giant tree. His face darkened. At a glance, he recognized the identities of these men in black robes. He is a heinous scum among the human race, a cruel and murderous demonic monk who slaughters civilians. The demon cultivator actually dares to set foot on the Lucian mountains. Xiao Yun clenched his fists tightly, anger flashed in his eyes. The Xianyang sect has been at odds with the demonic cultivators since ancient times. Anyone who encounters anyone in the demonic path will be killed. A year ago, an elder from the heavenly realm who had a close relationship with Xiao Yun was brutally killed by a demon cultivator. His facial features and skin were dug out, and he was thrown to the foot of Xianyang sect mountain. Crack! It seemed that he was remembering a scene from the past. Due to the constant exertion, Xiao Yun's nails were dug into his flesh, and red blood slowly flowed out. Although he was not a disciple of that elder, he had received a lot of favors from him. This revenge must be avenged. Now that we have encountered them, how could I let them leave alive? These demon cultivators should all die. Xiao Yun's eyes were cold, and while he was hiding, he was still listening to the conversation between several demon cultivators. 3,000 virgins as a guide, plus 500 baby hearts, and the Golden Sky Lion King with a trace of ancestral blood as a sacrifice. Lord Demon Lord should be able to fully recover from his injuries, or even go further, right? When the time comes, who will the Lord Lone Star be? He can be killed with one sword. In the entire Great Sun Dynasty, except for that old guy Xianyang, who can stop the Demon Lord. GG. It is said that Lord Xianyang is about to die soon. By then, won't the entire Great Sun Dynasty be completely under the control of Lord Demon? Waves of sinister and strange laughter echoed in the sky. Hearing such words, the anger in Xiao Yun's heart became more and more intense. 3,000 virgins? 500 baby hearts? These damn demon cultivators are simply insane, and insane to the extreme. Demon! Finally, Xiao Yun's eyes were as red as blood, and his murderous intent was revealed. Brush! The next moment, he tapped the ground with his toes, flying like an arrow. Hucky! In an instant, he rushed towards those demon cultivators. The demon cultivators were stunned for a moment, then turned to look. A little guy who hides his cultivation? GG, he actually has prey that comes to his door. One of them even said with a cold smile. Little devil, kneel down and surrender, otherwise. Pfft. However, before he could even finish his words, Xiao Yun was already beside him. The long dark sword cut through the sky and passed through his chest at a staggering speed. Gilu! A splash of scarlet blood spurted out. The demonic cultivator opened his mouth to speak, but his eyes were distracted and his figure fell directly down. Magic 3. You wanna die? Seeing the tragic death of their companion, the other 4 demon cultivators became furious and shouted loudly, with dark true energy surging all over their bodies. The 5 of them are all powerful at the level of gods and humans, and the leader has already reached the level of Feng Hao. Boom! 4 dark streams of light suddenly flashed, too fast to be caught by the naked eye, and they all attacked Xiao Yun. In their opinion, if he can kill Demon 3, who is at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, with one strike, this person definitely has the fighting power of a feudal lord, and may even be stronger than an ordinary celestial being. As soon as they took action, the 4 of them showed no mercy and started killing each other. But when faced with the joint attack by the 4 demons and celestial beings, Xiao Yun still looked indifferent and did not panic at all. Afterwards, at the moment when the 4 were about to approach, a red gold fire lotus appeared on the palm of his hand. Long Yan, go! Xiao Yun flicked his finger, and the fire lotus shot out instantly. The scorching temperature distorted the surrounding air. Bang! There was an explosion, and the fire lotus exploded directly. The million-degree high temperature burst out instantly, turning into countless surging red gold flames, overwhelming the sky and the earth, and drowning the 4 demonic heavenly beings. Ah! In an instant, shrill screams resounded. However, it only lasted for a breath, and there was no more sound. The 4 demonic heavenly beings, including the powerful Feng Hao leader, were all directly burned to ashes by Long Yan, leaving no bones left. Chapter 18. Long Yan's power seems to be far beyond my previous estimate. Xiao Yunbing looked down indifferently and put away the chasing darkness sword in his hand. The Long Yan was compressed by him several times just now, and when it exploded, its power was far more terrifying than before. It's a pity that all their storage rings were burned together. That's why the body of the Golden Sky Lion King was placed in it. Shaking his head with a hint of regret, Xiao Yun turned around and was about to leave the Lucian mountains. But at this moment, haha, Junior, you are very brave to kill 5 of my servants. From where the 5 people fell, there was a hoarse and low sound, like metal friction. Who? Xiao Yun did not dare to hesitate at all and suddenly looked up. In front of his eyes, a white-haired man almost 10 feet tall, with dozens of blood holes on his body, came from the void. Those pair of bloody eyes are like the eyes of the god of death, absorbing the soul and full of bloodthirsty and madness. You! Xiao Yun's brows narrowed, but he quickly discovered that the figure of the man in front of him was slightly illusory, and was not a real entity. This blood-refining demon lord is one of the 10 greatest demons in the 7 Evils Demon Palace. The blood-refining demon lord smiles ferociously, and the smell of blood is astounding to his nostrils. Behind him, there seems to be a sea of blood, boundless and heart-stopping. Although this is just an incarnation of his will, it still has strength that cannot be underestimated. Even if it is infinitely close to the category of king-level heavenly beings, even a peak Fengkao heavenly being will be killed. Blood refining demon lord. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression suddenly changed. This is a true demon cultivator of the venerable realm. Decades ago, he even fought against the Xianyang sect master and finally retreated in defeat. Boy, do you know that I have been preparing for today's blood sacrifice for several years. 7 of the 8 altars have been completed. All that is left is the essence and blood of the golden heavenly Lion King, to complete it. Let me recover from my injuries and even be promoted to the 4th level of the venerable. But the eyes of the blood-refining demon lord became increasingly scarlet. Your interference has ruined this important matter for me. The thought of finding a monster with ancestral blood like the golden heavenly Lion King again will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. At the end of the sentence, his body trembled, and the scarlet essence surged crazily. He wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Within the body of the Jintian Lion King, there is a ray of blood of the ancient ferocious beast blood calamity lion. As long as he uses the secret method of blood sacrifice, he can use this blood to refine the blood demon lord, transform and advance, become one step closer to the Lord, and even be able to canonize him in the future. This is an adventure that many cultivators dream of, but he lost this opportunity because of this junior. Even if the secret method is used immediately to make this incarnation of will come, it is already too late. His 5 heavenly servants were all burned to ashes in an instant, including the golden heavenly Lion King in the space ring. Damn it! The whole body of the blood-refining demon lord was soaked with scarlet blood, as if it came from hell, and it was extremely ferocious and terrifying. If you don't have the blood of the blood lion, then I will offer you as the core sacrifice to me. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it from the air, and a majestic force immediately enveloped Xiao Yun's body. Get away! Xiao Yun roared angrily, the veins on his right fist popped out, he swung it suddenly, and smashed it out hard. Boom! A total of 3 billion kilograms of huge force burst out in an instant. The space seemed to be shaking slightly, and the terrifying strong wind stirred up, flying away large pieces of gravel and vegetation. This is... The blood-refining demon was horrified, and he quickly shot out to avoid the impact of this terrifying force. He has almost never seen such terrifying pure power, just like the legendary wild beast, containing earth-shattering power. Bang! As his figure receded, a huge and deep pit had suddenly sunk into the place where he originally stood. What a domineering power! The blood-refining demon lord's blood eyes condensed slightly, and he felt horrified in his heart. Could it be that this kid has some kind of special physique? Otherwise, how could it be possible to have such terrifying power? Perhaps, using him as the core of the blood sacrifice would be even more effective than a wisp of blood from the blood calamity lion. His thoughts suddenly changed, and the blood-refining demon lord seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly became extremely excited, and his blood pupils burst out with strong greed and desire. Coagulation technique explosion. Immediately, I saw him forming a seal with one palm, and suddenly let out a loud drink from his mouth. In an instant, the residual blood floating all over the sky around him gathered together and turned into a bright and dazzling scarlet light, attacking Xiao Yun. So fast! In just the blink of an eye, the blood droplets came within 3 inches of Xiao Yun, causing his pupils to shrink sharply. No, I can't escape at all. Xiao Yun's expression changed drastically, but he could only watch helplessly as the blood beads kept getting closer. The attack of this blood-refining demon lord was so fierce that there was no time to resist. In this case, buzzing! At the critical moment, all the skin on Xiao Yun's body turned into dragon scales, and his entire body became half human and half dragon. The bloodline of the ancient flame dragon clan is truly awakening for the first time. Boom! The next moment, the blood beads exploded, Xiao Yun was completely saturated with endless scarlet, and a terrifying wave of air swept away. GG, in front of my heaven-level magical power blood secret, you are just struggling to death. The blood-refining demon lord stood 100 meters away, with a hint of mischief in his blood-red eyes. He was extremely confident in this magical power and was almost certain that Xiao Yun would die. Although this incarnation cannot use the power of the Dharma domain exclusive to the Venerable, with the magical power of blood secret, even if the king is not careful, it will be killed directly. Okay, it's time to collect the source blood from your body. The blood-refining demon lord took out a small jade bottle, took a breath, slowly stretched out his right hand, and moved toward the center of the explosion. This is a low-grade spiritual treasure, the blood-gathering bottle. It has the effect of storing essence, blood, and source blood. Even if the opponent is shattered into pieces and turned into blood mist, it can still be completely captured. But after collecting several breaths of time, not a trace of blood converged towards the direction of the blood-collecting bottle. The blood-refining demon lord frowned slightly and directly used his spiritual consciousness to investigate, but he couldn't find any trace of Xiao Yun at all. It's like it just disappeared out of thin air. For a moment, the blood-refining demon lord was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. He actually escaped from him. Boom! His bloody eyes suddenly became blazing and cold, and murderous intent burst out, making the mountains and forests under his feet tremble. I am such a dignified venerable person, but I am unable to leave behind a junior who is at least as good as a heavenly being? Haha, boy, The blood-refining demon lord looked into the distance, and Sen Leng's words had not yet been spoken. Boom! Suddenly, there was a shocking roar. A vast and surging coercion, accompanied by a high-pitched roar like a dragon's roar, surged out of the void and instantly enveloped an area hundreds of miles away. Chapter 19. Boom! Suddenly, the wind surged, lightning flashed, and thunder. The world became extremely dark at this moment, and with the flash of thunder, the blood-refining demon lord saw a vague humanoid figure at that moment. Ang! An earth-shaking, deafening roar resounded through the void, as if the earth was being torn apart by infinite force and it was faintly collapsing, and the mountains were shaking. Dragon clan! At this moment, the blood-refining demon lord finally saw the figure in the distance, and was immediately frightened to death. Where is the humanoid figure? It is clearly a terrifying real dragon with a body length of several hundred feet and a body made entirely of red gold. He is entrenched above the sky, blocking the sky. Every inch of his scales is as if made of gold, exuding unspeakable power. Its whole body is filled with unparalleled arrogance, which seems to be able to burn all things and devour all directions. How could a true dragon appear in the Lucian mountains? Seeing the dragon shadow covering the sky and the sun, the blood-refining demon lord no longer cared about investigating Xiao Yun's life and death, and screamed in surprise. True dragon, the highest bloodline among monsters. Once a pure-blood true dragon reaches adulthood, it can possess terrifying power comparable to that of a human emperor. Even a young true dragon at the celestial level can easily tear apart a human venerable. This gap in life levels is absolutely crushing. Escape. With this thought, the blood-refining demon lord instantly activated his body movements, and his speed soared to its peak. This incarnation of his contains part of the power of the original deity. If he were to die here, it would be a heavy blow to the deity. Boom! However, the next moment, as he was leaping into the void, a blazing red gold flame spread across the sky and headed straight down to kill him. Damn it! Why is this true dragon targeting me? The blood-refining demon was so frightened that his hair stood on end, but he could no longer leap. Blood surged all over his body, trying to resist the flaming light. Pfft! But how powerful is Long Yan? Through the release of the true dragon's body, the power is almost increased by more than 10 times. Where can he resist? No. The wool incarnates in the red gold dragon flame and is quickly annihilated. The blood-refining demon lord's miserable howl of unwillingness stops abruptly and is destroyed instantly. Pfft! At the same time, thousands of miles away, In a hall covered in scarlet red, the blood-refining demon lord, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing in the blood pool, suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his face turned pale. Damn it! The incarnation of my will has been destroyed. Who is it? The face of the blood-refining demon lord was distorted. His incarnation was dispatched only half an hour ago, and he was directly killed. This made him extremely angry. No matter who you are, if you dare to sabotage my plan and go against my 7 evil demon palace, you will only die. Lucian Mountains, in a valley. Along with the disappearance of the red gold dragon, Xiao Yun's figure also appeared again, and fell to the ground with a weak breath. The consumption required to transform into a dragon body is truly massive. Xiao Yun was lying on the ground, breathing heavily, feeling the spiritual energy in his dantian that was almost completely exhausted, and smiled bitterly. First, he transformed into the body of the ancient flame dragon clan, and then breathed out the real dragon flame, which consumed all the tens of thousands of spiritual energy in his body, leaving nothing left. However, the power displayed by the ancient flame dragon body also surprised him. The power of the tens of billions of physical bodies has been tripled to reach 30 billion. At the same time, Long Yan's power has increased several times. One sip of Long Yan annihilated the incarnation of the blood-refining demon lord, who was comparable to a king-level celestial being. When I advance to the spiritual sea realm, I will be able to have a truly massive amount of spiritual energy to maintain my operation. Xiao Yun's injury was not serious, and he got up quickly, and then greedily absorbed the pure spiritual energy from a high-grade spiritual stone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a ray of pure spiritual energy, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, for obtaining thousands of rays of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a ray of pure spiritual energy, and the income will be returned 10,000 times, for obtaining thousands of rays of heaven and earth spiritual energy. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy in his body became abundant again, making Xiao Yun feel comfortable all over. At the same time, the bottleneck of the body-quenching realm was also loosened at this moment. A breakthrough is coming. Xiao Yun quickly took out a formation plate, and then activated it to hide away from the aura fluctuations here, so as not to attract other people's prying eyes. This is one of the earth-level spiritual weapons gifted by the Sect Master. It has a powerful reclusive effect, enough to block the perception of the venerable and below. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles rioted, pouring into Xiao Yun's body like a tide. Wow! Under the wash of the billowing spiritual energy, Xiao Yun's already extremely powerful physical body grew again, surpassing the level of 1 billion powerful bodies. Its dantian is the gathering place of all spiritual energy. It seems to have formed a real ocean of spiritual energy, and it is still expanding and growing. In a short period of time, it has reached the range of tens of thousands of feet. To know. For ordinary human cultivators, the limit of the spiritual sea gathered in the spiritual sea realm can only reach 100 feet. Even those geniuses with powerful physiques are only 300 or 400 feet tall at most. After all, the larger the spiritual sea, the more spiritual energy the dantian can carry. Different from the gap between the body-tempering realm, the total amount of spiritual energy in the base hang spiritual sea and the thousand zhang spiritual sea differs by more than 10 times. But Xiao Yun has completely broken this limit now. His spiritual sea is even continuing to expand. 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 700,000 feet. Just less than an hour. The original diameter of the spiritual sea has increased dozens of times. The total amount of spiritual energy it can carry is more than billions of times that of ordinary people. Simply appalling. The effectiveness of the system is really overbearing. It's so simple and crude. The limit of ordinary people is 100 feet of spiritual sea. Then my spiritual sea after increasing it 10,000 times will be a full 1,000,000 feet. The difference is far more than 10,000 times. Finally, after the spiritual sea reached 1,000,000 feet, Xiao Yun just slowly opened his eyes as deep as the stars. If we compare the tens of thousands of strands of spiritual energy that could be carried by the previous body tempering realm to a drop of water, then the total amount of spiritual energy in his body now is a real ocean. The real sea of spiritual energy. The nearly endless spiritual energy supports his physical body, meridians and acupuncture points, constantly transforming. His foundation is becoming more and more solid, and his foundation is becoming more and more abundant. Okay, next is the biggest gain from this breakthrough to the spiritual sea realm. Xiao Yun closed his eyes tightly again, and then, a mysterious wave emerged from his body, and then slowly merged into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, it is time to condense the dragon soul. Chapter 20. Buzz. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's consciousness was silent in the sea of consciousness, but he suddenly discovered it. He actually came to a strange place between heaven and earth. Here, the stars and rivers flow, all things are intertwined, and the aura of boundless majesty fills the air. Well, there is actually a little guy with such pure blood in the mortal world. Magnificent like the sound of heaven vibrating, vast like the roar of the ocean. The indifferent words made Xiao Yun's heart tremble. He raised his eyes and immediately saw a huge dragon shadow that was more than billions of miles high, standing in the infinite void. His whole body was shrouded in the mist of chaos, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. It seemed real and illusory, just like 10,000 rounds of eternal celestial sun hanging in the 9 heavens. Greetings, Senior. Xiao Yun quickly bowed and saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. There was a trace of approval in the indifferent words, and the majestic dragon shadow slowly stretched out a finger claw that was as huge as a star, and pointed towards Xiao Yun. Roar! Completely involuntarily, Xiao Yun turned into a dragon body and let out a dragon roar. Buzz! The next moment, an inexplicable force descended on him, causing his soul to continue to sublimate and transform, turning into a hazy dragon soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully condensing the dragon soul. The soul power has been increased by 100 times, and the income has been returned 10,000 times, and the soul power has been increased by 1,000,000 times. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of the system fell. Xiao Yun's dragon body grew wildly, reaching 1,000 feet in an instant, and then skyrocketed again, reaching 5,000 feet in an instant. Hucky! The terrifying pressure suddenly rises and sweeps across this illusory world. The huge ancient flame dragon body is still growing rapidly. Lofty. 30,000 feet. 50,000 feet. It didn't stop until it was 100,000 feet long, almost covering 100 miles of sky. Such a shocking scene made the terrifying dragon shadow who towered above the 9 heavens couldn't help but look sideways. I never expected that such a peerless monster would be born in this mortal world. 1,000,000 times the power of the dragon soul, I have never had it even when I was young. This qualification is enough for you to rise in this mortal world. I, the Dragon Lord of Yashu, hope to see you in the chaotic universe one day in the future. Work hard, little one. In the low murmur, the endless majestic dragon shadow slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. But Xiao Yun was still in a trance caused by the surge in soul power. As he gradually woke up, his face was full of disbelief. 100,000 feet. The true dragon's body, which is made up of pure soul power, reaches a total length of 100,000 feet. This terrifying soul power is probably comparable to that of a high-level venerable. In the cave, Xiao Yun's body opened his eyes, and there was a bright divine light in his eyes. At this moment, he had an illusion. It seems that with a single thought, I can destroy this 1,000-mile mountain range and suppress all enemies. This feeling is very wonderful, as if the soul has turned into a real body, and every move and movement can explode with terrifying combat power. The combination of the two is even more terrifying. This kind of power is no less than that of an ordinary venerable person. Slightly clenching his fist, Xiao Yun felt the majestic soul power in his body, and his mood was surging. Boom! In an instant, he flew up, but with just a thought, a hill hundreds of feet high in the distance turned into powder and smoke filled the sky. So fast! Is this the power of soul power? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun's face was slightly shocked, and he also sighed at the terror of the power of the soul. It broke out instantly without any warning. The ordinary King Feng celestial being is simply difficult to resist, but in the blink of an eye, he will fall into his own hands. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human race/ancient flame dragon race, pure blood. Cultivation level, 10th level of the spiritual sea realm, 1 million feet of spiritual sea. Physical strength, 1.5 billion kilograms, incarnation of the ancient flame dragon clan will increase tenfold, reaching 1.5 billion kilograms. Soul cultivation level, venerable 6th level, million times increase. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, emperor level physique, supreme ancestral veins. Kung Fu technique, Tianlong 100 battles technique, mid-level heavenly level, currently the 2nd level, physical strength increased by 6.0x, that is, 9 billion kilograms of strength. Martial skills, Po Gang Palm, high-grade heaven, perfect, star step, low-grade heaven, perfect, thunder and fire sword technique, low-grade heaven, perfect, comma. Items, 100 million high-grade spiritual stones, 1.5 billion medium-grade spiritual stones, 30 billion low-grade spiritual stones, 9,999 burning sky flame dragon essence and blood, 10,000 life soul lotus comma. 2nd level Tianlong fights in 100 battles, 9 billion kilograms of power. Besides, the power of this dragon soul is actually equivalent to the 6th level soul cultivation of the Venerable. After checking the current system panel, Xiao Yundang was extremely shocked. Before that, my soul was my biggest weakness, and it was no different from ordinary people. If you encounter a powerful celestial being who is good at attacking souls, it will be completely difficult to resist. And now, he is only at the 10th level of the spiritual sea realm, but he already possesses the power of soul comparable to a strong person at the 6th level of the venerable realm. In one thought, he can kill the Feng Wang. So scary. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated the power of this dragon soul. A millionfold soul increase is really terrifying to the extreme. And in the future, as his cultivation continues to improve, the power of the dragon soul will continue to grow, reaching an extremely appalling level. But what level of existence was the Taisha Dragon Lord before? Suddenly, Xiao Yun recalled the supreme existence that appeared in the dragon soul space. The body of a dragon soul that is billions of miles tall, just looking into his eyes, seems to see the birth and sinking of infinite worlds. Even the legendary ancient flame dragon emperor is not even 1/1000th of his stature. It seems that this world is broader than I imagined. Chaos universe? Is it an existence on Tianyuan continent? Xiao Yun's eyes flickered and his face looked slightly confused, but he didn't think too much about it. Things at this level are not within his reach now. It's time to leave. The blood-refining demon lord will definitely not give up. He may come to the Lucian mountains himself. Xiao Yun glanced around the world for a moment, and then took a deep breath. Although he is not afraid of the blood-refining demon lord now, if the other party insists on entangled and uses the power of law domain, he will also fall into a hard fight. Therefore, it is not advisable to stay for a long time. Walk. The next moment, Xiao Yun directly used the power of his soul to control the air and flew straight into the air. Chapter 21. The Other Side. Outside the Xianyang Sect mission hall. Nearly 100 Xianyang Sect disciples stood there with gloomy expressions, looking at the more than 10 corpses covered by white cloth on the ground. Their eyes were about to burst. Among them, an old man with white hair and beard slowly leaned down and opened one of the white cloths. It was a girl whose neck was almost completely broken, and her face was full of pain and despair. Judging from his age, he was only 28 years old, but his death was extremely miserable. The heart in her chest was dug out, and the scarlet blood dyed her entire face red, which was shocking. Ah! Li! Junior sister Li! Seeing the girl's death, several disciples in white clothes in the crowd were filled with grief and anger, clenching their fists and wailing. Everyone also looked sad. Li Qingyu, the quirky little junior sister of the outer sect in the past, had a lively personality and loved to laugh the most. Who would have thought that she would encounter such a misfortune today? Many outer disciples even cried secretly, and their fists were almost clenched to pieces. Well! The old man closed the girl's eyes filled with endless despair and let out a long sigh. These people were all attacked and killed by demon cultivators and died on the way to carry out the Sect's mission. The man in the devil's path, damn it! He also felt extremely angry in his heart, and then continued to examine the remaining corpses. Not long after seeing the faces of the corpses one after another, everyone let out bursts of painful screams. It's Wu Wenhao, senior brother Wu. There are also senior sister Wang and junior sister Lu. Zhao Feng, Song Ji, Lin Hai, Chen Tao. The identities of the corpses were revealed one by one, and almost all the disciples had red eyes and gnashed teeth. These are all outer disciples of Xianyang sect. They are young and have unlimited possibilities in the future. Now, all of them died tragically here, which makes people feel jealous, and their hearts are full of resentment towards those demonic cultivators. Give way, what happened? At this time, Xiao Yun finally returned to Xianyang sect and squeezed in from behind the crowd. As soon as he got close, he smelled the strong and pungent smell of blood, and frowned slightly in his heart. How could there be such a smell of blood within the sect? What is going on? Xiao Yun hurriedly came to the front, and immediately stared at the corpses displayed on the ground with stunned eyes, his heart trembling. This is... However, when he saw the familiar face of one of the corpses, his pupils contracted violently. No! Senior brother Joe Tong! There was a roar in Xiao Yun's mind and he screamed. Lying on the ground was his senior brother Joe Tong, who had a close relationship with him and had a deep friendship with him. At this time, his limbs were severed, and his chest collapsed deeply. His eyes were wide open, his face was filled with huge pain and fear, and he refused to rest in silence. Joe Tong! In an instant, Xiao Yun was trembling all over and his eyes were red. It's me, your brother is back, wake up! Wake up! I have a spiritual jade fruit here, which can regenerate a severed limb. Swallow it quickly, quickly! With a trembling body, he took out a crystal spirit fruit, stretched it to Joe Tong's already withered and grey lips, and called anxiously. The Ling Jade fruit is a 6th level spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Under heaven and man, as long as there is still a breath of life, it can be completely cured. However, no matter how much he urged, Joe Tong's pale pupils still did not change at all, only dead silence. No! 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 Xiao Yun forced the Lingya fruit into Joe Tong's mouth, knelt on his knees, hugged his broken body and cried sadly. Hello, my name is Joe Tong. Are you also here to take the entrance examination of Xianyang sect? Xiao Yun, I have broken through to the spiritual sea realm. I will give you these body-tempering pills. I will wait for you outside the gate in the future. Come on. No matter what, I, Joe Tong, am your brother. Even after you come down from the mountain, I will still protect you. In his mind, Joe Tong's smiling figure emerged like a tide. Xiao Yun was in a daze, and he didn't even know that the jade fruit rolled to the side. He just sat there and muttered to himself. Senior brother Joe, why? Why? The agreement between you and me has not been fulfilled yet. Xiao Yun's voice was very low, like talking in sleep, making it difficult to hear clearly. Well, the relationship between Xiao Shenzi and Joe Tong is very good. Now that Joe Tong has died, he may have suffered a big blow. Seeing Xiao Yun like this, the disciples around him shook their heads secretly, feeling sorry for Xiao Yun. After all, the relationship between the two is there, and Xiao Yun's appearance now is really sad. Shenzi Xiao, please forgive me and accept the change. After a long time, the white-haired old man patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Yun's figure trembled slightly, then slowly stood up. At this moment, a wisp of extremely cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Elder, who killed Joe Tong and all the junior brothers and sisters. He clenched his fists tightly, and terrifying energy erupted from his whole body, causing the temperature around him to plummet. This time, he no longer hides any power. This. Seeing Xiao Yun's surge of momentum, the white-haired old man was surprised. Then he shook his head and spoke in a low voice. Ghost Underworld Sect. Ghost Sect. One of the 4 major demon sects of the Great Sun Dynasty, its ancestor Guiming has been promoted to the rank of Venerable, and under him there are 6 great kings of heavenly beings. Such strength is no less inferior to the Thunder Sky Sect and other decent forces, but inferior to the Great Sun Dynasty and Xianyang Sect. It is terrifying and extraordinary. And today's incident is not the first time it has happened. Even though Xianyang Sect leader wanted to destroy the Guiming Sect, he was not going to die soon and he had to guard the seal of the Demon Clan Emperor, but he had no time to care about it. Ghost Underworld Sect? Haha, good, very good. Xiao Yun's eyes were blood red, and chilling words echoed from his mouth. The huge soul power seemed to have turned into substance, instantly soaring into the sky and tearing apart the layers of clouds. Boom! All of a sudden, there was a strong wind and flying sand and rocks. Xiao Yun, don't be impulsive. When the white-haired elder saw this, his heart suddenly thumped, and he hurriedly spoke to dissuade him. The Guiming sect has a profound foundation. Even though you are powerful now, perhaps comparable to the king of heavenly beings, you are definitely not something you can deal with. Don't worry, I have my own sense of discretion. However, Xiao Yun ignored him at all and just spoke in an indifferent tone. Senior brother Joe, please wait a moment. After I kill all those scum, I will drink with you again. Boom! Xiao! The next moment, before the white-haired elder could stop him, Xiao Yun's figure rushed up, flew past at a terrifying speed, and disappeared at the end of the sky in an instant. Chapter 22. Ghost Sect. The mountains are continuous and majestic, like a wild beast crawling on the earth. Dozens of palaces belonging to the Ghost Sect stood suspended in the air, emitting a strange and eerie light, covering the entire mountain range, revealing a cold and murderous aura. Among them, in a dark ancient palace. It is one of the 6 king protectors of Guiming Sect. The residence of the Shadow King. You said that you killed more than 10 outer disciples of Xianyang Sect and tortured them to death. In the dark hall, a figure in black robes sat high on the throne, with a small red and black snake entangled on its shoulders. It spit out a scarlet letter, and its vertical pupils shone with a bloodthirsty luster, staring at the person below. Young men. This young man is thin and dressed in a white robe. He looks like a scholar, with a delicate and elegant appearance and picturesque features. It is Zhao Tianming, the chief disciple of the Shadow King, who is known as the Ghost Blood Hand. Master Qi, this disciple has indeed killed several Xianyang sect disciples. Zhao Tianming bowed down and respectfully spoke. But it's not a massacre. For most people, I just take out their hearts and cut off their lifeblood. Only that ridiculously stupid girl enjoyed the grace of me and my subordinates. His tone was calm and his expression was terrifyingly indifferent, as if he was telling an ordinary thing. The name Ghost Blood Hand shows the extreme cruelty in his heart. Madness. Hearing this, the Shadow King on the throne suddenly became angry, raised his hand and knocked Zhao Tianming to the ground with one palm. Bang! Zhao Tianming took a few steps back and fell to the ground. There was a look of pain on his face, but he did not dare to show it. Instead, he got up and knelt on the ground. Master, please clarify what mistake Tianming made. His eyes quickly returned to calmness, as if he had long been accustomed to being whipped and punished by the Shadow King. What's wrong? The Shadow King's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. In this demon sect, the weak eat the strong, and only strength is the rule. Although Zhao Tianming is his direct disciple, if he really angers him, he will still kill him. The sect leader has given an order not to have any dispute with the Xianyang sect. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. You don't practice within the sect, but instead go out and kill people, even the outer disciples of Xianyang sect. You are simply seeking death. The Shadow King's tone became colder and colder, and the pressure of the king level filled the surroundings, oppressing the entire hall to the point of collapse. You know, although the Xianyang sect master is seriously injured and has not recovered, there is nothing to fear. However, there are still 2 supreme elders in the Xianyang sect who are at the venerable realm. In addition, the 12 core elders of Xianyang sect are all king-level heavenly beings equal to me. If we really anger them, I, the Gaiming sect, will be destroyed. The Shadow King sat down slowly and said in a solemn tone. You really got into trouble this time. Your Majesty. Hearing these 2 words, no matter how cold-hearted Zhao Tianming was, his face turned pale and he felt frightened. No matter how powerful he is still in the heavenly realm. Compared with the venerable person who initially touched the power of the original law and condensed the Dharma domain, the difference is nothing more than a firefly and a bright moon. It can even be said that it is not the same concept at all. Once the legal domain comes out, even if thousands of kings join forces, they will not be able to escape the end of destruction. Moreover, the venerable Gaiming who is now in charge of his Gaiming sect is only in the position of a new venerable, and is no match for the 2 veteran sages of the Xianyang sect. If you really anger those 2 old monsters from the Xianyang sect, I'm afraid it will really cause a huge disaster. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Master, what should disciples do? After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence and asked the Shadow King for advice. He. How to do it? Boom. The Shadow King sneered and threw down a dagger, landing at Zhao Tianming's feet. Since you have killed someone, you must take responsibility. Go kill yourself in front of me. I will send someone to send your head to the foot of Xianyang sect mountain to give them an explanation. The deep voice resounded through the hall, and Zhao Tianming's expression also changed suddenly, and he was stunned. Master, you want me to die? What do you think? The Shadow King's eyes were cold and he looked down at Zhao Tianming. You are not at the level of the Divine Palace, but you dare to kill Xianyang sect disciples. If you only kill 2 or 3 people, that's it. 13 people. 2 entire sect teams were slaughtered by you. The Xianyang sect will never let it go. You must give them an explanation with your life. If you don't die, who will? The Shadow King's words became colder and colder, and finally he roared loudly, like the roar of a 9-headed evil spirit. I. Hearing this, Zhao Tianming trembled all over, with a strong look of resentment on his face. So cruel. He knew deeply that at this moment, he was afraid that he had become an abandoned son of the sect, with no way to survive. This is the demon sect. This is the demonic world where the weak eat the strong. If he had power, how could he be forced like this? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, as if he was crazy. I don't accept it. You are just a group of cowards. You just killed a dozen outer disciples, and you are so anxious to distance yourself from me and push me into a pit of fire. The Ghost Sect? They are just a bunch of cowardly losers. If I were a venerable person, I would definitely tear out your hearts, cut off your veins, and cut your corpses into thousands of pieces." Zhao Tianming's face was twisted and ferocious, and he was shouting crazily. "Haha, the struggle before death." Hearing Zhao Tianming's scream, the Shadow King looked indifferent. "Then let me be my teacher and send you on your last journey." Boom! In an instant, endless coercion burst out from around the Shadow King, instantly turning into a rolling wave sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the entire hall was wailing, the walls were cracked, and the hall was shaking. "No!" Zhao Tianming howled miserably. "I felt as if my whole body was about to explode. Every inch of flesh and blood in my body was boiling and exploding. It's like being in a frying pan. Even if I go to hell, I will not let you all go." Bang! With a crazy roar, the body under Zhao Tianming's head burst apart. Then, the divine palace he had condensed exploded. The majestic ghost blood hand Zhao Tianming fell like this. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the head filled with endless resentment rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, eyes wide open. Snort! "My stupid disciple!" The Shadow King snorted coldly, placed the head in the box, and handed it to an old servant beside him. "Do you know how much energy I have spent on cultivating him over the years, and how much price I have paid? I originally planned to wait for him to become a heavenly being, then throw him into the broken body cauldron to crush his body and soul, and then turn them into nutrients to help me break through to the realm of kingship. But I didn't expect that there would be complications." The Shadow King stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the dusk scene outside the palace, his eyes flashing slightly. In his eyes, the so-called disciples are nothing but nourishment for strength, just like livestock raised in captivity, just things to be slaughtered at will. The so-called feelings have never existed before. Send this head to Xianyang Sect. In addition, kill the more than 20 people who followed Zhao Tianming. The Shadow King's voice was terrifyingly cold, as if he was talking about something as ordinary as eating and drinking. As one of the demonic heroes, he naturally knows how to make choices. For him, only power is eternal. As for the rest, they are all just floating clouds. As commanded. The old servant nodded and accepted the order. However, when he was about to leave. Boom! Chapter 23. Like the roar of thousands of thunders, the sky-shattering sound echoed through the void. It was deafening. The old servant's figure suddenly froze. The Shadow King frowned, and his figure quickly rose into the air and came to the top of the main hall. Boom! In the distance, the terrifying red gold flames illuminated the entire world with unparalleled brilliance. In a trance, it seemed as if a bright and scorching sun was falling from the sky. It's like the end is coming. This. The Shadow King raised his eyes and his pupils suddenly shrank into needles. In the field of vision, infinite crimson flames rise and surge, and the blazing temperature even makes the void faintly distort. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Countless powerful men from the Ghost Sect soared into the sky, shouting in surprise. Damn it! The Shadow King was also livid, and felt extremely furious in his heart. How many years? There are people who dare to attack his Gaiming sect. They are really looking for death. Kill all the attackers at any cost. A roar shook the entire sect. The Shadow King is truly angry at this moment. At the same time. 342. Xiao Yun looked at the Xianming sect palace below, which was burned to ashes, with an expressionless face, and whispered a number in his mouth. His expression was terrifyingly calm. One person. Arrogant boy, this is the headquarters of Gaiming sect, how dare you break in alone? And you killed so many disciples of my Gaiming sect. Looking for death, simply looking for death. In the distance, a burly giant man roared violently. His body was as tall and burly as an iron tower, and his aura was ferocious and terrifying. Astonishingly, he is one of the elders of Gaiming sect, a powerful man known as the Iron Bear Marquis. Gee, you are such a handsome boy, Do you want to be the slave's male favorite? A soft and charming female voice came from another place, and a graceful figure appeared among several flying purple silk ribbons. It was a voluptuous and charming woman. She only covered her body with purple silk, leaving large areas of spring exposed. Her alluring body and snow-white skin were enough to make any man's blood flow. Lord Iame Wang. Marquis Tai Xiong was about to attack Xiao Yun, but when he saw the woman's arrival, he stopped abruptly. He lowered his head respectfully, and there was even a little cold sweat on it. King Lingmei is a king-level existence with the same status as the Shadow King. He practices dual cultivation and is famous for his terrifying illusions and spiritual charm. There are even 3 king-level slaves under him, all of whom have experienced the illusion and its endless charm, and are willing to serve as their masters. Giggle. Hearing the title of Marquis Iron Bear, a bright smile bloomed on King Lingmei's charming face. Little Xiong, why are you so nervous? Are you worried that your sister will steal your prey? Her voice is soft and captivating, making people intoxicated if not careful, making it difficult to extricate themselves. However, when Ho Taixiang heard this, his body trembled and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. My subordinates dare not. Although he is a powerful person at the peak of the feudal lordship, he is not worth mentioning in front of King Lingmei. If you are not careful, you may be deceived into becoming a slave, lose yourself, and become a walking zombie. Giggle. King Lingmei smiled and looked more and more charming. But the Iron Bear Marquis always lowered his head and trembled all over. Kill that little guy, the look in his eyes makes me very uncomfortable. After a long time, looking at Xiao Yun's extremely cold eyes, King Lingmei said quietly. The words were vague, but there was a hint of cruelty. As you command. Marquis Tai Xiong felt happy, responded, and immediately stepped forward through the void, rushing towards Xiao Yun's location. Call out. The next moment, he appeared in front of Xiao Yun. With his peak strength as a feudal lord, he could cross a distance of thousands of feet in an instant, almost teleporting. Die! He smiled ferociously, and his palm as big as a cattail leaf was like a knife, and he suddenly chopped it down. Boom! In an instant, the true energy rioted and the storm surged. This Iron Bear Lord is truly a powerful person at the pinnacle of the title of Lord, and he reached this stage decades ago. Even for beings like Poisonous Heart Lord, he is not afraid at all. A mere junior in the Linghai realm, no matter how much strength he hides, will definitely die. Giggle, poor little guy. Seeing this scene, King Lingmei in the distance also laughed sweetly, as if he had seen the tragic situation of Xiao Yun's body exploding. However, the next moment, her laughter stopped abruptly, and her beautiful face was full of astonishment and disbelief. Boom! The flames all over the sky suddenly rose up and spread like a tidal wave, covering the whole place in an instant and submerging half of the sky. Everything was eliminated, leaving only the raging flames that filled the sky. So hot! Even though he was thousands of feet away, King Lingmei still felt extremely hot and hurriedly retreated towards the rear. Want to kill me? In the endless flames, Xiao Yun slowly stepped out carrying a corpse that was almost reduced to ashes. Are you worthy? His face was cold, his white clothes were stained with blood, his eyes were like cold stars, and he was surrounded by endless blazing dragon flames. As if a god was born from a flame, he wanted to burn the entire world and judge all sins. Iron Bear, fell. King Lingmei's eyes trembled slightly, looking at the flames in the sky, his heart was filled with waves. That was a powerful man at the peak of his feudal lordship. Even she can't kill him with one blow. But, the young man in the spiritual sea realm in front of him did it. How much cultivation has he hidden? Boo-hoo! Master, please be careful. In an instant, the 3 servants of the king under the throne of Lingmei also flew into the void and stood in front of King Lingmei, staring at Xiao Yun solemnly. King Iame! King Iame, how is the situation now? The next moment, 2 more king protectors came galloping over and stood in the void around King Lingmei. They are respectively Nanyu King and Demon Puppet King. The former is famous for its extremely terrifying power. With one blow, it is like crushing a mountain. The latter is an extremely rare corpse puppet master who can resurrect the dead and turn them into corpse puppets who only know how to kill. Both of them are powerful, no weaker than the wind-controlling king known to Xiao Yun, and both are ruthless beings with countless blood on their hands. Giggle, you little guy is indeed very cunning. Seeing the arrival of the 2 protectors, King Ayame smiled coquettishly, fiddled with her hair casually, showing off her plump chest, and said in a slightly cold tone. Attacking our Gaiming sect and hiding your cultivation to the Linghai realm. What is your purpose? Purpose? The corners of Xiao Yun's mouth curved into a sinister arc, and he spoke coldly. Destroy your ghost sect. No one will be left alive. Boom. One sentence was like a thunderous explosion, causing silence in all directions. Whether it was the powerful Guiming sect watching the battle from a distance, or the 3 guardians including King Lingmei, they were all stunned. Destroy my ghost sect? Just you? Ha ha ha. The Devil King, who was thin, with his whole body wrapped in bandages and only his arms exposed, looked up to the sky and laughed. A mere brat who dares not show his true cultivation dares to threaten to destroy our Gaiming sect. Joke. What a big joke, Bang. However, before the Demon Puppet King's disdainful laughter ended, a scalp-numbing sound of flesh and blood exploding suddenly resounded. Chilla. In an instant, even King Nianyu, who was closest to him, had no time to react. The body of the Demon Puppet King suddenly exploded, blooming like a blood flower, scarlet blood mist filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood filled the void. The Demon Puppet King has fallen. Chapter 24. There are no signs at all, and there is no real energy or spiritual energy fluctuation. The Demon Puppet King, who was considered to be the best among the king-level heavenly beings, actually fell like this? How can this be? King Nianyu was horrified and his pupils shrank sharply. King Lingmei, retreat quickly. Suddenly, he roared loudly and jumped back violently, trying to distance himself from Xiao Yun. However, it is still a little late. As Xiao Yun waved his palm, thousands of invisible soul blades shot out, turning into a thunderous giant that swept across the void, piercing through King Nianyu in an instant. Tisk! King Nianyu was cut off at the waist, and blood spilled all over the sky. Even the soul has been crushed to pieces, never to be reincarnated. In the face of Xiao Yun's soul cultivation that is comparable to the 6th level of the Venerable, killing these 2 great kings is tantamount to killing a chicken and a dog. Master, retreat quickly. The 3 servants of the king under the throne of Lingmei were shocked and their faces changed wildly. What kind of method is this? But in the blink of an eye, 2 powerful men at the peak of the title of king were killed in a row. And there is not even a hint of room for resistance. This is too scary. Escape. Xiao Yun spoke indifferently, his voice was like thunder. Boom. The huge soul power seems to be condensed into a sea, in which there is a roaring dragon covering the sky, vast and majestic like a prison. In an instant, boundless power spread in all directions, completely locking the eye charming king. Protect master, self-destruct. We will self-destruct immediately. The 3 servants of the king were frightened and shouted loudly. They knew very well that they and others alone could never stop that sea of souls. Immediately, the 3 of them flew up and detonated the cultivation of the king-level heavenly being, hoping to stop Xiao Yun in exchange for a glimmer of hope for King Lingmei. Escape. The king of Lingmei didn't hesitate at all. She gave a sweet shout, and the infinite purple silk flew past like a living creature, causing her speed to continue to increase. Ah! Boy, fall with us! The speed of the 3 servants of the king is unbelievable, which is the ultimate power obtained by burning their lives. Self-destruction. Ridiculous. Xiao Yun shook his head, his sleeves flicked, and an unpredictable and majestic soul power suddenly swept away. Suddenly, the three people seemed to have arrived in an endless dark void. Roar! And what is in front of them is a huge true dragon that is more than 1 billion times larger than the Milky Way. The real dragon raised its head and roared, and the boundless pressure flowed down, causing their souls to shatter. No! With a cry of sorrow, the three servants of the king were exploded into pieces amidst the screams, turning into flesh and blood residues all over the sky, with no bones left. This is the suppressive power of the dragon soul. Once it is pulled into the illusion of the soul, it cannot escape the end of soul annihilation. Boom! At the same time, the figure of the Ling king had already rushed out thousands of miles away, even leaving the scope of the ghost sect. She was wearing purple silk and quickly escaped towards the north. Boy, you're dead! King Lingmei's pretty face was extremely gloomy, her heart was filled with hatred and she was furiously cursing. Those three servants of the king were powerful men that she had spent decades and countless costs to seduce. Now, in just one day, they were all killed. That kid may have reached the level of a half-step venerable. Although he has not touched the original law, his strength and soul are almost the same, and he has truly reached the level of a venerable. After flying nearly 7,000 miles, the real energy in King Lingmei's body was almost exhausted, and it was no longer possible to support her flight. Therefore, she stopped. He turned around and looked at the invisible Guimingzong behind him, with a look of resentment on his beautiful face. No matter what, as long as you are not supreme, you cannot be the opponent of the sect master. Kill the two guardians of Guiming sect, boy, you will definitely die today. The voice was cold and extremely cold. 2 of the 6 guardians of the Guiming sect have fallen, and it is impossible for the sect leader to give up. Once Venerable Guiming takes action, that boy will die. Buzz. However, at this moment, a low whistle suddenly sounded. A warning sign suddenly arose in King Lingmei's heart, and she suddenly raised her eyes. I saw that the sky around her was suddenly torn apart, and the scene of the world changed rapidly, and she returned to the Guiming sect again. And 100 miles ahead. Xiao Yun looked down at her with a playful look on his face. Everything happened so weirdly. I have obviously escaped thousands of miles away, so why did I come back to the same place again? Could it be that she has always been in the other person's illusion? Thinking of this, King Lingmei's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her heart sank to the bottom. How powerful is your illusion skills? His soul cultivation level is even closer to the level of the venerable. If you want to pull yourself into the illusion without being noticed, you need at least a soul cultivation level no less than the 3rd level of the venerable, in order to achieve absolute soul crushing. The venerable is above the 3rd level. The Guiming sect master is only a beginner at the level of a venerable, and his soul cultivation is far from reaching that level. Could it be that he is a true venerable person? No. Impossible. King Lingmei's mind was spinning, and she even didn't want to believe the judgment she made. But the fact was before her eyes, and she couldn't help but not believe it. This seemingly weak young man's true power is terrifying to the point of being unbelievable. In any case, even if he has not become a venerable, just relying on the 3-level soul power of the venerable, he can sweep all the kings and heavenly beings, and even rival the real venerable. Oh? Did you finally realize that you were in an illusion? Seeing the strange behavior of King Lingmei, Xiao Yun smiled indifferently, slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed at King Lingmei. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Buzzing. In an instant, invisible soul fluctuations spread, sweeping across the entire sky like a tide. At this moment, King Lingmei only felt a bone-chilling coldness, and a strong death crisis surged deep in his soul. Lord Sect Leader, save me! She screamed hysterically, desperately urging Xialing to escape, trying to avoid the terrifying soul fluctuation. But, to no avail. The fluctuations were as fast as thunder, sweeping past King Lingmei almost silently, causing her body to tremble suddenly and stop mid-air. Deep in his pupils, endless despair and fear filled the air, filling his entire mind. Pfft! The next moment, blood bursts out. The whole body of King Lingmei suddenly stiffened, and then, starting from the center of his eyebrows, cracks appeared inch by inch, and finally exploded into countless pieces of fine crystal scarlet powder, flying into the sky and earth. At this moment, her soul was completely annihilated and wiped from the world. At this point, the witch of the ghost sect who had dominated the Great Sun Dynasty for hundreds of years, King Lingmei, completely fell. Having been watching for so long, are you waiting for me to do something to you personally? After killing King Lingmei with one finger, Xiao Yun's expression remained extremely indifferent and he looked around coldly. Get out! Chapter 25. Jija, your soul perception is really sharp. The next moment, a hoarse and weird laugh came out. Immediately afterwards, an old man wearing a worn black robe with a cold and ferocious aura stepped out of the air and floated in the void. His eyes were dark, and his whole body was shrouded in a thick fog of deathly silence. It was faintly visible that his body was actually covered with dark chains, wrapping around his body like a prisoner. Boo-hoo! Your Majesty! Lord Sect Master! At this time, several more figures flew over. All of them were extremely respectful to the old man in black robes. The leaders are the three remaining king protectors of the Guiming sect, the Shadow King, the Ghost Killing King and the Poison Sting King. Among them, the Shadow King is the head of the 6 guardians. It is rumored that his cultivation has reached the level of a half-step venerable, and he is only a short distance away from a true venerable. In this Guiming sect, under Venerable Guiming, he is the absolute strongest. In just one stick of incense, the 3 great protectors of our sect fell. The Shadow King looked at Xiao Yun with more and more solemn eyes, and his heart was inexplicably shocked. Not to mention the Demon Puppet King and Nian Shan King. He knows the strength of King Lingmei best. Even an ordinary venerable person would be extremely difficult to kill without using the Dharma domain. But in front of this person, King Lingmei was simply being manipulated and had no power to resist at all. Looking at the entire Great Sun Dynasty, there are probably only a few such powerful people. Venerable Guiming. Seeing the old man in black robe appear, Xiao Yun was not surprised at all, and said in a calm tone. I thought you were going to hide until the whole sect was destroyed. You! How dare you disrespect His Holiness! In an instant, Xiao Yun's mocking and contemptuous words made the 3 Shadow Kings furious and shouted loudly on the spot. How arrogant! How dare you speak rudely in front of a true venerable person? Did he really think that killing the 3 kings of Lingmei would be enough to challenge the authority of the venerable? GG, what a clever little guy! Although you have shown power comparable to that of the venerable, but I have not felt any breath of the original law in you. When Venerable Guiming heard this, he was not angry at all. Instead, he said with a long tone and deep eyes. Your true cultivation level is undoubtedly inferior to that of His Majesty. Sure enough. After hearing this, the 3 Shadow Kings felt a little relieved. They had also doubted that the other party was a true venerable and possessed such tyrannical power. But now it seems that no matter how strong the opponent is, so what? If you don't enter the realm of the venerable, and don't have the blessing of the power of the Dharma realm, how can you be compared with the venerable Guiming? For a time, the fear in the 3 people's hearts subsided a lot. It seems that it has been determined that Xiao Yun must not be the opponent of venerable Guiming. Cultivation? That's right, my current cultivation is only at the 10th level of the Spirit Sea realm. After hearing the words of Venerable Guiming, Xiao Yun couldn't help but be slightly startled, then shook his head and sighed. Only to deal with you, the 10th level of the spiritual sea realm is enough. His voice was very soft, but the confidence and domineering contained in his words were like a giant bell, exploding in everyone's ears and shocking their hearts. The 10th level of the spiritual sea realm. Do you think we are fools? Suddenly, the hot-tempered Stinger King sneered. I completely think this is Xiao Yun's ridicule towards them. Killing the heavenly being in the Linghai realm? There are 4 major realms between them, and the strength of the 3 Ayamuwangs is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary celestial beings. Ridiculous. Even the legendary infant god would not be able to do it. Little guy, you are too arrogant. Venerable Gaiming shook his head, but a strange and sinister smile slowly appeared on his face, and he said solemnly. Your strength is indeed extraordinary, but it's a pity. What you met is a true. Venerable. The realm of ghosts and underworld. Kai. Boom. As Venerable Gaiming finished speaking, a majestic and extremely evil aura suddenly bloomed. In an instant, the surrounding void suddenly distorted, turning into a chaotic and misty dark realm. Wisps of black light flickered endlessly from the chaos, intertwining and turning into countless dark and ferocious faces. The power of law. Once he made the move, Lord Gaiming used his strongest trump card, the domain of Gaiming. In this realm, thousands of ghosts are roaring and injustices are rising to the sky, as if falling into the real underworld, unable to struggle and unable to resist. In an instant, the entire 300 miles radius was completely shrouded. Endless darkness and darkness swept across, making everyone feel extremely palpitating. The power of the dark law seems to be able to swallow everything, trying to pull all life into the abyss of hell. Although Venerable Gaiming has only initially mastered some of the laws of darkness, his power is still terrifying to the extreme. If he is not careful, even the Venerable will fall. Law of darkness. Is this the true power of law? I must understand this dark law in the future. The Shadow King and others were trembling, their eyes filled with endless fire and desire. Dark law. The special laws of mutation among the 5 basic original laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth represent the ultimate destruction and devouring. Its peak power, even under the 2 supreme laws of time and space, is far superior to ordinary original laws. Legal domain? This is the power of legal domain. Being in this realm of endless darkness, Xiao Yun also showed a slightly solemn expression. He can feel the ever-present invading power of the dark law. Like tarsal maggots, it wants to burrow into his flesh and soul, devour the essence of his body, gnaw at the essence of his soul, causing him to gradually weaken and die. Ha ha! Big big big! Venerable Gaiming laughed, and while he was shouting loudly, his figure kept rising up. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant nearly 1,000 feet tall. Boom! The black mist around him surged crazily, seeming to turn into giant black snakes, hissing and roaring, making his whole aura even more powerful. GG, what about this ghostly appearance of me? Lord Gaiming's body is as huge as a mountain, his eyes are as scarlet as blood, and his whole body exudes a strong aura of death, just like the real Ghost King Lucian. Ridiculous. But Xiao Yun just glanced at him indifferently and uttered 2 words. Court death. Seeing this, Venerable Gaiming's pupils shrank suddenly, and murderous intent arose. This arrogant boy, in his ghost realm, dares to be so arrogant. In this case, then let him see what true despair is. GG. Rumble. Thinking of this, Venerable Gaiming suddenly raised his right foot and stepped towards the void. Next moment. Dong! The dull sound of impact resounded loudly, and the entire Gaiming sect was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of the Shadow King and the other 2 king protectors, a huge leg condensed by the power of pure darkness emerged, trampling down like a pillar holding up the sky. That scene was like the arrival of a dark giant, making their hearts almost stop beating. Chapter 26. The earth trembled and smoke filled the air. Many of the disciples in the Gaiming sect were trembling with fear and their faces were as pale as paper. This level of battle fluctuations is so terrifying that even though they are thousands of miles apart, they feel it is difficult to breathe, as if they are suffocating. Fell. The Shadow King's eyes trembled and he murmured. He thought to himself, if he was hit by this blow, he would probably turn into ashes on the spot. This is the true power of the sect master. The other two king protectors were even more trembling, their eyes full of horror. Too scary. In front of the real Dharma domain, these heavenly beings like them are nothing more than ants. GG, you arrogant boy, don't continue to be stupid in the next life. Seeing his dark trampling attack, Venerable Gaiming's eyes grew colder. Even an ordinary venerable would not dare to bear his blow head-on, let alone a mere junior who has not yet become a venerable. Even the most powerful celestial beings will fall instantly. Is this all the power of the venerable? However, just as Venerable Gaiming was preparing to restrain his legal domain and end this battle, an indifferent and cold voice suddenly resounded in the endless smoke and dust, with a hint of disappointment and disdain. Venerable Gaiming's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, the smoke and dust dissipated. Everyone finally saw clearly what was happening in the smoke. Xiao Yun stood proudly in the void, with red gold divine flames all over his body, like a god, with powerful and vast qi. Behind him, there seemed to be a blazing sun hanging in the void, shining like a star, lighting up the entire ghost realm. Not dead yet. When Venerable Gaiming saw this, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he felt a faint sense of uneasiness. This kid can actually compete with his own ghost realm. Is it his physical strength? Looking at the red gold divine flames surrounding Xiao Yun, Venerable Gaiming's heart trembled, and he seemed to have thought of some possibility. Ranked 89th on the 10,000 body ranking. Wanyan divine body. People who possess this body can obtain a body of heaven and earth strange fire since birth, and can easily refine various powerful strange fires. The limits it can reach in each realm are 10 times that of ordinary people, and the strength it can display in conjunction with strange fire is even more than 100 times higher. That red gold flame must be some kind of strange fire from heaven and earth. Venerable Gaiming's eyes flickered with greed. If this 10,000 flame divine body can be owned by me, it will be almost within reach to become a saint in the future. Seize the house. We must capture that kid alive and then take his body. Unexpectedly, a proud son with a divine body could be born in the Great Sun Dynasty. Haha, this is my great opportunity. As long as I capture this Wanyan divine body, I will be able to transform myself into a new person and rule over several dynasties from now on. Even when facing the people from the 7 evil demon palace, there will no longer be any fear. Boy, you are very good. At this thought, Venerable Gaiming couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile. I would like to become my disciple. In the future, you will be the master of my Gaiming sect, he said with a slightly bewitching tone. Don't worry, as long as you agree to become my disciple, I promise that I will not only spare your life, but also give you great blessings. Oh! A trace of sarcasm flashed across Xiao Yun's eyes, and the corner of his mouth drew a vague arc. Is this considered solicitation? Hee hee. It's a pity, I don't want to be a disciple of a dead man. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yun's body suddenly rose up at an extremely fast speed. His speed is too fast. So to the point of view of the onlookers, they only saw Xiao Yun's figure flashing, and he came to the front of Lord Gaiming as if he teleported. Fall. Xiao Yun punched down, and his figure seemed insignificant in front of the latter's 1,000-foot-tall Dharma-like body, but he was so domineering that he seemed to be able to shake the heaven and the earth. This punch seemed to be extremely ordinary and did not carry any true energy. It was also a blow blessed by martial arts. Everything is so ordinary and different, but in the eyes of Lord Gaiming, it is like a flood bursting its banks, the sky falling apart, and the earth falling apart, there is no way to avoid it. You! His pupils shrank sharply, and there was an endless look of panic in the depths of his eyes. Want to resist, want to avoid. But, it's already too late. Bang! The next moment, a dull roar like thunder suddenly sounded, deafening. A total of 9 billion kilograms, which is equivalent to 4.5 million tons in Blue Star, and is equivalent to the combined weight of 45 aircraft carriers. How terrifying is this explosion of power? At this moment, even the void was distorted by the bombardment. In the face of this extremely terrifying force, even a majestic mountain will be shattered in an instant. Although Venerable Gaiming has the body of a venerable person, his physical body is extremely powerful. Under the influence of the body of Dharma, it is even more powerful to an unimaginable extent. It can even rival ferocious beasts, and is enough to collide with heaven-level spiritual soldiers. But at this time, facing this force, there is still no resistance. Ah! A shrill scream. But in the blink of an eye, Venerable Gaiming's 1,000-foot-high Dharma body shattered into pieces and turned into dark essence that filled the sky. His body was also on the verge of death, with every bone in his body broken and his blood gushing. Boom! But at this moment, it's not over yet. The infinite power was still tumbling, tearing, and crushing his meridians, bones, and internal organs in his body. It made him miserable and almost crazy with desire. No, no! Bang! Finally, amid the desperate wails, Venerable Gaiming's entire body exploded into pieces and dispersed into blood mist that filled the sky. Buzz! The next moment, his remnant soul flew up from the blood mist and fled madly into the distance, trying to escape Xiao Yun's control. Die! However, how could Xiao Yun let him leave easily? However, as soon as his mind moved, the power of the endless dragon soul rushed directly and completely crushed it to the point of annihilation, with no possibility of recovery. At this point, this one of the demon giants in the Great Sun Dynasty, a generation of Venerable Gaiming, was completely dead. This Sect leader. A venerable person has fallen. Seeing Lord Gaiming being beheaded by Xiao Yun in an instant, the three Shadow Kings were stunned and their eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? A true venerable, one of the top 10 even among the powerful men of the Great Sun Dynasty. Just like that, dead. Moreover, he was still killed by someone who jumped through the ranks and died in the hands of a mere celestial realm expert, they thought. This is simply beyond their knowledge and is horrifying. Not good. The sect leader has fallen. Leave quickly. At this moment, someone shouted. In an instant, many of the strong men from the Gaiming sect who had been watching the battle were all startled, and then they all retreated, wanting to quickly leave the range of the Gaiming sect. The strong man who killed the sect leader had previously declared that he wanted to slaughter the entire Gaiming sect. Leave no one behind. If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Escape. The three Shadow Kings did not hesitate. They no longer cared about the subordinates and disciples of the Gaiming sect, so they turned around and ran away. A strong man who can instantly kill Venerable Gaiming, even if the three of them join forces, is no more than a fly shaking a tree. There is no chance of winning at all. Chapter 27. Now, do you know how to escape? Xiao Yun's eyes were cold and ruthless, and the power of his dragon soul swept across the entire place, instantly setting up a soul cage covering hundreds of miles, imprisoning everyone in the Gaiming sect. Once you cross the range of the prison, your soul will be instantly annihilated and you will die a violent death. Escape is a dead end. Ah! This is, no. In an instant, many people who had reached the border had their souls annihilated in an instant. After a scream, their bodies fell into the void and hit the ground. There was no longer any life left. In fact, some powerful celestial beings fled so fast that they could not stop and directly broke through the border and died. Shadow King, what should we do? Staying here is also death. Escape is also death. How on earth can we see a way out? Next to the Shadow King, the Demon Slayer King could not help but feel trembling, and his voice trembled when he saw dozens of strong ghosts from the ghost sect who had touched the boundary died suddenly. A soul realm covering hundreds of miles? Once you leave the border, you die? What kind of method is this? Why is that boy, why is he so powerful? He was extremely frightened and felt cold all over. What kind of monster is this person? Snort. Hearing the urgent voices of the two people beside him, the Shadow King had a gloomy expression on his face, and after a while he gritted his teeth. We must talk to him, at least to know why our Guiming sect suffered this disaster. After saying that, the Shadow King suddenly turned his head, flew 10 miles away from Xiao Yun, clasped his fists, bowed in salute, and spoke respectfully. Your Excellency's strength is terrifying and your methods are magical. I really admire you. At this moment, his tone was full of respect and his attitude was humble, as if he was ready to lower his posture and beg for mercy. After all, if they don't bow their heads, what awaits them will be a dead end. Are you ready to say your last words? When Xiao Yun saw this, his expression was still extremely cold, and his whole body exuded murderous intent that was as strong as real. No matter what, he couldn't let anyone go from Guiming sect today. Killing his brother can only be repaid with 10,000 times or 100,000 times the blood. Last words. The Shadow King was stunned for a moment, and then there were fine beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead. But soon, he took a deep breath again, suppressed the fear in his heart, and asked. Your Excellency. Even if I die, I, the Shadow King, want to die clearly. I wonder when did I, the Ghost Sect, offend you? Hearing this, Xiao Yun's smile became increasingly cold and forbidding. He did not wear the clothes of a Xianyang sect disciple today because he did not want to be stained by the dirty blood of these demon cultivators. Therefore, he just put on a robe casually and let it be stained with blood. Offend. I, Xiao Yun, am the holy son of Xianyang sect. The senior brother of all my disciples. Haha, I also want to ask. My brother Joe Tong, and more than 10 junior brothers and sisters, how did they offend your Guiming sect, and you want to kill them all? Word by word, every time Xiao Yun uttered a word, Xiao Yun's murderous intention became more and more fierce and surged into the sky. His voice seemed to come from under the 9 netherworld, with a biting coldness. Roar! The terrifying dragon soul seemed to have turned into substance, roaring crazily around it, shocking the world. Xianyang sect. When they suddenly heard the name of this sect, the two Shadow Kings were stunned for a moment, then their expressions changed wildly, and their hearts sank to the bottom. It's that villain. Suddenly, he thought of the disciple Zhao Tianming who he had killed. His whole body was trembling violently and he could hardly stand still. Holy, Lord Holy Sun, today, I have killed that heinous murderer. His head is here, please take a look. The Shadow King swallowed hard, with a look of fear on his face, and carefully held a storage bag and handed it to Xiao Yun. At this moment, there was endless regret and resentment in his heart. Why? Why should I accept Zhao Tianming, this evil disciple? Now, this idiot has caused a huge disaster and dragged the entire Guiming sect into trouble. Murderer! Xiao Yun's eyes were cold, and he casually took the storage bag and explored it directly. Among them, Zhao Tianming's dead head came into Xiao Yun's eyes. Ah! However, after just a brief exploration, Xiao Yun crushed the storage bag into pieces, taking Zhao Tianming's head with it. What's the point? My brother is dead. Even if I kill all of you, I can't quell my anger at all. You, all go and bury him with him. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun suddenly raised his palm and waved, and in an instant, the endless red-gold dragon flames roared across the sky and earth, condensing continuously, and turned into exquisite and gorgeous fire lotuses. Each fire lotus contains the power of dragon flame that has been compressed to the extreme. Once dozens of fire lotuses completely erupt, it can even burn mountains and seas, completely destroying an area of hundreds of miles. And to continuously release Long Yan and condense the fire lotus, the spiritual energy required is also extremely huge. When Xiao Yun was in the body tempering state, even if he had tens of thousands of strands of spiritual energy, he could only condense no more than 3. But now, when he has truly entered the spiritual sea realm and has the vast spiritual sea in his body with a diameter of 1 million feet, he can finally release the dragon flame and condense the fire lotus. Boom! In an instant, flaming red lotuses bloomed in the sky, filling all directions. The power of the rolling dragon flame swept across all directions, making everyone terrified and filled with extreme fear. Hundreds of flowers. Thousands of flowers. Manduo. Xiao Yun didn't slowly stop until the fire lotus covered an entire area of 10,000 feet. He looked around, scanning the Gaiming sect lightly, his eyes full of disgust and indifference, and shouted coldly. Burst! Rumble! In an instant, within a radius of hundreds of miles, the sky and the earth were boiling, and dragon flames were stirring. Nearly hundreds of thousands of fire lotuses burst together. What a terrifying sight is this! But in an instant, everything seemed to turn into red gold, and there was nothing between heaven and earth except the endless blazing dragon flame. Tisk! The void was burned with sizzling sounds, and the temperature skyrocketed almost crazily, quickly breaking through the range of tens of thousands of degrees, directly evaporating countless Gaiming sect disciples with weak cultivation into ashes. But everything is just the beginning. Boom! Like a huge red gold pillar, the endless dragon flames penetrated the sky and the earth, making the entire Great Sun Dynasty clearly visible. In just a blink of an eye, before the 3 Shadow Kings even had time to scream, they were directly burned into nothingness, and even their souls were evaporated. No one can escape, and no one can survive. In just a short moment, tens of thousands of demon monks from Gaiming sect were all annihilated into ashes. No bones left. A mushroom cloud with a height of hundreds of thousands of feet rose up, covering half of the sky and never dispersed for a long time. This demonic sect that has stood for thousands of years has just been wiped out. Chapter 28. 3 days later. In just 3 days, the news of the demise of the Ghost Underworld sect was like a hurricane, sweeping through the entire Great Sun Dynasty. The Gaiming sect, one of the 4 demon sects of the Great Sun Dynasty, is located in the north and has a long heritage. Its sect leader is a respected person and a truly powerful person who controls the legal domain. But no one thought that in just one day, under the endless dazzling pillar of fire reaching the sky, the Gaiming sect would turn into the dust of history. The Gaiming sect was destroyed by one person. I have seen with my own eyes that he did not exert any power of law, and his level of true energy power does not seem to be in the realm of a venerable person at all. That is to say, Venerable Gaiming, there is a high probability that he will be killed by a strong man in the heaven and human realm. The strongest person in charge of the imperial family of the Great Sun, Lord Star Venerable, even witnessed the destruction of the ghost sect with his own eyes. Just talking about this matter made him frown deeply and feel terrified in his heart. At that time, he happened to be on the outskirts of Gaiming sect and saw the moment when the endless fire lotus exploded. The vast power contained in it made even him feel his heart tremble inexplicably. If this kind of power breaks out in the imperial city, I am afraid that the entire imperial city of the sun will collapse instantly and be burned to ashes. This kind of power is really amazing. And the most terrifying thing is, the other party is just an existence beneath a venerable person. How terrifying it would be if he waited for him to break through the venerable master and understand the power of the law of fire. Venerable Lone Star simply can't imagine it. King Yan. Those countless powerful people who witnessed the terrifying pillar of fire with their own eyes all respected him as King Yan God, adding the word God to show his overwhelming power. King Yan Shen. The 7 demonic demon palace, one of the branch halls of the Great Sun Dynasty. The blood-refining demon lord sat on the throne of darkness, his eyes icy cold. The Gaiming sect, one of the vassal forces of his 7 evil demon palace, was actually destroyed by this King Yan god? Confess the king and kill the venerable? It seems that this is probably a super monster who comes from a certain imperial family or the Holy Land. Pass this order, no one in our Seven Evils Demon Palace can mess with that King Yan god. I and the other palace masters have found the Demon Lord's sealed place. It only takes about a year to help the Demon Lord break out of the seal. At that time, millions of strong men from our Seven Evils Demon Palace will be born, and the Seven Evils Demon Lord will come to the world again. The King Yan, the Xianyang Sect, and even the Great Sun Dynasty can all be destroyed with just a snap of the finger. Snort. As soon as he thought of this, the blood-refining Demon Lord showed a stern smile on his face. He, the Kisha Demon Palace, is a giant of demons who dominates several dynasties. He has extraordinary foundation and powerful strength. There are now 10 venerable level palace masters, 300 kings, and thousands of princes in the Demon Palace. Just in this branch of the Great Sun Dynasty, there is a venerable like him, more than 20 powerful kings, and more than hundreds of thousands of demon disciples under his command. But all of this is just the tip of the iceberg of the true power of the Seven Evils Demon Palace. Thousands of years ago, the real master of the Demon Palace was the 7 Demon Lords, as well as a million powerful demons. Because he slaughtered the 3 dynasties, he was sealed by a supreme saint and imprisoned somewhere in the Great Sun Dynasty. Since then, the vitality of the Seven Evils Demon Palace has been severely damaged, and there is not even one strong emperor in the remaining realm. As a result, countless righteous sects have jointly suppressed it, which has led to the gradual decline of the Seven Evil Demon Palace. And now, they finally found the place to seal the 7 evil lords. And I was surprised to find that after 1,000 years of wear and tear, the seal of the saint was about to collapse. Just relying on the power of these low-level venerables, they can loosen it. If you leave it alone, it will collapse and unblock itself after 3 years. And if the 10 palace masters work together to break the seal, the time for the Demon Lord to break the seal can be shortened to less than 1 year. By then, once the 7 evil Demon Lord breaks the seal, the Great Sun Dynasty will become the first country to sacrifice to the Demon Lord. I remember that the Demon Lord's cultivation has reached the peak level of the Emperor. The blood-refining Demon Lord was thinking secretly in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The Pinnacle Emperor. That was the terrifying existence that he could only look up to. Even within an empire, he is an absolute supreme power and a giant figure. And if the Demon Lord succeeds in breaking the seal, then he and others will be the real great heroes, and they will definitely receive endless honor and favor. With the Demon Lord breaking the seal, our 7 Evils Demon Palace will definitely be able to regain its former power. And I am afraid that I will be promoted to Emperor in the future. The eyes of the blood-refining Demon Lord became even more intense, and he wished he could break the seal immediately and rescue the 7 evil Demon Lord. Follow the Demon Lord's orders. At this time, many demonic masters below heard the words and immediately respectfully agreed. When they heard the word Demon Lord, their eyes flickered and were full of enthusiasm. At the same time, Xianyang Sect, Gui Burial Peak. The drizzle was falling, casting a desolate atmosphere over the land, making people feel a sense of sadness. The burial peak is 1,000 feet high. It is a cemetery specially set up for sect disciples. Countless geniuses from all generations who unfortunately died young are buried there. At this moment, beside an inconspicuous tombstone, a young man dressed in white stood in the rain, took out a glass of sake and spilled it on the ground, with a complicated and painful expression. Joe Tong. I avenged you, and everyone in the Guiming sect has been buried with you. This young man was Xiao Yun. He murmured softly, then slowly knelt down and looked at the line of writing carved on the tombstone. The 237th generation disciple of Xianyang sect, the tomb of Joe Tong. Xiao Yun took a sip of sake, raised the corners of his mouth, as if thinking of something, and showed a gentle smile. Look, I did it. You can rest in peace. The rain became heavier and heavier, falling like pearls and jade, splashing all over Xiao Yun's body, but he still didn't realize it. Just quietly leaning on the side of the tombstone, silent. Chapter 29. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Yun. An elegant voice sounded slightly. Xiao Yun turned around and looked behind him, only to see that the person coming was Luo Lingxiu, one of the youngest core elders of Xianyang sect. She is wearing a simple and elegant white palace dress, beautiful and refined, like a fairy who does not eat the fireworks of the world. Just one glance will make you unforgettable for a long time. Elder Luo. Xiao Yun nodded slightly. Luo Lingxiu used to be one of Xianyang sect master's direct disciples, and she was one of the most outstanding disciples of the previous generation. He entered the spiritual sea at the age of 14, transformed into a spirit at the age of 15, and at only 19, he has already entered the realm of heaven and man. She is a true genius, and possesses the ethereal divine body ranked 133rd on the 10,000 body list, and her cultivation speed is astonishingly fast. Today, Luo Lingxiu is only in her early 20s, and she is already a peak king known as the Bing Luo King, and is famous in the dynasty. The word genius seemed to eclipse in front of her. People cannot be resurrected after death, Xiao Yun, please forgive me. Luo Lingxiu walked slowly to Xiao Yun's side and spoke softly. Although she was trying to comfort Xiao Yun, there was also a trace of regret deep in her eyes. Joe Tong, whom she had met once or twice in the outer sect, was a rather interesting young man. Unfortunately. Thank you Elder Luo for your concern. Excuse me, Elder Luo is here, what's the important matter? Hearing Luo Lingxiu's caring words, Xiao Yun forced out a smile. He said with a bit of bitterness. Joe Tong's death made him extremely depressed. He has no relatives in this world, and Joe Tong is equivalent to his real brother. He had previously thought that after returning to the sect this time, he would quietly give Joe Tong a large amount of resources and high-level skills to help him reach a higher level. Unfortunately, there will never be another chance. The sect leader is summoning you, me, and all the core elders. Hearing this, Luo Lingxiu nodded, and then sighed softly. As expected, it's about the devil seed disaster. Demon seed? Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a little chilled in his heart. It is a most evil thing condensed from endless resentment and hostility. Once any creature is invaded by it, it will lose almost all reason and become a murderous and violent madman. It is said that a 7th-level demon king was controlled by the demon species. As of today, it has led the beast tide to slaughter 3 cities. 1 million human beings were brutally slaughtered, and less than 1,000th of them survived. Luo Lingxiu frowned, and when she mentioned this matter, a hint of anger appeared on her beautiful face. In just a few days, millions of people were killed by monsters and died. How could she not be angry? Millions of people. Xiao Yun's heart trembled, and there were waves of chills in his heart. The demon lord is strong enough to rival the lord. Under the control of the demon species, he became a monster who only knows how to kill. This is a real disaster. If left alone, I'm afraid more people will be brutally murdered. Sect Master, are you planning to summon us to suppress it? Xiao Yun couldn't help asking. Yes, not bad. Luo Lingxiu nodded slightly. We will go to Xianyang Palace immediately to discuss countermeasures. Although she is a core elder, she still has no good solution to this matter. After all, the power of the 7th-level demon lord is comparable to that of a high-level venerable. Unless the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master come forward, it will be difficult for them to compete alone. The enemy this time is really too powerful. Good. Hearing this, Xiao Yun nodded, stood up and followed behind Luo Lingxiu, flying towards the distance. Sect Master, are you sure that the 7th-level demon master controlled by the demon species is the Thunder mysterious Jiao? In Xianyang Hall, many elders gathered together. At this moment, as if he had learned something, a green-robed elder's expression fluctuated violently, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Absolutely true. Xianyang sect master looked solemn, nodded, and said in a deep voice. This is the news sent by the powerful king of the blade from the Great Sun Dynasty who controls the 32 cities in the south. There is absolutely no lie. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was silent. Thunderous Black Dragon. The demon clan has a very strong fighting ability. They are naturally the favorites of thunder and lightning. Their bodies are tough and their defense is unparalleled. They can even trigger thunder in the sky and kill all enemies. Even if a venerable party faces a 6th level violent thunder dragon, he must not be careless at all and must deal with it with all his strength. With just 6 levels, he can fight against ordinary 7th level monsters and even human lords. And at this moment, however, a violent thunder mysterious dragon with the blessing of the thunder law and a 7th level strength appeared. How could everyone not be shocked by this? In fact, he felt a little bit of fear in his heart. Click. Master, I'm bringing Xiao Yun here. At this time, when everyone was silent, the door of Xianyang Palace suddenly opened, and a pleasant female voice sounded from outside. Xiao Yun and Luo Lingxiu slowly walked into the palace. I have met the sect master and elders. Seeing everyone, Xiao Yun immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Haha, King Yan is here. The next moment, when he saw Xiao Yun's arrival, the burly Wu Zhan immediately stood up and greeted him. Can the thunderous black dragon fight across the ranks? Haha, our sect's holy son Xiao Yun, the god King Yan who is widely rumored in the Great Sun Dynasty, also has the power to kill the venerable. Wu Zhan laughed and patted Xiao Yun's shoulder. King Yan Shen. When Xiao Yun heard this title, he was slightly startled, and he was a little confused. In the past few days, he had never heard of the news from the outside world. Naturally, he felt very unfamiliar with this name. The Holy Sun, is God King Yan. After hearing this, many elders who didn't know Xiao Yun suddenly showed expressions of surprise, and their eyes focused on Xiao Yun. Who is King Yan? That was a ruthless character who single-handedly slaughtered the entire Guiming sect and even blasted a huge crater hundreds of miles into the earth. Even Lord Guiming is not his enemy. Even if he casts his magic domain, he can't do anything about it. Such a peerless fierce man is actually Xiao Yun. For a moment, everyone looked at Xiao Yun with doubts and shock. When did a disciple of his Xianyang sect have the strength to kill the venerable? This is simply beyond all their knowledge. There is no doubt that Xiao Yun is indeed the so-called God King Yan, and the Guiming sect was also slaughtered in a rage because of him. Xianyang sect leader smiled, with an implicit appreciation on his kind face. Xiao Yun, sit down. Immediately, he pointed to an empty seat and motioned for Xiao Yun to sit down. Yes. Seeing this, Xiao Yun slightly cupped his hands and sat down among them. Hiss. God King Yan is actually my Xianyang sect disciple. If God King Yan takes action, this disaster of the demon species can be saved. After listening to the introduction of sect leader Xianyang, everyone gasped. He also secretly guessed in his heart. Maybe God King Yan does have the power to kill the thunderous mysterious dragon? Chapter 30. 7th level Demon Lord, Thunderous Mysterious Dragon. The number of beasts it controls reaches tens of millions, and among them there are no fewer than 10 demon kings who have reached the peak of the 6th level. If they are allowed to enter the central area of the Great Sun Dynasty, the consequences will be unimaginable. Soon, the talk about Xiao Yun's arrival subsided. The meeting in Xianyang Hall continued, and the Great Elder took the lead in telling what everyone was most worried about. The south is vast and sparsely populated, and the distances between cities are quite far. Therefore, even though the beast tide raged for several days, it took only 3 cities to be breached. But if the beast tide moves forward, it will span the entire southern land. Eventually, they will inevitably reach the central area, the most densely populated area in the dynasty. By that time, there will be rivers of blood flowing, and the number of victims may reach tens of millions. There is no doubt about that. An elder in grey robe nodded. He was the second core elder of Xianyang sect, a half-step venerable being. We must kill it in the southern realm. Once the demon king falls, the beast tide will collapse. His eyes narrowed with a solemn expression. I have just received news that the Great Sun Dynasty has sent Venerable Lone Star and 10 kings to support. At that time, the strong men of our sect will only need to join them. As for the candidates sent by our sect this time, the sect master is requested to make an early decision. Lord Lone Star. 10 crowned kings. Xianyang sect master's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. The strength of Venerable Lone Star has reached the 4th level of the Venerable Realm, and the star laws he controls are even more powerful. Decades ago, he even forced the blood-refining demon lord, one of the masters of the 7 evils demon palace, into a desperate situation. Although the latter escaped in the end, he also suffered heavy injuries that were difficult to recover from. As a patron saint of the Sun royal family, Lord Lone Star will never take action easily until a critical moment comes. Now it seems. This time the demon seed disaster may not be as simple as imagined. Brother, I'm afraid I need you to take action personally this time. After thinking this, Master Xianyang turned his head and looked to the other side, where an elegant old man in white was sitting. His temples were grey, his eyes were cloudy, and he looked like he was dying. But its whole body is surrounded by a faint white glow, like a fairy mist, which looks extraordinary. This is... Xiao Yun had never seen this person in the sect before, and he felt a little confused when he felt his aura as thick as the sea. Xiao Yun, this is the supreme elder of our Xianyang sect. His name is Chu Yun, and he is also known as Venerable Gui Sheng to the outside world. The strength of the Supreme Elder is second only to the Sect Master, reaching the 7th level of the Venerable. Suddenly, Wu Zhan, who seemed to have noticed the confusion on Xiao Yun's face, whispered and introduced the old man's origins to him. It turns out to be the Supreme Elder. Hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately stood in awe. Venerable 7th level. That is an existence that is infinitely more powerful than Lord Gaiming. In this Great Sun Dynasty, Ran has truly stood at the top of the pyramid, enough to stand out from the crowd. Even if I were in human form, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. Good. The voice of the Guizheng Venerable seemed to resound in the sky, vast and inexplicable, giving people an extremely grand illusion. Well, other than that. Xianyang sect master nodded slightly and immediately looked at the powerful sect members in the hall. The 2nd, 4th, 7th, and 8th core elders of our sect, as well as loyal Lingu and Xiao Yun, together with the 20 elders of the heavenly realm, will go to the south to stop the violent thunder Xianjiao. We must ensure that this demonic disaster can be quelled as soon as possible. His voice was loud and resounded in everyone's ears. We will set off tomorrow morning, so be prepared. Yes. Many powerful men from the sect, including Xiao Yun, all agreed in unison. Immediately, Xiao Yun exited the main hall and prepared to enter the scripture collection pavilion again. Sutra Pavilion, top floor area. It is rumored that there is only one copy of the martial arts for the heavenly class of Xianyang sect, but now it seems that it is just false news deliberately spread out. Xiao Yun looked at the several secret books placed on the jade platform. Their quality was all above the heaven level. Soon, he picked up a book and looked at it. The low-level martial arts technique of the heavenly level, Feng Gang Ju. It can condense the power of true energy that is as fast and sharp as the wind, control the winds of heaven and earth, and those who have reached the peak, one wind can cut down the peaks thousands of miles away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-level low-grade skill Wind Gang Ju, and the quality has increased 10,000 times, for obtaining the Emperor-level low-grade skill Wind Breath Destroying God technique. Ding! Host, Please note that the lower level Emperor level skill Wind Breath Destroying God technique requires understanding the law of wind above the 9th level before it can be successfully practiced. In my mind, the voice of the system sounded. All the contents of the Emperor level skill Wind Breath Destroying God technique are also deeply engraved in Xiao Yun's mind, like a soldering iron, and will never be forgotten. This is the power of the Imperial level skills. After receiving the large amount of skill information, Xiao Yun couldn't help but look horrified, and his mind was extremely shaken. The completion of the Wind Breath Destroying God technique can actually destroy hundreds of territories as huge as the Great Sun Empire in one thought. Even if only a trace of power escapes, it can turn heaven and earth into ashes. How terrifying is its power! It is indeed an Emperor-level technique at the level of a great Emperor. It's a pity that I haven't even condensed my true energy yet, so how can I understand the law? After sighing, Xiao Yun shook his head bitterly. The requirements of this Emperor-level skill are really too harsh. Unless he reaches the level of the Venerable, he will simply not be able to get started. But Your Majesty, where is such an easy breakthrough? He is only in the spiritual sea realm now. Although his strength can match that of the Venerable, he is still far away from that realm. Hey! While Xiao Yun was reading the exercises, his eyes suddenly froze and he looked at a dilapidated ancient sheepskin scroll. Immediately, pick it up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor-level high-grade Soul Secret Book Soul Blade, extremely incomplete, you can choose to repair it 10,000 times, perfectly deduced to a perfect state. Secret Book of Souls. Hearing the sound coming from the system, Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel happy. This does not require the understanding of the law as a prerequisite. Repair. Soon, he whispered in his heart and gave instructions directly to the system. If you choose to repair it, this basic level will reach the top level of the Emperor-level Soul Secret Code. Even Xiao Yun secretly thought in his heart that if this soul blade is intact and chooses to increase its quality by 10,000 times, its grade. What level of terror will it reach? Above the Emperor level, God level? Chapter 31. Ding! The repair is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God level low-grade Soul Secret Code Soul Blade. Wait. Lower level God. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, and then his heart beat violently. God level. It's actually a God level. The systematic repair and deduction has even raised the level of this soul secret method to the level of God. How could he not be excited by this? That is the supreme secret code that surpasses all the levels of skills in Tianyuan continent and is above the Emperor level. Buzz. Soon, a large amount of information about Soul Blade poured into Xiao Yun's mind, making him take a breath of air. The Soul Blade secret method is divided into 7 levels. Among them, there are tens of thousands of soul attack techniques, and the peak power of each one is comparable to the level of the Emperor, or even above it. The first level, Royal Blade. It requires at least the soul power of the heavenly level, which can increase all soul power by 9 times. At the same time, it can drive 9,999 blades to attack. The second level, Shattered Void. It requires the soul power of the Emperor level, excluding the increase of Soul Blade, the soul power can be increased 18 times, and the soul can be turned into a blade to shatter the void. The third level, Sealing the Sky. It requires the power of the Saint level soul. The soul power is increased 36 times. The soul power turns into a cage in the sky and seals all things with one thought. As for the fourth level of Return to the Blade, the fifth level of Soul Burial, and the final 7th level of Annihilation of Gods. That is not a field that Xiao Yun can reach now. Just the power that the first 3 levels could display shocked him. At the first level, you can be close to being omnipotent. While your soul increases 9 times, you can also drive endless blades to attack and kill, and your combat effectiveness soars. And these are only the most basic realms. If Soul Blade is completed, it will gain a full 576 times increase in soul power, which is simply unimaginable. Although the dragon soul increased by up to 1,000,000 times, it only affected the almost non-existent soul cultivation. The increase of soul blade is real, it acts on the complete soul power, and will also increase with the growth of Xiao Yun's soul cultivation. The spiritual cultivation of the Venerable Realm can be increased by 9 times. The Emperor can get 18 times. When you reach the Saint level, it will be a full 36 times. Drive nearly 10,000 blades. In the boundless tide of beasts I am about to face, it is simply a weapon for killing. Xiao Yun clenched his fists tightly, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. There are still a few hours before departure, I must enter the first level of Soul Blade as soon as possible. And as for the blade, he looked at the storage space of the system again, where he placed the countless spiritual weapons obtained from the destruction of the Ghost Underworld sect in the corners of the storage space. Most of them have been increased in quality 10,000 times, reaching the level of heaven level or even holy level. A small part of it was 10,000 times the amount, which Xiao Yun originally planned to give to the sect master to distribute to many disciples of Xuanyang sect. There are more than 350,000 mysterious and earth-level spiritual weapons in total. It's barely usable. Xiao Yun nodded secretly, and then left the scripture collection pavilion and returned to his small courtyard. He still has a large number of soul-like heavenly materials and earthly treasures Life Soul Lotus, plus the 9-fold soul increase of the first level of Soul Blade. How far can your own soul cultivation reach? The next day, dawn appeared. Boo-hoo! In the sky above Xuanyang sect, dozens of powerful men flew over at such a fast speed that many Xuanyang sect disciples below raised eyebrows. It's the core elders. Senior brother Shenzi is here too. Why are the elders gathering here? Most of these disciples were not aware of the evil disaster in the south, so they were a little confused and talked about it. Are you all ready? The second core elder glanced at everyone, his face looking extremely serious. This time going to the south, they still don't know who will fall because of the Demon King and the Beast Tide, so they must act cautiously. Second elder, don't worry, we have already made preparations. We must defeat the Beast Tide and save countless people. Immediately, an inner sect elder from the heavenly realm said in a deep voice. Xiao Yun, what's wrong with you? At this time, loyal Lingxiu looked at Xiao Yun beside her, but found that the latter seemed to be in a state of trance, and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Fine. After a while, Xiao Yun came back to his senses. In contrast to his previous demeanor, excitement emerged in his eyes. More than 10 life soul lotuses were returned by the system with a 10,000-fold increase, which directly caused his soul cultivation to increase dramatically, almost reaching the terrifying state of a 4th turn venerable. And most importantly, he has perfect mastery of the first level of Soul Blade and even the large number of attack secrets contained in it. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human race/ancient flame dragon race, pure blood. Cultivation level, 10th level of the spiritual sea realm, 1 million feet of spiritual sea. Physical strength, 2 billion kilograms, incarnation of the ancient flame dragon clan will increase tenfold and can reach 20 billion kilograms, currently it has reached the limit of the spiritual sea realm and cannot continue to improve. Soul cultivation, 4th turn venerable. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, emperor level physique, supreme ancestral veins. Kung Fu, Tianlong 100 battles technique, mid-level heaven level, currently the 2nd level, physical strength increased by 6.0x, that is, 12 billion kilograms of strength. Soul technique, soul blade, low-grade god level, soul power increased 9 times, up to the 6th turn venerable level. Martial skills, meteor spirit seal, high-grade holy level, perfect, soul tearing, middle-grade holy level, perfect, po gang palm, high-grade heavenly level, perfect, comma. Items, 1 billion high-grade spiritual stones, 3,000 heaven-level spiritual weapons, 50,000 earth-level spiritual weapons, 9,999 burning sky flame dragon essence and blood. After Wei Wei glanced at the current system panel, Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile. The 7th level demon lord who can fight across the ranks, the thunderous mysterious Jiao? Now that his soul cultivation has increased 9-fold and reached the level of the 6th turn venerable, what kind of waves can he still make? Kill the demon king and make the beast tide disperse on its own? No, no, no. These beasts have slaughtered an entire million human beings, and I, Xiao Yun, will not let anyone go. Chapter 32. The Other Side. In the south of the Great Sun Dynasty, Baishan City. A magnificent city built on several mountains, occupying a radius of 4,000 miles. As one of the largest cities in the south, Baishan City has more than 10 million residents, and the city lord's palace is home to a powerful man at the top of the feudal lord, Tai Long Hao, Wang Gang. Boo-hoo! Baishan City, which is usually bustling and noisy, is completely silent today. In the sky, countless powerful men could be seen flying towards this place with an astonishing momentum. Boom! Soon, the void trembled, and several waves of extremely powerful aura swept out. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a silver robe, with stars in his eyes, a giant sword on his back, and a fierce aura all over his body. It is none other than Lord Lone Star, the patron saint of the Great Sun Dynasty for hundreds of years. Beside Venerable Lone Star, more than 10 powerful kings, including the Southern Lord King of Blades, gathered here. The number of those feudal lords and ordinary powerful men in the realm of heaven and humanity is even more terrifying, there are hundreds of them. Oh my god, the royal family actually dispatched so many strong men. Venerable Lone Star. I didn't expect this lord to come in person. It's too scary. I have never seen such a large number of powerful kings gather. Seeing these powerful men falling from the sky, countless people in Baishan City were shocked and inexplicably shocked. This time, the imperial family may have used most of their power. It is already enough to sweep through demonic sects like the Ghost Sect and destroy everything. Wang Gang, the lord of Baishan City, comes to see you, your majesty. Seeing the arrival of many powerful men, Tai Long Hao also quickly flew forward and saluted respectfully. On his forehead, there were even fine beads of sweat appearing. After all, every king conferring powerhouse present has a status that is much higher than that of a small town lord. On weekdays, they are all existences that need to be looked up to. But now, a total of 11 kings have gathered, and even the legendary Lord Lone Star has appeared here. Your Majesty! That is a real strong man, whose strength is unfathomable, and who truly possesses the power to destroy the world. Looking at the Great Sun Dynasty, you can't find a few of them. Thinking of this, Tai Long Hao became more and more frightened and respectful. The other party could crush him thousands of times with just a finger. Lord Lone Star responded indifferently, and then cast his gaze into the distance. It was peaceful, nothing unusual. Boom! At this time, another large number of figures came through the sky, including 3 huge spirit boats that were hundreds of meters long. He's from the Late Yen sect. A strong man who was granted the title of king had his eyes flashing and he whispered secretly in his heart. There are forces from all directions involved in this demonic disaster this time. The imperial family of the Great Sun, and the 3 righteous sections. Xianyang sect, Late Yen sect and Yongxia sect. The 4 forces all sent a large number of strong men here, vowing to break up the beast tide and kill the violent thunder dragon controlled by the demon species. Thunder Heaven sect, Po Xiao King, Lucian, have met Lord Lone Star. Soon, a figure flashed in the spirit boat, leading the team and saluting Lord Lone Star. It was none other than the deputy sect leader of Late Yen sect, Po Xiao King Lucian. Your ancestors didn't come. However, Lord Lone Star frowned and spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, a bitter smile suddenly appeared on Lu Chen's face. Your Majesty, the ancestor is in seclusion to attack the 4th level of the Venerable, so he is unable to come. Hee. 4th level? Isn't that old guy greedy for life and afraid of death? He hides in the sect and doesn't dare to show his face. Yes, after all, he has an immortal body, and his lifespan is 10 times that of ordinary people. After living for nearly 2,000 years, he still doesn't want to die. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lord Lone Star sneered. Obviously there is some gap between him and ancestor Lei Tian. This. Lu Chen opened his mouth, but it was difficult to argue after all. The ancestor of Lei Tianzong has a physique that ranks 281st on the 10,000 body list, the longevity spirit body. Ordinary people who advance to the realm of venerables can live for up to 1,000 years. Ancestor Lei Tian has 10,000 years, but on the contrary, his cultivation speed will be much slower than ordinary people. Therefore, even if he has practiced for 2,000 years, even if he is the oldest old monster in the Great Sun Dynasty, his cultivation is only comparable to the 3rd level of the Venerable. Lone Star, long time no see. Suddenly, a warm voice sounded, breaking the slightly embarrassing situation. Immediately afterwards, an extremely luxurious carriage approached from far away and stopped in the void. Yungzia Sect. Looking at the iconic emblem on the carriage, Lu Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. Master Yungzia, also known as Venerable Yungzia. The cultivation base has reached the 6th level of the Venerable realm. Even the royal family is extremely afraid of truly top experts and dare not provoke them easily. Soon, from the carriage suspended in the void, a slender barefoot beautiful leg was the first to stretch out, like white jade, making people salivate. Hey! Accompanied by the gentle fragrance, a peerless beauty stepped out. She is wearing a red dress, has a graceful body, black hair shawl, and is extremely bright. It is none other than the leader of Yungzia Sect Yun Chenexin. Although he looks like he is only in his 20s, he is actually over 500 years old. Shen Xin. Seeing the arrival of Sect Master Yungzia, Venerable Lone Star looked a little complicated and seemed to be feeling emotional. He was once a Taoist couple with the former, and the two experienced countless life and death catastrophes together, and also spent nearly 100 years of good time together. It was a pity that the two of them later went to a secret realm. In a situation where they were almost certain to die, Lord Lone Star chose to escape on his own and cruelly abandoned the Yungzia sect master. In the end, although Master Yungzia did not die, the relationship between the two also broke down. For more than 300 years, the two of them had no contact with each other. It wasn't until this disaster broke out that they were able to meet again, but they were already strangers to each other. I must apologize to you for what happened back then. Lord Lone Star lowered his head, a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. At that time, I had no choice. The past has passed, and I don't ask you to forgive me. After saying that, he just looked away, not daring to look at Yungzia sect leader. Over the years, he has always felt guilty, and he has not been able to forget it for so many years, and he has not dared to see her. Ah! Sect leader Yungzia chuckled lightly, but did not mention it again. What happened back then has already become an untouchable pain in her life. Chapter 33. Well, people from Xianyang sect are here too. This kind of breath, could it be that of the Guizheng Venerable? After a while, Lord Lone Star's eyes lit up, he looked at the sky somewhere and said, "Boo-hoo!" Dozens of figures stepped forward, all wearing white robes, each exuding extremely powerful power, and they were clearly the powerful men of the Xianyang sect. The leader, a silver-haired old man, gave people an unfathomable feeling. Holy Lord! One of the veteran sages of the Xianyang sect, his combat prowess is extraordinary and his cultivation has also reached the 7th level of the Venerable World. His strength is even higher than that of the Yungzia sect master. 3 Venerables. At the same time, Xiao Yun glanced at Lord Lone Star and Master Yungzia, his eyes twinkling slightly. One venerable is fourfold, two venerables are sevenfold. These three powerful men should be more than enough to suppress the thunderous mysterious Xiao. My lords, according to the route of the beast tide, they will arrive at our Bashan city in less than an hour. The spies ahead have sent news that the number of monster beasts has reached hundreds of millions. Suddenly, Marquis Tailong said. The words were full of anxiety. The number of billions of demonic beasts is already several times greater than their previous estimates. Even if many powerful men arrived today, it still made him feel fearful and uneasy. Gentlemen, can you really withstand the tide of beasts? Everyone, we have to take action. Deploy a large formation immediately and go. Roar. Hearing this, Lord Lone Star turned his eyes and was about to order many strong men to prepare for the battle, but before he could finish his words, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the distance. Immediately, billows of dust were seen, sweeping over the sky and covering the ground. Wherever he passed, the vegetation turned into powder and stone chips flew everywhere. The guards on the city wall looked intently and saw faintly, in the smoke and dust, there were densely packed ferocious monsters, like locusts passing by. Enemy attack! Buzzing! Along with a roar, the huge city defense formation was instantly activated, and endless runes surged. In an instant, the dazzling light enveloped the entire Bashan city, forming an impenetrable defense. Violent! In the distant sky, endless birds and monsters cover the sky and emit deafening cries. Those bloodthirsty monsters still exuded a violent and ferocious aura even from a long distance away. At this moment, the entire Bashan city trembled. I don't know how many ordinary people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Damn it, why did it come so soon? Suddenly, Venerable Lone Star roared angrily, and a powerful aura suddenly bloomed, like a god or a demon. Where did these monster beasts come from? Why is it completely different from what was expected? Ho ho ho! The monster beasts gathered more and more, and soon they were approaching the city gate. A pair of scarlet eyes, with cold murderous intent, stared at the city defense formation. Bang bang bang! The next moment, huge monsters crazily collided with the formation. Even if they were destroyed by the formation, the monsters behind were still attacking the city fearlessly. It seems that in this way, the entire formation will be broken into pieces, Bashan city will be submerged, and then all the humans inside will be slaughtered. Damn beast! Everyone, follow me and kill the enemy. This city must not be lost. Venerable Lone Star's face was as gloomy as water. He stood up, holding a giant sword, and struck the dense group of monster beasts with one sword. Boom! Suddenly, blood flew, and nearly 1,000 monsters were killed in an instant. Kill! We must not let them break through the formation. Many powerful men from the Great Sun Dynasty also roared in unison, each showing their magical powers. A series of sword lights, palm prints, and fist strength tore through the air and blasted into the group of monsters. Immediately, there was a bloody rain all over the sky, and large swaths of monster beasts were killed, turned into flesh, and their blood was sprinkled across the sky. But their number is really too terrifying, just like the waves hitting the sky, one after another. The monster of death is just a drop in the bucket among them. Completely different from the information we received, this first wave of beasts alone may number in the hundreds of millions. The strong men of the three major sects also participated in the battle. Xiao Yun looked down, looking at the tide of beasts like a black ocean, and murmured to himself. However, among them, he did not find any trace of the violent thunder dragon. Only the seven-headed 6th-level demon king commanded it, causing countless demon beasts to charge wildly. But no matter how many there are, they are completely useless in front of me. Buzz! Xiao Yun whispered in his heart, and instantly, tens of thousands of sword blades appeared around him, surrounding him like a storm, raging in all directions. Every sharp sword is radiant with cold light, the blade is sharp, and the sharpness is bone-piercing, enough to split the void. Go. The next moment, he stretched out his finger and clicked it. Boom! Tens of thousands of sharp swords roared in unison, striking with cold and killing intent, pouring into the army of monsters like a violent storm. Tisk! Almost in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of monster beasts were directly twisted into blood mist. Puff puff! Immediately afterwards, after countless sharp swords penetrated a monster beast, they burst out again, wildly harvesting the lives of countless monster beasts. In just one breath, hundreds of thousands of monsters were killed. A person from the Xianyang sect? But why have I never seen this powerful man? The scene of Xiao Yun using his 10,000 blades to slaughter monster beasts crazily was also noticed by Lord Lone Star not far away. His eyes narrowed, and a look of doubt appeared on his face, but he didn't pause too much. After all, the most important thing now is to resist the tide of beasts with all our strength, and finally kill the thunderous mysterious dragon. Too slow. Too slow. Although the sword rain could kill hundreds of thousands of monsters in one breath, Xiao Yun was still not satisfied and frowned. Roar! He looked at a giant snake that was 100 feet long in the distance. It was one of the 6th-level demon kings who controlled the beast tide, a highly venomous demon snake called the blue blood snake. 6th-level peak? Haha, I can be killed in an instant. Destroy! Xiao Yun sneered, and as soon as his mind moved, a huge amount of soul power surged out. In an instant, the green blood snake king trembled all over, and dense cracks appeared on the outside of his body. The scarlet snake eyes showed a strong color of fear. Bang! The next moment, there was only a dull explosion, and the huge body of the green blood snake king exploded instantly, dyeing many surrounding monsters scarlet. A thought can directly span thousands of miles. Instantly kill the 6th-level peak monster, which is equivalent to the existence of the peak human king. His soul cultivation, which is comparable to that of a 6th-rank master, has already made Xiao Yun transcend the ordinary world and truly reach a terrifying state. Chapter 34. Roar! Sensing the sudden death of the green blood snake king, several 6th-level demon kings roared angrily, looking at Xiao Yun with eyes filled with bloodthirsty and violence, wishing to eat him alive. Oh! You want to die? The corners of Xiao Yun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of joking. The next moment, thousands of sword blades flew up and gathered in one place, and then, like a tornado, they kept spinning and whistling, exuding a terrifying edge that was breathtaking. Boom! Thousands of sword blades rotated wildly, and the speed reached the extreme in an instant, as if they were going to tear apart the space and destroy everything. Immediately, in the astonished sight of countless strong men, the storm gathered by the sword blades slammed down towards the tide of beasts below. Tisk! The fragments of flesh and blood are flying everywhere. This was a complete massacre. The storm of blades was like a meat grinder, sweeping wildly and wreaking havoc. Countless monsters screamed and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. In just a short moment, millions of monsters were killed by the endless sword. Humanity. A huge red gold tiger with a body as big as a mountain and an aura that was infinitely close to the 7th level roared and suddenly rushed towards Xiao Yun, who was stepping into the void. Its body is shimmering with bright metallic luster, as if it is covered with a piece of golden armor, and it looks extraordinary. Stupid stuff. However, facing the terrifying red gold giant tiger, Xiao Yun glanced at it indifferently and raised his arm slightly. Burst! Several dragon flame fire lotuses condensed in an instant and bloomed into a blazing red glow. The next moment, in full view of everyone, endless red gold flames suddenly burst out, wrapping the giant red gold tiger and burning it directly to ashes. He is King Yan. What a terrifying flame! The monster is almost equivalent to a venerable person without a legal domain, and it was burned to death in an instant. The title of the most powerful king is well deserved. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of strong men present could not help but swallow their saliva and were stunned. Is this the legendary King Yan who slaughtered an entire sect by one person? It's really terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, many powerful kings felt a deep sense of frustration. They are both powerful kings, but the gap between them and King Yan is so huge that it is unimaginable. Even the Yongxia sect leader in the distance had a look of horror deep in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this King Yan was actually from the Xianyang sect. The 10th level of the spiritual sea? No, it should be that his cultivation was hidden in some way. Even if you are facing this person's strength, you won't dare to neglect him in the slightest. In fact, from the other party, I actually felt a strong sense of danger. Boom! The storm of blades kept turning, as if the huge beast army was regarded as pigs and sheep in a slaughterhouse, slaughtering them wantonly. Mega! 10 million! 30 million! In just one stick of incense, nearly a third of the huge battlefield turned scarlet, and the corpses of monsters and beasts in it were almost piled up like a hill. Kill the entire beast horde by yourself. What a terrifying strength! Looking at the figure standing proudly in the sky, constantly controlling the sword storm to strangle monsters, loyal Lingu and the second elder of Xianyang sect looked at each other in shock, their eyes filled with shock. Especially the second elder, his entire mind was completely blank at this moment. Others don't know, but he, the sect leader and others know deeply about Xiao Yun's true cultivation. Just like what he showed, he is only at the 10th level of the spiritual sea realm. The 10th level of the spiritual sea realm. But he was able to kill the 6th level peak demon king who was as good as a pig or a dog when he was rivaling the novice venerable. What is this concept? Simply unbelievable. Your Majesty, save! However, just when everyone was shocked by Xiao Yun's unparalleled ferocity, suddenly, an extremely shrill howl suddenly sounded, causing everyone to wake up from their thoughts. Following the miserable howl, it turned out that a royal prince was torn apart by a claw, dripping with blood. Human, delicious. Immediately afterwards, his remaining body was swallowed in one gulp, and the sound also stopped abruptly. It was a ferocious black giant eagle with wings that were hundreds of feet wide. Its body is as if it were made of steel, its jet-black feathers shimmer with cold light, and its sharp beak is dripping with red blood, giving people an endless sense of oppression. Is this the Tianming Falcon? Level 7. How come there is a second level 7 monster? When did it arrive? Venerable Lone Star frowned, and his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Tianming Falcon. The terrifying monster known for its extreme speed can even use the law of wind when it reaches the 7th level. Its speed is so fast that even some high-level venerables cannot catch up. Gui's Hung, Yongxia, the three of us join forces. You must use your magic domain to suppress this Skyming Falcon, otherwise you will never have the chance to kill it. Venerable Lone Star looked solemn and shouted in a deep voice. The speed of Tianming Falcon is really too fast. If it cannot be subdued with one move, it will inevitably escape. By then, if you want to kill it again, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Good. Sect Master Yongxia nodded and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Tianming Falcon was powerful, she was not too afraid. After all, he and Venerable Gui Sheng are actual 7th level venerables, and together with the venerable 4th level Lone Star, how can they still not deal with a mere 7th level monster? Unless it can reach the middle level of the 7th level, it will be equivalent to the existence of the 9th level of the human race venerable. Otherwise, it would have no chance of leaving alive today. Jija humans, you all must die. In an instant, the three of them had no time to take action. That day, Ming Falcon laughed strangely, and his deep low cry resounded throughout the wilderness. Immediately afterwards, it waved its wings violently and turned into a black lightning in an instant, rushing towards Lord Lone Star, who had the lowest cultivation level. The Skyming Falcon is no less intelligent than humans, so it chooses to pick the weak ones. And the facts proved that its judgment was not wrong. I saw it flap its wings, its speed suddenly increased several times, and it appeared in front of Lord Lone Star in the blink of an eye. Not good. The realm of heavenly stars. Kai. Lord Lone Star's pupils shrank violently, and he hurriedly sacrificed his magic domain. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, as if the sky had turned into a vast galaxy. Human, it's too late. Tianming Falcon flapped its wings, but there was a treacherous look in its eyes as if the conspiracy had succeeded. Brother, kill him. Bah! Suddenly, a scene that no one expected happened. Accompanied by a crisp and sweet cry, from the void behind Venerable Lone Star, another pitch-black Skyming Falcon suddenly burst out of the sky. Its speed is extremely fast, almost beyond the limit of what the naked eye can capture, and it disappears in a flash. What? The third level 7 monster. Sect Master Yungzia's face changed drastically, and his mind trembled. He never expected that there was another 7th order Skyming Falcon hidden behind Lord Lone Star. No. Pfft. As soon as Venerable Lone Star's screams rang out, the black Skyming Falcon suddenly appeared and cut off his head with its wings. The bodies were separated and blood spattered on the spot. Chapter 35. The dignified venerable person was brutally attacked and died on the spot. Lord Lone Star, he. Many powerful men on the royal family were dumbfounded, and a cold air rose from the solace of their feet. One 7th level demon king was enough to frighten them, but now there were 2 more. This is simply a nightmare. For a moment, everyone fell into panic. Unlike humans, monsters are born with extremely powerful bodies, long lifespans, and amazing fighting instincts. Even a monster beast that has just entered the 7th level can still compete with a strong human being at the 4th or 5th level of the Venerable. And at this moment, except for the Thunderbolt mysterious Xiao that has not yet appeared, there are actually 2 7th level monsters here, and they are the top beings among the monsters. GG. Human ants, all go to death. Accompanied by a cold and strange roar, the second Skyming Falcon suddenly rushed downwards, and its target was clearly those powerful men of the Thunder Sky Sect. They don't have a venerable guardian to protect them. If they are entangled by this demon lord, they will end up dead. Damn! Run! Run away now! In an instant, all those powerful men from the Thunder Sky Sect lost their souls and retreated madly. Seeing this, the teasing and bloodthirsty expression in Tianming Falcon's eyes became even more intense. Like an eagle chasing a rabbit, it has treated everyone in the Lei Tian sect as its prey. Run away! Run away, my poor little bugs! You can't escape, ha ha ha! Tianming Falcon's laughter was like a curse, stimulating the liver and gallbladder of the powerful Lei Tianzong man below. How dare you, evil beast! Venerable Guizheng and Master Yungzia also shouted violently, but they were blocked by another Tianming Falcon and could not escape at all. And when the Ming Falcon was about to start a massacre that day, bang! Like the roar of thunder, a dull loud noise suddenly exploded in the sky and the earth. Boom! The next moment, the huge body of Tianming Falcon flew out directly, smashed into a 1,000-foot mountain peak, and fell into dust. This is... In an instant, both Guizheng Venerable and Yungzia Sect Master were stunned on the spot, inexplicably shocked. They all looked somewhere in the void, and their hearts couldn't help but beat violently. Damn! Alien monster! Accompanied by a cold roar, a figure in white slowly walked out of the smoke. He looked very young, only about 18 or 19 years old. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes, rich and handsome. Dressed in white, it is better than snow, spotless. What is even more eye-catching is that on his arms, there are actually some red gold dragon scales appearing, revealing the power of dominating the world. The Tianming Falcon, which was hundreds of feet long and had scales as hard as black iron, was suddenly blown away by his blow. What kind of power and prowess is this? Xiao Yun. At this time, after clearly seeing the other party's face, even the Supreme Elder Gui Sheng, who has been in charge of Xianyang sect for hundreds of years, couldn't help but lose his composure, and exclaimed. The Tianming Falcon who killed Lord Lone Star was probably equal to him in terms of frontal strength, but Xiao Yun. He actually used the power of his physical body to blow it away hundreds of miles with one punch. What the hell? How can it be? In an instant, Venerable Gui Sheng couldn't help but cursed in his heart, his face full of disbelief. How old is Xiao Yun? Moreover, his junior brother, the master of the Xianyang sect, also told himself that Xiao Yun could rival heavenly beings at the body tempering stage, and now at the spiritual sea stage, he could even kill the venerable ones. At first, Gui's Hung Venerable just thought it was a joke. And now? It seems that this extremely ridiculous news, like a piece of gossip in the Arabian Nights, is actually true. Damn human! I must eat you, eat you! The Skyming Falcon flew out from the collapsed mountain, most of its scales were shattered, its bright red feathers scattered in chaos, and it was extremely embarrassed. It roared angrily, its scarlet eyes flashing with ferocity and violence. Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, the Tianming Falcon waved its wings fiercely, and countless dark cyan wind blades emerged out of thin air. Boom! The overwhelming wind blade swept across the sky, and its speed was extremely fast. Just one wind blade could even kill an existence like Lord Gaiming. No, its understanding of the law of wind has reached at least 10%. Gui's Hung sect master's pupils shrank slightly, and a hint of fear and worry flashed deep in his eyes. For ordinary beings who have just entered the realm of the Venerable, their understanding of the original law is only 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. And a 10% understanding of the law has even reached the minimum standard for initiating the Venerable's one turn, which is. The strength of Ming Falcon that day was already close to that of a 9th level Venerable. For such an existence, even he can do nothing at all. If he is not careful, he will be punished on the spot. Who exactly is the demon species that caused this beast wave this time? Xiao Yun, be careful. As his thoughts changed, Venerable Gui's Hung hurriedly reminded Xiao Yun. If Xiao Yun fell to the wind blade, then today's battle would be almost a complete failure. When the thunderous black dragon arrives, they will no longer be able to fight back. By then, the entire Great Sun Dynasty is afraid that it will be in danger. However, facing those countless terrifying wind blades, Xiao Yun suddenly sneered without any fear. Roar! The soul power that reached the level of the 6th turn Venerable surged, as if it had turned into a giant dragon covering the sky. In an instant, the countless wind blades that filled the void all collapsed and disintegrated. What? How is this possible? Seeing the shattered wind blades all over the sky, the pupils of Gui's Hung Venerable and Yongxia sect leader suddenly shrank, and a huge wave of terror arose in their hearts. Tear, soul. However, Xiao Yun's next move made them completely sluggish and unable to speak for a long time. Holy level soul secret method, soul tearing. It is one of the soul attack secrets in the secret book of Soul Blade. Once used, a trace of soul power can directly invade the opponent's sea of consciousness and tear the opponent's soul from the inside. All soul defenses will even be weakened by 90%. In an instant, Xiao Yun waved his right palm lightly, and in an instant, a terrifying soul pressure spread out from his body. What exactly does this human being want to do? Tianming Falcon felt the vast and unpredictable soul aura, and for some reason, there was a trace of fear in his heart. This feeling makes it very frustrating. A mere human ant actually made me feel heart palpitated. I am. Boom. The next moment, the huge corpse of Tianming Falcon, whose eyes suddenly became dull, fell hard in an instant. It didn't even realize what happened. The soul in the sea of consciousness was torn into pieces in an instant. One hit kill. The 7th level Tianming Falcon didn't even have time to react before he was already dead. Chapter 36. This is the horror of the secret method of the soul. If there were no soul-like treasures to suppress the depths of the sea of consciousness, it would be impossible to defend against and resist. Brother! The other Sky-Ming falcon screamed and wailed, and pounced madly, but the two Guisheng venerables immediately found the opportunity, and the power of the two major realms crushed it down, killing it on the spot. Call. After doing all this, both Guisheng Venerable and Yungzia Sect Master took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Xiao Yun with horrifying eyes, and there was a huge wave of panic in his heart. The power Xiao Yun showed just now was completely beyond their imagination. This weak Tianming Falcon requires the two of them to join forces to find a chance to kill it. And Xiao Yun? He was seriously injured with just one punch, and then he used some secret method to directly destroy the opponent's soul. In total, I only used 2 moves. Fear. It's really too scary. Even the former Xianyang Sect Master was unable to match these methods. Sect Master, what kind of freak is this guy? Yungzia Sect was completely dumbfounded and asked in a daze, with shock in his eyes. He is obviously also the king. Why is the gap between him and this god King Yan bigger than that between humans and dogs? It's simply incomprehensible. Boom! Sect Master Yungzia smiled bitterly, and just as he was about to speak, there were bursts of earth-shattering thunder and explosions in the sky. Roar! Next moment, accompanied by endless roars of beasts, the earth is trembling violently. It seems like the end is coming and the world will fall. In an instant, everyone's slightly relaxed minds became tense, and they all looked up with solemn expressions in their eyes. Yes. The beast tide they faced just now was just the beginning. The real disaster has just arrived. Boom! Thunderstorm roars and lightning flashes. Among the dark clouds, everyone also vaguely saw the dragon flying in the sky, and the flock of birds that covered the sky and the sun for 1,000 miles. It's the Thunderbolt Black Dragon. Venerable Guisheng firmly grasped the sword in his hand, his eyes full of fear. The number of the second wave of beasts is probably hundreds of millions. Damn it! This is how to do. After hearing the words of Guisheng Venerable, many cultivators suddenly turned pale, with a deep look of despair in their eyes. Hundreds of millions. Previously, there was only a tide of nearly 100 million beasts, which even caused the death of a venerable person, and the defense formation of Bashan City was on the verge of collapse. Now, we have to face several times the number of beasts. How will we contend? Although King Yan is powerful, facing such a large number of beasts, he will eventually be exhausted. If you can't kill them all, you can't kill them all. This is... Heaven is going to destroy our Bashan city and destroy our Great Sun Dynasty. Thump! Looking at the endless tide of beasts in the distance that were densely packed and moving like black waves, the legs of a city guard general in the divine palace realm on the city wall softened and he knelt down directly on the ground, his face pale and bloodless. The garrison of Bashan city is only a mere 3 million people, facing hundreds of times the number of monsters. What can they do to resist? What to do to survive? For a time, the entire atmosphere of Bashan city fell into a silent silence. Everyone's heart is filled with deep despair. Even the venerable Guisheng and the Yungzia sect leader were livid and their moods were at their lowest point. Faced with this situation, they were also helpless. Is this 100-mountain city destined to be lost today? Hey! Amidst the high-pitched and sharp cries, the team of birds that covered the sky and the sun were getting closer and closer. In just a few breaths, he was already close to 100 feet away. However, Chilla! The endless terrifying sword storm reappeared, directly strangling millions of birds into blood mist, annihilating and dissipating between heaven and earth. In the void, a slightly thin figure stood in front of the gate of Bashan city. Today, unless I die. Otherwise, you will never even take a step into Bashan city. Xiao Yun held his sword and roared, his clothes and robes were beating in the wind, making a hunting sound. That delicate and handsome face was full of perseverance and determination, and there seemed to be no fear at all. Want to overwhelm with numbers? Just in time, let's see how long my spiritual sea of millions of feet can support me in fighting. Let the flames burn everything. He whispered in his heart, and as he waved his left hand, fire lotuses emerged one after another and bloomed in the air. One after another. In an instant, the sky turned into a fiery red world. Those fire lotuses were circling and crisscrossing in the air, exuding a terrifying and scorching temperature, as if they were going to burn everything in the world. What a rich power of qi and blood, this kind of flame, is even comparable to the different fires of heaven and earth. I want him to become my slave, Zhen Lei, and crush him until there is only one breath left. And the other side. The thunderous black dragon is entrenched in the void with a body that is thousands of feet long, but in his mind, there is an old voice, with a hint of excitement. It is the culprit that caused this beast wave. By chance, a demon species devoured the remnant soul of a saint and gained self-awareness. Yes, my supreme master. The thunderous black dragon bowed its head low, its huge vertical pupils locked on Xiao Yun, and Sun Yan's fangs were revealed ferociously, giving off a hint of cruelty. Boom! Before Beishan City. As waves of endless fire lotus exploded, the huge army of monsters could not get even closer from beginning to end. As long as you get close to the 600 miles of Beishan City, you will be burned by Long Yan and turned into ashes. Come on! Come on! Xiao Yun, on the other hand, became more courageous as he fought. Even if he released millions of fire lotuses, the consumption of the spiritual sea in his body was only a drop in the bucket. Boom! Humanity! Suddenly, it seemed as if the sky was being torn apart. The huge thunder dragon descended slowly, and then it continued to shrink, turning into a burly bald man, standing in front of Beishan City. Feeling the terrifying aura contained in this burly man, even Xiao Yun frowned. The power of this violent thunder dragon is probably at the level of an ordinary first-turn venerable. It seems that they have been hiding their strength and waiting for the fatal blow. But it is definitely not easy to trigger this beast tide and control the demonic species of thunderstorm Xianjiao. I'm afraid, it has produced a certain degree of wisdom. Various speculations appeared in Xiao Yun's mind, and a look of solemnity flashed deep in his eyes. A demon with wisdom. If such an existence is allowed to continue to grow, I'm afraid it will turn into a real demon, and the consequences will be disastrous. Really devilish. That is the final form of the demon species. Xiao Yun once saw in an ancient book. Legend has it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a real demon named Ed. It was an unprecedented evil that caused the fall of several great emperors and the destruction of 3 ancient kingdoms. In the end, it was the heaven holder who was above the great emperor and controlled the power of heaven, who finally killed the evil demon who was causing harm to the people. Chapter 37. Human beings, the Supreme Sky Demon has decided to give you one last chance. 1. Surrender to the Great Void Demon, dedicate all your strength, and serve him forever. 2. I will destroy the entire city, order a tide of beasts to kill all humans, and then force you to become my lord's slave. The bald man spoke coldly, majestic and cold. Its voice exploded between heaven and earth like rolling thunder, making all the boundless beasts bow their heads. As if they are worshipping their king. Gee, the master is willing to give you a chance to surrender. This is your greatest honor. Pathetic human beings, why don't you kneel down quickly to thank me? Boom! Immediately afterwards, the earth suddenly opened, and with a soft and charming laughter, a twisted and weird giant flower burst out from the ground. The giant flower was hundreds of feet in size, and its entire body was shrouded in scarlet mist. Wow! The huge petals opened, and in the stamens, sat a beautiful girl with no hair on her face and skin as good as snow. She has long green hair, and her eyes seem to have thousands of flowers blooming, and she is incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, when they smelled the scarlet mist drifting in, many guards on the city wall had their eyes blurred, as if they were completely obsessed with the appearance of the girl in the flower. "It smells so good. Beautiful girl, please let me kiss you." Not only the ordinary guards, but also the commanders of the gods and gods were in a daze, almost wanting to jump off the city wall and throw themselves into the giant flowers. "Disperse!" Xiao Yun's face was cold, and the dragon flames in the sky roared wildly, instantly burning out the scarlet mist spreading here, causing everyone to regain some consciousness. "This is the poisonous flower demon." The Reverend Gui Sheng came to Xiao Yun's side with an ugly expression on his face. "The trouble is big. In addition to the thunderous mysterious Xiao, this demon species actually controls a demon-level poisonous flower demon. Poison charms the flower demon." Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel confused. He had never heard the name of this kind of monster, and he had no idea of the methods it possessed. Gui's Hung Venerable explained. "The poisonous flower demon is an extremely special race. It is a spirit transformed from plants and trees. It is born with the power of charm. Once you inhale the floral fragrance it emits, you will fall into the illusion of desire and be willingly swallowed by it. And the most terrifying thing about the poisonous flower demon is not its charm method, but its poison." The Venerable Gui Sheng paused, seeming to recall a certain past event, with a flash of fear in his eyes. "It has a total of tens of thousands of poisons, each of which can easily take away the life of the Venerable. Even if it is contaminated by a trace, his body will be paralyzed to the point of losing the ability to move." "Is it poisonous?" Hearing this, Xiao Yun smiled faintly. "So what if there are thousands of poisons? His ancient flame dragon body is not affected by any toxins. Once any poison invades the body, it will be burned to death by the hot dragon blood in the body, leaving no trace behind. In that case, I'll kill this beast first." As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Yun looked coldly at the giant flower in the distance that was constantly waving its vines, and a mocking arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth. "But a mere demon dares to call itself an empty demon. Do you think that these two ridiculous beasts alone can make me fall?" The words were indifferent, but filled with a fierce and extremely domineering tone. "Those who insult their masters will die." In an instant, the giant bald man transformed by the thunderous black dragon suddenly became furious, with thunder and lightning raging all over his body. And among the giant flowers, the expression of the beautiful girl also became extremely gloomy, and a sharp and harsh voice suddenly burst out. "Kill him! Kill all humans!" In an instant, the endless tide of beasts went riot again, and the thunder-like black dragon was like lightning, charging towards Xiao Yun brazenly. "Demon species? I will definitely become a true demon in the future. If you don't want to be my slave, then go die." The self-proclaimed void demon roared even more. Although he devoured the remaining souls of a saint, he still did not truly escape the category of demon species. His heart is filled with infinite violence and bloodthirsty, but if he is even slightly provoked, he will fall into extreme rage. Bang! Bang! Layers of sonic booms suddenly resounded through the void, like muffled thunder exploding, shocking all directions. I saw that the violent thunder dragon was as fast as running thunder. In the blink of an eye, it had already approached Xiao Yun's side. Its huge palm, like a cattail leaf fan, carried the power of 1,000 thunderbolts and struck out fiercely. Boom! The wind is howling and the hurricane is sweeping. This palm seemed to be carrying a mountain to suppress it. The terrifying momentum was so overwhelming that the void could not bear it, as if there were a few cracks that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Call. However, in the storm, Xiao Yun still looked calm, as if the previous palm was just an illusion. The right palm of Thunder Black Dragon was still placed on Xiao Yun's shoulder. He kept exerting force, his face was distorted with anger, hundreds of millions of kilograms of huge force surged, but all of them disappeared without a trace like a mud cow entering the sea. It didn't even make Xiao Yun's figure move a bit. How can it be? This scene caused Thunderbolt Suanjiao's expression to change drastically. Bang! However, before he could do anything else, Xiao Yun had already punched out with his backhand. The mighty fist power shakes the void. Boom! The bald man instantly flew backwards like a cannonball, directly crushing tens of thousands of monsters below and creating a chasm that was dozens of miles long in the earth. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the soldiers on the tower took a deep breath and looked horrified. He withstood a palm strike from the thunderous black dragon and was still unscathed, and even punching him dozens of miles away. King Yan Shen. Could it be that he couldn't take the form of some ancient ferocious beast? Die! However, before everyone could be frightened, the poisonous flower demon drove thousands of vines to entangle it. There are fine spikes on each vine, hiding violent toxins. Once an ordinary venerable person is poisoned into his body, he will die without rebirth. Ridiculous! So what if I inject more toxins into you? It's still useless. In response, Xiao Yun just raised his foot and stepped on it, and endless dragon flames emerged from the void and burned. Boom! The tyranny of the flames exceeded everyone's expectations. It was devastating and unstoppable. In an instant, all the vines in the sky were set on fire. But I hate people who use poison, so I will be the first to burn you to ashes. Chapter 38. Xiao Yun's eyes were indifferent. He stepped forward and ran towards the giant flower that was hundreds of feet high. Phew! His pace seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. Dozens of heaven-level movements were performed alternately, and in an instant he reached the top of the flower stamen of the poisonous flower demon. He directly volleyed a palm in the air and slapped it down on the head. Die! Boom! Before the palm print fell, the beautiful naked girl in the giant flower stamens felt a threat like the earth was shattering. Her pupils suddenly shrank, but before she could do anything. Bang! As if under the oppressive force of Wang Yu's fall, the girl's entire body exploded like a watermelon, turning into a smelly scarlet liquid that floated down in the sky. Ah! It hurts! Amidst the scarlet smoke, bursts of strange sounds mixed with several voices rang out, making everyone's scalp numb. I saw that the huge giant flower was swaying endlessly, and countless vines were shaking, revealing countless ferocious and terrifying humanoid faces. Human, I'm going to kill you! The giant flower squirmed, and the countless faces on it were extremely distorted, with resentment, rage, and pain all emerging. The weird sound resounded again, and then the infinite vines were seen swinging wildly, turning into poisonous needles all over the sky, overwhelming towards Xiao Yun. The poisonous needle is sharp enough to tear gold and stone apart, and the poison contained in it, just one drop can corrode gold and iron, and melt flesh and blood. Is this your true identity? But it's really ugly to the extreme. Xiao Yun shook his head, with a strong look of disgust in his eyes. Go to hell! Boom! The next moment, the endless dragon flame exploded. The entire giant flower, as well as the dozens of miles around it, were wrapped in endless blazing pillars of fire. It's as if the scene of the destruction of the ghost sect in the past is happening again. Zitsizi! Ah! Under the extremely high temperature of millions of degrees, those vines could not sustain the moment at all, and they all turned into pitch-black ashes and scattered. The screams of the poisonous flower demon were even more miserable. In the end, even the roots buried deep in the ground were completely annihilated in the sea of fire. Hooray! The flames all over the sky gradually extinguished, and the sky became clear again. Died. On the city wall, countless strong men were stunned. That is the poisonous flower demon, one of the terrifying creatures that controls all kinds of poisons. As a result, in front of this god King Yan, he was as weak as an ant. Just like ordinary grass and trees, they were burned to ashes. Pop! On the other side, Venerable Gui Sheng could not help but applaud. Xiao Yun, King Yan God, is amazing. Amazing! He chuckled and shook his head, looking at Xiao Yun with increasing admiration and admiration. One person can defeat billions of beasts. Burn the poisonous flower demon with one fire. The name of King Yan is worthy of its name. I have only been in seclusion for more than 40 years. I never expected that such a monster and genius would appear in our Xianyang sect. Junior brother, the title of the strongest person in the Great Sun Dynasty is probably going to change hands. At this moment, the face of Gui's Hung Venerable has completely lost the previous solemnity and worry. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Xiao Yun's current strength is far superior to that of himself and Venerable Yungzia, and even surpasses his junior brother, the Xianyang sect master who has reached the 9th level of the Venerable. Except for the old immortal in the Imperial City, Xiao Yun is the real #1 person in the Great Sun Dynasty. No doubt about it. Venerable Gui Sheng had traveled to several empires when he was young, and he knew that in all major empires, there were many cultivation wizards with outstanding talents and powerful physiques. For them, fighting across levels is just a common occurrence. However, even the most powerful genius among them, if compared with Xiao Yun, they are nothing more than a firefly compared to a bright moon. The gap is huge and completely immeasurable. This boy will definitely become a top powerhouse in the future. Even it is not impossible to aspire to be the great emperor and become a heaven holder who controls the power of heaven. At the thought of this, Venerable Gui Sheng was inexplicably excited. Tianyuan continent is vast and vast, with numerous tribes in it. Xianyang sect is just a small and inconspicuous force among them. And if Xiao Yun can become a great emperor in the future, or even a heaven holder, the status of the entire Xianyang sect will also rise, and it will become one of the top forces in Tianyuan continent. You killed my most beloved slave. In an instant, a roar filled with endless rage resounded throughout the world. It also suddenly interrupted the reverie of Gui's Hung Venerable. Looking around following the sound, he saw the violent thunder black dragon that had transformed into its true form flying across the sky, looking down at the heaven and earth. Its eyes were cold and murderous, seeming to make the entire mountains and rivers tremble. At this moment, thunderstorm Suanjiao's will has been taken over by the air demon. After seeing the poisonous flower demon being burned to ashes with his own eyes, he was even more angry to the extreme. Almost swallowed up all the sanity. That was the first slave he got since his birth. Put in all your efforts and cultivate carefully. After spending endless resources and spiritual life, the poisonous flower demon was finally promoted to the middle level of the 7th level, possessing the terrifying power of being above the 9th level of the venerable poison killer. Even this violent thunder dragon relied on its terrifying poison to successfully enslave it. Originally, the air demon even counted on the poisonous flower demon to break through to the 8th level, after possessing the terrifying power to poison and kill the powerful Emperor Lord Realm. Then with the help of all kinds of poison, all humans in this area will be wiped out. Let him absorb the endless resentment, condense the demon body, and transform into a real demon. What a devil! Even if it is a newborn true demon, it is a terrifying existence that a saint can only escape from. That is what all demon species pursue after they are born. But, what now? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The violent thunder dragon controlled by the air demon looked up to the sky and screamed sadly. But no matter how roaring or angry he is, the flower demon will never be reborn and completely destroyed. The path to becoming a true demon in a short period of time has been completely cut off by that human being. When he thought of this, Thunderbolt Suanjiao's eyes turned red. Damn! Humanity! Next moment. Roar! Accompanied by the thunderous roar, the huge body of Thunderstorm Dragon suddenly expanded several times. In an instant, the rolling dark clouds covered the sun, and under the lightning and thunder, it was like a thunder dragon descending from the sky and the earth, stirring up the wind and rain. Buzz! The crimson demonic aura surged, filling the void, and kept winding up towards the body of the thunderbolt Xianjiao, causing its aura to surge wildly and rise rapidly. In an instant, it has reached a level comparable to that of a third-turn venerable. Boom! The dark blue thunder and lightning were infected by the devil's breath and turned into a scarlet color like blood, filling the sky. Chapter 39. Finally, did he appear in person. Looking at the blood thunder bathing in the void, it was like a violent thunder dragon descending from gods and demons. Xiao Yun's eyes were calm, and he waved his hand casually, causing the 10,000 sword blades to be arranged in an array across the sky. Whoosh! Under the endless sharp sword energy, it seems that even the space is being cut off. At this moment, the thunderbolt Xianjiao has been possessed by a demon species. Whether it is cultivation, body, or soul, they have all received huge blessings, comparable to those of a third-level peak venerable. But how could Xiao Yun be afraid? It's better to say that it's just right. He also wants to see, where is the limit of his current strength. Human, suffer death. The sound of thunder resounded for thousands of miles in the sky, and the huge and boundless dragon body had already risen into the sky, causing the animation sky blood thunder to bombard down. This moment, the whole world seemed to be falling apart, and the beautiful eyes of sect leader Yungzia were stunned and turned pale in horror. And many other strong men were even more terrified. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, the power in the blood thunder still made them feel palpitating. Terrified by it. If the thunder falls, I am afraid that tens of millions of creatures in the entire Bashan city will all die tragically on the spot. Well done. However, facing the sea of blood and thunder that was about to destroy the world, Xiao Yun showed no fear at all, and instead his eyes shone brightly. He raised the dark chaser sword in his hand high, and at the same time, the thousands of sword blades in the void began to tremble at the same time. Sword intent. Endless sword power. At this moment, the long swords with a radius of thousands of miles were vibrating, as if they were going to soar into the sky and pierce the clouds. The sound of sword chanting shook the world. The clothes all over Xiao Yun's body were making noises due to the explosion of terrifying sword intent. After perfectly mastering hundreds of heaven-level sword skills, he also successfully integrated the essence of all sword skills. He created a sword that truly belongs to him. At this moment, 10,000 swords resonate. Clank! Thousands of sword blades trembled together and gathered together to form a terrifying sword force that could tear the sky apart and annihilate the earth. The sword is soaring to the sky. Go forward indomitably and become tyrannical. This sword is called. Time seems to have been slowed down billions of times. Xiao Yun smiled, raised the long sword in his hand, and lightly opened his lips. Bury the demon. The words just fell. Tens of thousands of sword energy vibrated together, shooting out billions of dazzling rays of light, so brilliant that they illuminated the sky and enveloped the entire Bashan city. It's like a miracle, shaking the heaven and the earth. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, countless strong men saw the flash of thousands of sword lights. There was also an unspeakable shock in my heart. Boom! With one sword shot, the void was shattered and the blood and thunder collapsed. The terrifying space turbulence continues to rage, and large areas in the sky temporarily turn into darkness, as if the end is coming. The sea of blood and thunder that filled the sky was shattered into pieces in an instant. Jian Gang crushed everything and roared straight towards the thunderous mysterious dragon. At that moment, all the spectators felt their hearts tightening, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their hearts almost stopped at this moment. This kind of power is simply invincible. The air demon who controlled the thunderous mysterious dragon also sensed a huge crisis at this moment, and his heart was horrified. Subconsciously, he mobilized all his strength and used his strongest means. Bang! In an instant, lightning exploded. 9 ferocious thunder dragons poked out from the void, roaring towards the sword with unparalleled ferocious demonic aura. But boom! In just a moment, the 9 thunder dragons were instantly shattered into nothingness, and were crushed into pieces by the sword, unable to withstand the slightest bit. This is impossible. Kong Mo roared in his heart and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The thunderous mysterious Xiao, who was at the level of a 3rd level venerable, was actually unable to stop that terrifying sword in the slightest. Chilla. The air demon was not given any time to think. The next moment, the terrifying 10,000 Zhonggang slashed hard at the body of the thunderbolt Xian Jiao. In an instant, endless blood flew out. The huge body of the thunderous black dragon was actually separated layer by layer, instantly turning into countless broken limbs and broken bones. Blood sprays, extremely bloody. Even if he reaches the level of a 3rd turn venerable, he will still be killed by a sword, with no bones left. Wow! The rain of blood is falling and spreading all over the earth. Gilu. When Yongzia sect master saw this scene, he couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and his legs were shaking violently due to excessive fear. That is equivalent to the thunderous mysterious Jiao of the 3rd turn venerable. The entire Great Sun Dynasty is almost invincible, a terrifying existence that is extremely tyrannical. In front of King Yan. But he was still killed with a sword. Don't provoke the Xianyang sect. Never provoke the Xianyang sect. The deputy sect leader of Lei Tian sect was trembling all over, and his back was completely soaked in cold sweat. Thinking of the countless provocative actions he had made against the Xianyang sect by indulging his disciples in the past, his face became even more pale as a sheet of paper. He Lei Tianzong is nothing more than a clown. Xianyang sect didn't pay attention, just because they didn't want to waste time with them. Otherwise, this sword would be enough to destroy the entire Lei Tian sect. After returning to the sect, I must go to the Xianyang sect in person, to plead guilty. He muttered to himself, feeling cold in his heart. Xianyang sect is too scary. No. Among the flesh and blood wreckage, the vicious roar of the air demon suddenly sounded. Human, if you kill all my slaves, I will never let it go. You win today. Haha, but you can't really kill me. Even if you are powerful, it will not help at all. Immediately afterwards, he laughed strangely again, and turned into a jet of black light, quickly flying towards the distance. Although he has lost all his slaves, his demonic true form still possesses the soul power close to that of a 4th turn venerable. Now it is easy to escape. Escape? Xiao Yun shook his head, with an indifferent expression, and walked slowly. Now that we've come, how can we go back again? Dragon soul, suppress. Roar. The words just fell. An extremely deep and extremely powerful dragon roar suddenly sounded. The next moment, an illusory giant dragon hundreds of thousands of feet long appeared, raising its head and roaring to the sky. This giant dragon's body was as red as fire. As it meandered and moved, it set off a huge storm that swept across the world. Woo! Under this roar, all the beasts howled, trembled, and knelt down one after another. Dragon, dragon soul. Oppression. Extreme oppression. The sky demon seemed to be frozen in the void, unable to move at all under the pressure of endless souls. It was as if it was being crushed by a mountain range. It was so heavy that even moving forward became a luxury. In fact, even the soul seems to be undergoing an extremely terrifying squeeze. The slightly illusory eyes of the sky demon were filled with fear and despair. But before he could react, he saw the sword in Xiao Yun's hand flash and slash down towards him. Its blade contains the power of countless souls to attack. No. I are unwilling to give in. Bang. With one strike of the sword, the sky demon's true body exploded instantly, and then completely disintegrated, turning into endless pure soul origin. Chapter 40. Most of these soul origins come from the remnant soul of the saint that was swallowed by the sky demon. At this time, they all belong to Xiao Yun's hands. The illusory dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed all the soul sources in one mouthful. Suddenly, the system prompts sounded loudly at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining the soul source of the 9th grade saint, remnant, and the income will be returned with a 10,000 times increase. Buzz! The source of the soul, which was originally endlessly pure and as vast as a lake, suddenly increased 10,000 times when it started to be refined by Xiao Yun. The lake seems to have turned into an ocean. A vast ocean composed entirely of the origin of the soul. To be able to swallow the remnant soul of a saint by chance, this demon's luck, is truly incredible. As expected of a saint, just a remnant soul contains such majestic power. Even without a 10,000-fold increase, I'm afraid it's still more powerful than the soul of an ordinary emperor. Xiao Yun's eyes flashed with excitement, and he was quite excited. Boom! The dragon soul devoured it crazily, refining the ocean of souls, like a whale swallowing, completely absorbing a large number of soul origins into the body. Click! As the vast amounts of soul origin were refined, the dragon soul's form became more and more solid, with runes flickering faintly on the red-gold scales. Its power also skyrocketed like crazy. 5th turn Venerable. The 6th turn Venerable. 9th turn Venerable. The first level of the Royal Lord realm. Boom! At the moment when the soul was promoted to the Emperor's realm, an invisible storm suddenly set off. Tisk! The storm was raging, and even though they were thousands of miles away, the countless demonic beasts that had fled madly due to the fall of the thunderous mysterious dragon froze in their tracks. Then, they saw their bodies suddenly explode into pieces, turning into scarlet blood and scattering. Royal Lord! Xiao Yun felt happy in his heart, slightly feeling the terrifying soul power that could cover thousands of miles of land at will. Not enough, continue. Then, he shook his head again, immediately accelerated his speed, and continued to refine the ocean of souls. The 2nd level of the Royal Lord. The 3rd level of the Royal Lord. When he reached the 4th level of the Imperial Lord realm, Xiao Yun suddenly discovered that his soul was as if it was about to leave his body and was difficult to control. What happened? Xiao Yun frowned, a little confused. Under the huge soul perception, he also found the answer instantly. That is, it is as if the gap between his physical body's cultivation and his soul's cultivation is so great that the body has reached the limit of carrying the power of the soul. If you don't continue to force a breakthrough, your physical body will probably gradually collapse, or even the body and soul will be separated, and you will no longer be able to enter this physical body. After all, Xiao Yun's current true cultivation level is only comparable to the 10th level of the spiritual sea. And the gap between the spiritual sea realm and the Emperor is more than tens of thousands of times. Even if he is subject to the system's 10,000-fold upper limit increase, it is still difficult to support him. Sure enough, it's still too reluctant. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes and sighed secretly in his heart. Starting from the heaven-human realm, the gap between every major realm in the future is as big as a chasm. If you want to truly achieve the status of the Emperor, you need to obtain the recognition of the original law of one party and truly understand the secrets of the law. And the saint? That would be even more terrifying to the extreme. Once you become a saint, you are truly extraordinary. Completely reborn, with a lifespan of 128,000 years, so powerful that he is as powerful as a god. Although the Emperor and the saint are only one level apart, the gap is as insurmountable as the abyss. Even if there are tens of thousands of 9th-level emperors, it is difficult to achieve the power of a saint. At this moment, even though Xiao Yun's soul cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Imperial Lord, the power of the soul he has truly refined is still just a drop in the ocean of souls, not worth mentioning at all. This ray of saint origin, which has been amplified 10,000 times, is probably no less powerful than its true master. The fallen 9th grade saint. If Xiao Yun could completely refine his soul, it would only be a matter of a few seconds before his soul reached the level of a saint. It's a pity that this Sea of Souls is actually recognized by the system as something that I have refined, and I can no longer obtain 10,000 times the benefits. Oh, that's right. If that were the case, it would be a billion-fold benefit. After sealing the Sea of Souls, Xiao Yun stood up, but his mind was still full of thoughts. If I break through to the spirit transformation realm, the limit of soul cultivation, I'm afraid I will be the 9th level of the Emperor. But now, I can start practicing the 2nd level of the Soul Blade Secret Code, Shattered Void. He looked around, casually overlooking the completely defeated army of monsters, with a slight coldness at the corner of his mouth. Now, the 4 demon kings who controlled the beast-tide army have all fallen. The remaining hundreds of millions of monsters completely collapsed and disintegrated, running away like bereaved dogs. Since you dare to invade, what's the use of sparing your lives? Xiao Yun sneered, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Die! Roar! The next moment, the pressure from his soul suddenly burst out, turning into billowing waves and spreading out. It's like the sound of the sky vibrating, making the entire mountain range tremble. Bang! 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 That wave of souls swept across, covering tens of thousands of people in an instant. In an instant, millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of demonic beasts were crushed and killed alive, with corpses strewn all over the place, and the ground was a mess. In just a few moments, Xiao Yun wiped out 7 or 8 points of the originally dense beast tide. The remaining tens of millions of monsters were already panicking and running for their lives. Only, how could these little demons, who were no more than 6th level at most, escape Xiao Yun's methods? Destroy! Just with a casual finger drop, the overwhelming soul power seemed to turn into thousands of mountains, directly crushing all the remaining monsters. Not even a corpse was left behind. The soul cultivation of the 4th level of the Emperor is so terrifying. Lord Yan Shenwang has become stronger again. On the other side, many guards in Beishan City were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the figure of the god-like young man hanging in the air. They were inexplicably shocked. The army of hundreds of millions of monsters was just gone? We won! King Yan! King Yan! But soon, everyone's hearts were filled with the joy of surviving the disaster, and they started shouting crazily towards Xiao Yun, shouting at the top of their lungs. This terrifying and monstrous battle, from the initial disadvantage to the final victory, almost relied on King Yan alone. If he hadn't turned the tide, Beishan City would have fallen. Thank you, Lord Yan Shenwang. I will erect a statue for you so that Beishan City will remember your kindness forever from now on. Marquis Tailong even knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. As the city lord of Beishan City, he also witnessed the entire battle with his own eyes. His gratitude to Xiao Yun is even more difficult to express. Seeing all this, Xiao Yun just smiled slightly and nodded towards everyone. Let's go, the matter is over, it's time for us to return to our clan. Immediately, he called for everyone from the Xianyang sect and flew towards the sect. Chapter 41. The next day, the news of the victory of the war spread quickly throughout the entire Great Sun Dynasty. Among them, although the death of Lord Lone Star is sad. But the most eye-catching thing is the extreme tyranny of King Yan and his almost invincible posture. Among the beast tide, 3 of the 4 7th-level demon lords were killed by him. The thunderous mysterious dragon, the poisonous flower demon, and the Tianming falcon whose strength is comparable to that of a high-level venerable. They were all killed by King Yan alone, and even an army of hundreds of millions of monsters was also wiped out by him in one lifetime. How powerful is this? How domineering! Suddenly, the entire dynasty was boiling, and all the warriors were shocked beyond words. With the name of God King Yan, he overcame all the heroes in one fell swoop and reached the top. He is the true number 1 in the world today in the Great Sun Dynasty. No one can match it, and no one can shake it. At the same time, Suanwu Empire Heavenly Sword Holy Land. In the Holy Land, there are occasional sounds of swords soaring into the sky, as if they can tear the sky apart, and destroy the sky. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land, one of the 3 holy lands of the Suanwu Empire, is a behemoth that is said to have several holy kings sitting there, towering over countless dynasties and empires. Even the leader of the Suanwu Empire is in awe of him. At this time, deep in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Boom! The void trembled, and a crystal-clear long sword lay across the sky and earth, blooming with endless edge. This sword is the most precious sword that has been passed down for millions of years in the entire Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Lucian. According to legend, it comes from outside the Tianyuan continent and has the power to cut off all things, and its power is endless. In ancient times, it was even the sword of a quasi-emperor. The first-generation holy master belonging to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, the Chenmo Sword Emperor. It's a pity that since Emperor Chenmo's sword, for 1,000,000 years, there were only a few people who could make 9 heavens recognize their master. Some people even doubt whether this sword will remain silent in the depths of the Holy Land forever, and no one will be able to bring it back to the world. And this day, this magical weapon, which had been silent for millions of years but was still extremely bright, slowly let out a soft groan and slowly floated away from the world. It seems to be choosing a master, and it seems to be looking for something. Buzz! Suddenly, the void twisted. A tall man in white robe appeared and stood in the void. Who is it that caused the sword of the ancestors to resonate? The aura around him was like an abyss and a prison, as if a real god had descended, causing the laws of heaven and earth to faintly groan. His identity is exactly that of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, a supreme being who has reached the pinnacle of the Holy King. The Lord of Heavenly Sword was silent for a long time, the divine light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he stretched out his right palm and grasped the 9 heavens' divine sword in the air. Zhang! In an instant, the sound of endless swords sounded, and the 9 heavens also struggled violently. Boom! Even though his celestial sword saint cultivation level was as high as the peak of the Holy King, and he was only 1 step away from the quasi-emperor, he was still suddenly bounced away. Lucian, what do you want to do? Even after being bounced away, the expression of the Heavenly Sword Saint Master did not change at all, and instead asked with interest. Over the past 10,000 years, in order to make 9 heavens recognize him as the Master, he has tried millions of times? But every time, he was directly rejected. This time, it is no exception. Chiang! After hearing the words of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, the 9 heavens humming became more rapid, as if it was expressing something. You mean, your real master, appeared. The Heavenly Sword Saint Master's eyes narrowed slightly, but he understood the meaning of 9 heavens from the sound of the sword. Immediately, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he shook his head slightly. I didn't expect that. I have been pursuing you for thousands of years, but I can't compare to this person who came from heaven. Well. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword felt sad and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Buzzing. At this time, 9 heavens made another series of sword sounds, as if saying, there is no end to licking the dog, you'd better go find another sword as soon as possible. Ahem. The Lord of Heavenly Sword's face darkened, he couldn't help laughing, and he laughed and cursed loudly. Lucian, you still dare to mock me? I, Jun Wuhui, have practiced swordsmanship for thousands of years, but I have never seen anyone whose swordsmanship talent can compare with mine. I learned swordsmanship at the age of 3, cultivated the sword intention at the age of 5, could challenge the level of swordsmanship simply by using swordsmanship at the age of 9, entered the realm of gods and humans at the age of 12, and stepped into the realm of the venerable at the age of 16. Now that I have been practicing for thousands of years, I have mastered the original laws of the sword, and my sword domain has reached the 9th level. I want to see what kind of peerless monster the master you personally choose is. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword seemed to be jealous, telling all his glorious deeds. And as he tells it, 9 heavens seemed to have some reaction, trembling slightly and emitting bursts of sword light. This is a response. There was a hint of joy in the eyes of the heavenly sword saint lord. However, rubbish. When he sensed the information conveyed by 9 heavens, he froze instantly. I just felt like my chest had been kicked hard, and I felt so aggrieved that I wanted to die. He is a majestic heavenly sword saint, an invincible existence under the quasi-emperor, and was one of the top 10 geniuses in the entire Tianyuan continent in the past, but he was called trash by a sword. The heavenly sword saint advocated opening his mouth, but in the end he shook his head helplessly. Indeed. Although his swordsmanship talent is terrifying, and he even possesses the Tegzu sword body ranked 36th on the 10,000 body ranking, but if compared to his ancestors, the person who founded the Sword Holy Land that day, the man known as the Chinmo Sword Emperor, was so different. Chinmo Sword Emperor is a true legendary swordsman. He didn't have any special physique. When he was young, he was just a slave in the death arena. Just relying on the worn-out sword in his hand, he won 999 life and death battles, and finally gained true freedom. One person, one sword. He has conquered the entire Tianyuan continent and is invincible. He is considered invincible among the younger generation. After obtaining the 9 heavens, he used his quasi-emperor body to severely injure the great emperor, shocking the entire continent. Unfortunately, he eventually fell. After entering a secret realm of void, thousands of years passed, but only 9 heavens appeared outside the secret realm. The soul mark on it has also been completely annihilated. Chapter 42. After the fall of the Chinmo Sword Emperor, 9 heavens became a sword without an owner. Strong men from all walks of life in Tianyuan continent came one after another, trying to make him recognize his master, but in the end they all ended in failure. Even the appearance of a great swordsman could not change the outcome. Buzz. 9 heavens trembled slightly in the void, seemingly feeling sad for its original master. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword also sighed in his heart. He had grown up hearing the legend of Chinmo Sword Emperor since he was a child, and his desire for this 9 heavens was far beyond that of ordinary people. When he was a boy, his biggest dream was to be like the Chinmo Sword Emperor. Hold the sword 9 heavens and cut through the sky. It's a pity that after thousands of years, 9 heavens still refuses to recognize itself as its master, or in other words, it is simply not worthy of it. That's it. The heavenly sword Holy Lord took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. He looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Since you don't want to recognize me as your master, then show me the way. After a million years of silence, it's time for you to wake up. I will go there personally to see if that person's appearance is the same as that of my ancestors. The words were melodious, with a hint of melancholy, but also mixed with a hint of sharpness. Buzz. Following the words of the Lord of Heavenly Sword, 9 heavens also trembled, and the tip of its sword rotated and slowly pointed in one direction. Exactly. That's the Great Sun Dynasty, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Suanwu Empire. Xianyang Sect, the main hall of the sect. Xiao Yun, in the name of Xianyang Sect Master, I officially appoint you as the 17th core elder of our Xianyang Sect. Of course, this is just a name. Xianyang Sect will never be a shackle that binds you. Whatever you need to do, just let it go and do it. I just hope that in the future, if the sect encounters a crisis, you can think of the old friendship and lend a helping hand to the section. Haha. In the center of the hall, Master Xuanyang's eyes were blazing, looking at the young man in white standing tall and tall below him, his cloudy eyes full of relief and admiration. The sect master made a serious statement. This is a disciple's duty. If it weren't for the Xianyang sect, I might have starved to death in some street or alley. Where would I be today? Xiao Yun bowed his hands and showed no hint of arrogance on his face. In response, many high-level sects in the hall also nodded, and they became increasingly satisfied with Xiao Yun. One of them stood up, stroked his beard and smiled. Come. Let's toast to Elder Xiao. We can all rely on Elder Xiao to turn the tide of this demon seed disaster. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall raised their glasses to congratulate him. Elder Xiao has done a great job in killing the demon species this time. On behalf of Xianyang Sect and countless people, I would like to thank Elder Xiao. Xianyang Sect leader even picked up his wine cup and solemnly thanked him. Xiao Yun quickly waved his hand and said humbly. It's just a small contribution, it doesn't count, so please don't worry about it, Master. Besides, I have some things for you to express my feelings for you. After speaking, Xiao Yun waved his right hand. In an instant, dozens of jade slips were seen flying out and floating directly in the sky above everyone in the hall. Every jade slip exudes a dazzling light, and it is obvious that all the precious magical powers are sealed inside. Heaven level? So many heaven level skills. The venerable Gui Sheng casually explored a place, and immediately froze on the spot. He is a 7th level venerable with extraordinary knowledge. After just a moment of exploration, he discovered that the weakest martial arts and martial arts contained in those jade slips were at the lower level of the heavenly level. There is even one, which is a scroll of extremely rare holy skills. Xiao Yun, you. Shhh. Everyone's hearts were agitated and they were waiting to speak. However, Xiao Yun suddenly raised his index finger to signal everyone to be silent. Then, he took out more than 10 storage rings and placed them in front of Xianyang Sect Master. The Xianyang Sect has helped me a lot, and my disciples dare not be ungrateful. These are just my little thoughts today. I hope the Sect Master and the elders will not give up and accept it. Xiao Yun smiled lightly. After Joe Tong's death, he had been thinking about giving the sect some resources to help the many disciples in the sect grow quickly. In his eyes, the Xianyang Sect today is simply destitute. The resources he possesses alone are already 1,000 or 10,000 times that of the entire sect. Taking out more than 30 heaven-level exercises in a holy-level exercise method did not put any pressure on Xiao Yun at all. Rather, he has too many resources now. Every time you use it, you can also get a 10,000 times increase. Most of the natural materials and earthly treasures are completely saturated after one use and cannot be used again. Therefore, Xiao Yun chose to hand over 1% of his current resources to Xianyang Sect for development, which can be regarded as an investment for many sect disciples. This Xianyang Sect leader picked up a storage ring and just examined it at a glance. He was frightened by the resources inside. There are mountains of spiritual stones and elixirs, all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and countless high-level spiritual weapons. The entire storage ring is filled like garbage, and its value is simply inestimable. He opened his mouth, and finally couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yun, are you sure these things are really all for the sect? Although the Xianyang Sect was the top force in the Great Sun Dynasty, it was absolutely impossible to have such a massive amount of resources. Just this storage ring is probably worth more than the entire Xianyang Sect today. Such a gift from Xiao Yun made him feel like he was in a dream. The Xianyang Sect is kind to its disciples, how can they just sit back and watch? Xiao Yun nodded and smiled freely. He knows that Xianyang Sect has been extremely short of resources in recent years, and it is even more stretched to cultivate core disciples. But even so, after he became the Holy Son, Xianyang Sect Master still handed over most of the resources to himself, even the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he personally collected. That's why Xiao Yun acted like this, returning a favor many times more. As a blue star person in his previous life, he naturally understood this truth. Well, hearing this, Master Xuanyang's eyes suddenly turned red and he cheered continuously. With these resources, it is a great joy for both the disciples and the elders of the sect. I believe that the rise of Xianyang Sect in the future will no longer be far away. Elder Xiao, on behalf of everyone in Xianyang Sect, I would like to thank you. Xianyang sect leader took a deep breath and bowed solemnly to express his thanks. At the same time, everyone in the entire hall stood up with him and saluted in unison. Such a great kindness is enough to be remembered in my heart. Sect Master, you are too polite. Xiao Yun quickly helped Xianyang sect master up and said with a smile. I still need to retreat for a few days, so I will leave today. Immediately, he said goodbye and left, leaving only the high-level officials of the sect talking in the hall. Let's start a discussion about the allocation of these huge cultivation resources. Chapter 43. Soon, the new basic resource allocation of Xianyang sect was completely confirmed. The outer disciples who originally only had 5 low-grade spiritual stones a month can now get 50. Directly improved 10 times. The inner disciples have been upgraded from 500 low-grade spiritual stones to 5 medium-grade spiritual stones, which is equivalent to 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The improvement rate is also the same as that of the outer disciples. And in addition, inner disciples can also choose a Xian-level spiritual weapon for free. As for the increase in core disciple resources, it is even more terrifying. The monthly spiritual stones are directly increased from the previous 5 middle-grade spiritual stones to 500 medium-grade spiritual stones. Directly improved 100 times. In addition, you can even get an earth-level spiritual weapon. Choose a book of heaven-level exercises and martial arts at will, and you can even apply for the issuance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures every month. This kind of treatment is shocking, even better than some super sects. Finally, the resources of the handyman disciples were greatly improved. The body tempering pill is 10 times more powerful, and you can even get medicinal bath spirit liquid after completing the task. Soon, after the news of the resource upgrade was officially released, the entire sect was immediately excited. All the disciples cheered for joy, their faces flushed with excitement. Especially those core disciples who are extremely talented but lack training resources are even more ecstatic. The respect and gratitude for the sect have been raised to the extreme. But Xiao Yun, who was the initiator of all this, had no idea at all and was completely silent in his cultivation. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human race/ancient flame dragon race, divine blood. Cultivation level, 10th level of the spiritual sea realm, 1 million feet of spiritual sea. Physical strength, 4 billion jins, incarnation of the ancient flame dragon clan will increase tenfold and can reach 40 billion jins. Currently it has reached the limit of the spiritual sea realm and cannot continue to improve. Soul cultivation, the 4th heaven of the Emperor's realm. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, god level physique, supreme ancestral veins. Kung Fu, Tianlong 100 battles technique, mid-level heaven level, currently the 2nd level, physical strength increased by 6.0x, that is, 24 billion kilograms of strength. Soul skill, soul blade, low-grade god level, soul power increased 9 times, up to the 6th level of the Emperor. Martial skills, demon burial, created by the host, no grade yet, falling spirit seal, high grade holy grade, perfect, soul tearing, mid-grade holy grade, perfect. Talent magical power, burning the world. The basic strength of the physical body, 4 billion kilograms. After the increase, it reached a staggering 24 billion kilograms. After absorbing hundreds of drops of the burning sky flame dragon's essence and blood again, Xiao Yun's ancient flame dragon body directly transformed. In addition to another surge in physical strength, he even comprehended a truly terrifying magical power from a vague inherited memory. Burn the world. The terrifying supernatural power that can truly burn the world, even if Xiao Yun wants to use it now, it will drain his millions of feet of spiritual sea. Its power is also terrifying to the extreme. It even made Xiao Yun tremble. He can clearly feel that if he releases Burning World with his current cultivation level, then the whole 100,000 miles of heaven and earth will be burned into nothingness. The creatures are unstoppable, the mountains melt away in an instant, and even the earth will collapse into an abyss. You know, even now, after Xiao Yun has experienced the enhancement of Soul Blade, the soul cultivation of the sixth heavenly lord of the Emperor has been reached. It can only cover an area of more than 60,000 miles. And just this burning world, with Xiao Yun's 10th level cultivation of Linghai, can directly burn the world for hundreds of thousands of miles. Power is more than just powerful. It's simply unbelievable. It's incredible. This gift of magical power can probably kill the Emperor. Xiao Yun felt extremely frightened and murmured secretly. The spiritual sea realm is so powerful. If you reach the spiritual transformation realm, the spiritual energy in the spiritual sea will be compressed into true energy, and its quality will be greatly improved. How terrifying will the power of burning the world be? Destroy millions of miles of heaven and earth? Involuntarily, Xiao Yun couldn't help but recall the nuclear bombs he knew in his previous life, but even the most powerful nuclear weapons were still nothing compared to burning the world. The territory of the Great Sun Dynasty is only about 700,000 miles. And if I break through the spirit transformation realm, wouldn't it be? With just one bang, the entire Great Sun Dynasty will be razed to the ground? Hiss. Thinking of this, even Xiao Yun's tenacious mind couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, feeling somewhat shocked and inexplicable. Trump card. This is an absolute trump card. Although the consumption of burning the world is terrifying, almost exhausting all the power in the body, its power is really too overbearing. Even if the enemy's cultivation level is dozens of times stronger than his own, Xiao Yun dares to strike with his life. Because he is sure that the other party will die under the burning world, but he himself will be unscathed. As an ancient flame dragon with divine blood, Xiao Yun is now truly immune to any fire and cannot be harmed at all. Burning the world is naturally no exception. Crack! And just when Xiao Yun was lost in thought, the spiritual sea in his body suddenly began to boil, as if it would continue to gather in one place, and then turn into pure true energy. A breakthrough is coming. Xiao Yun was overjoyed. His current cultivation level had finally come together, and he was about to break through to the spirit transformation realm. In the spirit transformation realm, he is a strong person who can truly stand alone in the Great Sun Dynasty. I don't know. The spirit transformation realm that I broke through today will be so powerful that it will reach such a terrifying state. Boom! The spiritual sea in Xiao Yun's body was like a truly roaring ocean, boiling violently. The majestic spiritual energy surges crazily. At the same time, he also took out several top-quality spiritual stones and continued to absorb the spiritual energy in them for the final accumulation. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. It took almost an hour. Xiao Yun finally condensed the surging spiritual energy in the spiritual sea. Boom! The next moment, he only felt a huge roar in his body, like thunder exploding. An unspeakable strange wave suddenly spread. Buzzing! The spiritual energy continued to gather and compress, and finally seemed to turn into countless small red-gold dragon shadows, surrounding Xiao Yun's body, constantly roaring and tumbling. Generally speaking, the quality of the real energy condensed by ordinary people hovers between 3 and 9 times. When entering the spirit transformation realm, the spirit sea will even shrink by about half, and will not expand again until it reaches the second level of spirit transformation. But Xiao Yun! Roar! It is just a ray of true energy, but the power it contains is even like a sixth-order monster beast, with the power that can really be transformed into substance, roaring again and again. The quality of his red-gold dragon-shaped true essence reached an unprecedented 90,000 times. Boom! Not only that, while all the spiritual energy was transformed into true essence, Xiao Yun's spiritual sea did not shrink at all. It even expanded again, reaching a full 3 million feet. Chapter 44. In an instant, an unprecedented feeling of power washed over Xiao Yun's body. Although the power of the physical body has not increased, the blessing of power brought by the true essence has become tyrannical to a terrifying point. 90,000 times the power of true energy. Just a burst of power may be comparable to the self-destruction power of a powerful celestial being. What's more, Xiao Yun's spiritual sea reaches 3 million feet. The true energy in the body is almost endless, as majestic as the sea. Judging from the total amount of real energy that can be accommodated, it has exceeded the limit of many powerful Emperor Lord Realm experts. Next moment. Boom! The muscles and bones all over Xiao Yun's body roared in unison, and there was a faint sound of dragon roaring. Tianlong's 100 battles directly advances to the 3rd level. The increase in physical strength skyrocketed again, reaching 12 times. The original basic strength of 4 billion kilograms suddenly reached an astonishing 48 billion kilograms. 480 billion pounds. Equivalent to 24 million tons of terrifying power. Today's Xiao Yun. I'm afraid that just by waving it down, you can easily crush a towering peak. And if coupled with the superimposed growth of countless martial arts, I am afraid that even a strong Emperor Lord Realm would not dare to confront Xiao Yun head-on. Buzzing. Suddenly, accompanied by endless soul fluctuations, Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he opened his eyes. Hey! The 2nd level of the Soul Blade secret code, Shattered Void, was also successfully advanced. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, Human race / Ancient Flame Dragon race, Divine Blood. Cultivation, Level 10 of the Spirit Transformation Realm, 90,000 times the quality of real energy, 3 million feet of spiritual sea. Physical strength, 4 billion jins, incarnation of the ancient flame dragon clan will increase tenfold, reaching 40 billion jins. Soul cultivation, the 4th heaven of the Emperor's realm. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, god level physique, supreme ancestral veins. Kung Fu technique, Tianlong 100 battles technique, mid-level heaven level, current 3rd level, physical strength increased by 12.0x, that is, 48 billion kilograms of strength. Soul skill, Soul Blade, low-grade god level, soul power increased 18 times, reaching the 7th heaven level of the Emperor. Martial skills, Demon Burial, created by the host, no grade yet, Falling Spirit Seal, high-grade Holy Grade, perfect, Soul Tearing, mid-grade Holy Grade, perfect. Talent Magical Power, Burning the World. After scanning his current system panel again, Xiao Yun also showed a satisfied smile. The soul cultivation level of the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm. Although it seemed that it was not far different from the previous 6th level, Xiao Yun clearly felt that the gap between the two was more than double. The 6th level is, after all, only the midterm level of a realm. And after the 7th level, is the real later stage. In just a small realm, it is like a watershed, opening up a huge gap. Not only that. The biggest gain from successfully reaching the Shattered Void level is not just the increase in soul growth, and the absolute mastery of soul power. Boom! Suddenly, following Xiao Yun's thoughts, a towering mountain 20,000 miles away from Xianyang Sect was crushed by his spiritual pressure in an instant. Not only that, now as long as you are within the range of his soul's perception, even the smallest move will be accurately captured by him. Unless the other party hides it very deeply, there is no way to escape his perception. Buzzing! Xiao Yun moved his fingers, condensing hundreds of illusory soul blades, and their cold edge was terrifying. Hidden! He whispered in his mouth, and in an instant, all the soul blades disappeared strangely, perfectly blending into the space. It cannot be seen by the naked eye, and it is even harder to be perceived by the soul. Even if it is located in the Dharma domain of the Venerable, it can be completely secluded and travel through the void. If it is used for assassination, it is perfect. The corner of Xiao Yun's mouth curled up. If these soul blades were used to assassinate enemies, they would be impossible to guard against. Even a powerful emperor-level person can make him drink in hatred. However, this is not the limit of my current soul cultivation. When I advance to the spiritual transformation realm, my own soul cultivation level should be able to reach around the 9th level of the Emperor. At that time, plus 18 times the soul increase. However, Xiao Yun soon shook his head again. Immerse yourself in practice again. The sea of soul origin sealed within his body is still waiting for him to continue to refine it. The other side. Shenhuang Empire, above the void of the imperial capital. Buzz. The heavenly sword Saint Lord in white robes tore out of the void and looked down at the majestic city below indifferently, as if searching for something, frowning slightly. He kept moving forward in the direction guided by 9 heavens. When he reached this point, 9 heavens made some reactions. Shenhuang Empire, one of the lower empires of Tianyuan continent. Compared with the Suanwu Empire, which has 3 major holy places, it is just a small place. And the strongest person in this country, the heavenly sword Saint Lord, also knows him. He is just a first-class saint, someone who can be killed with one sword. Zhang. 9 heavens stood in the sky, as if it sensed something, and let out a sword cry that sounded almost like joy. Call out! At the same time, many powerful people in the imperial capital also sensed the arrival of the heavenly sword Saint Lord. It was as if figures were flying up, including the current emperor of the Shenhuang Empire. Senior, welcome to the Shenhuang Empire. I wonder why, Senior, why are you here? The emperor is a middle-aged man with a heroic face and an extraordinary bearing. But when faced with the infinite sword power that was faintly released by the heavenly sword Saint Lord, he still couldn't help but shudder, and asked respectfully with a slightly pale face. Strong. The man in front of me is definitely a terrifying and powerful man. Even the saintly power of the ancestors cannot compare to the other party's power. Suddenly, Emperor Shenhuang couldn't help but think to himself, and his attitude toward the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword became even more respectful. Although he is the Emperor of the Divine Desolate Empire and controls millions of miles of territory, among the truly powerful, they are just like ants, or even, like dust. Haha, no need to be so nervous. However, facing the panic of everyone in the Shenhuang Empire, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword just waved his hand and said calmly, I didn't mean any harm. I am the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. I am here just to find a new owner for my Holy Land ancestral sword. Heaven. Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Holy Lord. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shenhuang was immediately dumbfounded. The ministers and guards at the side all had their eyes widened, looking extremely horrified. Who in the world doesn't know the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? It has a long heritage and powerful power. In the past, its ancestors even severely damaged a great emperor. To this day, even those supreme sects with great emperors do not dare to provoke the Heavenly Sword Holy Land easily. How could such a behemoth Holy Lord suddenly descend on the Shenhuang Empire? It turns out to be the Lord of Heavenly Sword. The Emperor of the Shenhuang Empire, Li Su, has met the Holy Lord. After being stunned for a short time, Emperor Shenhuang suddenly came to his senses and quickly bowed and saluted with a very low posture, not daring to show any slightness. After all, whether it is strength or status, the gap between him and the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord is too far. Facing Emperor Shenhuang's salute, Lord Tianjian just nodded slightly, and then his eyes fell on the magnificent imperial palace below. Call all the swordsmanship geniuses in your empire. If they can be selected by the 9 heavens, you will have a truly unparalleled opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, bursts of passionate sounds suddenly sounded in the imperial palace below. Naturally, everyone has heard of the name of the 9 heavens divine sword. It is a treasured divine object from outside the world that is comparable to the infinite divine weapon. Could it be? Their Shenhuang Empire will give birth to a swordsman wizard as magnificent as the Chen Mo Sword Emperor who will dominate the world. In an instant, the imperial capital was shaken. Countless swordsmanship geniuses were so excited that they were almost crazy and rushed towards the imperial palace. Chapter 45. Soon, it will be 3 days later. Boom! In the imperial palace, a young man inspired endless sword shadows, and the silver light was bright, making the entire imperial palace tremble slightly. That young man's cultivation is only at the peak of Gi realm, but his swordsmanship is absolutely terrifying. Even ordinary feudal celestial beings can't match him. Lord, Holy Lord, how about my Tianlan sword technique? After a long while, he stopped waving the sword and looked at the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword with a pair of eyes full of expectation. Good. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword nodded slightly, with a hint of approval in his eyes, and said, "You can reach the second level of sword intent at just 15 years old." After saying that, he looked at Lucian beside him, but the latter still showed no reaction. This was the case for 3 days in a row. It's a pity that 9 heavens didn't recognize you. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord shook his head, but there was no trace of surprise in his eyes. Ah! Why is this? Lord, Holy Lord! Hearing this, the young man looked dull and confused. He couldn't help but shout a little uncontrollably. He is not only the #1 swordsman genius in the Shenhuang Empire, he is even extremely famous in the 7 surrounding empires and countless dynasties, with outstanding talent and the attention of hundreds of millions of people. Even among the younger generation in Tianyuan continent, it is enough to rank high. Why? Boom! However, the eyes of the Lord of Heavenly Sword became slightly colder, and the pressure of an extremely sharp sword instantly enveloped the young man, causing him to tremble all over. I just feel like I have fallen into an ice cave, my hair is standing on end, and my bones are freezing. Junior, do you have the right to yell in front of me? Snort. Compared to other people in the 3 days, you are indeed outstanding. But the second level of sword intention at the age of 15? Did you know that when I was only 9 years old, I had already reached the 4th level of sword intention? People like you are just frogs in the well. A faint voice exploded in the void. The Lord of Heavenly Sword stood with his hands behind his hands, looking down at the young man below, as if he was mocking, but also as if he was scorning. But even so, I am not qualified to let Lucian recognize my master, so why do you think I will have hope? The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. Over the course of thousands of years, he has seen too many such arrogant geniuses. Although he praised this young man as not bad, compared with the countless monster-level geniuses in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, he was still far behind. Snapped. In an instant, the pressure of the sword dissipated instantly. The young man also knelt on the ground with trembling eyes, not daring to say another word. Is this the last one? Later, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword asked the ancestor of the Shenhuang Empire. The latter had sensed the arrival of the Lord of the Heavenly Sword 3 days ago and directly chose to wake up from death. All the swordsmanship geniuses in the 3 days were summoned by him. Yes, this Xiao Yun should be the most talented swordsman in our Shenhuang Empire. Feeling the faint coercion of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, the ancestor of Shenhuang was filled with fear. He dared not show any slightness and said quickly, "Haha, 9 heavens! It seems that your master is not here." The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword smiled and looked at the long sword floating beside him. Buzzing! 9 heavens emitted a sword cry, and continued to point in the direction it pointed before, seeming to be telling the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword that its owner must be in a certain area ahead. If we continue forward, it should be by Luo Empire, Sushan Empire, Bingfeng Empire, and the Great Sun Dynasty. The Heavenly Sword Holy Lord took out a map and looked at it carefully. When he saw the Great Sun Dynasty, which was almost at the rear, his face looked a little strange. A dynasty? That's all, let's focus on exploring these 3 empires. How could a tiny place like the dynasty be born that would make 9 heavens take the initiative to recognize its master? Buzz. Soon, one person and one sword tore through the void again, leaving the entire hall in silence. Yawn. At the same time, inside Xianyang Sect, Xiao Yun, who was practicing his sword, couldn't help but yawned and rubbed his nose. In the past few days, he always felt like he was being watched by something, which made him very irritable. But no matter how he sensed it, he couldn't find anything unusual at all. Is it just an illusion? Unable to figure it out, Xiao Yun simply didn't bother to think about it and continued to evolve his sword skills. Chilla. In an instant, 100,000 swords were slashed out. Now Xiao Yun's swordsmanship attainments have reached a whole new level. Every sword contains unpredictable power and has the potential to kill endlessly. According to the descriptions in most books, my sword intent level must have reached the 8th level. Xiao Yun's figure is like a phantom, his hands are constantly performing countless sword moves, and the sword light is like mercury pouring down the ground, pouring out in all directions. Boom! A thrust of the sword caused the void to shatter. But Xiao Yun's eyes were still extremely dull, and he was even still dissatisfied with it. Boom! Finally, after he swung the 30 millionth sword, the sword intent he displayed seemed to have transformed instantly. When the sword came out, it didn't seem to cause any ripples. But Xiao Yun clearly knew that the countless microscopic particles existing in the void had been completely cut off by that sword. Ding! It is detected that the host is practicing swordsmanship, and the swordsmanship will be returned 10,000 times as much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving the level of sword intent, reaching the 9th level. As the system sound fell, Xiao Yun also showed a faint smile. The 9th level of sword intent. One step further, you can turn the sword into a domain, and if you reach the peak, you can even construct a world of swords. After continuing to refine the soul source, his current soul cultivation level has successfully reached the 9th level of the Emperor's realm. But even with the 18 times soul increase of Soul Blade, it is still unable to break through to the Saint level. After all, the improvement of the Holy Realm is really terrifying. Even if he reaches the limit of the Emperor, he is still far from truly becoming a saint. Xiao Yun estimated that the difference in soul power alone was probably thousands of times greater. And now that he possesses the 9-fold sword intent, he is undoubtedly more powerful than ever. If demon burial is used again, I am afraid that it will be able to easily kill the Emperor in the middle stage, or even the powerful existence in the later stage. Chapter 46. Hey! Putting the distracting thoughts out of his mind, Xiao Yun exhaled the turbid air and restrained the sharp sword energy on his body. Just in time, take the remaining 3 demon sects and sacrifice them to the sword. Xiao Yun murmured, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The 4 major demon sects of the Great Sun Dynasty, except the Guiming sect, have been destroyed by themselves. In addition, there are still 3 major demon sects, the 7 Evils Demon Palace, Sub-Hall, the Corpse Refining Sect, and the Evil Sky Sect. The 3 of them are all heinous people. It is impossible to count the number of common people and righteous monks who died in their hands. Speaking of which, one of the masters of the 7 Evils Demon Palace, the blood-refining demon lord, once had a problem with me. Xiao Yun held his chin and thought for a moment. In the past, when he was in the Lucian Mountains, he had killed an incarnation of the blood-refining demon lord. The other party must have hated him deeply. And today, Xiao Yun was going to personally come to the door to send him back to the west. A group of guys who have never reached the 9th level of the Venerable. In front of him now, it is not worth mentioning at all. At the same time, the 7 Evil Demon Palace was divided into 2 halls. As the leader of the demonic path of the Great Sun Dynasty, the 7 Evil Demon Palace has a notorious reputation among several great dynasties. The disciples among them are all unruly, vicious, and murderous villains with no morals or bottom line. But today, the branch hall, which usually has countless demon cultivators gathered, was extremely quiet today. Within the sect, there were only 100 figures walking around, and the atmosphere seemed extremely strange. Call out! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew in. Whoosh! The man in black clothes and black robe came to his face with a strong smell of blood, which made people palpitate. Master Protector, you are finally back. Seeing the man's arrival, the guards who were standing on both sides immediately bowed and saluted, covered in cold sweat. This man in black is named Venerable Blood Luo. He is the first protector of the branch hall of the Qing dynasty. He has a second-level cultivation and possesses a top-secret treasure Blood Sea flag. Blood Rakshasa slowly walked to his seat and sat down, his eyes cold. There are still 10 months left before Lord Demon Lord will return to the world. During this period, we must act cautiously and not cause trouble. Especially the Xianyang sect, if they attract King Yan, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing this, everyone below nodded, feeling awe-inspiring in their hearts. Lord Protector, most of the strong men in the branch hall have now gone to the place where the Demon Lord sealed it. The number of strong men left in the hall is only 1,000. I wait, naturally I don't dare to cause trouble, but what if someone comes to bully me? An old man in black robe asked cautiously. Snort. Hearing this, Venerable Swallow showed a cruel look on his face, and spoke in a ferocious voice. This palace still has this protector in charge. If they seek death, this protector will naturally make it impossible for them to come back. Boom! In an instant, the overwhelming demonic power was like a sea, shaking in the entire demon palace. For a moment, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. But at this moment, it is rumored that the Seven Evils Demon Palace has hundreds of thousands of demon disciples, but today, why are there only a mere 1,000? The indifferent voice suddenly sounded, like thunder exploding, making everyone in the venue horrified. They raised their heads and looked in the direction from which the sound came. I saw a tall and straight young figure standing there. Wearing a white robe and hunting in the wind, he exudes a strong sense of oppression, giving people a sense of calm and self-power. The most important thing is that just by standing there, everyone seemed to hear flame. The terrifying roar of endless flames. It seems as if the void is going to be burned away and all things will be buried. Silence. In an instant, the entire demon palace fell into deathly silence, and there was no sound. Many demonic cultivators were trembling. They didn't understand why they were afraid, and they didn't know what they were afraid of. But the feeling of terror that cannot be described in words always lingers in everyone's heart and lingers. After a long time, Venerable Swallow on the main seat finally reacted. He pointed at Xiao Yun with his eyes widened and his voice trembled. King Yan Shen? What do you want to do? Venerable Swallow, who was extremely majestic before and claimed to kill all intruders. At this time, he was like a frightened quail, trembling. Although he has the cultivation level of the second level of the Venerable, he is still weak in front of King Yan, who was rumored to have killed 3 demon lords in a row and slaughtered the entire beast-tide army. Haha, bully the weak and fear the strong. Is this the style of your 7 evil demon palace? Looking at Venerable Swallow, whose body was trembling slightly, a trace of sarcasm flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. Buzz! Immediately, he raised his palm slightly, and invisible soul waves enveloped the entire 7 evil demon palace, sealing all escape routes. Don't try to escape. You will know the consequences. Xiao Yun slowly drew out the chasing darkness from behind, the tip of the sword swept across everyone's face, and the corners of his mouth curved. From now on, I will personally judge the sins of each of you and decide who deserves to die and who deserves to live. But before that, Xiao Yun's words were like a death declaration, making everyone's face pale, their legs paralyzed, and they almost fell to the ground. As sinners, you have no qualifications to stand kneel down, and accept the judgment. Boom! Following Xiao Yun's words, a majestic force that no one could control came and instantly knocked everyone to the ground. Plop, plop, plop. A dull sound spread throughout the audience. All the demon cultivators fell to the ground and knelt in front of Xiao Yun. King Yan, please spare your life. I have never killed anyone, I was just forcibly dragged into the Seven Evils Demon Palace. Please let me go, please. A series of shrill wailing sounds continued to resound in the hall. Under the pressure of Xiao Yun's soul that had reached the limit of the emperor, they felt that their souls were about to be crushed, and they no longer had any intention of resisting. Most people were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing desperately and begging for mercy. There are also a few people with blood-red eyes who want to cut Xiao Yun into pieces. Venerable Swallow is one of them. He already fully knew that his life today was no longer up to him. And when he raised his head and looked at Xiao Yun's side face, a trace of resentment surged in his heart. Judgment? How qualified are you to judge? Those who kill my demons are just killing more sins. How are they different from us? What is the difference? Hearing this, Xiao Yun walked forward, looked down at Venerable Swallow, and said indifferently. Indeed, I am also an executioner covered in blood, but so what? Xiao Yun's voice suddenly became extremely cold. I kill people, only enemies, only people who deserve to die. And you and others, are all people who kill innocent people indiscriminately and torture the common people. Instead of catching you all today, I choose to judge you. This is a great mercy. Chapter 47. Now, this trial will start with you. At the end of the sentence, Xiao Yun suddenly stretched out his right hand, and endless soul power surged out. You. Suddenly, Venerable Swallow's face became extremely frightened. He could feel that his soul was being eroded and oppressed by a tyrannical force. As soon as it made a sound, it could no longer control any part of its body. It was as if his body and soul no longer belonged to him. Tell me all your sins. Xiao Yun spoke indifferently. His voice filled his ears like a demonic sound, making Venerable Swallow's heart tremble. Immediately, his eyes began to become extremely blurred, as if he had lost consciousness, and he murmured. When I was 5 years old, I killed my first person. That was a little girl living on the streets. Out of fun, I gave her food and took her home so that she could enjoy the treatment she had never had before. At that time, I felt very happy. I was so happy that at night, after gaining her trust, I peeled off her skin inch by inch and let the blood splash all over my clothes. I still remember clearly to this day, the smell of blood was so intoxicating. Speaking of this, Venerable Swallow's voice became more and more erratic, as if he was talking in a dream, with an uncontrollable madness and violence. Xiao Yun's eyes also became colder and colder. And the most ridiculous thing is that she was still saying words like brother and thank you when she was dying. Haha. I skinned her alive, but she didn't die yet. So I threw her into the pig pen and let the pigs who hadn't had enough to eat for 3 days fight over her and gnaw at her. The sound of flesh being devoured and bones being crushed is so sweet. GG. I like this sound, and I like this feeling even more. It couldn't be more wonderful. Venerable Swallow looked like a maniac, and every word he spoke seemed to be roaring like an evil ghost. Under the invasion of Xiao Yun's soul, he could not help but reveal his true nature. Just the first sin made Xiao Yun's heart soar with anger. Then, no more words. He was about to speak, but Xiao Yun interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The trial is over. I sentence you to death. Immediately afterwards, the icy cold sound of the verdict resounded. Pfft! Instantly, with a flash of sword light, Venerable Swallow's head flew high into the sky, and hot blood spurted out. Until the last moment of death, the expression on his face was still ferociously twisted. King Yan Shen, no. Go away. I don't need your judgment. The next moment, seeing the death of Venerable Swallow, many demon cultivators in the demon palace were so frightened that they even lost their souls. Among them, some even chose to flee directly, turning around and running away without caring about anything. As one of the high-level officials of the Seven Evils Demon Palace, their hands are stained with countless amounts of blood. Which one of them has not done anything unscrupulous and unspeakable? If it were to be judged according to the judgment standards of King Yan, it would be a dead end. Bang! 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 However, when they had just flown into the void, they were instantly crushed by an invisible force. Their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist and dissipated. Escape! Xiao Yun stood with his hands behind his back, his expression extremely cold, like the king of hell walking out of the underworld. Ridiculous behavior! I said that giving you judgment is my last mercy. If my true murderous intention appears, it only takes a moment to destroy the Seven Evils Demon Palace. Now, the trial continues. The bone-cold voice, with a hint of indifference and ridicule, made many demon cultivators in the palace no longer have any luck, and they all begged for mercy. King Yan, please spare your life. Spare my life. Please let me go. The villain is willing to confess all his sins, and I just want to spare my life. At this moment, many demon cultivators are filled with regret. If they had known this, they should not have chosen to join the Seven Evils Demon Palace in the first place. Even become a demon. But now, everything is too late. One more word, death. Facing everyone's request for help, Xiao Yun just revealed the numbers indifferently, and then waved his sleeves. Looking at a fat man. Suddenly, the power of the soul invaded again. Tell me your sins. The obese man was stunned for a moment, and then he spoke with blurred eyes just like Venerable Swallow. His deeds are extremely disgusting and irritating. What I like most in life is collecting all kinds of young girls. Whenever they meet a suitable one, they will be kidnapped and imprisoned, and then slowly tortured to death for their lustful pleasure. Death penalty. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yun cut him into 2 pieces with a sword and crushed the corpse into pulp. Next. Then, he glanced at another demon cultivator. This demonic cultivator is a heavenly being named King. At this moment, his legs are shaking and he kowtows repeatedly to beg for mercy. Spare my life. However, Xiao Yun ignored it at all and directly invaded his soul, making him reveal all his sins. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. The voice of judgment kept resounding. The smell of blood in the palace is getting stronger and stronger. Soon, almost an hour passed. 131 demon cultivators in the main hall were all turned into fragments of limbs scattered all over the ground. Without exception, they are all punishable by death. Xiao Yun was not surprised by this. If those disciples have just joined the demon sect, it is still possible that they have just gone astray and not committed many sins. But these people are all high-level members of the demon sect. They have experienced great storms, have vicious thoughts, and are decisive in killing. They have basically lost all the good thoughts in their hearts. They are all worthy of death. There are still 970 disciples. After a while, Xiao Yun slowly stood up. The fluctuations in his soul spread and actually directly took over everyone's consciousness, driving them into a square. And there he will be, for the final judgment. Chapter 48. Half a day later, it was dusk. Xiao Yun's trial of the 7 Evil Demon Palace has also come to an end. You're only 20 years old and you've already killed 100 people. Death penalty. Hey? I was actually lured to the 7 Evil Demon Palace. There is no sin at all. I pronounce you not guilty. On the square, Xiao Yun differentiated dozens of soul incarnations, stood in front of the Demon Palace disciples, and announced the results of their trial. There are a total of 970 disciples, and among them, there are more than 860 people who have been sentenced to death for their heinous crimes. Then, among the remaining 100 people, more than 80 people were imprinted with soul marks and needed to serve the Xianyang sect for hundreds of years in order to atone for their sins. In the end, there are only a dozen or so people who are truly innocent. Most of them entered the demon sect by mistake because they were confused, or they were even new disciples who were deceived into joining. Call out. In the void, the Xianyang sect's great elder quickly came here after receiving the news from Xiao Yun. Looking at the bloody scene on the square, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although I had expected it, I was still shocked. In less than half a day, the seven evil demon palace, which had existed for nearly 1,000 years, perished. King Yan Shen has finally risen to power. He sighed softly in his heart. Nowadays, Xiao Yun's strength is really too terrifying, at least within the Great Sun Empire, no one can stop him. The two remaining demon sects may be in trouble. Thinking in his heart, there was a touch of pity in the eyes of the great elder. Now that the branch of the seven evil demon palace has been destroyed, Xiao Yun's next target must be the corpse refining sect and the evil sky sect. The strongest of the two sects are only at the third level of the venerable, and they are not Xiao Yun's current enemy at all. King Yan Shen. At this moment, he was about to land downwards. But suddenly he heard a loud shout, looked up, and his pupils suddenly shrank violently. Boom! Demonic aura swept across the sky, and a monstrous force overwhelmed the entire place. A figure stood in the void like a mountain, with demonic flames rising all over its body, majestic, like an ancient demonic god. His identity is clearly that of the master of the seven evils demon palace in the Qing Dynasty. Lord Ming Yan, Jing Chen. A powerful being whose cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Venerable. After sensing the death of Venerable Swallow, Venerable Mingyan immediately rushed out of the sealed land. At this time, his expression was extremely gloomy. Venerable Swallow is his personal disciple, and he is known as one of the most talented demons in the world who are rare in 1,000 years. She regards him as her successor and hopes to become the right-hand man of the Demon Lord in the future. Who would have thought that he would die tragically in the Great Sun Dynasty? Damn it! You deserve to die. Venerable Mingyan's heart was filled with rage, and he looked up to the sky and howled wildly. All of a sudden, wisps of black smoke rose up, turning into a ferocious beast roaring in all directions. The rolling demonic flames spread and seemed to burn all things. In an instant, the sky changed color. In the endless black mist, several huge black skulls appeared vaguely. Click! Click! The eerie sound resounded, making everyone shiver involuntarily. It's as if there is some terrifying existence that is about to wake up. Xiao Yun is Venerable Mingyan, the master of the demon palace of the Qing Dynasty. At this time, the great elder couldn't help but remind Xiao Yun, his face full of fear. This Venerable Ming Yan is so powerful. He once sacrificed 3 million people to fire and created boundless fierce flames. He was a truly fierce god. Rumor has it that he has even killed a 9th-level venerable being, and his power is overwhelming. Oh, Palace Master! Hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyebrows slightly raised, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was also trying to find the remaining demon cultivators in the seven evil demon palace. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to deliver it to my door. The next moment, boom! Chasing darkness is instantly unsheathed. The power of the 9th level of sword intention bloomed in an instant. A ray of sword light cut through the night, tore through the sky, and instantly penetrated the ferocious skeleton formed by the black mist. Boy, you! Lord Mingyan was still about to speak. But the next moment, on the surface of his body, tiny scarlet lines are constantly spreading. In a short breath, they are densely covered all over his body, like a bloody man. This is... Lord Mingyan looked at his palm, his eyes slightly blank. Bang! Suddenly, without any warning, his body suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist, drifting away in the wind. Kill with one sword. If you can become the master of the demon palace, then there is no need for trial, right? Death is your final destination. Xiao Yun withdrew his gaze, Zui Dark slowly returned to its sheath, and spoke in a low voice as if talking to himself. At this moment, he was like the sword god coming to the dust, ethereal and peerless. With one sword, all the demons in the world can be slain. Hiss! Seeing this, the great elder couldn't help but take a breath of air, with a look of shock on his face. He didn't even see that sword clearly. Too fast. It's too fast. Just one sword caused the death of Lord Minjian. Nowadays, Xiao Yun's strength is probably improved again and is far from what it used to be. Great Elder, please bring these 80 people into Xianyang Sect. I have planted soul marks for them. They must serve the Xianyang Sect unconditionally for 100 years before they can regain their freedom. After speaking calmly, Xiao Yun was about to turn around and leave. However, suddenly, he paused for a moment and continued. Also, within the next 7 days, I will judge all the demon sects in the Great Sun Dynasty. No matter what the outcome is, after 7 days, there will no longer be any demon sect in the Great Sun Dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked away directly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only the great elder of Xianyang Sect was left, who had been absent-minded for a long time. Judge all the demon sects of the Great Sun Dynasty? What a lot of courage! But now, he is fully qualified. Even if it were 3 years later, the legendary 7 demon lords would break out of the seal, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do anything to Xiao Yun in the slightest. But after 7 days, there will be no more demon sects? Suddenly, the great elder smiled slightly, his cloudy eyes flashed with an indescribable light, and murmured to himself. Then I'll wait and see. Chapter 49. 6 days later. Ice Phoenix Empire, Snow Ice Palace. Icebergs stand tall, thousands of miles of snow cover, and several huge palaces are shrouded in white snow. Snow and Ice Palace, the behemoth in the Ice Phoenix Empire. Its status is even higher than that of the royal family, and it controls the resources and lifeblood of the entire empire. It can be said that within the Bingfeng Empire, the Hangzhou Ice Palace truly covers the sky with one hand, and no one dares to disobey it. But today, Chu Qingyu, as the master of Hangzhoubing Palace. But he stood aside with a solemn expression, bowing his head respectfully, not even daring to take a breath. In front of her was a man in a silver-white robe, about 30 years old, with a slightly cold expression. Its aura is as vast as the abyss, deep and far away. Even Chu Qingyu, a 9th-grade saint, seemed as small as an ant in front of him, suffocating. Astonishingly, it was the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword. Buzzing! At this moment, in front of him, there was a girl who kept waving her sword blade, crushing the air, as if forming several terrifying sword marks. Every blow contains the power of destroying the heaven and the earth. If it is exploded with all its strength, it can easily destroy a huge city and suppress the peaks of 10,000 feet. Even the Heavenly Sword Saint Master couldn't help but his eyes brightened slightly when he saw this. Soon, a set of sword tactics was displayed. The girl's beautiful face was slightly raised, and there was a sparkle in her pair of autumn eyes, but it soon dimmed again. Because 9 heavens did not make any reaction. In other words, she failed. But pop! Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord clapped his hands and praised. That's right! I didn't expect that there would be a swordsman as talented as you in the Middle Empire. Haha, the 18-year-old venerable 3rd level has even comprehended the scope of the 5th level of sword intent. Although Lucian has not chosen to recognize you as its master, are you willing to be the true successor of my holy land? The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord stood up and looked at the girl slightly, appreciating her true inheritance. Lord Holy Master! Hearing this, Chu Qingyu on the side suddenly exclaimed. True disciple! Representing the core of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, being able to worship a holy king-level elder as your disciple has many privileges and benefits. The true legend of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land is an opportunity that countless people dream of. Master. The girl's eyes also lit up slightly, and then she looked at Chu Qingyu aside with a questioning expression. Seeing this, Chu Qingyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl's name is Chu Yuxi, an orphan she adopted 18 years ago. To her, he was both a teacher and a mother. Now, she not only hopes that Chu Yuxi can become a true disciple, but also worries that after she enters the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, it will be difficult to see her again. Yuxi. Chu Qingyu gently stroked her silky hair and persuaded her softly. You are extremely talented and have such aptitude for swordsmanship. Since the Holy Lord thinks highly of you, just follow him. Anyway, if you feel tired in the future, Master will always be here, waiting for you to come home. The soft voice made Chu Yuxi burst into tears. She finally gritted her teeth and agreed, bowing to Chu Qingyu and saying goodbye. Master, take care. Haha, little junior sister, don't forget us in the future. You should practice well in the Holy Land and protect yourself. In an instant, several Hangxiubing Palace disciples also stepped forward to say goodbye to Chu Yuxi. Everyone's eyes were red, with a sense of reluctance surging. Yuxi. Seeing this, Chu Qingyu was also a little sad. Chu Yuxi nodded heavily, then turned around and looked at the sword master that day. Lord, Holy Lord, Yuxi is willing to follow you and worship at the gate of the Holy Land. Her expression was firm and her tone was decisive. Good. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord also smiled and nodded slightly. Then you go with me, and when you can't find the Lord of the Nine Heavens, return to the Holy Land. Immediately, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master flicked his sleeves. Boom! In an instant, the power of infinite Saint Yun surged. The space was torn apart, forming a space tunnel. Nine Heavens, where is the Master you mentioned? No one in the three empires can catch your eye, and you don't like this kid Uxi. From now on, the only place to go is the Great Sun Empire. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord looked at the Nine Heavens hanging in the air, and said with a strange expression. Along the way, Chu Yuxi's talent has been considered extraordinary and she is qualified to be the true successor of his holy land. However, it is still difficult for such swordsmanship qualifications to be recognized by Nine Heavens. But the next moment, the face of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord changed slightly. I saw that the originally quiet Nine Heavens suddenly burst into brilliant light. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gaze of everyone, it slowly soared into the sky, and finally floated steadily in the void. Point in the direction of the Great Sun Dynasty. Are you saying that, there must be your master there? The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword was stunned for a moment, but then he couldn't help but frowned, a little confused. The strongest people in the Great Sun Dynasty were only at the 9th level of the Venerable. Logically speaking, it is almost impossible for such a small and marginal country to have any amazing talents, etc. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he remembered something. When Chen Mo Sword Emperor was young, it seemed that he came from a small dynasty country. That being the case, there may be some amazing people in the Great Sun Dynasty who can resonate with the Nine Heavens. Think about this. Whoosh! The Heavenly Sword Saint Master flicked his sleeves and disappeared without a trace with Chu Yuxi in an instant. At the same time, Xiaoshan Sect. Pfft! In the huge sect, thousands of Xiao Yun's soul incarnations were constantly being judged, and all the sinners were killed. A bloody mess. Almost all the disciples and elders of the Xiaoshan sect were dead, with corpses scattered everywhere. In nearly 7 days, Xiao Yun was about to complete the trial of the 2 demon sects. There are a total of 20,000 demon cultivators in the corpse refining sect, more than 19,000 are guilty of death, and only 37 are innocent. The Xiaoshan sect has a total of 80,000 demon cultivators. To date, more than 72,000 people have been sentenced to death, and the number of innocent people is as high as 12. After truly seeing the sins revealed by those more than 100,000 demon cultivators, Xiao Yun's heart trembled. Is that more than just cruel and inhumane? Some are even beasts that are unworthy of human beings and deserve to enter the 18th level of hell. Especially this evil heaven sect. They are simply a group of completely insane and dehumanized demons. Xiao Yun stood on the void of the evil sky sect, looking down coldly at the bloody trial that was going on below, his eyes dark. No sound was made, he just stared silently at the group of sinners who confessed their sins in person and were then executed. Ah! The shrill wails resounded in all directions, which was terrifying. Every minute, a large number of Xiaoshan sect disciples were executed, and their blood stained the earth red. Slaughter the demon sect? Haha, it's really nostalgic. When I was young, I also acted so wantonly. However, something unexpected. But a hearty laugh echoed through the void. Immediately afterwards, there was that endless pressure that seemed to be even more powerful than the power of God, came suddenly. Chapter 50. Boom. For a moment, the sky shook and the earth shook, and the void shook, as if the entire sky was about to collapse at this moment. Xiao Yun felt an uncontrollable tremor all over his body, which was due to the instinctive fear of his body and the tremor of his soul. A premonition of extreme danger also arises spontaneously. Whoosh! He suddenly looked up. Suddenly, it just seemed like it was above the sky. I saw the endless sea of swords flowing like a river of stars in the sky. The sword intent in the sky seemed to cover the laws that formed the heaven and earth, covering the entire vast continent, suppressing everything, as if in an instant, it crushed billions of miles of mountains and rivers. The sword energy spreads across all directions, is unrivaled in sharpness, and can penetrate everything. Even if just a trace escapes, it is enough to destroy several dynasties. This is the real world of swords. Strong. Absolutely supreme strongman. Suddenly, Xiao Yun couldn't help but sweat dripping from his forehead, and his heart was horrified. What kind of force is this? Just by relying on his breath, he felt an irresistible, ant-like illusion. This moment, Xiao Yun only felt that he was like a small boat in the ocean, extremely small, as if he might be overturned by the huge waves at any time, swallowed up and drowned. Too strong. Simply irresistible. Even an existence at the same level cannot compare to 1/10,000th of this power. Zhang. At this time, the sound of a sword sounded. The existence that caused the majesty in the sky also slowly appeared in the void. With black hair and white clothes, his temperament is elegant and gentle, and his whole body is surrounded by a faint aura of divine light and swordsmanship, like a sword fairy descending from the lower realm. Although they were hundreds of feet apart, Xiao Yun had an illusion. It seemed that what he was facing was not just one person, but billions of divine swords that could cut the sky. Beside him, there was a petite girl with her eyes slightly closed and a sword in her arms. Her pretty face was slightly frosty, but she looked a little cold and unusual. But what caught Xiao Yun's attention most at this moment was not the supreme existence like a sword fairy, nor the cold girl holding the sword, but a long sword was suspended beside the two of them, and it was constantly making sword sounds, as if cheering for joy. The long sword is about 3 feet long, and its entire body is the color of sapphire crystal. The spine of the sword is covered with mysterious lines one after another. Suddenly, Xiao Yun seemed to have seen an explosion originating from endless darkness, and then the birth of infinite worlds and infinite universes. Rules, avenues, seemed to have turned into reality at this moment, emerging in his eyes. Xiao Yun wanted to reach out and touch, but found all he could reach at this moment was a void of space. The mysterious sapphire sword was still 100 feet away from him. I must get that sword. For some reason, Xiao Yun suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. In the dark, something seemed to be calling me, asking me to get the mysterious sword. This made Xiao Yun's heart tremble violently. 9 heavens? You said, this little guy is the master you consider. The man in white clothes, who looked like a swordsman, was looking at Xiao Yun in front of him with interest, and then looked at the Jushin beside him who was constantly making sword sounds. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. So young, but he has reached the 9th level of sword intent. But why does his cultivation only stay in the spirit transformation realm? But if you simply look at the strength of his body, it is no less than an ordinary emperor. In just an instant, the heavenly sword saint master found out Xiao Yun's specific situation. It also made Xiao Yun feel a chill, and he felt like he could even see through the color of his underwear. This feeling is quite bad. Buzz. At this time, the 9 heavens on the side of the heavenly sword saint lord seemed to be unable to sit still, and rushed directly towards Xiao Yun, wanting to immediately become the opponent's natal sword. It can't wait. After all, that boy has something that he has longed for a long time. But just the next moment, the Holy Master of Heavenly Sword suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 heavens. Clank! The 9 heavens sword screamed again and again, struggling desperately. However, the right hand of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord was as majestic as a mountain, and did not move at all, firmly controlling it in the palm of his hand. At this moment, the seriousness and solemnity in his eyes became more and more intense. Senior, what are you? It seemed that he also noticed the strangeness of the mysterious sword. Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask, his brows furrowed. He could faintly feel that this sword seemed to possess some kind of wisdom, which was definitely not an ordinary thing. Ding! Concept level chaos treasure fragments have been detected, the host must obtain them immediately. If successfully obtained, the host's strength can be greatly increased, and the system functions can be further improved. And almost at the moment Xiao Yun's words blurted out, the system's mechanical electronic beep sounded suddenly. Chaos Arcana. Xiao Yun couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he heard the system's words. And its conceptual level? What level of treasure is this? Suddenly, he couldn't help but ask the system. He also received a reply quickly. Concept level Chaos Treasure, a chaos treasure at the same level as the original level and the Hongmeng level. It is the most powerful, oldest, and most fundamental treasure in the sea of infinite multiverses. Note, the treasure fragment encountered by the host contains the concept of cutting, and its completeness is 1/1,000,000th. If it is in a complete form, it can cut off all tangible, intangible, conceptual roots, or immortal and eternal things. There were not many words, so Xiao Yun read it quickly. But he was dumbfounded, his whole brain was buzzing, and his heart was in turmoil. A sword that can cut through everything? In a daze, Xiao Yun seemed to see a giant sword covering the endless galaxy, slowly slashing towards the vast universe. With a boom, the universe was split open like a watermelon by his sword, turning into an endless dark void. Although this kind of imagination is extremely crazy, Xiao Yun is extremely convinced because this is the conclusion given by the system. The supreme treasure that can be killed forever. Although it is only 1/1,000,000th complete, as long as it is in your hands, isn't it 1%? Everything in its complete form can be cut, but that 1%. I want to cut off everything on Tianyuan continent. It should not be too difficult, right? Chapter 51. Buzz. At this time, the 9 heavens sword chant became louder and louder, shaking the world, trying to break free from the control of the Lord of Heavenly Sword. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Sword Saint just chuckled and raised his right hand slightly. Incomparably endless, the power of the Holy King surged like the abyss and overturned the world, causing the 9 heavens to become silent in an instant. After all, it is just a sword without an owner at this moment. In front of the serious Lord of Heavenly Sword, it has no power to resist at all. Then, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord turned his attention to Xiao Yun. You say? As if he was a sympathetic enemy, or like an father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law, he carefully scanned Xiao Yun from head to toe. After a long time, he finally uttered a word. "May I have your name?" Xiao Yun was a little frightened by the gaze of the Lord of Heavenly Sword. After a moment of silence, he hesitated and spoke. "Xiao Yun." "Xiao Yun? Are you, from the Xiao family?" Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Holy Lord frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he continued. "Who is your father? And what is his relationship with Xiao Tianzhan?" When he found out that Xiao Yun possessed the ninefold sword intent, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master had some guesses in his mind, but he was not completely sure. One of the ancient aristocratic families, the Xiao family. It was a huge force that had given birth to 3 great emperors. Its current head, Xiao Tianzhan, had already entered the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor and was about to enter the legendary level of Great Emperor. Even his Heavenly Sword Holy Land must pay 3 respects to the people of the Xiao family. Could this young man named Xiao Yun be, a young master from the Xiao family who went out to practice? "Father. Senior, I have not known the existence of my parents since I was born. Where did I find my father?" Xiao Yun shook his head, smiled bitterly, and replied with some disappointment. When he traveled to this world, he was a baby who was abandoned in an orphanage. As for the faces and names of his biological parents, he didn't know anything at all. Even now, he has never thought about looking for traces of his parents. After all, Xiao Yun really couldn't arouse any curiosity about the relatives he had cruelly abandoned since birth. Because, that's just not worth it. Orphan. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword was stunned for a moment, then slowly calmed down the overwhelming power and sighed softly. "Your beauty is extraordinary." At this moment, he really felt a sense of love for talent. An orphan in a dynasty country has realized the 9th level of sword intent at a young age. This level of swordsmanship talent is simply unprecedented. Even when I was young, I could only feel ashamed of myself. No wonder. The Lord of Heavenly Sword looked at 9 heavens beside him again. The latter seemed to be sulking at the moment, with the entire blade of the sword facing away from the Lord of Heavenly Sword. This made him burst into laughter. "Little guy, your sword intent level, is it the 9th level?" After a while, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master regained his seriousness, looked at the young man beside him, and asked in a solemn tone. "Ninefold?" Hearing the question from the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, Xiao Yun was startled and then nodded. "Yes, my sword intention is the 9th level." After he finished speaking, he took out a long knife again. Buzzing! In an instant, infinite sword intent ravaged the void. The sword's intention is only at the 8th level. Then, Xiao Yun took out a spear again. As for the spear intention, there are only 6 levels. But at this moment, he didn't notice it. After the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord saw the 8th-level sword intention and the 6th-level spear intention displayed, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. "You actually control 3 kinds of weapon artistic conception at the same time." At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord was completely stunned, with his mouth wide open. How can this be? At such an age, while realizing the 9th level of sword intention, he also possesses the 8th level of sword intention and the 6th level of spear intention? Well, it's just that I'm lazy and always like to fish, otherwise I wouldn't be able to control only these 3 artistic conceptions. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Yun sighed lightly, his heart filled with melancholy. "Indeed, I spent most of my time cultivating the power of my body and soul. The artistic conceptions of these 3 weapons were just cultivated and understood in my spare time. Under the impression of the 10,000 times increase, this speed does seem a bit slow." Fishing? Only 3 kinds? The Heavenly Sword Saint was stunned again, but a sense of absurdity suddenly surged in his heart. "Do you call this being lazy on weekdays and like fishing? Then when I was young, didn't I practice like a dog?" Suddenly, the heavenly sword Saint Lord felt a fire of anger rising in his heart. This young man is really arrogant. It needs a good beating. Ahem, kid, I am the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. In addition, this is my ancestral sword Nine Heavens. It is a treasured weapon that can rival the Emperor's weapons. Millions of years ago, our ancestor Chen Mo Sword Emperor used it to severely injure a great emperor, staining him with endless emperor blood. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword coughed slightly, and then wailing surged out again, as if he wanted to suppress Xiao Yun's arrogant heart. 9 days. When Xiao Yun heard this, he looked at the crystal long sword with brighter eyes, his eyes shining with rich splendor. Imperial soldiers? What rubbish is that? Even if it is a divine weapon, it is not qualified to carry shoes. This is a true concept-level treasure of chaos, the supreme divine object in the infinite world. However, even if he knew the true identity of this sword, Xiao Yun did not show much surprise. He quickly withdrew his gaze and said with a praising tone, "Lucian, what a good name! I wonder what the Holy Lord is here for today." Xiao Yun calmly changed the subject. "Well, although Nine Heavens is the most precious treasure of my holy land, no one has been able to make it recognize its owner for millions of years. So much so that the sword has been covered in dust for millions of years, and to this day, almost no one knows the power of the Nine Heavens." The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword shook his head, and his expression gradually became serious. "Oh? Why is this?" Hearing this, Xiao Yun also raised his eyebrows slightly. "Haha, the reason is very simple. It's just that Lucian is too arrogant. It comes from outside the sky. Maybe, it simply looks down on us ordinary people." The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword smiled bitterly and wanted to caress Lucian beside him, but the latter dodged directly and ignored him at all. He looked like a child who had been wronged. However, the next moment, the Lord of Heavenly Sword suddenly changed his topic, and his eyes were fixed on Xiao Yun, with a hint of solemnity and expectation. "After millions of years, it has chosen you today. Xiao Yun." Chapter 52. Boo-hoo. Instantly, after hearing these words, Nine Heavens seemed to be cheering for this, and kept flying across the sky, stimulating countless light cyan sword lights. It looked like it was celebrating the birth of a new owner. "Choose me." Xiao Yun was slightly stunned. He did not expect that such a treasure would actively want to recognize him as its master. Could it be? Is it also aware of the miraculous power of the system? It can make its integrity skyrocket, so that one day in the future, it will truly gain the authority of the concept of cutting off. For a moment, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Judging from the spirituality expressed by Nine Heavens, its sword spirit must have wisdom that is no less than that of ordinary people, and is definitely not comparable to ordinary treasures. If after being multiplied 10,000 times, it wants to escape from its control. Xiao Yun's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but think of some possibility. Even if the conceptual ultimate chaos treasure is only 1% complete, I can't even get a glimpse of it just by looking at it now. If the power of the sword spirit increases 10,000 times, and then takes away itself. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun suddenly shuddered and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ding! "Host, please rest assured, anything that has been returned 10,000 times by the system will never escape the control of the host unless the host himself allows it." However, at this moment, the system's mechanized electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in his mind, which also dispelled Xiao Yun's worries. The level of Nine Heavens is really too high, even far beyond the level of Tianyuan continent. Xiao Yun is naturally self-aware, and his current methods are completely vulnerable to him. Therefore, he was extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. However, since this sword can be used perfectly by yourself after being multiplied 10,000 times by the system, then, I don't have too many worries. If you get 9 heavens, it will undoubtedly be a leap-like increase in your own strength. And the system seems to be able to be completed to a certain extent. Then Lord Holy Lord, what do you want? At this thought, Xiao Yun couldn't help but his eyes flickered, and he spoke to the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, trying to find out the other party's intentions. I can give you 9 days. The first words the other party spoke made Xiao Yun extremely surprised. But the Lord of Heavenly Sword continued to speak. You need to agree to a few conditions. As long as you do it, 9 heavens will be yours. Of course, if you don't want to. Lord Holy Lord, it doesn't matter. As long as it's not a great evil done by the devil, Xiao Yun will definitely do his best. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yun couldn't help but speak. The value of these 9 days to me is really too great. Even if he has to go through fire and water, he will not hesitate. Ha ha! Seeing that his words were interrupted, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord did not show any displeasure. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed, quite happily. After a long while, he slowly said, You also know that 9 heavens is my ancestral sword of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Naturally, I will not let it fall into the hands of outsiders. So the first condition is to join my Heavenly Sword Holy Land and become the son of God of my Holy Land. Of course, if you become the son of God, you can freely worship any strong person in our Heavenly Sword Holy Land as your teacher, even if it is my Holy Master, or even they are the 3 quasi-emperor level supreme elders in my Holy Land. Quasi-emperor. Xiao Yun was slightly shocked. Naturally, he had heard of the name of Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Rumor has it that it is a terrifying force that is considered to be the best in the entire Tianyuan continent, with several peak saint kings at their command. But now it seems 3 quasi-emperor level supreme elders. The power of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land is far beyond the imagination of the world. But now, I am an elder of a section. Xiao Yun thought of the Xianyang sect where he was now, and it was not impossible for him to join the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, but he was not willing to leave the Xianyang sect just yet. So as to join another sect, even if it is the famous Heavenly Sword Holy Land in the mainland. After all, Xianyang sect's status in Xiao Yun's heart is now truly like home. Those people who had helped him a lot and let him know that the world was not all dark and cruel were like Xiao Yun's relatives in this life. Of course he doesn't want to give up. What's more, if I leave just like that? 3 years later, the demonic emperor sealed under the Great Sun Dynasty will inevitably escape. By then, what kind of disaster and massacre will the entire Xianyang sect will suffer? Thinking of this, Xiao Yun fell into a deep entanglement and could not make a decision for a long time. Elder? I am not asking you to give up this identity, nor am I asking you to leave the sect you are currently in. Lord Tianjian shook his head, as if he guessed what Xiao Yun was thinking. Join my Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and you will be both the divine son of my Holy Land and the elder of this dynasty's sect. You will have the best of both worlds. And, since this sect is the sect of the Son of God, our Holy Land will send strong men to protect it and help it develop and grow. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord looked at the young man in front of him with bright eyes, full of admiration. Xiao Yun, it seems that you are also a person who values affection and righteousness. I really did not misjudge the person. Don't worry, if there are any hidden dangers here, I will solve them one by one before you follow me to the Holy Land. Even if you want to support someone to become the leader of this dynasty, that's fine. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's heart suddenly warmed up. Thank you, Lord Holy Lord. In this case, this junior is also willing to join the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Good. The Heavenly Sword Saint smiled and looked at the girl beside him who still had a cold expression. The second condition is the test of your strength, whether you are worthy of the name of the Son of God of my Holy Land. Chu Yuxi, you and Xiao Yun have a discussion. Although Xiao Yun is only at the spiritual transformation realm on the surface, you don't need to hide any strength and just fight with all your strength. Yes, Lord Holy Lord. After hearing the words of the heavenly sword Saint Lord, the girl finally opened her eyes, and a touch of interest flashed in her cold moon-like eyes. The 9th level of sword intent in the spirit transformation realm? In terms of his talent in swordsmanship alone, he is truly a monster to the extreme, and will be hard to escape in millions of years. But my own strength is at the 3rd level of the Venerable, and I can already use the sword domain. The gap between it and the spiritual transformation realm is more than 1,000 or 100 times. Chapter 53. Chu Yuxi was unable to detect Xiao Yun's true strength. Although the opponent was a peerless talent at the 9th level of sword intent, she was still confident. Transformation into spirit, divine palace, unity, heavenly being, venerable one. There are so many realms between them, and she is not an existence that ordinary venerables can compare to. She has the 5th level of sword intention in the realm of swords, and she even defeated a 3rd level venerable. Moreover, its physique is even more powerful than the Korean divine physique, which ranks 94th on the 10,000 physique list. It is the darling of the law of space, and is a practitioner of the 2 special laws of space and swordsmanship. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for Chu Yuxi to think that she would be defeated by a mere spiritual transformation realm. Even if the opponent possesses the 9th level of sword intent and is recognized by 9 heavens. Come on, Xiao Yun. Let me be your first opponent. Chu Yuxi's voice was cold, her whole body glowed with dazzling white light, and her aura became more condensed, like an unsheathed divine sword. However, Lord, Holy Lord, is it inappropriate for you to let me bully a child? Looking at the girl who had a beautiful face but always felt a little stupid, Xiao Yun frowned slightly and said to dissuade her. You? Who are you calling the kid? Hearing this, Chu Yuxi's face turned red suddenly, feeling mixed with shame and anger. Although I have never left the Snow and Ice Palace, I am already 18 years old this year. Not a kid anymore. Fortunately, she followed what her senior brother said and deliberately acted cold and arrogant. Unexpectedly, there are people who call themselves children. Simply hateful. Bing King Sword Domain, start. The more Chu Yuxi thought about it, the angrier she became, her pretty face turned red, and she even planned to teach this young man who dared to underestimate her. Buzz. In an instant, infinite ice crystal sword light bloomed all over her body, covering the entire world in an instant. Above the sky, there is even more infinite sword light gathering together, as if turning into a cold full moon, pressing across the void. Xiao Yun, I admit that you are very powerful. But your cultivation, Chu Yuxi exploded the sword field with all her strength, and the infinite power spread like the sky and the sea. But at this moment, she suddenly froze and her words stopped abruptly. How come? It turns out that I don't know when. Xiao Yun's figure had already arrived in front of her, pressing a branch against the delicate white neck. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yuxi never saw even half of Xiao Yun's movement. This made her dreamy. I haven't taken action yet. Lost like this? You lose. Xiao Yun was calm and composed, casually discarding the branch in his hand and spoke calmly. No, I didn't lose, I can still fight again. Chu Yuxi spoke stubbornly, obviously still a little dissatisfied. Yuxi, step back. You have indeed lost. The battle of the strong often happens in a split second. At this time, the heavenly sword Saint Lord also spoke slowly, which shocked Chu Yuxi's heart. Although she felt a little aggrieved, she also knew that what the Holy Lord said was the truth. If Xiao Yun had intended to kill her just now, at this moment, he must have lost his head and body. That sword was too fast. Yes, Yuxi understands. Sighing in her heart, Chu Yuxi bowed and stepped aside. But he still looked at Xiao Yun fiercely. Very good. Yuxi is the true inheritance of the Holy Land received by the Empire on my path. Among the many true inheritances, her strength can only be ranked in the middle and lower reaches. I wanted to let other Tianjiao disciples compete with you, but here, there are no more Tianji unholy land disciples. The Lord of Heavenly Sword shook his head helplessly, and immediately raised his right hand. In his palm, a simple long sword appeared. So next, I will test you personally. I will suppress my cultivation to the first level of the Venerable. You, just use all your strength to attack. Finished. Rinse. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword waved his arm, and the ancient long sword suddenly shot out with a sharp cold light, flying in the air like a silver snake dancing wildly. Gen gen gen. The sword clanged sonorously, as if it was agitated by wind and thunder. Suddenly, Xiao Yun felt an unprecedented danger approaching, which made his hair stand on end. Boom! Among the lightning and flint, Xiao Yun waved chasing darkness and collided with the sword of the Lord of Heavenly Sword, causing a harsh roar of gold and iron. Immediately afterwards, he stepped down and quickly retreated a few steps. However, the next moment, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword followed him like a shadow, grasping the sword and attacking from a cunning and mysterious angle. Boom! Xiao Yun waved his sword to resist, but he only held on for a moment before he was forced to take a few steps back again. Dang! 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 Every sword struck by the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord is so swift and mysterious. Every time the sword fell, Xiao Yun was forced to retreat dozens of feet in a row. In just a few moves, he was at an absolute disadvantage. So strong! Xiao Yun was shocked. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord's strength far exceeded his imagination. Even though he suppressed the first level of cultivation to the supreme level, the opponent's swordsmanship was still terrifying, making him exhausted and embarrassed. If this continues, I'm afraid that if I take a few breaths at most, I will be defeated. Think about this. Xiao Yun's eyes flashed, and he changed his sword moves instantly as he flipped his wrist. The demon-burying sword slashed out in an instant. Boom! The earth trembled, thousands of miles of sword light overturned the void, and the vast sword light rolled and rushed towards the Lord of Heavenly Sword. The sword energy is so cold. It seems like it can kill the devil. However, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord seemed to have expected it, and his sword trembled, activating the law of the infinite sword. All of a sudden, thousands of swords resonate, turning into a world of swords. The laws of swordsmanship boiled and completely shattered Xiao Yun's attack in an instant. You lose. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword smiled faintly, and immediately his figure appeared in front of Xiao Yun like an illusion. But... bang! What he never expected was that Xiao Yun would react with a punch, hitting him directly on the left side of his face and flying backwards like a cannonball. A total of 48 billion kilograms of power exploded. Boom! The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword fell to the ground hard, causing the earth to tremble and smoke and dust to flow everywhere. Holy Lord, are you okay? Xiao Yun was also dumbfounded. Conditioned reflex. This is completely a conditioned reflex, and he can't control it himself. Ahem, I'm fine. In the deep pit, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword struggled to get up. Although he was a little embarrassed, there were not many injuries. Pooh! Then, he spit out a bloody tooth. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then looked at Xiao Yun with complicated eyes. In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall into silence at this moment. Chapter 54. Awkward. Deadly silence. Chu Yuxi covered her mouth tightly with her small hands, her beautiful eyes widened. Lord, Holy Lord, was he beaten? If there were other disciples from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits and their jaws would drop in shock. The majestic Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. The supreme power known as the Taixu Sword Master in the mainland. In the past, he was the one who killed 3 demon clan saint kings with one sword and escaped from the hands of a quasi-demon emperor. Today, he was actually slapped hard in the face by a mere junior in the spiritual transformation realm, and even had a front tooth chipped. At this moment, the heavenly sword Saint Lord was also confused. He slowly picked up the tooth stained with light gold holy blood, and looked left and right for a while, feeling that his whole brain was buzzing. Isn't this wrong? Although he had sealed his cultivation just now, his physical body was still that of a holy king. A drop of blood can suppress mountains and break rivers. Ordinary holy weapons couldn't even hurt him at all. But now? A tooth was actually knocked out by that boy, with one punch. And, it's his front teeth. Could it be that this Xiao Yun is an ancient ferocious beast disguised as a human? Otherwise, how could it be possible to have such huge power? The power contained in that punch reached at least tens of billions of kilograms. The time of origin, reverse. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword looked at Xiao Yun and kept thinking in his heart. The rotation triggered the power of the law of time and reversed the tooth back to before it collapsed. Ah ha ha, ha ha. Facing the slightly resentful and doubtful gaze of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, Xiao Yun scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed twice. It was an accident just now. But Holy Lord, you are so powerful that you won't argue with this junior. Yet, Holy Master, just be fine. Before the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord could speak, Xiao Yun looked honest and courteous, with an apologetic smile on his face, and even complimented. The quality of your teeth is so good, they can even be restored automatically. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Automatic restore? That is the reversal power of the law of time, not some incisor that will automatically restore itself. Xiao Yun. And at that moment, he seemed to have thought of something. The figure of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord suddenly flew into the air and came to Xiao Yun again. But at this moment, his eyes were unusually solemn and solemn. No evil spirit at all? Could it be that he has some kind of unnatural physique? The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword stared at Xiao Yun with burning eyes, observing carefully, as if he wanted to get a glimpse of his true background. However, no matter how much he probed, he couldn't find any clues. Xiao Yun, can you tell me what level your physique is? After a long while, he spoke in a low voice and asked slowly. Lord Holy Lord, this. After hearing the other party's words, Xiao Yun immediately narrowed his eyes and seemed a little hesitant. Of course, this is not a pretense on his part. After all, the ancient flame dragon body is the fourth highest physique on the 10,000 body ranking, and it is almost certain to become an emperor in the future. And the most important thing. This kind of physique can only be possessed by the true dragon clan with the purest bloodline and close to the ancestral level. As far as the human race is concerned, there is absolutely no other possibility except forcibly seizing the body. And if he said it rashly and caused the Lord of Heavenly Sword to become greedy, he would definitely be in danger of death. Therefore, Xiao Yun hesitated. The Lord of Heavenly Sword was silent for a moment, then sighed and said. That's all, everyone has his own opportunities and secrets. I will not force you, let alone do such despicable and dirty things as snatching opportunities from juniors. Since you don't want to say it, just let it go. Hearing this, Xiao Yun also breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Thank you, Lord Holy Lord, for your understanding. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword also shook his head and chuckled. How can I lose a big thing because of a small thing? It would be a bit worthless if we force away a genius with unlimited potential like you because of this. You have successfully passed my test, and now, you are the son of God of my Heavenly Sword Holy Land. But, however, after telling Xiao Yun that he had truly become the son of God, the Lord of Heavenly Sword suddenly changed the subject, causing Xiao Yun's heart to suddenly tremble. But what? Suddenly, Xiao Yun felt a little uneasy in his heart. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. Let me punch you first. The Heavenly Sword Holy Lord smiled Hessian and suddenly stepped down, like an ancient god coming to the world, extremely majestic. A punch hit Xiao Yun on the right side of his face. Bang! Ugh, ugh! Xiao Yun had no time to react, and could only let out some indistinct howls, and then his body flew sideways and hit hard under a mountain range. Holy Lord, you can't bully the small with the big. After a long while, he stood up from the ruins in disgrace and shouted in grief and anger. At this moment, his face was completely blue and purple, and the front teeth in his mouth were missing, which looked extremely funny. Ha ha, ha ha ha. When Chu Yuxi in the distance saw this, she couldn't bear it anymore, covered her stomach, and laughed so hard. The previous depression also disappeared at this moment. This guy deserves it. If you dare to break the Holy Lord's front teeth, then use 2 of them to repay it. Look at him like that, haha. Well, in the world of spiritual practice, this is how courtesy should be reciprocated. Pfft! Haha! The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword suppressed his laughter, and nodded calmly at first, but then because he couldn't bear it anymore, he laughed out loud with Chu Yuxi. I don't know why, but now I see Xiao Yun being beaten, with a funny look of broken front teeth. Both of them were in a happy mood and felt indescribably comfortable. There is a very satisfying feeling. Chapter 55. As for Xiao Yun, his face was as dark as a pot helmet, and he almost wanted to vomit blood. You are the majestic Lord of the Holy Land, the supreme power at the pinnacle level of the Holy King. It's so shameless to take advantage of others' unpreparedness to attack you. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master is also extremely vindictive. I just punched him out of conditioned reflex. No energy. There is really no courage at all. How can there be any appearance of the Lord of the Holy Land? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun patted his robe, but decided not to care about the stingy Holy Lord. Well, I have a lot of grown ups, and I am also a good young man who knows how to respect the old and love the young. Why bother with such an old naughty boy who is thousands of years old, or even tens of thousands of years old? Immediately, Xiao Yun directly activated the ancient flame dragon's powerful recovery ability, causing the 2 front teeth to grow again. His face returned to calmness, and he slowly spoke to the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord. Well, you can fight. Lord Holy Lord, now, can you grant me the 9 heavens? In an instant, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord also slowly suppressed his smile, and a deep sense of reluctance appeared between his brows. He turned to the Jushin beside him and said, After 1,000,000 years, you will finally have a master again. I don't know if this kid can regain the past glory of his ancestors. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master waved his hand and grabbed 9 heavens. Buzz! 9 heavens trembled slightly, but it did not escape from the opponent's hand, and the sword clanked. It seemed as if he was also bidding farewell to the Lord of Heavenly Sword. Xiao Yun, the last condition. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword walked up to Xiao Yun, only about 3 feet away from him, and shouted in a low voice. Holy Lord, please speak. Xiao Yun looked solemn and his eyes were determined. I want you to take 9 heavens with you and represent the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, in the upcoming Tianyuan competition and win first place. Let the edge and prestige of 9 heavens shock the entire continent again. The voice of the Holy Master of Heavenly Sword is sonorous and powerful, and has a ringing sound. Yes. The next moment, without any hesitation, Xiao Yun answered solemnly. The Tianyuan competition, as the name suggests, is the grandest battle of geniuses in the entire Tianyuan continent. It is only held once every 300 years, and will bring together almost all the evil geniuses in the entire continent to compete for the top spot on the Tianyuan ranking. If you can get into the top 10, you will get a great opportunity. He was even accepted as a disciple by a quasi-emperor, taught the emperor's skills, gained unlimited resources, and skyrocketed. And if it's among the top 3, it could even be the leader. Then you will have a real chance to receive the inheritance of the great emperor and become an emperor. The Tianyuan competition is the Holy Land stage that countless talented people in the mainland dream of. Everyone wants to reach the top. But for Xiao Yun, they are just a group of geniuses who are no more than 100 years old, no matter how amazing they are. In front of myself, it is not worth mentioning at all. Rather, the Holy Lord wanted him to regain his reputation as 9 heavens. I have to think of a way to try not to overwhelm the other party, so that I don't even have a chance to unsheath the 9 heavens. At this moment, seeing Xiao Yun's confident attitude, the Heavenly Sword Saint also nodded with satisfaction. Although you are very powerful, don't underestimate the monsters in the Tianyuan competition. When I was young, I could only reach 5th place. In today's era, the number of geniuses is far greater than before. You must not be careless. The Heavenly Sword Saint Master's eyes shone brightly, as if he was remembering a certain eventful period of time. Junior, please follow your instructions. Xiao Yun understood this and bowed. Far more than before? Then he also wants to see what heights the real peerless geniuses in this world can reach. Okay, next. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword nodded, slowly raised the 9 heavens in his hand, and held it level in front of Xiao Yun. Heavenly Sword Holy Land, the 97th son of God Xiao Yun, takes the sword. Rumble. Following the words of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord, he fell. Buzz. The void trembled for a while, and then, hundreds of millions of bright sword shadows were seen rising into the sky, straight into the sky. The thunder in the anime sky rumbled, and visions abounded. The disciple is here. Xiao Yun solemnly took 9 heavens and spoke solemnly. 9 heavens was heavy in hand, seeming to weigh hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Just the moment he touched it, he felt the infinite sharpness contained in it. Even if you just hold it in your hand, it feels like you are facing billions of sword lights that can cut heaven and earth. You, have no regrets. The current Holy Master of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, officially bestows the ancestral sword 9 heavens on you. I hope it can accompany you to conquer the 8 wastelands. The sword can cut through the sky. With a thought, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master directly drew a drop of blood from Xiao Yun's palm and dropped it on the sword body of 9 heavens. Buzzing! In an instant, the sword roared, and vast coercion suddenly swept across the surroundings. A sharp and unparalleled edge suddenly bloomed. Boom! Xiao Yun involuntarily swung his sword towards the sky, and the blade of his sword actually split the clouds in the endless sky into 2, causing the dazzling sunlight to fall on the earth. Crack! Under his feet, the earth was cracked, filled with dust, and all the vegetation was broken. Wisps of sword energy raged across the sky, causing the entire world to tremble violently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the concept level Chaos Treasure 9 Heavens, Remnant. The income will be returned with a 10,000 times increase, and the completeness will be increased from 1% to 1 millionth. Ding! Due to the power of innate chaos, the system functions have been slightly improved. Now the host can choose the 10,000 times the quality and 10,000 times the quantity of the item at will. Ding! The Chaos Spiritual Pet submodule is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Spiritual Pet Star Swallowing Behemoth. Note: Chaos Spiritual Pets can quickly increase their strength by swallowing a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures, demon crystals, and spiritual stones. They are a vital partner in the host's future cultivation path. Next, several mechanical sounds accompanied the system. Buzz! 9 heavens trembled slightly, and many light green lines flashed on the sword body, although there were not many changes on the surface. But Xiao Yun also knew clearly that its true power was so powerful that it could be called terrifying. If one really activates its power, it can easily kill a saint. And if it is really touched by the sword of 9 heavens, even a great emperor will have to leave the emperor's blood. Just as he imagined. In this Tianyuan continent, after being increased by 10,000 times, 9 heavens is the real sword that can kill all things. Although the consumption was extremely huge, Xiao Yun was still very excited. Behead the saint. He finally has the means to rival or even kill the saint. Moreover, the system was finally able to independently choose between 10,000 times quality and 10,000 times quantity, which greatly improved the effectiveness of certain natural materials and earthly treasures. Besides, Galactus? Just listening to the name, it sounds like he is extremely domineering. And just when many thoughts were flashing in Xiao Yun's mind. Woof woof. Suddenly, a few dog barks were heard. Xiao Yun turned around and saw that he didn't know when. A black and white creature appeared at his feet, with a familiar look that was about to be beaten, looking at him with wide eyes. Husky? Chapter 56. For a while, they stared at each other with big eyes, and both of them were stunned. This small black and white beast that looks like a husky is actually the one rewarded by the system, the star-swallowing giant beast. At this moment, Xiao Yun felt a buzzing in his head and the corners of his mouth twitched. Immediately, he lifted the star-swallowing giant beast with one hand and looked at it carefully. This is a puppy that is furry all over but appears to be quite large. But looking at its appearance, it does look quite similar to the husky Xiao Yun knew in his previous life, but among its light blue pupils, there is actually a second pupil that overlaps. Double pupils? Xiao Yun's heart trembled. Those with double pupils are truly born saints. An unparalleled existence that can dominate the world, dominate all races, and is known as the Invincible at the same level. And this husky of mine actually has the legendary double pupils? Could it be that he was born a holy dog? Pfft! Ha ha ha! Thinking of this, Xiao Yun couldn't bear it anymore and burst out laughing. Woof woof! At this time, the little guy in his hand also struggled and screamed twice in dissatisfaction. But at this moment, it has its fate pinched by the neck, and no matter how hard it struggles, it is of no use. Ding! The star-eating behemoth is one of the supreme races in the chaotic universe. Its adult form feeds on stars and quasar continents, and thus continues to evolve. They are the nightmare of billions of worlds, which is where the name World Devourer comes from. Although the larvae look a bit like huskies, please don't underestimate the host. The system's cold electronic synthesized sound sounded again, bringing a piece of information about the star-swallowing behemoth. It also shocked Xiao Yun. Devouring stars and quasar continents, exists like the Tianyuan continent? I didn't expect that this cute little guy would be so cruel when he grows up. Xiao Yun, this puppy is. At this time, the Heavenly Sword Saint Master also noticed the strangeness of the star-swallowing beast in Xiao Yun's hand, and frowned slightly. He actually was completely unaware of the arrival of this little thing. Lord Holy Lord, this should be regarded as my natal spiritual beast. Xiao Yun smiled lightly when he heard this, but did not give much explanation. Looking at how black you are, why don't you just call me Xiao Hizi from now on? Little Hizi. Then, he lowered his head, touched little Hizi's head, and showed a smile. Woof woof. Seemingly thinking that this name was a good one, little Hizi immediately screamed happily and licked Xiao Yun's palm. A complete dog-licking look. Okay, you can go into my storage space first, eat and play as you like. Xiao Yun clapped his hands and threw little Hizi into the system space. Galactus requires huge amounts of resources to grow. Fortunately, the resources he now possesses are massive, so they are enough to feed this little guy. After all, he had killed an army of more than 300 million monsters before. And after returning it 10,000 times, the number of demon crystals in it may have reached more than 3 trillion. As for the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spiritual stones and spiritual weapons obtained by plundering various major demon sects, they are also piled up like mountains, and they are simply countless. Xiao Yun, since you have become the master of 9 heavens, it is time for me to return to the Holy Land. When Xiao Yun put 9 heavens into the scabbard, the heavenly sword saint master said in deep thought. There is no doubt about this young man's qualifications and potential. Now, there is only about a month left before the next Tianyuan competition. It is necessary to return to the Holy Land as soon as possible to prepare for the competition. Okay, but before that. Xiao Yun nodded, and immediately told the Heavenly Sword Saint Master about the demonic emperor sealed under the Great Sun Dynasty, and the current physical condition of the Xianyang Sect Master. He suddenly wanted to use the hands of the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord to directly clean up the trouble hidden in the dynasty. Haha, I still think I'm some kind of demonic great sage. A mere demon cultivator in the Emperor's realm is nothing more than an ant-like existence in front of me. Buzz. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Saint smiled indifferently, and immediately his spiritual consciousness directly covered millions of miles, and began to search for the location of the demonic seal. Found it. Soon, he discovered a dark place beneath the ground where nearly 1,000,000 demons gathered. A light curtain emerged directly in the void, reflecting all the scenes in that area. This is... Xiao Yun's eyes scanned the entire audience, and soon he spotted a familiar figure. Blood-refining demon lord. He is from the 7 Evil Demon Palace. It seems that these demons want to lift the seal here as soon as possible, and if they are allowed to continue, the seal will be completely broken within 9 months at most. The Lord of Heavenly Sword narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, it contains an existence that is close to the limit of the Emperor. If he is allowed to break out of the seal, it will indeed be a real catastrophe for this dynasty. Lord, Holy Lord, please take action. These demon disciples are from the 7 Evils Demon Palace. They are all heinous people and have committed heinous crimes. Xiao Yun's eyes were cold and he said in a solemn tone. He has no mercy at all for these people in the 7 Evils Demon Palace. It would be better to say that if we catch them all today, we can truly be regarded as doing justice for heaven. Good. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword nodded, and then raised his right palm slightly. Boom! In an instant, the power of the entire world seemed to be activated. The wind and thunder roared, and the rain poured down. It's like the end of the world is coming. Along with this terrifying power of heaven, Xiao Yun also made a shocking discovery in his heart. It is actually visible to the naked eye in the sky 100,000 miles away. A huge palm print appeared that covered the sky and the sun, as if it were a substance, almost covering the entire Great Sun Dynasty. Next moment. Boom! With a shocking loud noise, the giant palm that looked like a substance suddenly fell down and suppressed it directly in the sealed place. Ah! A shrill howl sounded, and in just a short moment, everything collapsed and was completely destroyed. Whether it is the millions of demon disciples in the 7 Evils Demon Palace, or the 7 evil demon lords in the seal, no one was left alive, and they were all killed by the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord with his unpredictable power. Gudong! Looking at the scene in the distance, Xiao Yun couldn't help but swallow. Although he also knew that the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord would definitely take strong action to kill all the demons. But I didn't expect that it would be so neat and tidy. Simply, it can be called boundless domineering. What kind of seal, what kind of emperor is extremely powerful? Under one palm, everything becomes nothingness. Okay, now you can lead me to Xianyang Sect. The Heavenly Sword Saint Master's expression was indifferent, as if he just crushed a few ants and didn't take it to heart at all. Good. Xiao Yun nodded blankly, his eyes still focused on the sealed place 100,000 miles away. At this moment, it was clearly the darkest abyss, which is almost millions of miles deep. Even Xiao Yun's soul perception now is unable to truly explore the bottom of it. Chapter 57. Xianyang Sect, the main hall of the sect. Sect Master, are you feeling better? Xiao Yun looked at the old man in front of him and asked softly. After bringing the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord to Xianyang Sect, he handed him a drop of colorless liquid stored in a jade bottle. Its name is Life Source Liquid. It is a kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure that has reached the upper level of the holy level, and can truly make life and death, flesh and white bones. As long as the soul is not annihilated, it can be used to clean up all injuries and even reshape the body. According to the words of the heavenly sword saint, just this drop of life source liquid is enough to buy several lower empires. Certainly. After passing through Xiao Yun's hands, he also had 9,999 drops of life source liquid. No matter how much damage you suffer in the future, you can always recover. Puff. Not long after taking the life source liquid, Xianyang sect leader suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Immediately, his face became extremely rosy, as if he was hundreds of years younger, and the life energy in his body was extremely strong. Xiao Yun, what exactly is this? Xianyang sect master stood up, feeling unbelievably that the dark corrosion in his body had been swept away, and he was shocked to an extremely high level. He obviously only has more than 2 years left to live. After taking this drop of mysterious liquid, not only did his injuries heal, but his lifespan also increased a lot. There is even a feeling that a breakthrough is about to happen. Bang! Suddenly, a roar was heard within the Xianyang sect. Once you become a venerable person, you will be successfully promoted. Sect Master, congratulations! Xiao Yun smiled and congratulated. I was not surprised at all by Xianyang sect master's breakthrough. Because this is what should be done. The sect leader has already stayed at the 9th level of the venerable for hundreds of years. Now, under the influence of the source of life liquid, the breakthrough is undoubtedly just a matter of course. Xiao Yun, you don't keep these treasures for your own use, why? Give me a dying old man. However, Xianyang sect master did not feel happy at all. Instead, he frowned and was full of confusion. Haha, this source of life liquid is given to you by me. And Xiao Yun, as the divine son of our heavenly sword holy land, how can he lack these treasures? Before Xiao Yun could answer, the heavenly sword saint master stepped into the hall and spoke with a slight smile. He has already taken a good look at Xianyang sect. Although it was only a small sect, he admired the rules that prioritized character and did not bully the weak. He is even planning in his mind whether to implement such a sect system in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? Sky Sword Holy Land. Hearing this, Xianyang sect master was shocked and his pupils shrank to the extreme. When did Xiao Yun become the son of God of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? Xiao Yun, then this is... Xianyang sect leader did not dare to neglect and immediately cast an inquiring look at Xiao Yun. Nothing, he is just the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Xiao Yun waved his hand slightly and said somewhat casually. Hiss. Hearing this, even the calm-minded Xianyang sect master couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Junior Li Xuanyi has met the Holy Lord. Immediately, Xianyang sect master hurriedly bowed down. He was extremely shocked. That is the legendary Taigzi Sword Master, a terrifying existence that is almost invincible in the Holy King realm. It was really flattering and terrifying that someone would appear in his small Xianyang sect today. Get up! Lord Tianjian showed a gentle smile and stretched out his hand to support Xianyang sect leader. He is also extremely satisfied with this Xianyang sect. Thank you, Holy Lord. Xianyang sect leader slowly stood up, his mind still unable to calm down. Xiao Yun, as the divine son of my holy land, will leave with me today. Before that, I have set up a sword array within the Xianyang sect to guard against anyone with malicious intentions. Even a saint can be killed. Also, Shadow 7. Then, the Lord of Heavenly Sword spoke slowly and called out a tall man wearing purple robes, but his whole body was covered with hair, and his eyebrows had pupils. Subordinate, here. Ying Qi knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. From now on, you are the guardian of Xianyang sect. If anyone dares to break in, he will be killed without mercy. The Lord of Heavenly Sword is indifferent in his words, but his tone is so resounding that it cannot be ignored. As commanded. Upon hearing this, the man in purple robe cupped his fists and saluted, and immediately his body flashed and merged into the surrounding void. Ying Qi is one of my servants. He is a member of the Three-Eyed Clan, and his cultivation has reached the second level of the Great Sage. It is more than enough to protect Yu Xianyang sect. Immediately, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord looked at Xiao Yun and told him his arrangement. Great Sage. Instantly, both Xiao Yun and the Xianyang sect master were shocked and filled with shock. Great Sage, what kind of concept is this? Even if it is a mid-ranking empire on one side, it can be regarded as the top combat power, enough to dominate one side. Above the saints, he is the great saint. A strong person with this level of cultivation can almost become famous throughout the entire continent, and is thus sought after by hundreds of millions of warriors. But now, the strong man sent by the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord to protect the Xianyang sect is actually a terrifying strong man of the second level of the Great Sage. Even, a terrifying existence that can destroy the entire Great Sun Dynasty with one strike. Haha, it seems you are very surprised. Seeing the horrified looks in their eyes, the Heavenly Sword Lord smiled lightly, took a sip of the tea on the table, and continued. Xiao Yun's current identity is that he is the divine son of my Heavenly Sword Holy Land. And Xianyang sect, as the old sect of the Son of God, will definitely be in constant trouble if someone is interested in it. But now, with my servants in charge, who dares to move at all? After listening to what the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord said, Xiao Yun felt a little warm in his heart. This Holy Lord indeed values him very highly. The Xianyang sect alone sent a powerful second-level great sage to stay on guard to ensure his safety. This kind of handwriting is enough to make the world pay attention. In that case, Xiao Yun, on behalf of the Xianyang sect, would like to thank the Holy Master. The next moment, Xiao Yun stood up and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude solemnly. He will definitely remember this friendship in his heart. Junior, I would also like to thank the Holy Lord. Xianyang sect leader also bowed and bowed, his attitude was extremely sincere. Well, now that everything is done. Then Xiao Yun, you will immediately follow me back to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Now the three Supreme Elders are eager to see the new Son of God. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord smiled and looked at Xiao Yun and said, disciples are willing to go together. After hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately nodded in agreement. Then he turned around and said goodbye to Master Xianyang. Sect Master, take care. Chapter 58. One day later. Tianyuan Continent, the central area of the eastern region. Call out. 1,000 feet long, silver-white spirit boat that resembled a heavenly sword flew through the void at extremely fast speeds. At the bow of the ship, Xiao Yun and Chu Yuxi sat cross-legged, quietly looking at the screen of light in front of them. What appears above the light curtain is the regional division and power distribution of the entire Tianyuan continent. They were so densely packed that they almost filled the entire light curtain. Xiao Yun, Uxi, both of you are from the border area of the eastern region. There should still be many unknowns about the true division of the current situation in Tianyuan continent. Now that we have a few hours to reach the Holy Land, I will give you a lecture to relieve your boredom. The Lord of Heavenly Sword stood aside, holding a pitch-black ruler in his hand, and began to speak with a serious face. First of all, I would like to ask you two, how vast is Tianyuan continent? Suddenly, Xiao Yun and Chu Yuxi fell silent after hearing the question from the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord. His mind kept searching for information about Tianyuan continent. Although Chu Yuxi, the other two, came from the Middle Empire, she spent most of her time training in the Snow and Ice Palace since she was a child and knew almost nothing about the outside world. Xiao Yun has always been in the Great Sun Dynasty, and he knows very little about the news about the entire continent. Therefore, after a brief thought, Xiao Yun shook his head. Chu Yuxi also shook her head, not knowing the specific vastness of Tianyuan continent. Ah! The Lord of Heavenly Sword shook his head, pointed the black ruler at the light curtain beside him, and spoke slowly. Tianyuan continent is huge, maybe bigger than you can imagine. Since ancient times, Tianyuan continent has been divided into 5 major regions. The eastern region, with the Wangxiang divine sect as its leader, has hundreds of billions of miles of territory, and its strength is in the middle of the 5 regions. The northern territory is dominated by the Sky Burial Sea Palace. It is the scope of the Siren tribe's rule. The human race has a low status. Its territory includes the endless ocean, and it is the most extensive existence among the 5 domains. The western region is dominated by the Dragon Emperor Heaven Realm, which is home to hundreds of millions of dragon clans. Among them, the reputation of the 3 dragon emperors has resounded throughout the continent for endless years. As for the southern territory, it was occupied by Demon Emperor Shen Yuan 100,000 years ago and became a paradise for demon monks and endless demon species. As for the final central domain, the Heavenly Sword Saint paused, and pointed the ruler at the center of the entire continent. His eyes flickered, as if he was recalling something. The Central Territory is the supreme holy land jointly ruled by our human race and the Feather God clan. There are 9 ancient kingdoms in it, as well as the Temple of Heaven created by the contemporary Heaven Holder to suppress all races on the mainland, with overwhelming majesty. It is precisely because of these 9 ancient kingdoms and the Celestial Temple that our human race can be the lord of all races today. Even the dragons don't dare to provoke them easily and choose to live in peace with the humans. Ascension Temple. Hearing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, showing a hint of doubt. He couldn't help but ask. Lord, Holy Lord, shouldn't the current Heaven Holder be the founder of the ancient country of Qunkan and the Lord of the Void Universe? Lord of the Void Universe. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword was stunned for a moment, not expecting Xiao Yun to suddenly mention this position. After all, the Lord of Suyu fell due to the death curse of the Emperor 200,000 years ago, and his identity as Heaven Holder was also inherited by his disciples. Is the news in the dynasty so ill-informed? The Lord of Suyu has fallen long ago. The current Heaven Holder is the 37th disciple of the Lord of the Void Universe, a being with the blood of the Feather God clan and the human race. His name is the Lord of Brahma, his strength reaches the heavens and the earth, and he is truly the strongest man in the world. By the way, this Tianyuan competition will be held by the Climbing Heaven Temple. If you are lucky, you will be able to see the contemporary Zhi Tian who is in charge of the human race and the Feather God clan. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword put down his ruler, took a casual sip of tea, and explained slowly. The Lord of Suyu has actually fallen. When Xiao Yun heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and ripples arose in his heart. The one who holds the heaven is a truly invincible existence in every era. Even the way of heaven is completely controlled by it. The lifespan of an ordinary great emperor is at most 10.24 million years. But the longevity of the heaven holder is truly immortal. Unless the law of heaven collapses and the world is destroyed, they will be the eternal and supreme existence. According to records in countless history books, the Lord of Suyu has existed for nearly 30 million years, and 10 of his emperor-level disciples have died due to longevity. Such an immortal, eternal, and terrifying giant has actually fallen. This made Xiao Yun a little horrified. If these words had not come from the mouth of the Heavenly Sword Saint, he would not have believed it. Lord, Holy Lord, the Lord of Suyu. Xiao Yun spoke with some urgency, trying to ask further questions. Alas, you should also know the name of Ed. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord sighed, drank all the tea in the cup, and then spoke again. He is the real source of disaster, possessing enough power to destroy the entire Tianyuan continent. My human race originally had 12 ancient kingdoms, but it destroyed 3 of them. In that battle, 8 great emperors fell. Even when the Lord of the Void finally came, he was cursed by the other party before his death. Curse him that as long as he lives for one day, he will slowly cause the human race to wither and eventually die. The Lord of Heavenly Sword closed his eyes tightly, as if recalling that extremely tragic battle. There was rich sadness and anger in his voice. In just 30,000 years, 3 more of our great emperors of the human race have encountered strange and ominous circumstances and died mysteriously. The overall luck of the human race is constantly declining. In the end, the Lord of Suyu chose to die and gave the identity of the Heaven Holder to the current Lord of Brahma. Today, the destiny of the human race has returned to its peak again. The Lord of Brahma is already the 6th Zhitian of Tianyuan continent. The Heavenly Sword Saint Master's face slightly condensed and he spoke slowly. Xiao Yun listened quietly, but deep in his heart there was a huge wave. Curse of Urti. As long as the Lord of Suyu does not die, the entire human race will slowly perish. What a vicious curse! It's simply outrageous. It is difficult for Xiao Yun to imagine that if the Lord of Suyu had not chosen to commit suicide, what kind of bleak situation would the human race be in now? But that's all in the past. I have only lived for 10,000 years. There is no need to mention these things that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. Now Lord Brahma is very good to my human race. He has inherited the mantle of his master and achieved today's great success. Say it. The Heavenly Sword Saint stood up and looked forward. There is a majestic giant sword standing between heaven and earth. The giant sword, about millions of miles high, was inserted deeply into the clouds, exuding a vast aura, as if supporting the entire sky. And around it, there are tens of thousands of sword-like giant mountains standing upright, exuding the sharpness that soars into the sky, and is unparalleled in shock. Countless figures wearing various robes and flying swords shuttled between heaven and earth like immortals or gods, extremely ethereal. This is looking at the infinitely vast sword, like a divine weapon. Even though Xiao Yun had seen many treasures, he couldn't help but be moved by them at this moment. Chu Yuxi's beautiful eyes widened and she covered her mouth almost in disbelief, her face full of surprise. That sword is so big. Seeing the two of them looking so surprised, the Heavenly Sword Saint also stroked his non-existent beard and spoke with a faint smile. Heavenly Sword Holy Land has arrived. Chapter 59. Holy Lord, what is this sword? Chu Yuxi's eyes seemed to be filled with many little stars, and she asked the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord with some excitement. How majestic is the giant sword that is millions of miles long? It is simply 100 times larger than the entire snow and ice palace. If someone could wield this sword, what a spectacular scene it would be. Hee. It is the origin of the name of my Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and Heavenly Sword is its name. It is said that the Heavenly Sword is an artifact that a god fell into this world. It already stood here in the ancient times, hundreds of millions of years ago. Our Heavenly Sword Holy Land was only founded on it. Although our ancestors in the past generations were all highly skilled in cultivation, they have never been able to activate it in the slightest. Perhaps, only true gods can truly control this Heavenly Sword. The Holy Master of Heavenly Sword smiled and slowly explained the origin of this sword to the two of them. And when he came to the end, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Lord, Holy Lord, can this disciple feel the majesty of the Heavenly Sword up close? The next moment, Xiao Yun's eyes flickered when he heard this, as if he was quite interested in it. Of course, I hope you can become the master of the Sword of Heaven and truly control this so-called Sword of the Gods. But this possibility is probably too low. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord heard this and spoke softly. This Heavenly Sword has stood here for billions of years. In these long years, countless great emperors and even heavenly masters have come to try to conquer this sword. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Even moving at one point is impossible. Therefore, even if Xiao Yun now becomes the new master of 9 heavens, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord does not think that he can succeed at all. Boo-hoo! Xiao Yun was extremely fast. He left the spirit boat in an instant and arrived several feet away from the Heavenly Sword. When you look at this incredibly large sword up close, the shock it brings is unparalleled. Just a sword pattern on it is as huge as a mountain range, filling the entire field of vision. Faintly, Xiao Yun could feel the sharp edge permeating the sword, which was extremely cold and cold. He slowly moved forward and placed his right palm on the giant's sword. Ding! The super-level artifact God's Fall has been detected. It is currently owned by an owner, and the system cannot return 10,000 times the profit. A thing owned by an owner. Hearing the sound coming from the system, Xiao Yun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect that this giant sword actually belonged to an owner. And the grade is impressively a real artifact. Super-level artifact. Xiao Yun was slightly alert. The owner of such a terrifying artifact must have reached an unimaginable level of tyranny. He looked towards the sky, his eyes flashing. If the master of this sword comes to Tianyuan continent. Although Tianyuan continent is vast and boundless. But for the gods whose weapons alone can reach millions of miles, they are probably just weak beings that can be destroyed at will. However, since this sword has been here for hundreds of millions of years, then its real owner, even if he has not died yet, must be in some kind of seal or deep sleep. For now, there is no big threat. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun felt much more settled. Well, who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the Holy Land? And just when Xiao Yun was about to return, not far away from him, a red-faced old man in mysterious clothes suddenly appeared in the void. He had a sword on his waist and clasped his hands on his back. The light in his cloudy eyes was flowing. After glancing at Xiao Yun, he started asking questions. A strong man in the Holy Realm. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, slightly feeling the pressure emanating from the old man, and was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, a random person encountered in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land would turn out to be a terrifying existence at the level of the Holy Realm. Hey? This is... However, soon, the red-faced old man discovered that the long sword floating beside Xiao Yun was none other than his ancestral sword 9 Heavens from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Boy, how come you have 9 heavens in your hands? In an instant, the red-faced old man's expression changed drastically and he roared. Boom! The power of the Holy Realm is like a surging wave sweeping across the world. Let the void crumble inch by inch and turn into chaotic nothingness. The mighty Holy King. He is definitely a Saint King realm powerhouse like the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord. Xiao Yun was horrified and hurriedly wanted to explain. Mr. Zhang, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. However, before he could open his mouth to explain, the voice of the Heavenly Sword Lord rang in his ears. Holy Lord! The red-faced old man was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that he must have misunderstood something, and restrained all his pressure. His eyes always stayed on Xiao Yun. He successfully conquered 9 heavens. After a long while, he spoke in a low voice and asked in disbelief. Of course, otherwise with Lucian's temper, how could he take the initiative to follow someone else? Buzz. As if hearing the two people talking, 9 heavens also trembled slightly, constantly circling and dancing around Xiao Yun. He seemed to be extremely happy. Inform him of his current master. This scene also made the red-faced old man feel horrified again. After a million years, the ancestral sword 9 heavens finally welcomed its second owner. Haha! Your Highness the Son of God, I am extremely rude today. I will give you this Tianyan grass as an apology. After a while, the red-faced old man came back to his senses. He immediately cupped his hands and walked forward with a smile on his face, and took out a piece of green grass the size of a palm. The grass was crystal clear and seemed to be hiding in the void, misty and mysterious. Taking this substance can completely conceal your body shape and breath for half an hour. No one under the Quasi-Emperor can detect it. It is an extremely rare hidden treasure. At this time, the Holy Master of Heavenly Sword also explained to Xiao Yun and motioned for him to accept it directly. Complete seclusion under the Quasi-Emperor. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened slightly and he accepted it without any courtesy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy level top grade Tianyin grass. You can choose between 10,000 times the quality and 10,000 times the quantity. 10,000 times the amount. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yun chose 10,000 times the amount of Tianyin grass. After all, the function of this thing is to completely hide it. Although it is chosen to be 10,000 times the quality, it can make the beings above the Emperor unable to detect it. But there is only one plant, and it is useless after use. And even if the number is 10,000 times greater, it can only escape the detection of the quasi-emperor. But the victory lies in the extremely large number, and in the next Tianyuan competition. Xiao Yun can choose to become the sixth child at any time, making it impossible for the rest of the people to notice at all. Let me ask, who can defeat an opponent who cannot sense any breath at all and is completely invisible? Chapter 60. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 Tianyin grass, which has been automatically stored in the system space. The next moment, as the sound of the system fell, a large number of Tianyin grass appeared in the system space. Buzzing! With a thought in his mind, Xiao Yun threw the Tianyin grass in his hand into the system space. In this case, Xiao Yun would like to thank this senior. After doing this, he bowed his hands to the red-faced old man. It doesn't matter, it's me today. Hearing this, the red-faced old man was about to speak, but a powerful voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What are you talking about? Quickly bring the Son of God to the old man and others. Both old guys Kujian and Xin puppet can't wait, haha. In an instant, no matter it was the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord or the red-faced old man. His expression changed slightly, and his expression was slightly respectful. Because the owner of this voice is one of the supreme elders of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. A supreme existence at the quasi-emperor level. The three supreme elders will wait a moment. We will come immediately with Xiao Yun. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword bowed slightly to the void, then took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, please go with me. The Supreme Elders can't wait any longer. In addition, Mr. Zhang, there is a true successor on this spiritual boat that I found during this trip. You will take her to the Holy Land to make arrangements first. Finished. He raised his right hand and grabbed it in the air. Crack! Amidst the sound of the void breaking, Xiao Yun only felt a vast and majestic power coming from all directions. Almost without explanation, he was swept up by the huge force and disappeared instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly appeared in front of a magnificent and simple hall. The main hall is thousands of feet high, and its entire body is green and black. The word Sword Heart is written with flying phoenixes on the door plaque. There is even a faint sparkle of divine light in it, like a divine palace in a fairy palace, elusive and unpredictable. Boom! As if sensing the arrival of the two men, the palace door, which was as huge as a hill and weighed 10,000 pounds, suddenly opened, stirring up bursts of strong wind and blowing in all directions. An aura of time-honored, timeless swordsmanship rushed toward his face. Xiao Yun was shocked. Follow me in, the three of you will be waiting for you in the hall. The Lord of Heavenly Sword smiled and took the lead to step in. Xiao Yun followed closely behind. As soon as I stepped in, I felt an indescribable sharpness, as if it was about to hit my whole body. Look around. On the side of the huge hall, there are nearly 10,000 long swords lined up, each one is of extremely high quality, sharp and breathtaking. Besides, the most eye-catching thing is the tripartite throne above the main hall. The three thrones hung high in the air, showing a dark golden color, and the invisible sharp edges were raging, making Xiao Yun's skin feel faint pain. And among the figures sitting on it, on the far left is an old man with a thin body and skin like the bark of a dead tree. He was wearing a set of grey linen clothes and carrying a thin sword that seemed to be made of ordinary ironwood on his waist, just like an ordinary old man. There was only one pair of eyes that shone with a chilling light that made people dare not look into them. His name is Chu Yun, the third supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, whose name is Old Man with the Withered Sword, is an out-and-out quasi-emperor of the 6th level. The self-created Sword of Decay will bring a large amount of the enemy's longevity with it every time the sword falls. The figure on the right made Xiao Yun feel slightly numb. Because, that's not the human race at all. It is a huge humanoid figure that is completely black and has a metallic luster on its surface. He is about 6 feet tall, with a terrifying beetle-like head, countless sharp teeth like knives, and is cold and bloodthirsty. And what shocked Xiao Yun the most was, there seemed to be countless sword blades hidden in his body. It would be better to say that every corner of his body is made up of densely packed tiny blades. It seems like a humanoid weapon built purely for killing. Heart Puppet Sword Emperor. The most terrifying puppet swordsman in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, a monster who perfectly combines the art of puppetry with the way of the sword. Although he is at the 5th level of Quasi-Emperor, he has 3,333 heart sword puppets, and the strength that each puppet can exert is above that of the 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor. It was precisely because of the Heart Puppet Sword Emperor that the Heavenly Sword Holy Land was able to maintain its foothold in the eastern region, and even the Wangxiang Divine Sect was unwilling to provoke him easily. After all, nowadays, the Emperor cannot easily intervene in the internal disputes of the human race, and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, with a total of 3,000 quasi-emperors, is undoubtedly a terrifying existence to the extreme. Even the Supreme Lord of the Eastern region needs to be treated with caution. Finally, there is the dark gold throne in the middle. Sitting among them was a burly old man with disheveled white hair and a free and unruly figure. Although his face is wrinkled and his beard is grey, it cannot conceal his domineering and heroic appearance. Especially when he opened his eyes, Xiao Yun seemed to hear the clanging of swords, and under the sword mountain, a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What a pair of eyes those are! Indifferent, cruel, and cold. Endless killing intent rises into the sky, ready to burst the sky. It will annihilate everything. That is the strongest person in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land today. Sword Demon, Shang. After eliminating the Chen Mo Sword Emperor, he crushed the top figure of an entire era. He is also a complete madman in the sword, the devil in the sword. I once went to the demonic Holy Land alone for only 3 days. Rivers of blood flowed, killing millions of demonic cultivators. He has a weird temper and is not afraid of anything in this world. Even if the Emperor comes, he still dares to fight. His killings in his lifetime are simply terrifying. Therefore, he has the name of Sword Demon and has become the source of nightmares for countless demon cultivators. Disciple Xiao Yun, I have met 3 supreme elders. Xiao Yun's heart was churning, but his face remained calm. The moment he saw Sanri, he immediately bowed and greeted him respectfully. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. In this era, someone really conquered the 9 heavens, Xiao Yun? You are very good. The sword ghost spoke, his voice hoarse and low, revealing a hint of deep appreciation. Jija, pretty good, Junior. Old man Qiujian's voice was slow and hoarse, like harsh metal friction. The Heart Puppet Sword Emperor's eyes flashed red, but he just nodded and said nothing more. No regrets, please step back. I would like to see what is so special about this monster that has made 9 heavens surrender. Immediately afterwards, the sword ghost smiled and looked at the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord with his pale golden eyes. I will obey the orders of the 3 supreme beings. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord bowed and agreed, then slowly retreated out of the hall. But just when he was about to turn around and leave, he looked at Xiao Yun with a slightly pitiful look, which made the latter tremble in his heart. The Supreme Elder, what do you want to do to yourself? Xiao Yun suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart as he looked at the sword demon slowly falling from the throne. My name is Shang, you can call me Sword Ghost. Boy, I'm attracted to you. As long as you hold a stick of incense in my hand, you can become my teacher. What if, can't support it? Xiao Yun's heart trembled, and a smile appeared on his face that was uglier than crying. Fight against the quasi-emperor in the spirit transformation realm. You didn't even give me a chance to cheat. Chapter 61. Can't support it. Well, that means I am forcing you to become my disciple. Haha. The sword demon laughed. At the same time, a rusty ancient sword appeared in his hand. Don't worry, I won't make things too difficult for you. The time of one stick of incense starts from now. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the sword ghost's figure turned into a ghostly stream of light and shot out, so fast that Xiao Yun couldn't even catch the trace. I can barely detect an illusory afterimage. Gravity turns on 1,000 times. At the same time, the heart puppet sword emperor on the throne had an indifferent voice and slowly stretched out his right hand like a sharp blade. Instantly. Snort. Every piece of flesh and blood in Xiao Yun's body was 1,000 times heavier at this moment. He couldn't help but groan. Call out. The afterimage was like an illusion, and a sword edge suddenly appeared at this moment. Above the sword's edge, a cold light flickers out. The sharp blade seems to contain indescribable terrifying power. And almost at the moment when the sword edge fell, the muscles all over Xiao Yun's body suddenly tensed up, and there was an explosion of bones all over his body. He held the sword 9 heavens, and moved it directly sideways. Clang! The crisp sound of sword strikes suddenly exploded. Then, bang! 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 Under 1,000 times gravity, the two figures of Xiao Yun and Sword Ghost collided wildly, and the sound of the sword blades clashing was endless. Every moment, both of them swung their swords hundreds of thousands of times, and Xiao Yun's power of up to 40 billion kilograms was added to every blow, making the space seem to be wailing continuously and about to collapse. Double gravity, 10,000 times. But at this moment, the heart puppet sword emperor once again caused the gravity to increase tenfold. Pfft! Caught off guard, Xiao Yun couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood due to the terrifying force of oppression, causing the sword demon to seize the opportunity again. One sword, slashed down. Lucian, kill it! In an instant, Xiao Yun suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as he thought, the 9 heavens suddenly exploded, carrying infinite sharpness and thunderous sounds, and they bravely faced the attack. Buzz! The sword chants and trembles, like a divine voice. Bang! In a flash of lightning, Lucian and sword demon's rusty sword collided fiercely. Next moment. Bang! The rusty sword was cut open in an instant, and Lucian continued to strike hard on the sword ghost's chest. Pfft! The sword demon took a few steps back, and the clothes on his chest suddenly shattered, and a hideous wound appeared, dripping with scarlet blood. Old man sword ghost! This! In an instant, the old man with the withered sword and the heart puppet sword emperor stood up suddenly on the throne. There was endless surprise and shock in his eyes. The sword ghost of the quasi-emperor 9th level, was actually injured by a junior in the spirit transformation realm. Supreme Elder, are you okay? Seeing the blood on the sword ghost's chest, Xiao Yun was slightly shocked. Even if he knew in advance that 9 heavens had the power to kill all things, the fact that a quasi-emperor was actually injured now still made him extremely surprised. After all, that is the supreme power in the quasi-emperor realm. A terrifying existence countless times more powerful than the heavenly sword Saint Lord. Now, but I am hurt by myself. The power of 9 heavens is really too terrifying. Such a blow. If it falls on an ordinary saint, I am afraid that it will be directly killed on the spot in an instant. What a sharp sword! But at this moment, the sword demon was looking at the wound on his chest in a daze, with an unconcealable sense of horror deep in his eyes. The offensive power of 9 heavens completely exceeded his previous estimate. Even comparable to high-level imperial soldiers. No wonder the ancestors were able to rely on this sword to almost kill the alien emperor. Haha! In an instant, the sword ghost smiled instead of being angry, and set his eyes on Xiao Yun again. Not bad. He is indeed a genius recognized by the 9 heavens. I actually hurt the old man. Very good. You win. I admit that you are the divine son of my heavenly sword Holy Land, and also the 7th direct disciple of Lao Chan. Next, Sword Demon announced loudly that Xiao Yun had become his personal disciple, regardless of whether Xiao Yun wanted to or not. Xiao Yun also felt a little helpless about this. But he didn't refuse. These were 3 quasi-emperor level backers, so why wouldn't he do it? Besides, he is now the son of God of the heavenly sword Holy Land. If he refuses rashly, he will probably make the 3 supreme elders suspicious. Disciple Xiao Yun, I have met Master. After thinking this, Xiao Yun also bowed respectfully to the sword ghost. Haha, very good. I'll wait and see if you still practice sword and spear intent. Then these void-cutting blade and soul-destroying spear should be regarded as apprenticeship gifts given to you by your master. Hearing this, the sword ghost laughed again and again. With a flip of his wrist, he took out 2 weapons and gave them to Xiao Yun. One is an illusory and invisible blade, with ripples in the space flowing faintly, revealing endless sharpness and mystery. The second one was a spear that was pitch black, with flashing inscriptions on its surface, and a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. Vaguely, Xiao Yun's soul seemed to have a slightly tingling feeling. Disciple thanks Master. Xiao Yun was also very happy. Except for 9 heavens, he really didn't have any blades or spears to use now. Now that he received the gift from Sword Demon, it saved him a lot of trouble. These 2 weapons are both quasi-emperor class spiritual weapons. They were obtained by my master by killing 2 thieves 20,000 years ago. It is most suitable for you to use them now. As for the skills and martial arts, you can go to Tianjian Pavilion and choose at will. If you are lucky, you can also get an emperor's technique. Practice well, my teacher. I hope you can win the first place in the Tianyuan competition. Sword Demon walked slowly to Xiao Yun's side, patted his shoulder and said, Master, don't worry, my disciple will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Xiao Yun nodded and said solemnly, Now, if he explodes with all his strength, he can even kill an ordinary saint. Facing those geniuses in the Tianyuan competition is like a wolf among the sheep, easily crushing the entire field. The sword ghost nodded slightly, and then waved his right palm. Buzzing. The next moment, suddenly, Xiao Yun appeared outside the Sword Heart Palace again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the quasi-emperor level spiritual weapon Void Slashing Blade. You can choose between 10,000 times the quantity and 10,000 times the quality to return the profits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the quasi-emperor level spiritual weapon Soul-Destroying Divine Spear. You can choose between 10,000 times the quantity and 10,000 times the quality for return of income. Suddenly, the sound of the system also sounded loudly at this moment. Chapter 62. 10,000 times the quality. With almost no hesitation, Xiao Yun's eyes flashed with light, as if he had chosen 2 quasi-emperor level spiritual weapons with a 10,000-fold increase in quality. A spiritual weapon that is 10,000 times quasi-emperor level. That must have surpassed all the imperial soldiers and truly reached the category of divine weapons. If used by myself now, its power would probably be no less than that of 9 heavens. Buzz. In an instant, the 2 weapons seemed to be put into the system space by Xiao Yun. In fact, it is wrapped in an unknown invisible force, which simply and crudely increases its quality and power crazily. Boom! Ouch! In the system space, the moment the 2 quasi-emperor weapons advanced to the next level, the entire space set off an endless storm, vaguely. Xiao Yun seemed to hear Xiao He's wailing. Buzzing. After a long time, the storm dissipated and everything in the space became calm. At this time, the two original quasi-emperor weapons also underwent huge changes. The original void-slashing blade has become dark and deep, and there seems to be a black hole-like vortex emerging on it, swallowing up the surrounding space and the power of heaven and earth. Just looking at it makes one's hair stand on end and one's heart palpitates inexplicably. As for the soul-destroying divine spear, it seemed like there was a black dragon entwining itself on its body. The terrifying power spread like a tide, filled with the ultimate destructive power. Ding! The return of 10,000 times the quality income is over. The quasi-emperor level spiritual weapon Void Blade has been promoted to a lower level peak artifact. The holder can blend into the void at will, or attract the power of the void to bless himself. It has the 4 characteristics of tearing, crushing, penetrating, and annihilating. Compared to before, the complete peak power is increased by approximately 32,500 times. The quasi-emperor level spiritual weapon soul-destroying divine spear has been promoted to a lower level high-level divine weapon. The holder can have a soul-destroying domain, which can cover a range of hundreds to tens of millions of miles at most. Any enemy who steps into the soul-destroying realm will have his soul power reduced by 30% 99%. At the same time, the holder will gain the soul-destroying characteristic, which will ignore 40% 5000% of soul defense. Compared to before, the complete peak power is increased by approximately 30,000 times. FK. After reading the entire introduction to the system, Xiao Yun couldn't help but curse, and was so shocked that it was difficult to express any emotion. Invincible. After possessing the blessings of these two great artifacts, I am simply going to defy the heavens. Void power. Soul-destroying realm. The power of the artifact, don't be too outrageous. And this system clearly states that it only returns 10,000 times the quality. However, the peak power of the two weapons has been increased by more than 30,000 times. It can be called the conscience of the industry, and Xiao Yun was amazed. Call. After a long time, Xiao Yun finally calmed down his turbulent mood, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. No more. Now he can't help but want to find a place to try the power of these two artifacts, especially the so-called power of the void. 4 characteristics: tear, crush, penetrate, and annihilate. Just thinking about it is enough to make your blood boil, and you can't wait to try it right away. His Royal Highness the Son of God. At this time, a voice came, interrupting Xiao Yun's thoughts. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a red and white robe, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a bald head. He was looking at Xiao Yun with a kind smile. "Senior, you are..." Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, obviously caught off guard by this person's sudden appearance. "My name is Shannon, and I am one of your protectors, Your Highness. The Holy Lord has told me that if Your Highness appears outside the Jiangxin Palace, I will take you to the residence of the Son of God." The bald middle-aged man smiled and explained to Xiao Yun. "Defender." Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. This is because he is a strong man who assumes the responsibility of guarding him. After all, as the Son of God now, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land does not hope that anything unexpected will happen. It is reasonable to arrange several guardians. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun did not refuse. Immediately following the bald man, he flew towards the outside of Jiangxin Palace. Along the way, endless giant peaks stand tall, and palaces and buildings form a vast and majestic landscape, just like several fairylands. Your Highness, our Heavenly Sword Holy Land has 36,000 peaks. The vast majority of the peaks belong to the elders in the Holy Land, and there are only more than 3,000 main peaks for ordinary disciples. The core true disciple is 108 peaks. As for the Son of God, he alone owns the Tianxian Peak, and his status is the same as that of many elders of the Holy Land, only below the Holy Lord and the Supreme Elder. Seeing Xiao Yun's surprised look, Shannon also opened his mouth to explain in time. Tianxian Peak. Hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a sudden surge in his heart. He didn't expect that he could have an independent peak just after entering the Holy Land, which made him feel quite amazing. But he just conquered the 9 heavens and easily became the son of God of the Holy Land. Presumably those true disciples will also be quite dissatisfied, right? By then, you may have to face some troubles. Soon. And Shannon's speed suddenly decreased and slowly stopped. Your Highness, we are here. Xiao Yun raised his eyes and looked at the endlessly majestic and towering mountain in front of him, like a giant pillar holding up the sky, and he couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is Tianxian Peak? I saw that there seemed to be a bright sun hanging from the top of Xian Peak that day, as blazing as fire and unparalleled in brilliance. Around the mountain peak, countless formation runes are shining endlessly, like countless stars, densely scattered in all directions. Yes, this is Tianxian Peak. Hearing this, and Shannon's eyes shone brightly, and his tone was full of awe. Tianxian Peak is one of the 3 main peaks in our Holy Land. It represents the supreme status of every son of God. At the same time, only son of God can become the master of this peak. Your Highness, you are now the master of Tianxian Peak. Now there are 100,000 Emperor-level guards, 3,000 Saint-level generals, 30 Great Saint-level worshippers, and 6 Saint King protectors in Tianxian Peak, all waiting for your arrival. Of course, in addition to this, there are thousands of maids in Tianxian Peak to serve you, Your Highness. They are all beautiful and fragrant, with peerless appearance. And Shannon talked endlessly and took the trouble to tell everything about Tianxian Peak. He also wanted Xiao Yun to fully realize the nobility of his current status and the significance of Tianxian Peak. After hearing this, Xiao Yun was a little confused. You mean, this Tianxian Peak? Just my place? Looking at Shannon, who was still talking almost endlessly, the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Although he knew that Tianxian Peak might be a bit extraordinary, he never thought that it would be so extraordinary. 6 Saint Kings and more than 3,000 Saint Realm powerhouses. Just to protect him. Isn't this too extravagant? Even the lord of an empire is not qualified to enjoy such a standard of treatment, right? Chapter 63. Your Highness the Son of God, please recognize your current identity. You are already the most important disciple of my heavenly sword Holy Land. You alone represent the future of the entire heavenly sword Holy Land. If you make the slightest mistake, then everyone at Tianxian Peak will have no choice but to die to apologize. After hearing this, Shannon's tone became extremely serious, and his words were heavy. From the moment Your Highness became the Son of God, the lives of more than 100,000 people in Tianxian Peak belong to Your Highness alone. But this... Xiao Yun no longer knew what to say. Your Highness, please don't hesitate and follow me to the peak. Seeing that Xiao Yun was about to speak but hesitated, Shannon said quickly. Okay, I understand. Take a deep breath and suppress the throbbing in your heart. Xiao Yun finally nodded and followed Shannon into Tianxian Peak. As soon as he set foot on Tianxian Peak, the shock in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Looking around, at the foot of the mountain, towering spiritual trees tower into the sky, with leaves as green as jade, exuding vitality. There are countless natural and earthly treasures growing in the vast spiritual fields. Each one is of extremely high quality and has infinite value. Just the spiritual energy within the mountain peak is 100 times richer than the outside world. This is simply a heavenly paradise. Xiao Yun looked down at the scene in the mountain, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but admire. As expected of the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword, it is indeed rich and powerful. I am afraid that the value of this Tianxian Peak alone can buy a high-ranking empire. And the most important thing is, all of this now belongs entirely to him. Welcome to the peak, Your Highness. Suddenly, respectful shouts rang out. Following the sound, Xiao Yun suddenly saw hundreds of beautiful girls standing bowed on both sides of the avenue. All of them are swaying in their clothes and graceful, like fairies walking out of a painting. They all bowed forward with humble expressions, but their bright eyes revealed a strong look of expectation and reverence. Obviously, these girls are the maids Shannon mentioned. Haha, Your Highness the Son of God. We have been waiting for you for a long time. At the front of the maids, there were 5 figures of different shapes standing. The leader among them was a burly man wearing black armor and holding a large black gun. His eyes glowed with golden light, and his aura was violent, like an ancient wild dragon, giving people great intimidation. And beside him, the auras of the 4 people were not weak at all, and their holy power was overwhelming. Surprisingly, they are Xiao Yun's other 5 guardians. I have met His Highness the Son of God. Next moment, the 4 of them saluted together, their attitudes extremely respectful. Seniors, there is no need to be polite. Xiao Yun hurriedly waved his hand to signal everyone to excuse themselves. Your Highness, these 6 people, including me, are your protectors. We are all at the 6th level of the Holy King. We will assume the responsibility of protecting you until you reach the Holy Realm. And Shannon pointed at the 5 people and introduced them. Son of God, my name is Sun Hai, and I am the bald man's younger brother. You can just call me Sun Hai on weekdays. Haha. The leading man in black armor also laughed and looked cheerful. My name is Zhang Weikan. If anything happens to your highness, just give me an order. Another elegant old man in green clothes spoke calmly, with a gentle expression. Old slave Wang Yu, I swear to follow His Highness the Son of God to the death. On the far left, a short old man in grey robe bowed and spoke with a humble expression. I am Lu Yi, if His Highness the Son of God has any request, you can come directly to me. On the right, a beautiful woman in a purple dress smiled lightly, her brows were full of beauty, and she was charming and seductive. Your Highness the Son of God. My name is Chen Linear. The last person had an honest look on his face and scratched his head. If your highness wants to beat someone to death, just tell me and I will beat him to death for you. Ahem. Then I'm going to trouble some seniors. You don't have to call me your highness. Just call me Xiao Yun. After listening to the self-introductions of the 6 people, Xiao Yun coughed lightly and immediately spoke. The 6 holy kings are all his protectors. This simply made Xiao Yun feel like he was in a dream. No, your highness, the Son of God, has a distinguished position. How can you call him by his first name? However, the 6 people rejected Xiao Yun's words one after another. Call him by his first name? This is simply a blasphemy against the identity of the Son of God. Well, since the seniors insist, I won't force it. Seeing this, Xiao Yun smiled bitterly. He now also deeply understands that the status and significance represented by the word Son of God are definitely beyond the scope of what ordinary people can imagine. Your Highness, please come this way. Then, Shannon led Xiao Yun all the way towards the depths of Tianxian Peak. Soon, they came to a magnificent palace. The decoration is extremely luxurious, and all the spiritual veins are gathered here, making the density of spiritual energy here reach an appalling level. The spiritual liquid that was about to turn into substance flowed gurglingly and filled the entire palace. What an amazing aura! Xiao Yun couldn't help but gasped. Your Highness, this is Tianxian Palace. This palace itself is a spiritual weapon close to the imperial weapon. The Supreme Elder also forcibly connected 10 top-grade spiritual veins to Tianxian Palace, making the density of spiritual energy here almost thousands of times that of the outside world. And Shannon opened his mouth to explain, with a hint of pride in his expression. This Tianxian Palace is the greatest heritage of Tianxian Peak. 1 day of cultivation in it is enough to compare with thousands of days in the outside world. There are many cultivation tools in it, and it is a place that all the geniuses of the Holy Land dream of. Okay, I won't delay His Highness's retreat. If something happens, Your Highness, just ask the maid in Tianxian Palace to tell it, and we will leave first." After saying that, Shannon and others did not stay long, bowed and then turned and left. Although they are loyal, they are just servants after all. How dare they disturb their master's retreat? Call. Seeing the 6 guardians leaving, Xiao Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Until now, he still has a sense of unreality. This place is indeed suitable for cultivation. Immediately, Xiao Yun slightly felt the density of spiritual energy in Tianxian Palace, and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Hey? This is... He walked towards the depths of the palace, but found an ancient stone room covering an area of thousands of feet, and couldn't help but feel startled. "Your Highness, this is the trial chamber, which contains an illusory world. You can freely set the enemy's strength, gravity, and space quality to achieve a trial effect that is close to actual combat." Seeing this, a maid in a green skirt with a cute face hurriedly stepped forward and explained to Xiao Yun. "I see." Only then did Xiao Yun understand, and his eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance. "Nice one. I am still worried about how to test the power of the 2 artifacts. Now that we have this trial chamber, it is perfect." Boom! Immediately, Xiao Yun pushed open the door of the ancient stone room and stepped inside. Hey! As soon as I entered the door, I felt that my eyes were darkened, as if I had entered a pitch-black night. But the next moment, boundless light burst out, illuminating all directions. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yun came to a vast and boundless plain, and his vision suddenly became clearer. Chapter 64. Buzz. The next moment, there was a clear trembling sound. A large amount of information about this trial chamber suddenly appeared in Xiao Yun's mind. This so-called secret trial room is really called Tianzhong Training Ground. It was obtained by his master sword demon from an ancient secret realm. According to the recorded information, it once belonged to an extraterrestrial race called the Tianzhong Divine Clan. And what shocked Xiao Yun the most was, this Tianzhong Training Ground is nothing more than an infrastructure used for the trials of the young Tianzhong God Clan. From the extremely incomplete records, it can be roughly detected. A person from the Tianzhong God Clan. In his youth, he may have the strength of an ordinary saint to a quasi-emperor. The adult body can even possess the terrifying power of the Great Emperor, even above the Great Emperor. The gap with ordinary people is simply indescribable. And the most important thing next is the effect of rehearsing the training ground today. It can almost perfectly simulate all the recorded strong men, or it can copy itself and fight with itself. In addition, it is the same as what the maid said. Before fighting, you can adjust the multiples of gravity and space mass at will. It is worth mentioning that the combat injuries in the Tianzhong Training Ground are all perfectly simulated, even if you die from being decapitated. When the battle is over, you will recover instantly without any real-life danger. However, the sensory experience of death is the same as reality, there is no difference at all. According to the information recorded in it, a divine son from the heavenly sword Holy Land in the past misjudged his own strength. As a result, he was tortured by a former demonic giant until his Taoist heart collapsed and he became a useless person. This is a perfectly realistic life and death trial. In order to achieve the purpose of honing combat skills and mental abilities. Therefore, even if it is an illusory opponent, it cannot be underestimated in the slightest. If they seize the opportunity, even if the body does not fall, the consequences of heart collapse will be no less than the disaster of death. A great emperor-level expert can actually be simulated at will. At this moment, a virtual light curtain appeared in front of Xiao Yun's eyes. The figures of countless powerful people flicker among them. From the great emperor to the ordinary venerable, they can all be perfectly simulated to fight with themselves. My current strength, with the blessing of the 9 heavens or 2 major artifacts, should be comparable to ordinary strong men who have just entered the holy realm. Xiao Yun's eyes flickered, and he quickly locked onto a formidable figure wearing a black and red magic robe. Blood Sea Demon Saint, 4th Grade Saint Cultivation. The ancestor of the Blood Sea Demon sect 300,000 years ago, after being wiped out by the Sword Demon with one sword, recorded this Blood Sea Demon sage into the Tianzhong training ground for countless descendants to use in trial battles. On the side of the illusory figure, there are some small characters appearing. Astonishingly, it was the true identity of the figure in the magic robe. Although he was just a small character who was slaughtered by the Sword Demon with one sword, for Xiao Yun today, he is an existence that cannot be underestimated. A 4th grade saint can already be regarded as one of the veteran saints. Moreover, this person was once the ancestor of a demon sect, and his methods were ruthless and cruel, and his strength far exceeded that of warriors of the same level. If I use the void-slashing blade, I should be able to kill this Blood Sea Demon Saint. Start simulation. However, Xiao Yun still showed no fear at all. With a flash of his eyes, he directly chose to fight. He wanted to see what level his true strength was now. Wow! In an instant, endless demonic breath boiled, pouring into the sky of the plain like a monstrous wave. GG! A low, sly laugh spread throughout the world, like an evil spirit roaring, which was creepy. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying blood moon suddenly descended. Scarlet light filled the air and enveloped the entire plain, as if the world was at the end of the world. And the figure of the Blood Sea Demon Saint slowly condensed under the light of the blood moon in the sky. He was dressed in a red and black magic robe, and his scarlet eyes revealed a strong bloodlust, like a bloody ocean surging. Just one glance made people feel cold and unbelievable. Although he is the ancestor of a demon sect, the Blood Sea Demon Saint's face is like that of a young man, with a faint smile on his handsome and evil face. This made his whole person exude a coquettish and evil temperament, as if he were a peerless devil who had returned from the underworld. Junior, how dare you choose me as your opponent? Jaja, good. Very good. I will not let you die so easily. You will experience the most painful torture in the world. You will not be able to survive or die. Don't worry, I will prepare a lot of fun for you. I hope you can stick with it longer. Jajaja. The Blood Sea Demon Saint's face was flushed and twisted, and his eyes were full of excitement, as if he had found some interesting prey. A junior in the spirit transformation realm? This is really a delicious dessert. Oh? The reality of this simulation is indeed extremely high. Not only the strength, but also the tone and way of thinking of the simulated objects are exactly the same. Who would believe that you are just an illusory data unless you see it with your own eyes? Seeing the appearance of the Blood Sea Demon Saint, Xiao Yun could not help but sneer at the corners of his mouth. Data. Arrogant boy, even if I am not real, I will make you pay the price. After hearing Xiao Yun's words, the Blood Sea Demon Saint suddenly became furious. The whole face was covered with blood vessels, and his right palm was slapped down hard. Boom! Suddenly, the blood boiled in the sky, and then turned into countless ferocious ghosts, roaring again and again. In an instant, it swept thousands of miles, and everyone surged towards Xiao Yun. Don't you want to admit that you are just data? In that case, let's get started. Xiao Yun smiled indifferently and directly held the void-cutting blade with his right palm. In an instant, he just seemed to feel that he was like a statue. The god who rules the void. Tear apart. With a thought, the first characteristic of void power, tearing, burst out instantly. Chilla. The entire space between heaven and earth seemed to be pulled by life, and there were endless void spikes growing in it, causing the entire sky to shatter. Boom! All the demonic breath around the Blood Sea Demon Saint collapsed, and the monstrous sea of blood was directly torn apart, turning into a bloody light that filled the sky. Imperial Soldier. Seeing this terrifying scene, the Blood Sea Demon Saint opened his mouth slightly, his face full of horror and greed. Imperial Soldiers. Only such legendary treasures can possess such terrifying power. Unexpectedly, this kid actually possesses an imperial army. If so, this saint has not fallen yet. Chapter 65. Suddenly, he seemed to realize his current situation. The Blood Sea Demon Saint's eyes were about to burst, but his eyes looking at the Void Blade became increasingly greedy and fiery, and even revealed a hint of madness. If only I had owned the Imperial arms back then. Even if it's that sword ghost, I still have a chance to escape from it. I hate. Boom. The power of the Blood Sea Demon Saint rises up layer by layer, almost threatening to overthrow the world. It is extremely terrifying. Being able to possess imperial weapons, could it be? You are the disciple of that sword ghost now. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were as red as blood, and his voice was hoarse. It's like the whispers of evil spirits in hell, filled with endless malice. Sword demon. That old guy, with one sword destroyed all his 3,000 years of accumulation. It even suppressed the remnants of his true body, turning him into a human being and a ghost. He holds a grudge against Sword Demon and cannot forget it. Oh, do you know my master? Hearing this, Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows slightly, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Master. Ha ha, ha ha ha. As expected, he is the disciple of Sword Demon. Today, I will peel off your skin inch by inch, and then slowly devour your flesh and blood, causing you to suffer thousands of soul-eating pains and die. Even though you won't really die, all the pain you have suffered will be engraved deep in your soul. You will never forget it. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's admission, the Blood Sea Demon Saint immediately laughed maniacally. Every drop of blood in his body, and even every muscle and bone, seemed to be filled with endless resentment and resentment. That kind of violent emotion became more and more intense as he roared. Let the world of blood, come. The next moment, the figure of the Blood Sea Demon Saint completely disappeared, leaving only a deep roar that shocked the soul. Boom! In an instant, the whole world trembled. Waves of violent fluctuations continue to spread in the virtual space, like landslides and tsunamis, the vastness of the world. Immediately afterwards, the entire world turned into scarlet at this moment, and there was an endless sea of blood falling violently from the sky, covering the sun and moon, and submerging the mountains and rivers. And in that vast sea of blood, there are billions of corpses floating and falling, and endless ghosts wailing miserably. The sea of blood is rolling, the innocent souls are wailing, the scene is extremely horrifying. It's like falling into a terrifying purgatory, where you will forever be trapped in the torment and pain that would be worse than death. Even the blood in Xiao Yun's body was slightly restless, as if it was about to explode at any time and merge with the terrifying sea of blood. This is the nearly complete law of blood. The power of a fourth-grade saint is truly extraordinary. Xiao Yun felt awe-inspiring in his heart, and at the same time his eyes became extremely solemn. Now he has felt a truly life-threatening feeling in this world of blood. It's as if every drop of blood in the body has life. If you want to escape from your body, your whole body will explode. We absolutely cannot stay in this blood sea world any longer. We must fight quickly, otherwise, we will definitely lose. Annihilation. As soon as he thought about this, Xiao Yun gave a low drink. He directly waved the void blade in his hand and slashed it down, and annihilated the sea of blood for 100,000 miles. But the realm of the blood sea at this moment is more than thousands of miles wide. Just a moment after the annihilation, the endless blood gathered again, and even turned into hundreds of thousands of blood dragons and pounced. Burst. Facing the attacks of countless blood dragons, Xiao Yun did not hide or dodge, but faced them head-on. Dense dragon flame fire lotus instantly filled the sky, and then bang! Countless dragon flame fire lotuses exploded, blooming with endless brilliant flames, sweeping across the 8 wastelands and Liuhe. The shadows of the blood dragon collapsed and dissipated. But boom! In an instant, a bloody giant with a height of millions of feet suddenly gathered and struck down with a fierce punch. This caused Xiao Yun to fall directly into the sea of blood, splashing endless waves. Roaring bursts. The entire illusory world is shaking slightly, and it seems that it will collapse at any time. GG. Arrogant boy, the gap between saints and mortals, isn't it something you can overcome? Even if you have the imperial weapons, it is impossible to defeat this saint. The figure of the Blood Sea Demon Saint hangs high in the sky, laughing crazily and wantonly, with a ferocious look in his eyes. In his eyes, Xiao Yun is just a stupid person who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Just because he possesses the imperial arms, he dares to challenge himself as a fourth-grade saint. This is simply asking for death. If all this is true, this kid will definitely die on the spot. And his imperial soldiers. It must also be owned by yourself. What a pity. Damn it. Hateful. He, the demon saint of the Sea of Blood, is no longer just a sad dead person, a data that has been played around with by countless powerful men. Boy, you. Buzz. However, the next moment, the Blood Sea Demon Saint was about to continue speaking, but suddenly stopped. I don't know when it started. The endless dazzling light has occupied his entire pupils. A violent buzzing sound resounded throughout my mind, but this was not a real buzzing sound, but a brief shock caused by the momentary deafness in his ears. I saw that from the top of the illusory sky, there was a brilliant red-gold divine flower bursting out. A huge sun slowly rises. Shrouded in divine brilliance, like the mighty power of heaven. What's this? For a moment, the Blood Sea Demon Saint was stunned on the spot, looking at the bright and dazzling sun in front of him in disbelief. Faintly, he seemed to see a red-gold dragon entrenched in the void. Every scale was made of divine iron, shining with golden light. Burn, the world. Immediately afterwards, the red-gold dragon's huge mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the world opened, and coldly spit out 2 words. It also made the Blood Sea Demon Saint's eyes tremble slightly. At this point, it's dark. All the light was burned out by the flames in an instant, and the space, laws, and everything seemed to disappear at this moment. The Blood Sea Demon Saint wanted to raise his right palm, trying to block the endless horror scene. But where does he have any right palm at this moment? Only a half-incinerated head remained, and it seemed that even the consciousness was still in the initial shock. Blood Sea Demon Saint, die. Chapter 66. The death of the simulated object has been detected. This simulated battle is over. And the next moment is when the Blood Sea Demon Saint completely dissipates. The whole world seemed to have started to turn back time, but in just an instant, it returned to its original appearance. It's as if the previous war never happened. Buzz. The majestic red gold true dragon also slowly shrank, and finally turned into a human again, standing on the plain before. The burning world in the state of dragon body is really terrifying to the extreme. One blow will instantly kill the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Xiao Yun whispered in his heart, somewhat amazed at the domineering power of burning the world. The 4th-grade saint has no resistance at all in front of him. In the dragon body state, even without the help of the 9 heavens and the 2 major artifacts, my strength will probably be comparable to that of a 6th grade, or even a 7th grade saint. It's better to use personal fighting as much as possible. The body of a true dragon is one of my biggest secrets now. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to reveal it easily. With a whisper in his heart, Xiao Yun immediately chose to start the simulated battle again. I want to take initial control of the 2 great artifacts here, and hone my sword intent and spear intent to the 9th level. Haha, human race. The target of this simulation is a strong alien with a body covered in scales, 2 horns on his head, and a ferocious face. The strong man of the Siren tribe, the Saint of Clear Water. The level of being the best among the 2nd-grade saints is suitable for Xiao Yun to be tested today. Boom! This time, there was no nonsense. Xiao Yun directly held the void-cutting blade and flew straight towards the opponent. The sword energy spreads horizontally and shatters the void. The battle in this illusory world begins again. 7 days later. Tianxian Palace, before the trial chamber. Buzz. Suddenly, the void was torn apart instantly. The sword ghost stepped out of it, holding a jade stone in his hand, with a hint of joy between his brows. Disciple, my master has brought you something good. Why don't you come out and greet us quickly? His voice was low, but there was an unconcealable joy in it. Soon. The door to the secret room slowly opened, and Xiao Yun stepped out. The moment he saw the latter, a hint of surprise appeared on the sword ghost's face. Although on the surface, Xiao Yun's cultivation strength has not changed much. But Sword Demon can still clearly sense the terrifying increase in his current strength. The 9th level of sword intention, the 9th level of spear intention. In an instant, Sword Demon stepped forward quickly. Before Xiao Yun could speak, he asked first, with a look of shock on his face. I've met Master, haha. It's just a lucky break. Xiao Yun grinned and spoke humbly. For 7 days, he was completely immersed in the Tianzhong training ground. Experienced 3,470 simulated battles. Among them, there were an astonishing 3,460 victories and only 10 defeats. And the simulated objects who were defeated 10 times, without exception, were all beings above the 8th grade saint. After these 7 days of fighting, Xiao Yun finally understood the specifics of his current strength. Under normal human conditions, if one does not rely on the power of 9 heavens and 2 major artifacts, his strength is about the same as that of a half-step saint, but there is still some gap between him and a true saint. And with the help of the 2 major artifacts, it can rival ordinary 4th grade saints, but not included in the peak 4th grade saints like the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Using 9 heavens to fight can barely rival a 5th grade saint, but if the opponent underestimates the enemy, a peak saint can also be killed. Just because of the concept of cutting of the 1%. Once in contact with the 9 heavens sword, not to mention the saint, even the quasi-emperor and the great emperor will still be severely injured. The wound on his master's chest that has not yet recovered is the best proof. Finally, it is the dragon body state. The world-burning blow can instantly kill a saint below the 7th level. Even an 8th level saint will suffer serious injuries like death if he is caught off guard. Even with the strength of his physical body and the power of Long Yan, he can stand up to a 3rd grade saint head-on. He is incredibly powerful. And all of this is just the limit of what Xiao Yun can achieve in the spiritual transformation realm now. If he breaks through the divine mansion realm in the future and successfully condenses a god mansion that is 10,000 times the limit of an ordinary person, how terrible should it be? By then, everyone under the great sage will probably have no rivals. But Master, your wound. The next moment, Xiao Yun looked at the still unhealed wounds on Sword Demon's chest, frowned and asked. No problem. Besides, no one can completely heal the scars left by the ancestral sword. Hearing this, the sword ghost smiled freely and didn't take it seriously. Millions of years ago, Qinmo Sword Emperor used 9 heavens to severely injure the skeleton clan's powerful immortal Weird Emperor. Now a full 1,000,000 years have passed. The immortal Weird Emperor is still seriously injured and has yet to recover. Fortunately, my disciple's cultivation level is not high, otherwise even if he is at the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor, I am afraid he will be severely damaged by the sword a few days ago. Although this scar cannot be healed now, it is only a minor injury and does not affect his ability at all. But soon, Sword Demon's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at Xiao Yun and said happily. Less than a year old, the 3 major artistic conceptions have all reached the 9th level. Disciple, do you know what this means? Xiao Yun responded slightly doubtfully. The sword ghost's eyes were burning. Your qualifications and understanding are simply beyond the scope of what I expected as a teacher. My master even now doubts whether you are the illegitimate son of the heavenly Dao of Tianyuan continent, otherwise how could you be such a monster? As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. Compared with your qualifications when I was a teacher, there is no difference between a firefly and a bright moon. Not worth mentioning at all. Alas, today's era belongs to young people like you. The sword demon shook his head, feeling a little sad. When he was Xiao Yun's age, he could barely reach the 8th level of sword intent. In other words, the cultivation level is much higher, but if compared with the real strength, it is still far inferior. The cultivation level and aura of the spiritual transformation realm are completely comparable to those of the powerful Emperor Lord. With the help of 9 heavens, he can even injure himself now. This Xiao Yun is truly a monster to the extreme. Master is so complimentary. Hearing what the sword ghost said, Xiao Yun also smiled slightly and didn't say much. With his current strength, he can easily cross the 6 realms and fight across levels. Perhaps, there are indeed so many billions of things that defy the heavens, right? Chapter 67. Hee. Seeing this, Sword Demon shook his head, but did not continue to delve deeper. Instead, he placed the jade in his hand in front of Xiao Yun and said with a smile on his face. Disciple, do you know what is recorded in this inherited jade stone? Master, this is... Xiao Yun was stunned and subconsciously looked at the palm-sized piece of dark green jade in Sword Demon's palm. Haha, this is really good stuff. Its level is extremely high, and it does not require any understanding of the law. A few days ago, my master asked you to go to Tianjian Pavilion to search for martial arts skills, but he forgot your true cultivation level now. If you don't become a master, most of the martial arts in Tianjian Pavilion will be difficult to practice. So, as a teacher, I specially went to your master's place to ask for this supreme body training technique for you. The god of hell's prison suppressing technique. The sword ghost said proudly. It was obtained by your master in an ancient ruins. It is the inherited technique of the most powerful person in ancient times, Underworld Emperor. Underworld Emperor, he is known as the top body refining supreme in Tianyuan continent for hundreds of millions of years. Legend has it that even if a god from outside the sky comes, he will be beaten and run away. When speaking of Emperor Hades, Sword Demon's tone was full of reverence. This is a true legend. 60 million years ago, there was a terrifying existence that was the most powerful in the world, even more powerful than the Heaven Holder. Use pure power to shatter all laws, penetrate the endless void, and even shake the entire continent. In the end, he broke the shackles of the world and left. Achieve the status of true god and travel to endless worlds. Underworld Emperor. Xiao Yun was also deeply shocked and stunned. Why would the inherited skills of such a powerful person appear in the hands of his master so easily? And master's master? And who is it? Haha! My silly disciple, are you thinking now? How could the inherited skills of a supremely powerful man like Emperor Ming fall into the hands of your master and me? As if seeing the doubts in Xiao Yun's heart, the sword ghost smiled. Immediately, he opened his mouth to explain. The reason is 2 things. First, your master is the founder of the ancient Shenk kingdom, one of the 9 peak emperors of our human race, the Shenk Emperor. Emperor Shenk. Xiao Yun was dumbfounded when he heard this name. That was one of the former Lord of the Void's best friends, a supreme being who was said to be able to resurrect 3 lives with the help of divine objects. To this day, it has survived for 30 million years. Far beyond the limit of lifespan of ordinary emperors. I didn't expect that my cheap master had such a terrifying background. However, Xiao Yun thought about it again and felt that it was natural. Sword Demon was a genius who had suppressed an entire era back then. It was just reasonable for him to be accepted as a disciple by Emperor Shenk. However, before he could think about it, the sword ghost spoke again and said. The second is also the most critical point. As far as I know, this Hell God's prison suppression technique requires extremely high physical strength. You can start practicing at the lowest level of body tempering, which requires a strength of more than 10 million kilograms. As for us holy kings, quasi-emperors, and even great emperors, the requirements are even more terrifying to the extreme. Just in the holy king realm, you need to have at least the power of 10,000 dragons, which is more than 1 million billion kilograms of power. Note, the power of one dragon equals 10 billion catties. The sword ghost had a serious look on his face, and his voice was full of solemnity. And now that you are in the spirit transformation realm, you also need the physical strength of at least one dragon. These requirements are simply unbelievably harsh. Except for the true dragon clan, it is basically impossible for our human race to do it. So now, tens of millions of years have passed, and no one can successfully obtain the inheritance of the Hades. In addition, he seems to be aware of the harshness of his inheritance. The number of inherited jade stones is more than one at all. After placing the jade in Xiao Yun's hand, Sword Demon also smiled helplessly. Obviously, he had also tried to obtain this god of hell's prison suppression technique, but was unable to meet the requirements at all, so he had to give up. But Xiao Yun, your current physical strength is far more than the power of a dragon, right? Immediately, the sword ghost asked in a rather expectant tone. Although the conditions for practicing the Hell God's prison suppression technique are extremely harsh, it is simply impossible. However, the power of this technique is also astonishing. Rumor has it that this technique can condense the image of Hades. Taking the 4,444.4 billion dark stars as an example, every time you light up a dark star, you can gain an unimaginable increase in power. And if all 4 trillion dark stars are lit up, then you can transform into the supreme god of Hades and suppress the endless hell. Of course, all this is just legend. After all, even the Emperor of Hades himself has never lit up the 4 trillion dark stars. The god of the underworld's prison suppressing technique. Xiao Yun slowly picked up the inherited jade in his hand, and was just about to activate a trace of true energy communication. The next moment, everything in his sight changed instantly. Came to a vast space of nothingness and chaos. And here, it seems that something is coming. Xiao Yun couldn't help but slowly raise his head, and the moment he saw something, his pupils suddenly tightened. That was a figure that was so huge and majestic that it was almost impossible to describe it in any words. He stands in the chaos, as if he is as high as the endless universe, like a giant pillar supporting the sky. He overlooks the common people, the long river of time, and the vastness of the universe. He is the god of Hades. That body is too huge. It simply exceeded the limit of Xiao Yun's cognition, as if one step was enough to destroy billions of light years and shatter the heavens and the universe. In front of him, Xiao Yun was simply smaller than dust, completely incomparable. But this endless majestic figure is nothing more than a dead thing. That's right. Xiao Yun didn't feel any breath of life in his body at all. Some are just endless silence and coldness. The immortal corpse of a god. Chapter 68. No. This can never be the inherited jade left by Emperor Hades. Suddenly, many thoughts flashed through Xiao Yun's mind. Even the legendary founder of the ancient country, or even the heaven-bearer who controls the way of heaven. Its majesty cannot be as terrifying as the giant god in front of us. Not even 1 in a million or 1 in a billion. Etc. According to what Master said before, this inherited jade seems to be far more than 1. Could it be? Tens of millions of years ago, Emperor Hades also obtained this inherited jade by chance, and then obtained the supreme secret technique of the god of Hades' prison suppression technique. And the giant god in front of me is probably the master who left behind countless inheritances. Hades. Boom. The next moment, as if aware of Xiao Yun's prying eyes, the extremely huge divine skeleton trembled slightly, exuding bursts of suffocating terrifying pressure. In an instant, Xiao Yun only felt that the surrounding environment was changing violently, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The bones of Hades instantly turned into black mist and dissipated. Chaos, darkness, nothingness. The scenery in front of him at this moment can only be described by these three words. It is boundless and vast, as if it has fallen into a dark abyss. Another master's successor. A hoarse voice suddenly resounded in this dark space. Before Xiao Yun could react, the sound of howling wind could be heard in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a slightly weird figure stepped out from the depths of the dark shadows. His figure was blurry and his face could not be clearly seen. Only those 6 shining red eyes were particularly eye-catching in this dark world of nothingness. Like a god, also like a devil. The moment they looked at each other, Xiao Yun felt chills all over his body and his heart was beating wildly. What kind of eyes are those 3 pairs of? The blood filled the air, with an indifference and coldness that chilled people's hearts. As if he were a god sitting high in the sky, judging the infinite worlds, looking down at him like an ant. Endless majesty, endless indifference. Junior Xiao Yun, I have met this, senior. Xiao Yun's heart was beating wildly, he suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly clasped his fists and bowed. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. The figure with 6 pupils in this life brought him an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even the Dragon Lord Yashu who once appeared in the Dragon Soul space is far inferior. Senior? Haha. The figure moved forward slowly. After hearing Xiao Yun's name for him, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I am just a judge who has lost his master and is wandering in the prison tower like a dead soul. Not human, not god, not demon. It's just an immortal puppet. Senior? Haha. Finally, the shadow's voice became increasingly weird, vaguely mocking itself. 80 million epochs. There are only 7 million inheritors who meet the requirements of the master. And after all these years have passed, the highest achievers can reach the realm of divine emperors. To their former masters, they are nothing more than ant-like existences. The black shadow came to Xiao Yun, and its 6 scarlet vertical pupils were almost close to the former's cheek. Before you, the previous inheritor of this world disappointed me extremely. It took tens of millions of years to activate the power of 30 billion dark stars and barely reach the realm of the God King. But he didn't know that the sky was high and the earth was high. He dared to challenge a god emperor, but he was killed with one blow. Ha ha ha. Stupid trash. Do you think that after receiving the master's inheritance, you can really control the world? Idiot's dream. The black shadow roared crazily, obviously extremely excited. No one among the 7 million inheritors can truly light up the 4 trillion dark stars and become the master of the prison tower, inherit everything from the master. Trash. A bunch of trash. How long do I, the 9 great judges, have to wait before I can follow my master to judge the heavens again? The shrill and crazy roar filled the entire inheritance space. The shadow's emotions seemed to be about to collapse, and the sound waves vibrated in every inch of the void, making Xiao Yun feel his scalp numb. But more importantly, there are doubts about some words in his words. 80 million epochs. Light up 4 trillion dark stars and become the master of the prison tower. Master? Is it the god of Hades? Xiao Yun frowned, vaguely guessing something. This prison-suppressing technique of God of Hades is probably not the true inheritance of God of Hades. It may just be a key. Only those who truly light up those 4 trillion dark stars can truly obtain the inheritance of Hades. But what level of existence is the God of Hades? Why does his inheritance appear in Tianyuan continent? Xiao Yun was deep in thought, with many questions flashing through his mind. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and boldly asked the 6-eyed black figure. Senior, since I am also one of the inheritors, then can you tell me a thing or two about Hades? Ah! Hearing this, the 6 scarlet eyes of the black shadow narrowed slightly, and the look towards Xiao Yun suddenly became more and more playful. Another little guy in the mortal realm. No matter how many such inheritors come, what's the point? My lord Hades. But even though he had this in his mind, He Ying slowly explained. He is the god who controls the avenue of reincarnation and suppresses the most evil in all realms. The word Ming is the name of my lord. Master the reincarnation of all spirits and sentient beings, control all causes and effects. He is the lord of chaos creation, above all the gods in the world, unspeakable, incomprehensible, and unattainable. The majesty of our Lord is beyond your imagination. Before the endless era, he just held up the prison tower with one hand and suppressed the Lord of the root of darkness, sealing him under the prison tower forever. With one finger drop, billions of demon gods will be annihilated and the cause and effect of reincarnation will be corrected. The 6-eyed shadow spoke enthusiastically, and when he mentioned his master, it was like a pilgrimage. Even my body started to tremble constantly. Destroy the infinite universe with just one thought. With every move of my hand, I will destroy the long river of time. The Lord of the origin, the taboo of the first time, are all just food and playthings for my Lord. But even though he is so majestic and powerful, in the end, we still cannot escape the reckoning of the will of chaos. Forced into a deep sleep called death. Haha, the gods in charge of the cycle of life and death cannot escape the shackles of death. How ironic, how sad. Chapter 69. The Black Shadow murmured, speaking like a babble. To this day, 80 million epochs have passed, and we have been waiting for the Master's true successor to appear. I hope he can break the shackles of the world in the future, take back the spirit of our Lord from the hands of the will of chaos, and let him return to the world. As he said that, the Black Shadow suddenly stopped. As if he remembered something, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Yun. It's a pity that your qualifications are only in the middle range among the 7 million inheritors today. It is basically impossible to break the shackles of all realms. Buzzing. The shadow's eyes dimmed, and then he flicked his finger, an array of light disappeared between Xiao Yun's brows. In an instant, endless information poured into my mind. Xiao Yun's expression couldn't help but change, and his pupils were full of horror. Because this is surprisingly, the complete technique of the God of Hell's prison suppression technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos level skill, the God of Hell's prison suppression technique. Ding! Get a 10,000-fold increase in income, and the Chaos level skill, the God of Hell's prison suppression technique, is upgraded to an unknown level. The next moment, after hearing the sudden and loud sound of the system, he was dumbfounded. Chaos level skills? Unknown grade? Senior. Immediately, Xiao Yun was about to ask something, but saw the Black Shadow shaking his head slightly. No need to say more, just remember, you only need to practice exactly according to the techniques left by my master. Once the technique is completed, you can set foot in the prison tower and obtain the true inheritance of Hades. As for the rest, let's stop talking at all. Boom! In an instant, the world of nothingness shattered. When Xiao Yun opened his eyes again, he returned to Tianxian Palace. Click! The inherited jade in his hand also became dim, and finally completely shattered with a crisp cracking sound. Disciple, what have you gained? On the side, he saw the jade stone in Xiao Yun's hand broken. Sword Demon also seemed to realize something, staring at Xiao Yun with blazing eyes, and asked with some expectancy. Master, this disciple has received the inheritance from Emperor Hades. Xiao Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he nodded affirmatively towards the sword ghost, but chose to hide the inheritance of Hades. After all, the inheritance of that supreme god is too shocking. Once leaked, it will definitely cause endless waves. All the strongest people in Tianyuan continent will probably go crazy for it. Okay. As a teacher, I believe you will succeed, and it will happen as expected. With this God of Hell's prison suppressing technique, you will definitely be the leader in the Tianyuan competition half a month later. Upon hearing this, the sword ghost's eyes erupted with endless light. Haha, although the Tianyuan competition is a gathering of geniuses from all races, if they want to compete with you. But they are all far inferior, far inferior. The genius of all races. After hearing the sword ghost's words, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask. He originally thought that the Tianyuan competition was just a competition between the geniuses of the human race. How did he know that it would also involve all races on the mainland? Well, you don't know yet. The sword ghost had a strange look in his eyes, and then he spoke slowly and explained to Xiao Yun. This is the latest rule changed by Lord Brahma. And this Tianyuan competition, due to the participation of many immortal species, the age limit of our human race has also been raised to less than 2 years, which is twice as much as in previous competitions. The Dragon Clan is under 3,000 years old. Well, although it seems like a lot, to the Dragon Clan, 3,000 years old is just a minor dragon. In addition, the Siren Clan, Monster Clan, Feather God Clan and most other races are all under 1,000 years old. So, this Tianyuan competition will be extremely fierce, and it will even become a battlefield for many races to vent their hatred. Sword Demon explained slowly, but his eyes became sharper. The human race is the lord of all races in Tianyuan continent. But countless races such as the Monster Tribe, Siren Tribe, and Three-Eyed Tribe do not think so. In some corners of the continent, they even keep countless human beings in captivity as blood food. Xiao Yun, remember this. If we encounter the geniuses of the Demon Clan and the Siren Clan, we must not let them leave alive. Bang! In an instant, the sword ghost grasped his right palm fiercely, causing a loud explosion in the void, and even a fine thunderous light bursting out. One can imagine his disgust and hatred for the Demon Clan and Siren Clan. Xiao Yuning nodded to express his understanding. The rise of the human race is destined to be accompanied by bloody fighting. This Tianyuan competition brings together the geniuses of all races, and it must be a huge reshuffle, with mountains of bones and blood flowing everywhere. Okay, I won't delay your cultivation as a teacher. I hope you can learn the underworld prison suppression technique as soon as possible to avoid any mistakes in the competition. The sword ghost smiled and spoke, then waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Disciple sends you respectful greetings to master. Xiao Yun bowed to say goodbye. And after the sword demon disappeared for a long time, he slowly straightened his body. The god of hell's prison suppression technique. How powerful will it be after a 10,000 times increase? The corners of Xiao Yun's mouth curved slightly, and he murmured with a slight smile. Immediately, he walked towards the depths of Tianxian Palace. Enter a secret room used for retreat practice. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, human race/ancient flame dragon race, divine blood. Cultivation, level 10 of the spirit transformation realm, 90,000 times the quality of real energy, 3 million feet of spiritual sea. Physical strength, the power of one dragon, incarnate into the ancient flame dragon clan to gain a 10-fold increase, reaching the power of 10 dragons. Soul cultivation, the 4th heaven of the Emperor's realm. Physique, ancient flame dragon body, god-level physique, supreme ancestral veins. Exercise, god of the underworld's prison suppression technique, unknown level exercise, not yet started, number of dark stars lit, 0. Note, unknown level, beyond all recorded levels in the past, present and future, and a forbidden technique that cannot possibly exist. Soul skill, soul blade, low-grade god level, soul power increased 18 times, reaching the 7th heaven level of the Emperor. Martial skills, demon burial, created by the host, no grade yet, falling spirit seal, high-grade holy grade, perfect, soul tearing, mid-grade holy grade, perfect. Talent magical power, burning the world. After entering the secret room, Xiao Yun first glanced at the current system panel. Then he sat down cross-legged and comprehended the god of the underworld's prison-suppressing technique that existed in his sea of consciousness. After a 1,000-fold increase, this supreme skill does not seem to have changed much. But the next moment, when Xiao Yun officially started practicing, and gradually became immersed in the endless mystery of the technique, he officially lit up the first dark star. Boom! Above the sky, strange phenomena are everywhere. Chapter 70. I saw a dazzling golden sun suspended in the endless void, brilliant and vast. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the rolling divine power descended, as if to suppress the entire world. How is this going? In an instant, countless powerful men from the heavenly sword Holy Land also flew up. His eyes looked at the blazing golden sun that suddenly appeared in horror, filled with intense shock. Vision? No, the root of all this is. The sword ghost raised his head, but his pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked towards the distance where Xian Peak was. Vaguely, he seemed to have guessed something. I'm afraid, this is the strange phenomenon in the world caused by Xiao Yun. What is that? The next moment, along with the exclamation of a powerful great saint, many people in the heavenly sword Holy Land could not help but tremble in their hearts. I don't know when it started, but the whole world suddenly became dark. The dazzling divine sun seemed to be swallowed up by the Tengu, and turned into a dark giant star, with only the red flames burning around its edges. Immediately afterwards, whether it is the three supreme elders, or the heavenly sword saint lord and others, after seeing clearly what, his entire brain was completely blank. No. It was not a dark sun, but an eye bigger than the world. The so-called divine sun is just the pupil in its center. All of a sudden, the huge red and black pupils flickered, as if a giant god had opened his eyes. Endless divine light shines on the world, dyeing the entire heavenly sword Holy Land into brilliant gold. The endless breath of life and creation spreads to every inch of void and every inch of earth. Boom! I broke through. Among them, Shannon, who was closest to Tianxian Palace, suddenly shook his body. Under the illumination of the divine light containing endless vitality, his cultivation level began to skyrocket, and he was promoted to the 7th level of the Holy King realm. His Royal Highness the Son of God. His heart was beating wildly and he couldn't believe it. I couldn't help but look at the luxurious and majestic Tianxian Palace in front of me. What level of vision is this? It was so easy to get a Holy King to break through, you know. He and Shannon has been stagnant in the 6th level of the Holy King for 4,000 years. Now, it is so easy to break through the 7th level of the Holy King. Simply incredible. Buzzing. However, next, with the God Sun, it once again transformed into a dark color. The infinite divine light also converged in instantly. Darkness enveloped the earth, and in just an instant, the entire world became extremely dim. But the aura released by those giant eyes at this moment is completely opposite to that before. Death. Destruction. Suppression. The extremely terrifying power came down on the world, making everyone's hair stand on end and their whole bodies running cold. Gilu. Almost subconsciously, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even the powerful Saint King is trembling with fear at this moment. This power is so terrifying that it is like the Lord of the underworld looking down at the mortal world, trying to judge and suppress everything in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the first dark star, the income will be returned 10,000 times. The 10,000 times return is over. Congratulations to the host for obtaining godly body, Eye of Hades, right. And at the same time, Xiao Yun, who was in the secret cultivation room, was completely unaware of everything outside. He just kept practicing the prison suppression technique of God of the underworld, and after hearing the sound of the system, he slowly opened his eyes. Among them, the brilliant light disappeared in a flash. Eyes of Hades? Aha! However, Xiao Yun did not need to think too much. His right eye suddenly felt a burst of extreme pain, which made him roar and tremble slightly. I saw that the eyes that were originally red and gold had completely turned into darkness at this moment. Faintly, gold and darkness are constantly alternating, weird and unpredictable. Hiss! The severe pain caused Xiao Yun's cheeks to twitch, his teeth to bite, and his forehead to drip with sweat. It felt like someone had placed his right eye on a charcoal fire and burned it. The pain is unbearable. This made Xiao Yun a little unable to bear it, and he roared from time to time. But fortunately, the pain did not last long. In just one stick of incense, his right eye seemed to be completely integrated with the eye of Hades, showing a strange dark golden color. Buzz! In an instant, a majestic aura filled the air. This aura was so strong that the space around Xiao Yun almost solidified. Moreover, through his right eye at this moment, Xiao Yun was able to completely clearly see the patterns of laws densely packed in the void, truly seeing through the root and essence of this world. Even. He turned his head, his eyes actually penetrated countless walls, and he could clearly see the maids walking around in the palace. Not just the outside, but even the inside. Instantly, Xiao Yun hurriedly withdrew his gaze and shook his head vigorously. What a powerful insight! He was also amazed in his heart. Immediately, he looked at the system's detailed introduction to the Eye of Hades. Eye of Hades, right, based on the perfect copy of the body of the Master of Chaos, Hades, it has the power to see through all things and see through all illusions. In addition, you can obtain two major chaos powers. Ming Yuan, Remnant, the power of creation, one of the sources of life for the immortal body of the god of the underworld. When the host has this power, it can currently obtain the infinite life characteristic. Infinite life, as the name suggests, unlimited lifespan, eternal immortality. And it has the ultimate power of life, can be reborn with blood, and has amazing recovery ability. Withering, disabled, the power of the omen of death, one of the main sources of power of Hades. Currently, all the host's powers can be given the death characteristic. Absolute death, the source of life deprivation exists, depending on the target. Once attacked by the host a certain number of times, it can cause absolute death. Soon, Xiao Yun read them all. He was stunned on the spot and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This. It turned out to be a copy of the divine body derived from the god of Hades. Its effect is simply unbelievably powerful, especially those two powers. Life essence, immortal, reborn with blood. Withering, absolute death can kill everything in the world. Call. Xiao Yun took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but the ecstasy in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Too outrageous. This Eye of Hades is absolutely horrifying to the point of appalling. And this is just one of them. If you gain the complete power of double pupils in the future, what will you achieve? Chapter 71. Death. After a while, Xiao Yun murmured something to himself. He opened his dark gold right eye again. With a thought in his mind, he slowly activated the power of the death omen. Buzz. Suddenly, the dark golden pupils turned dark. The endless breath of death and decay escapes from it, which is suffocating. This is. Xiao Yun glanced at everything in the secret room. At this moment, after turning on the death omen power, everything in his sight seemed to have turned grey. It has almost lost any color, it is weird and permeating. Only. In the center of all items, there are scarlet numbers appearing one by one. On the wall of the secret room, 3 twisted characters 547 appear as if they were written in blood. And when Xiao Yun looked through his sight to the outside world, more numbers appeared. The vast majority of maids are in the 1 to 10 range. The great sage standing guard outside the temple is in the 40 to 100 range. The crooked scarlet numbers represent the number of attacks required to make them absolutely dead. Xiao Yun knew it very well, but when he clearly saw everything that seemed to be marked, he couldn't help but feel a throbbing in his heart. Even when he looked at the sky, a row of scarlet numbers appeared somewhere in the sky. 8541244747. This is probably the number of attacks required to kill Tiandao. Suddenly, Xiao Yun couldn't help but think of a terrifying possibility, and all of them gasped. The way of heaven can also kill. The power of death is really too overbearing and terrifying. Buzz. Soon, Xiao Yun's right eye changed again, turning into a light golden color. This is the eye of Hades in the form of life essence, which represents the power of creation. What a rich life force! Feeling the life force in his body that was as rich as the ocean, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but nod slightly. Unlike the power of death, using the power of creation will not consume him at all, but will gradually grow stronger as his cultivation level increases. Therefore, it can be used as a normal use. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, demigod/ancient flame dragon tribe, divine blood. Cultivation, level 10 of the spirit transformation realm, 90,000 times the quality of real energy, 3 million feet of spiritual sea. Physical strength, the power of 100 dragons, incarnate into the ancient flame dragon clan to gain a 10-fold increase, reaching the power of 1,000 dragons. Soul cultivation, Imperial Lord Realm 9th level. Physique 1, Chaos Divine Body, extremely incomplete. Physique 2, Ancient Flame Dragon Body, God level physique, Supreme Ancestral Vein. Exercise, God of the Underworld's Prison Suppression Technique, Unknown level exercise, Number of Dark Stars lit, 1. Note, lighting up the dark stars can greatly increase the power of the physical body and the power of chaos. When the number of dark stars reaches a certain number, the remaining divine bodies can be obtained again. Soul skill, Soul Blade, low-grade God level, soul power increases 18 times, reaching half-step saint level. Power of chaos, creation, disabled, omen of death, disabled. Talent magical power, burning the world. After checking the current system panel again, Xiao Yun couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. Now that he has merged with the eyes of the underworld, his soul cultivation has also skyrocketed, directly reaching the 9th level of the Emperor's realm. After the 18-fold increase of the soul blade, it is even equivalent to a half-step saint. However, this is not the most satisfying place for him. What really satisfied him was the underworld prison suppressing technique that had reached the unknown level after being multiplied 10,000 times. Just by lighting up a dark star, he merged with the eyes of Hades, and his life class has even been transformed into a demigod. In fact, the power of his body has directly increased to the power of 100 dragons, which is equivalent to 1 trillion kilograms of terrifying power. In the future, Xiao Yun only needs to continue to practice the God of Hell's prison suppressing technique and light up countless dark stars. Then you can gradually perfect the true power of chaos, gain more divine bodies and integrate them into your own body, and truly grow into a majestic and powerful existence like the God of Hades. A real avenue to the sky was completely presented before his eyes. Well, now I am participating in the Tianyuan competition. Doesn't it seem a bit too bullying? Suddenly, Xiao Yun couldn't help but touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Now that I'm so strong, I can't even act well. I hope those alien geniuses will not appear in front of him too arrogantly. Otherwise. Hee. Xiao Yun gave a slightly nature-friendly smile, then immediately gathered his mind and immersed himself in cultivation again. Now there is still half a month before the Tianyuan competition. During this period of time, Yindang was enough for him to break through to the Divine Palace realm. Half a month later. Boom! On this day, above the sky in all major areas of Tianyuan continent, an illusory list that was 10,000 feet long and dark blue suddenly appeared in the void, causing countless warriors to stop and watch. It's Tianyuan Bang! It seems that this year's Tianyuan competition will be held soon. Among them, some strong men exclaimed in shock, their faces inexplicably shocked. The Tian Yuan ranking is a list of glory that is held every 300 years and brings together the geniuses and monsters from the entire continent to compete. There are a total of 10,000 places among them. Even if it can be ranked at the bottom of the list, it can still shock everyone. Just because, meet the geniuses of Tian Yuan competition. There are just too many. 10,000 people on the Tian Yuan list may seem like a lot, but in terms of the total number of people participating in the competition, they are just a drop in the bucket. Only the geniuses who are at the top can obtain the glory engraved on the Tian Yuan ranking. 4,383 billion. At this moment, at the bottom of the source list that day, a row of constantly beating numbers flashes, which represents the total number of people participating in the competition. In a certain empire in the eastern region, a bald man in the heavenly realm even pointed at the numbers and kept chanting, his eyes widening to the extreme. Hi! The number of people in the last competition was only 2 billion. Why are there so many more this time? The bald man was dumbfounded, and upon hearing his words, a young man with a sword beside him also spoke coldly. All races can participate in this competition. They are just the scum of the demon tribe and the siren tribe. If I, Yashu, encounter them in the competition, I will definitely make them come back. This scene also happened in many corners of Tian Yuan continent. The numbers on the Tian Yuan ranking continued to skyrocket. In just 10 minutes, they skyrocketed to a terrifying 700 billion. This scene is simply shocking to the extreme. It also refreshed most people's understanding of the various races on the mainland, making them clearly realize that the human race is just the tip of the iceberg among all the races. Is the Tian Yuan competition about to begin? At the same time, Xiao Yun, who was practicing in Tianxian Palace, finally slowly opened his eyes. The platinum and red gold eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth even slightly outlined a slight arc that seemed to be absent. Chapter 72. Have you heard that the new His Highness the Son of God will also participate in this Tian Yuan competition? It is said that the Holy Lord and the three Supreme Elders have full confidence in him and believe that he can become the top of Tian Yuan this time. Now, on the square of Heavenly Sword Holy Land, countless Holy Land disciples gathered here, all looking at the Tian Yuan list in the void with fiery eyes, and talking about it. Son of God? He is really a complete cultivator. For half a month after entering the Holy Land, I have been practicing in seclusion at Tianxian Peak and have never gone out for a day. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th seats of the true biography have all visited Tianxian Peak, but they have never even seen his face. As if after hearing what others said, a handsome young man in purple robe holding a folding fan shook his head and sighed. However, there was a hint of envy and jealousy in his brows. This generation of God's Son. That was a peerless monster recognized by 9 heavens. It was rumored that he was only less than 20 years old and his sword power had reached the 9th level. Furthermore, the first Supreme Elder Sword Demon accepted him as his direct disciple, and he was treated with great respect. Sigh. I would also like to meet His Highness the Son of God. What a pity, we are not even qualified to enter Tianxian Peak. Hearing this, a woman with delicate appearance wearing a light-colored long skirt also sighed quietly. Call out. But right now, a figure flying from a distance suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Hey? That's... In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on that figure. Dressed in white, he has an otherworldly temperament and exudes an ethereal feeling, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Black hair dancing wildly, golden eyes dazzling, like a fairy coming. Especially the long sword behind him, although it is only suspended in the void, the fluctuations it emits are enough to make everyone's heart tremble. It's the ancestral sword, Lucian. Soon, someone recognized the origin of the long sword, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, with a look of horror on their face. Now able to drive Lucian. Except for the contemporary Son of God, there are absolutely no two people. I have met His Highness the Son of God. Suddenly, the originally bustling Tianjian square suddenly became quiet. Among them, nearly 2 million disciples, without exception, all saluted Xiao Yun who came through the air. Although the Son of God is also a disciple of the Holy Land. But the dignity of his status is enough to be on par with the Holy Lord. What's more, he is also the direct disciple of the first Supreme Elder, and his status is extremely transcendent. Brothers, no courtesy. Xiao Yun is here for the first time, and he will still need to rely on your senior brothers to take care of him in the future. Xiao Yun waved his hand slightly and stood calmly. His figure is as tall and straight as a spear, his eyes are as sharp as a knife, and there is a faint aura of fierceness lingering around him, making people dare not look at him. Where? After hearing Xiao Yun's humble words, countless disciples beamed with joy and responded with compliments. Haha! Your Highness is welcome. It is our blessing to be able to help His Highness the Son of God. How can we rely on him? One voice after another sounded, all with a flattering tone. After all, this Son of God is different from any other Son of God in the past. In terms of status and talent, he is a heaven-defying existence. As long as he doesn't die in the future, becoming a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor, is almost a certainty. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with such a person? Haha, Xiao Yun, you kid, are you finally willing to leave Tianxian Palace? At this time, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Sword also appeared in the void. Smiling and scolding, he took a step forward and patted the former on the shoulder. Lord, Holy Lord, aren't I preparing for the competition? Xiao Yun smiled, and then looked at the Tianyuan list above. In half an hour, the competition will really begin. But the number of participants today is really terrifying. Nearly 1.4 trillion people. When he saw the number at the bottom, Xiao Yun's expression changed slightly, and he was a little shocked. 100 and 400 billion. What a huge number this must be. There are too many geniuses from all races on the mainland. Well, even I didn't expect that the number of people in this competition would reach such a large number. Our Heavenly Sword Holy Land only has 10,000 participants this time. Compared with this overall number, it is not worth mentioning. Nodding slightly, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord was also quite emotional. In previous Tianyuan competitions that were entirely participated by humans, the total number of people was generally between 30 and 10 billion. But this time, it actually exceeded 1 trillion. Geniuses from all races across the continent gather here. It can be said to be a gathering of stars. Good. This battle will be the occasion for the rise of our Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Once His Royal Highness the Son of God wins the championship, he will surely go down in history. Hearing this, an old man with white hair and beard and an immortal spirit also echoed in a deep voice. Astonishingly, he was the great elder of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Boom! After he finished speaking, the huge Tianyuan ranking suddenly shook. The light pillars on it shoot out like flowing water, impacting the endless void. The total number of participants has also been completely fixed at 1.4 trillion. Buzz! Illusory light pillars fell like rain, instantly covering countless contestants, as if they had some mysterious power, pulling them into an illusory world. Holy Lord, this is... Xiao Yun couldn't help but question, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It doesn't matter, this is the guiding force of Tianyuan Bang. The Tianyuan Bang itself is a supreme treasure that surpasses the imperial weapons. It can project all contestants into a small world, allowing them to compete with each other. Fighting with projection in this way can also reduce casualties to the greatest extent. Hearing these words, Xiao Yun suddenly realized. Immediately, his spiritual consciousness moved slightly, accepting the power of guidance from Tianyuan Bang. The next moment, Xiao Yun's eyes instantly fell into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had appeared on an endless and huge golden platform. At the same time, The figures gathered here are even more terrifying. At a glance, they are so densely packed that they are countless. Chapter 73. Haha, human. Next to Xiao Yun, there was an ugly-looking siren genius who was more than 3 feet tall and mocked coldly. A lowly creature like you is worthy of being in the same place as Muhajala. Ugh! Just smelling your weak breath makes me want to vomit. Ha ha ha! The genius of the ugly siren clan mocked and laughed strangely, as if he was deliberately humiliating Xiao Yun. After hearing this, Xiao Yun also frowned slightly. Really? During this competition, I am afraid that there will be many aliens targeting the human race. But here you are, unable to exert your power? He immediately wanted to activate the power of his soul to directly kill this disgusting siren clan. But it seems to be suppressed by some rules and unable to release even half of the attack. Obviously, on this golden platform, no fighting is allowed. This projection body can only use about 80% of my power. Immediately, Xiao Yun felt the power of his current body, which was transformed by a trace of his soul. If the projected body fell, the soul of the main body will inevitably be damaged to a certain extent. But... buzz! The next moment, the dark withering pupil transformed instantly. 1. Scarlet blood numbers also appear on the forehead of the ugly siren, representing the number of attacks required to make them absolutely dead. If I kill the projection with my ultimate power, the body in the outside world, you shouldn't have survived, right? Xiao Yun's eyes were cold, and he vaguely thought of something in his heart. Even if you kill the projected body, it will not endanger your life at all. But with the characteristic of death, he still has the power to cause the true death of his body. The power of Death Omen is obviously far above this Tian Yuan ranking. Muhajala? After the competition begins, don't let me meet you again. Suddenly, a cold light flashed from the corners of Xiao Yun's eyes. He would not have the slightest mercy towards these siren tribe who feed on human beings. Boom! The next moment, it seemed that the number of people on this platform had gathered, accompanied by a roar that echoed through the void. Then dozens of figures of men and women, all extremely handsome, with white wings on their backs suddenly appeared. Everyone exudes a terrifying pressure as deep as an abyss in a prison. The weakest among them are all tyrannical beings at the peak of the Holy King. Feathered God Clan. Xiao Yun thought secretly in his heart, his eyes twinkling. This is a powerful race that can rival the true Dragon Clan. When you reach adulthood, you can reach the realm of heaven and humanity, and have a lifespan of thousands of years. You can be said to be the true top being among all races. According to rumors, the stronger the Feather God Clan is, the more wings they will have behind them. And these powerful men from the Feather God Clan in front of them. Xiao Yun looked around and suddenly discovered that the man from the Feather God Clan on the far left actually had 8 wings, while the others all had 6 wings. That 8-winged Feather God Clan is probably a quasi-emperor. I couldn't help but think of this in my heart, and this Yu Shen clan had obviously noticed Xiao Yun. But he didn't care about it and spoke slowly. Dear geniuses, I am one of the apostles of the Ascension Temple. The rules of this pre-selection competition are very simple. We have divided the total 1.4 billion people participating in the competition into 14 combat zones. Each war zone will accommodate 100 billion people fighting, killing opponents to gain points, until the last 1,000 people survive. If you kill one person, you will get 1 point. And if the projection dies, all points will be lost and directly eliminated from the competition. Now, you are in the 7th war zone. The preliminaries for the competition are about to begin. The 8-winged Feather God Clan explained the rules expressionlessly. When his words fell, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Hiss! This rule is so cruel. Among 100 billion people, only 1,000 people can win. Just the preliminary selection will eliminate the remaining 1.3 trillion people. This. Not just here. Sounds of gasping for air suddenly sounded in various battle zones. 1 in a billion winners. The cruelty of this competition was unprecedented and appalling. Buzzing. At the same time, in the outside world. On the side of Tianyuan Bang, countless huge light curtains also slowly appeared. It shows the current situation in each war zone, as well as 14 rankings, as well as the largest overall ranking. Emperor Dragon Heaven Realm. In the simple and magnificent hall, 3 figures that were so majestic that it was difficult to describe were sitting in it. The light curtain for the preliminaries of the great competition was also displayed in the hall, clearly showing the scenes in the various battle zones. Thunder Slayer Dragon Emperor, your youngest heir, should also participate in the Tianyuan competition, right? A figure whose whole body was burning with divine energy, as blazing as the sun, smiled lightly and looked at the burly figure sitting next to him. Haha, it's true. That boy Dijuishan is from the ancestral lineage. He has only practiced for 2,700 years, and he can fight against the saints of our clan. Participating in this Tianyuan competition is tantamount to killing chickens and dogs. On the side, the Thunder Slayer Dragon Emperor, who had electric arcs all over his body, held his hands and smiled, with a look of pride on his face. The rest of the geniuses in this 7th war zone are probably going to suffer. Finally, the old man, who looked old and was surrounded by endless black mist, shook his head, as if he felt pity for the people in the 7th war zone. The preliminaries for the competition have officially begun. In the 14th war zone, with the voices of the apostles of the Ascension Temple, this shocking battle finally kicked off. Buzz. Suddenly, Xiao Yun felt his eyes go dark, and then he opened his eyes again. They came to a dilapidated and desolate ancient city. In his mind, a curtain of light also appeared. Contestant, Xiao Yun, Human Race / Sky Sword Holy Land. Points, 0. 7th Theater Ranking, 9856, 545, 2668. Overall ranking, none. The content of the light curtain is extremely simple, only showing Xiao Yun's identity, points, and ranking. It is worth noting that it took less than a minute for the pre-selection to officially begin. Among the hundreds of billions of contestants, nearly 1.5 billion people were eliminated. Gravity should be about 100 times. As for the quality of space, boom. Xiao Yun sensed the situation in this world, and immediately punched into the void with a light punch. His punch already carries the power of 100 dragons, and when placed outside, it can completely cause the space to vibrate and twist. However here. But there was not even a trace of fluctuation, not even a ripple. What an exaggerated space intensity! Xiao Yun felt awestruck in his heart, and had a clear understanding of the strength of this small world. The power of 100 dragons is probably enough to kill a saint or the like with one punch. But placed here, it can't even cause any spatial fluctuations, which shows how solid this world is. Chapter 74. Buzz. Then, Xiao Yun pulled out the 9 heavens suspended beside him and waved it gently towards the space. Suddenly, he cut through the void as easily as cutting tofu, tearing out a dark crack. The 9 heavens in the projection state only has about 40% of its power. But it's also because the rank of 9 heavens is too high, beyond the carrying range of this Tianyuan ranking. The soul-destroying divine spear and the void war blade can still exert about 80% of their power. Xiao Yun murmured in his heart that this Tianyuan Bang would not only project himself into this world, but also the spiritual weapons, puppets, and even spiritual pets he used would be projected into it as well. Although 9 heavens cannot completely project, the Tianyuan Bang, which can almost completely project the 2 major artifacts, must undoubtedly be a treasure of the artifact class. Half a month has passed, and I don't know how far little Hiza has grown. As if thinking that spiritual pets could also be projected into, Xiao Yun moved towards the system space at will. Wow! Soon, a black and white giant dog was caught, but its size was dozens of times larger than before. Xiao Hizi, who was a giant star-devouring beast, now seems to have transformed into a real ferocious beast. The head is triangular, the tail is thick, and dark golden lines appear on the back, exuding a boundless cold light. Only those dog eyes full of wisdom completely destroyed everything. Woof woof. As soon as Xiao Hizi appeared, he licked Xiao Yun's face vigorously with his tongue, seeming to be extremely excited. Name, Xiao Hizi. Race, star-eating behemoth. Cultivation, equivalent to a 9th grade saint. Talent 1, swallowing. The core ability of the star-swallowing behemoth clan is to create a small black hole in the body, thereby continuously increasing its strength by devouring everything. Talent 2, gravity control. One of the basic abilities of the star-swallowing beast, it can control gravity at will. An adult body can easily crush a star realm, and even achieve a real dimensionality reduction strike. Note, the current host can share the talent magical power 2, gravity control with the chaos spiritual pet Little Hizi. Suddenly, a line of light curtain also appeared in front of Xiao Yun's eyes, showing the current specific information about Little Hizi. 9th grade saint. Haha, Little Hizi, you have become stronger. After Xiao Yun finished reading, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He hugged Xiao Hizi and rubbed him hard. The growth rate of the star-swallowing beast is really terrifying. In less than a month, he has grown to a level close to that of a great sage. And he also shares this gift of controlling gravity with himself. I don't know, in my current system space. With a smile on his face, Xiao Yun immediately probed his consciousness into the system space to see how many resources Little Hizi had devoured to reach such a level. But soon, his smile suddenly stopped, and he fell into a look of sluggishness and astonishment. What happened? Where is my huge treasure trove of resources? Trillions of demon crystals, hundreds of billions of top-quality spiritual stones, and more than tens of millions of spiritual weapons. Now, why is all the trademark gone? Woof woof. Seeing this, Xiao Hizi still looked silly and intelligent, and kept calling out to Xiao Yun. It's like asking for credit from him. I'm sorry. Bang. 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 Seeing this look that deserved a beating, Xiao Yun immediately couldn't bear it anymore, raised his leg and kicked it on the butt, and a series of dense explosions like rain continued to be heard. Woof woof woof. However, the silly dog became more and more excited the more he was beaten, thinking that Xiao Yun was playing with it, and immediately jumped for joy. Half an hour later, Xiao Yun looked at his red and swollen right palm and the empty system space, and felt that he had no hope of life. Even the preliminary selection for Tianyuan competition felt meaningless. My hands were swollen from the beating, but I didn't even break the defense of that stupid dog's a. He even swore in his heart that absolutely, it would be impossible to put Little Hizi into the system space again. Although this guy won't tear down the house, he will eat the whole house. That's all, my little treasury, you can go with peace of mind. The corners of Xiao Yun's eyes were slightly moist, and he sighed in his heart, and then turned his attention to the Little Hizi who was constantly chasing his tail. Although he was a silly dog, his strength was far beyond his expectation. The huge force of thousands of dragons bombarded it with no pain at all, and I thought I was playing tricks on him. After beating for half an hour, Xiao Yun's hand skin was almost broken, but Xiao Hizi was still alive and kicking without any real damage. You know, his current strength reaches. Host, Xiao Yun. Race, demigod/ancient flame dragon tribe, divine blood. Cultivation, 10th level of divine palace realm, 10 million jongs of divine palace, 80 million jongs of spiritual sea. Physical strength, the power of 2,600 dragons, incarnate into the ancient flame dragon clan to gain a 10-fold increase, reaching the power of 26,000 dragons. Soul cultivation, 1st grade saint. Physique 1, chaos divine body, extremely incomplete. Physique 2, ancient flame dragon body, God-level physique, supreme ancestral vein. Exercise, God of the underworld's prison suppression technique, unknown level exercise, number of dark stars lit, 26. Note, lighting up the dark stars can greatly increase the power of the physical body and the power of chaos. When the number of dark stars reaches a certain number, the remaining divine bodies can be obtained again. Soul skill, soul blade, lower level of God level, soul power increased 36 times, reaching the level of 4th level saint. Power of chaos, creation, disabled, omen of death, disabled. Supernatural power, death's dark light, a special light condensed based on the power of death, all things are destroyed when seen by the dark eyes. Talent magical power, burning the world. In half a month, Xiao Yun not only officially broke through to the divine palace realm, but the number of dark stars he lit up also reached 26. The limit of ordinary people in the divine mansion realm can condense 1,000-foot divine mansion. As for Xiao Yun, the violence still increased 10,000 times, and the divine palace was tens of millions of feet high. Not only that, the scope of its spiritual sea has skyrocketed again, expanding from 300 feet, all the way to a full 80 million feet. 80 million feet. A truly infinite sea of terrifying true energy. Even Xiao Yun now has inexhaustible supplies. In the past, Burning World was used as a nuclear bomb strike, but now it can be scanned like a machine gun, and it can be released wildly for several days. If he were in the battlefield of all races. To describe it as a war fortress is not an exaggeration. Okay, let's earn points with me. Hey? Tens of billions of people were eliminated so quickly. Xiao Yun helplessly touched Xiao He's dog's head, and then looked at the ranking information of the Tianyuan competition preliminaries again. Participant, Xiao Yun, Human Race / Skysword Holy Land. Points, 0. 7th Theater Ranking, 895654526684. Overall ranking, none. Now with 0 points, his ranking is approximately 89.5 billion. It can almost be said to be the bottom of the total number of people remaining today. In half an hour, tens of billions of people will be eliminated. It can be said that the preliminaries on the first day of the competition were undoubtedly extremely brutal and the competition was extremely fierce. Now the person ranked first in the overall ranking is actually the 7th theater with me. Xiao Yun looked at the current number 1 on the overall list, his eyes twinkling. Participant, Dijuishan, Dragon Clan / Dalong Tianjia. Points, 452, 465, 2507. 7th Theater Ranking, 1. Overall Ranking, 1. A total of more than 4 billion points. You know, even if you are ranked 2nd overall, you only have 300 million points now. Dragon Clan Emperor Juishan? He is a complete evil genius. I don't know who will be stronger or weaker if they encounter me. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, but he was somewhat looking forward to a battle with this prodigy of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is a truly neutral race. And now half of Xiao Yun's blood is also from the Dragon Clan, so his senses for the Dragon Clan are naturally not bad. Chapter 75. Boom. Lonely human race. However, the next moment, only a terrifying loud roar was heard. Several huge alien figures descended from the sky, looking down coldly in the direction of Xiao Yun. Ironstone Clan. The figures in front of them all have bodies that are as if they were made of steel, but are faintly covered with rock textures, revealing infinite power, which makes people feel fearful. Immediately, Xiao Yun recognized their racial identities. The Ironstone Clan is one of the branch races of the Demon Clan. Because the entire race was enslaved by a human race billions of years ago. Therefore, after gaining freedom, he regarded the human race as his mortal enemy and helped the strong monsters to forge weapons and form an army to slaughter the human race. Brother, he is just a human ant in the realm of gods. I'm going to crush him right now. There are 3 figures of the Ironstone tribe, all of them are tall and majestic ironstone giants with a height of more than 10 feet. They spoke human words and looked extremely ferocious. Their giant copper bell eyes looked at Xiao Yun with a strong murderous aura. Go, human, you should be glad that you are just a projection now. Hearing this, the brown ironstone giant headed by him laughed ferociously. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Shi Kui, kill him. Yes. Boom. In an instant, the Cyan giant on the far left rushed out, spanning dozens of miles in an instant, waving a huge fist, bringing up a rolling sonic boom, and suddenly blasted it towards Xiao Yun. This is really full of malice. Xiao Yun smiled indifferently, and at the moment when the attack was about to come, the deep death light bloomed instantly. Boom. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The purple-black brilliance spread out like ripples, instantly covering the attacking iron and stone giant. The next moment, the two prodigies of the Ironstone clan behind them were also completely enveloped. Then, bang! Like broken lenses, the figures of the three instantly collapsed into nothingness, and together with their real bodies, they were annihilated into ashes. Participant, Xiao Yun, Human Race / Skysword Holy Land. Points 574256. 7th Theater Ranking, 6845. Overall Ranking 982422. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's points also skyrocketed, directly reaching 570,000. In just a moment, he entered the top 10,000 in the 7th Theater. It is indeed the fault of the great human emperor that you were enslaved. But, after you betrayed the human race, you then helped the demon race to massacre my human race. Haha, it is your misfortune to encounter me today. Looking at the three prodigies of the Ironstone clan who were instantly annihilated, Xiao Yun murmured to himself, a cold light surging in his eyes. Those who are mortal enemies of the human race, all deserve to die. The projection falls without harming the body? There are no such rules in Xiao Yun's place. On the other side, the holy land of the Ironstone clan. The three little guys, Patriarch, Shi Kui, Shi Yu, and Shi Xiu, have already entered the top 200,000. Haha, they are indeed the three strongest among the younger generation of my Ironstone tribe. I believe that they will definitely become one of the winners of the 7th Theater. Come on. Have a drink. In a huge palace with a height of hundreds of thousands of feet, several iron and stone giants like mountains gathered together, toasting and drinking, their faces filled with uncontrollable joy. Especially the silver giant sitting on the main seat was constantly staring at the real-time rankings of the three people with a look of approval on his face. He is the current patriarch of the Ironstone clan, Shi Qingkang. The great emperor's first-level cultivation is also the strongest person in the Ironstone clan today. Shi Kui, Shi Yu, and Shi Xiu, who are currently participating in the Tianyuan competition, are all one of his descendants. They are the three great talents of the Ironstone tribe that he spent countless resources and energy to cultivate. At just over 800 years old, he has already reached the second level of the Imperial Lord realm. Shi Yu is a fourth-level emperor, and his defense is difficult for even a semi-saint to break. If the three of them join forces, it will undoubtedly be more than enough to pass the pre-selection of the Tianyuan competition. Haha! Thinking of this, Shi Qingkang couldn't help laughing again and drank the grease-like liquid in the cup in one gulp. But the next moment, the rankings of the three Ironstone clan members disappeared from his sight in an instant. At the same time, the blood connection between him and the three people was also interrupted instantly. What happened? Shi Qingkang was horrified, and he quickly flashed his figure and rushed to the secret room where the three people's real bodies were. Boom! The heavy stone door was violently pushed open, and Shi Qingkang entered the secret room, but he only found three jet-black substances that were like ashes scattered. The three great geniuses of the Ironstone clan. He has truly fallen. Who did this? Seeing this scene, Shi Qingkang immediately roared and roared, causing the entire secret room to tremble and burst apart. "Chief, what happened?" Several elders of the Ironstone clan were also awakened and rushed into the secret room one after another. Seeing this, Shi Qingkang suddenly shouted angrily. "The three children, Shi Yu, Shi Kui, and Shi Xiu, have died." "What?" Shi Qingkang's words instantly caused huge waves in the hearts of several clan elders. "How can this be? Even if the projection in the world of Tian Yuan Bang dies, it is impossible to endanger the main body. But now, the true bodies of the three iron-clad geniuses have truly fallen, not even leaving their corpses behind. What exactly happened? They are truly the sons of the great emperor. How could they die in the preliminaries of the great competition? Is it the soul-killing needle?" Suddenly, a 1,000-foot-tall iron and stone giant whispered. Hearing this, Shi Qingkang's pupils suddenly shrank. Soul-killing needle. According to legend, the soul-destroying needle is a rare treasure forged by the master of the human race. Once it is activated, whether it is a projection or a clone, it can directly find the true form of the source and kill the soul. The 1,000-jong stone man pondered and continued. But the bodies of the three young masters have also been annihilated, so it cannot be caused by the soul-killing needle. However, looking at the races that possess such vicious and strange objects, from my point of view, only the human race. Human race. Hearing these two words, Shi Qingkang almost bit all the stone teeth in his mouth to pieces, and his eyes were about to burst. The human race is the mortal enemy of their ironstone race. Check. Find out thoroughly for me who harmed them. My three most outstanding heirs cannot die in vain. Shi Qingkang's eyes were red and angry. His three sons are not only his hope, Shi Qingkang, but also the future of the Ironstone clan and the future successors of the entire race. But now, he died so mysteriously. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, the evil genius of the human race, I, the great Emperor Chu Yun, will make you pay a heavy price until you die. Chapter 76. Call out. On the other side, within the 7th theater, Xiao Yun unabashedly released his spiritual consciousness to the entire world of the 7th war zone, and at the same time continued to fly through the void, looking for prey that was also waiting for him. Now, even with the projection body, his true strength can rival high-level saints. Faced with these geniuses whose strength is only at the level of the Emperor Lord, there is no need to be cautious or hide at all. Once he takes action, it is a complete crushing. Human, do you know that your current actions are provoking the talents of all races in the entire war zone who have not yet been eliminated? Soon, 9 alien figures appeared in Xiao Yun's sight. The 9 figures quickly dispersed, and there was a vertical pupil between their eyebrows. They were clearly members of the Three-Eyed clan. The Three-Eyed tribe is also one of the mortal enemies of the human race. The next moment he saw Xiao Yun, a young man wearing purple and gold armor, with a rich and fiery aura filling his body, walk slowly towards him. Provocative. Xiao Yun frowned slightly and said indifferently, "If you feel dissatisfied, you can come up and try it." Although each of these foreign races has power comparable to that of a high-level emperor, they still pose no threat to him. But in an instant, they can all be crushed. You are extremely arrogant. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across the eyes of the young man from the Three-Eyed clan. Since you are in a hurry to die, then why don't we, my brothers, have any reason not to do it? The scum of the human race, suffer death. As soon as he finished speaking, he stamped his right foot suddenly, and a terrifying hot breath swept through him like a storm. His whole body soared into the sky like a shooting star. Clenching his right fist, it turned into a brilliant scorching sun, tearing the sky apart and exploding. Ridiculous! There was a hint of disdain at the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth. The next moment, the dark light of death burst out again. Boom! With just one look from him, the 9 geniuses of the Three-Eyed clan were instantly annihilated into ashes, along with their true bodies. Afterwards, he used the power of his spiritual consciousness to spread the message throughout the war zone. I, human Xiao Yun. Within 3 days, all enemies of the human race will be wiped out. Of course, if you don't want to wait for death, you can come and fight me to the death. Whether there are millions of people or tens of billions of people, I can fight together. Stupid aliens, are you ready to die? The sound was so powerful that it resounded throughout the entire war zone, shocking everyone inexplicably. This human race dares to provoke the genius of all races by one person. Human Xiao Yun. Is he crazy? The geniuses of the Demon Clan and Siren Clan will not let him go. In the outside world, countless human warriors who were watching this preliminary competition were in an uproar. Although the human race is strong, it is still far behind compared to all races in the entire continent. And this Xiao Yun. He actually dared to provoke tens of billions of talented people in the war zone at once. Isn't he worried about his longevity? Haha, human Xiao Yun. What an arrogant human being. War Baki, go meet him now. The 7th War Zone. After Xiao Yun's spiritual consciousness transmission fell, tens of billions of foreign geniuses exploded. Human Xiao Yun is too arrogant. You actually want to eliminate them all. Do you really think that since you are the ultimate genius of the human race, you can overwhelm all enemies? Xiao Yun? I remember you. There was a Demon Clan genius who laughed ferociously. He had 6 arms, and each arm was holding a dark magic weapon, which was ferocious and terrifying. Human, you will regret it. There is also a prodigy from the Mantu clan with cold eyes and bulging muscles like gold and iron, full of destructive power. Your Highness, do you want me to deal with that human race? And on the top of a mountain range in the 7th theater, there were dragon scales in the corners of the 3 eyes, and the figure of the terrifying dragon was diffused all over his body. He looked down at the core of the sound transmission of the divine consciousness, and his eyes flickered. The leader is more like a thunder dragon lord, with his eyes shining with lightning. Wearing a black hair shawl, every move seems to be able to trigger thousands of wind and thunder, which is vast and unpredictable. Next to him, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure wearing a green skirt bowed and asked. Her tone of voice was respectful and gentle. No, there is no hatred between our dragon clan and the human clan, so why bother creating extraneous problems? The black-haired figure called Your Highness shook his head. For hundreds of millions of years, the dragon clan has always maintained a neutral position and has never participated in the struggle for hegemony among other clans. In the Tianyuan competition, Emperor Lucian did not bother to interfere at all in the overt and covert fights between the various clans. But human Xiao Yun. Haha, if you can survive the madness of all races, that's enough to qualify you for a fight with me. Boom! Emperor Lucian's thunderous eyes flashed, and the invisible power rushed out, instantly smashing a huge mountain in the distance into pieces and turning it into dust all over the sky. This competition pre-selection is too boring. No matter who he is, he can't resist his casual attack. Hope. This arrogant human race can give him some surprises. Haha, this kid Xiao Yun does look like an old man in his old days. And in the heavenly sword holy land. Seeing Xiao Yun's extremely arrogant behavior, Sword Demon couldn't help laughing and seemed to appreciate it very much. Yes, those aliens should indeed be killed. But I don't know what the strength of His Highness the Son of God is now. Does he have the capital to fight against all races alone? However, after hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord and the Great Elder beside him also showed a look of worry after agreeing. After all, there is no shortage of strong men of all kinds among the foreign geniuses. And the age limit is still under 1,000 years old. There must be a few monsters and geniuses who cannot be ignored. Snort. However, suddenly, the sword ghost sneered. Don't worry, that boy's strength is far beyond your expectations. Even the old man has suffered great losses at his hands. What? The expressions of the two heavenly sword saint masters suddenly changed dramatically, and they were in disbelief. The sword ghost's cultivation level is a real quasi-emperor 9th level. And he is the best among the quasi-emperors, a terrifying existence that is almost invincible under the great emperor. Xiao Yun, how could he cause such a powerful party to suffer? Haha, no need to ask more. Just wait and see what that kid does next. The sword ghost just laughed and didn't answer. Immediately, the two fell silent. His eyes were fixed on the light curtain that showed the 7th battle zone. Chapter 77. The 7th War Zone. The sky above a quaint and dilapidated giant city. Xiao Yun stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the group of countless foreign prodigies who were gathering in front of him in a dark mass, his face as calm as water. Woof woof. The little Heezy on the side was extremely excited, as if he regarded the countless aliens as food, and his mouth was drooling. Is it time to eat? It can't wait. Hula. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly. One after another, figures with terrifying auras came through the air. The leader was a terrifying giant bird with a majestic head and horns, 2 wings on its back, and red flames swirling all over its body. He took 1 step forward and was surrounded by endless red flames, burning the void. A blazing high temperature suddenly descended on the battlefield. It's like the coming of the fiery hell in the apocalypse. Fire Poison Flame Emperor, one of the royal clans of the Demon Clan, the #1 genius among the Fire Crow clan. It is rumored that his current strength is close to the edge of a semi-saint. Among the countless alien races, some couldn't help but exclaimed. The Fire Poison Flame Emperor, in the 7th War Zone, his current ranking has reached the top 300. Moreover, the Fire Crow clan is a powerful race with 3 great emperors, and is one of the 32 major royal families of the Demon Clan. Buzzing. The Fire Poison Emperor descended into the void and quickly shrank in size, turning into a man with a bare upper body, red feathers on the edges of his arms, and a ferocious face. His eyes glowed coldly and fiercely, staring at Xiao Yun. Human Xiao Yun. I heard that you are very arrogant. His words are full of sarcasm. He is the top genius of the Fire Crow clan, and even ordinary saints can fight with him. And among the Demon Clan, the human race is just a lowly blood eater. Even the number of humans devoured by his Fire Poison Flame Emperor reached millions. Haha, in our Fire Crow clan, you are just the lowest animals. Even I am a human animal keeping 3 cities in captivity. Ha ha ha. The mocking words of the Fire Poison Flame Emperor also caused many foreign geniuses to laugh. Except for the humans in the eastern region and the central region, the humans on the other continents, are all livestock enslaved by them. Humans are just ants. Human, animal. Xiao Yun's eyes gradually became cold to the bone. Although he has not witnessed it with his own eyes, he also knows deeply how tragic the human race's experience outside the eastern region and the central region is. Hell. Only these 2 words can describe the sorrow and despair in that land. Especially in the northern territory, which is occupied by the Siren clan and the Endless Demon clan, it is the most miserable and desperate place for the human race. The word human and animal is simply heartbreaking. Do you want to die? Xiao Yun's eyes of death were fully activated, and his dark pupils scanned the tens of millions of alien geniuses present. His voice was bone-chilling. At this time, he has long lost his immaturity, revealing the sharpness and dominance that surpasses the infinite genius. And today, he will use his blood to completely dye this world red. Haha, the damn person, is you. Hearing this, the Fire Poison Flame Emperor smiled strangely again and again, his eyes full of teasing and cruelty. But the next moment, bang! There was no sign at all. The divine body of the Fire Poison Emperor suddenly exploded. Blood mist filled the air, and the body disintegrated, turning directly into blood-black ashes and scattering. Its real body was also killed. Ah! Who can kill me? Just for that, you despicable foreign bastards! Xiao Yun stepped through the void, and the huge soul-destroying spear in his hand traveled across the sky, directly attacking 8 other foreign royals and geniuses. When a gun is fired, the sound roars into the sky, and the blood rains down. In the blink of an eye, 8 people were killed again. And under that death characteristic, the death of the projection, is also the death of the true body. Buzzing. Afterwards, Xiao Yun directly attached part of the death characteristics to Xiao Hizi, allowing it to briefly gain the power to kill the true projection. Kill him. Seeing the death of the fire poison flame emperor and the 8 geniuses, the countless other geniuses from other races showed no fear at all, and even seemed to have received some kind of stimulation, full of fighting spirit. Anyway, what you are in this world is just a projection. Even if you die here, it will not endanger your body. They all have this idea in their hearts, and if they happen to kill this human race, their points ranking will definitely skyrocket, jumping into the 1000th place. Thinking of this, the eyes of many foreign geniuses turned red. Kill that human race. You will be able to advance smoothly. For a moment, they all regarded Xiao Yun as prey and wanted to kill and rob him. Boom! The next moment, tens of millions of geniuses all moved together. They either stepped on the thunder, or activated the wind and fire, or used the power of the law to fly away. The sky and the earth were overwhelming, sweeping towards Xiao Yun. Boom boom boom! The endless magical powers and secrets are like pouring from a sky and sea, so powerful and terrifying that they cover the sky and the sun. Kill! Xiao Yun's eyes were indifferent, and his aura was rising steadily, like an abyss or an ocean. He holds the soul-destroying divine spear, and his soul-destroying domain directly covers the world for hundreds of thousands of miles, locking the last retreat of countless alien races. Woof woof! On the side, Xiao Hizi also waved his claws, which directly caused the gravity of the void somewhere to increase tens of millions of times, crushing hundreds of thousands of aliens. Then, it became as big as a small mountain, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed countless aliens into its body in one bite. Bang! The collision of billions of attacks seemed to make the entire 7th theater world tremble. Xiao Yun's magic spear throw directly turned the entire giant city into ruins, sinking the entire earth for several miles. Ah! Under the deathly light, the densely packed alien geniuses all turned into ashes and dissipated, and from time to time, extremely miserable wails resounded throughout the battlefield. In just half a stick of incense, tens of millions of alien geniuses are already gone. Extremely defeated. Run away! Go away! This guy is so evil! The expressions of many of the remaining alien geniuses changed dramatically, and they used their magical powers to escape from this place. However, in Xiao Yun's soul-destroying realm, it is almost impossible for even an ordinary saint to break free. Boom! With the tap of his palm, he directly used Xiao Hizi's gravity control talent to crush everyone into blood mist. At this point, tens of millions of alien geniuses, all perished. Chapter 78. At this moment, in the light curtain showing the scene of the 7th war zone. It was like a large army gathering together, tens of millions of alien geniuses with overwhelming power. Now it has all turned into black dust and disappeared into thin air. In the void, there is only that man and one dog standing proudly on top. Among them, Xiao Yun's eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. He wore a snow-white gown and hunted in the wind. Only the soul-destroying divine spear in his hand was trembling slightly, as if to declare its ultimate domineering power of killing countless people. This is a feast that belongs to him alone. A gluttonous feast that hunts down the geniuses of all races. Okay. Okay. In the heavenly sword Holy Land, I saw Xiao Yun annihilate tens of millions of alien geniuses in one fell swoop. The sword ghost was so excited that his face turned red and he was inexplicably excited. Ha ha ha, my disciple is really amazing. This time he will definitely become famous throughout the continent. Xiao Yun, amazing. The heavenly sword Saint Lord on the side also clenched his fists involuntarily and looked at the scene where Xiao Yun was with fiery eyes. Tens of millions of alien geniuses. And they are almost the most elite part of the 7th theater. In one stick of incense, they were all killed by Xiao Yun on the spot. There is not even the slightest chance of escape. Compared to myself back then, it was so much stronger. His Royal Highness the Son of God is too strong. This is the attitude I, the genius of the human race, should have. Crush those aliens. Haha, Your Highness, Son of God, you are invincible. Many Holy Land disciples were also extremely excited and shouted out one after another. Xiao Yun's endlessly tyrannical posture has completely convinced everyone. Fight against tens of billions of alien races with the power of one person, and suppress tens of millions of geniuses. Such a person is destined to be brilliant. Destined to reach the top. Central region, the ancient kingdom of Shenk. The endlessly luxurious white jade palace hangs high in the sky, magnificent and radiant. In the palace, two figures filled with terrifying imperial power sat upright, quietly watching the countless light screens in front of them. Inside, there were countless scenes showing the preliminaries of the competition. The person sitting at the main seat is an old man wearing a dark robe and an elegant and easygoing face. Every move seems to be pulling the rhythm of the avenue, with unpredictable majesty, as if it is above the heaven and earth. Astonishingly, he is the founder of the ancient Shenk kingdom, the supreme being who has been reborn for 3 generations, the Shenk Emperor. One of the 9 peak emperors of the human race, his strength is unfathomable. At this moment, his eyes were staring at Xiao Yun in the light curtain. Good. After a long time, Emperor Shenk slowly nodded and praised. As expected of the disciple of Sword Demon, his strength ranks at least in the top 3 among the geniuses of our human race participating in this competition. What the ancestor said is true, this Xiao Yun is indeed extraordinary. On the side, a middle-aged man wearing a light golden imperial robe also said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Above his eyebrows, there is a purple gold rune flashing, and his aura is majestic and majestic, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. It is none other than the contemporary ruler of the ancient Shenk kingdom, Emperor Tianyan. Oh, that little guy Chu Yun, I'm afraid he will suffer a loss in his hands. Hearing this, Emperor Shenk chuckled and shook his head, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter, Wei still needs to hone his character now. It wouldn't be a bad thing for him to encounter some setbacks. In response to this, Emperor Tianyan shook his head and said with a faint smile. However, Xiao Yun's actions today will probably arouse the rage of countless aliens. Even the great emperor of their clan may come to my human clan to ask for an explanation. Want an explanation? Haha, I have never been afraid, ancestor. If anyone comes, kill him. If a clan comes, kill their clan. Ever since the Lord of the Void Universe fell, these aliens have become more and more unscrupulous. Do you really think that my human race is easy to bully? Emperor Shenk smiled indifferently. Although his voice was gentle, his words were full of coldness and killing. The human race is so powerful, how can we allow other races to be arrogant? Moreover, the contemporary Zhitian still has half of the human blood flowing through it. At this moment, the territories of many races, including the Fire Crow clan. Bang! At the moment when tens of millions of projections were killed, their true bodies in the outside world were all turned into ashes and dissipated, with no possibility of resurrection. Seeing this scene, countless powerful foreigners became furious, roared, and went crazy with rage. They didn't know what kind of methods the human Xiao Yun used to kill the true form of the outside world at the same time, so that these tens of millions of geniuses, they are all truly dead. Human Xiao Yun. Boom! A volcano hundreds of thousands of miles high exploded, sending lava billowing into the sky. In the endless sea of fire, a huge bird that seemed to be able to cover the sky looked up to the sky and screamed sadly. From its mouth, it let out a shocking roar. Human race, we must give the Fire Crow tribe an explanation. This must be the favoritism of the Celestial Temple, allowing the human race to kill countless geniuses in an attempt to strangle the future of all our races. Damn it! Damn it! The giant flame bird's body is burning with blazing fire, its mouth spits out thunder, and its anger boils. At the same time, whether it is the northern land, the endless ocean, or even the edge of the western region. After realizing that the genius of the clan had truly fallen, countless powerful men roared and wanted to go to the central region and the eastern region to ask for an explanation from the human race. Those geniuses are all vital seed-level figures in their clan, with unlimited potential in the future. Now, they have all fallen into a projection world. How can all races endure this? In a short period of time, dozens of foreign emperors came to the central region, wanting to oppress the 9 ancient human kingdoms, to demand an explanation. However, the moment they set foot in the central territory, sudden boom! A powerful and unspeakable invisible wave swept across the sky and enveloped the surrounding areas. Lord Brahma, you have passed. Inviting the geniuses of our clan to participate in the Tianyuan competition, but giving such privileges to the human race. Xiao Yun, what is going on? Is it possible that you want to kill the future of all races like us in one fell swoop? So that you, the Feather God clan, and the human race can share the respect of Tianyuan continent? In an instant, dozens of foreign emperors' eyes flashed with cold light, and they all shouted loudly. Boom! The sound shook the world, shaking the sun, moon, and stars. When the endless divine light burst out, it seemed to make the entire central territory tremble slightly. The power of the great emperor is completely beyond the scope of what mortals can imagine. Now that dozens of great emperors have gathered together, they are even more powerful. Horrible to the extreme. Chapter 79. Presumptuous. Privileges? What privileges does Xiao Yun have? He just kills projections. How can he talk about killing the future of your race? However, the next moment, the Shenk Emperor crossed tens of billions of miles of land in one step and looked down at the dozens of foreign emperors with an indifferent and cold expression. The great emperor of Tianhe of the Siren tribe, the great emperor of the Candlelight of the Fire Crow tribe. You came to the central region with such an attitude. Are you trying to deceive the weakness of our human race? I would like to see who dares to attack today. Boom! Above the sky, another burly body bathed in endless divine thunder emerged like a thunder god. He stands in the sky like a pillar holding up the sky, with the thundering spear in his hand pointing directly at many foreign emperors, dominating the world. Emperor Shenk, Emperor Lei Xiao. Let Lord Brahma give us an explanation. However, seeing this, Emperor Tianhe, who was the leader, did not flinch at all and asked sternly. Don't force our clan to join forces with the demon clan and compete with your human clan. Boom! But the next moment, Emperor Tianhe's words had not yet finished. A blazing golden light that penetrated the heaven and earth suddenly cut through the sky, directly blasting Emperor Tianhe into the earth, causing his body to explode. The emperor's blood splattered, the bones cracked, it was extremely miserable. Brahma. Soon, Emperor Tianhe's physical body reorganized, but at this moment his face was extremely pale. Obviously, he was deeply injured under the blazing golden divine light just now. Many other alien emperors suddenly changed their colors and their pupils shrank. Join forces. Could it be that you want to destroy the peace among all races that I have worked so hard to create? Above the sky, it was like the sound of heaven resounding. A stalwart figure shrouded in endless golden light, with blonde hair shawl and deep blue eyes, slowly walked out. He stood under the sky, and it seemed that the entire sky was moving with him. Several huge platinum wings stretched out behind it, a total of 14 wings. Every time the wings fluttered slightly, tens of thousands of divine lights poured out, majestic to the heavens. Kneel down. The Lord of Brahma has cold eyes, and the evil spirit behind him flashes, exuding endless majesty, just like the ancient god king suppressing the world. Plop! In an instant, all the foreign emperors were unable to control their bodies and fell to their knees involuntarily. Follow your words. This is one of the most basic abilities of a heaven-bearer. As long as he is in Tianyuan continent, the Lord of Brahma is almost absolutely invincible. Except for those variables that do not originate from the way of heaven. Lord of Brahma, what did you give to that human Xiao Yun? Why can he kill the true body of the outside world in the projection world? Even the soul-destroying needle cannot have such an effect. The ferocious and ugly Emperor Tianhe stood on his knees and roared, his eyes red. Yes, you must give us an explanation. The Emperor Zuhuo of the Fire Crow clan also opened his mouth, his eyes dark and terrifying. Human Xiao Yun. When the Lord of Brahma heard this, he shook his head slightly. I have not given him any privileges. Besides, no matter who participates in the Tianyuan Grand Competition, he will be responsible for any consequences. What does it have to do with me if the geniuses of your clan have fallen? Ah! Killing the future of all races. I, the Lord of Brahma, don't even bother to do such despicable things. Now, get out of here. At the end of the day, everyone didn't wait for anyone to speak again. The Lord of Brahma simply waved his right palm and directly blasted these dozens of foreign emperors out of the central realm and drove them trillions of miles away. Afterwards, there was a divine light in his eyes. All of Xiao Yun's performance in the seventh theater was instantly reflected in his eyes. Interesting. Suddenly, the corners of Lord Brahma's mouth raised, revealing a faint smile of interest. Buzzing. Without waiting for the reaction of the ancestors of the two ancient nations, the figure turned into divine light and dissipated, melting into the void. What came here today was just a clone of him. The Lord Brahma's strength has become stronger again. Seeing the former leave, Emperor Lei Xiao, who was holding a thunder gun, couldn't help but sigh. The Lord of Brahma inherited the identity of Heaven Holder for only 200,000 years. Now the feeling given to them is like that of his master, the Lord of the virtual universe, unfathomable and transcendent of everything. Haha, fortunately he is Suyu's disciple. Otherwise, if our human race loses the suppression of the heaven-bearing one, we really won't be able to suppress the people in the northern and southern territories. After all, when it comes to the number of great emperors, the demon clan is the well-deserved number one. If it weren't for their constant internal disputes, the northern territory wouldn't be respected by the Siren tribe now. Emperor Sheng smiled indifferently, and couldn't help but feel happy when he saw many foreign emperors being expelled. Among the demon clan, there are 32 royal clans and 3 imperial clans. Among them, the number of powerful emperors is probably over 100. If they can be completely united, they will definitely be a behemoth that far surpasses the human race. Without the protection of Lord Brahma, the human race would be in a really worrying situation. After all, there are too many races that regard humans as mortal enemies. If the human race can be wiped out in one fell swoop, then even the countless branch races of the demon race may temporarily unite to conquer the human race. As for the demons in the southern region, after Demon Emperor Shen Yuan was severely wounded by Lord Brahma 40,000 years ago, there has been no news, and I don't know the specific situation. Even the great emperors of the human race suspected that the arrogant lord of demons who founded the demon clan in the past had already perished in it. But that guy Xiao Yun is really good. It just so happens that my youngest granddaughter is not married yet. If he is willing to be the consort of our ancient Liaying kingdom, the next lord of the ancient country will not be able to let him become one. Suddenly, Emperor Lei Xiao's eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help stroking his beard and nodding. Haha, don't even think about it. He is now Sword Demon's disciple, and I am also my disciple. After the competition, I will let him enter the holy land of the ancient kingdom of Shen to practice. Hearing Emperor Lei Xiao mention Xiao Yun, Emperor Shen on the side suddenly looked proud and smiled. Oh! Then what if the conditions offered to him by our Liang ancient kingdom are better than those of an old man like you? Ha ha! Hearing this, Emperor Lei Xiao was not angry but smiled. After leaving a voice, his figure turned into thunder and disappeared. This guy! You are already a grown-up, but you still like to compete with me. Seeing Emperor Lei Xiao leaving, Emperor Sheng shook his head helplessly. Immediately, a finger was slightly swiped in the void, causing the light curtain that showed the 7th battle zone to appear again. Now, in a short period of time, hundreds of millions of alien geniuses were slaughtered by Xiao Yun. And his current points have also arrived. Participant, Xiao Yun, Human Race / Sky Sword Holy Land. Points, 245, 485, 2557. 7th Theater Ranking, 2. Overall Ranking, 3. Chapter 80. A total of 2.4 billion points. Even in the 7th War Zone, it is second only to the Dragon Clan Emperor Zhu Tianxia. The overall ranking also ranks among the astonishing top 3. At this moment, it was already the second day of the preliminary competition. The total number of people in the 14th War Zone is no more than 100 billion people. In the 7th War Zone, due to the crazy killings of Emperor Lucian and Xiao Yun, the number of people there was already less than 10 billion. Human Xiao Yun, I am the son of the soul-eating emperor, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Somewhere in the projected world, a foreign prodigy with numerous ferocious claws and a dark and illusory body was shouting loudly, with a look of panic on his face. His name is Haiming, and he is the son of the patriarch of the soul-eating clan, a branch of the demon clan. His father, the soul-eating emperor, was a powerful man under the demon emperor of one side, a giant who controlled the entire territory. Originally, in his opinion, it was no difficulty for him to successfully pass the pre-selection. But who would have thought that Xiao Yun would be so defiant? Even, possessing terrifying means of killing the true form of the outside world. No, you, bang. However, upon hearing the opponent's threat, Xiao Yun just looked calm, raised his hand and punched out, blowing his head apart in an instant. Blood spilled on heaven and earth. Tear. Based on the action of the power of death, its external body was also annihilated in an instant, completely wiping out all vitality. Woof. On the side, Xiao Hiza was still chewing a large amount of alien genius in his mouth, making dog barking sounds while eating, with a satisfied look on his face. Buzzing. Then, Xiao Yun opened the light curtain list. His eyes searched as he looked at the top-ranked geniuses. The number 1 ranking now is still the Dragon Clan Emperor Lucian, whose points have reached a terrifying number of tens of billions. Ranking second is the genius of the Feather God Clan, a mere blazing wing, with over 3 billion points, which is very close to Xiao Yun now. As for the 4th place, it is the existence from the 3 major imperial clans among the Monster Clan, the Shengsu Monster Clan and Nai Yuan. These 4 people, including Xiao Yun, are the top 4 in the preliminaries at this moment. However, the ranking at this moment does not really represent anything. After all, the 1st and 1000th place in each war zone can also be promoted smoothly, and the gap between the two is not big. Except for me, there is only one person in the top 10 of the human race, right now. Xiao Yun looked through the ranking screen, but only found a message labeled Human Race at the bottom. Ranked 10th overall, Human Race, Chu Yun. The first emperor of the ancient Chen kingdom has a heavy eye, and even possesses the Star Moon divine body that ranks 9th on the 10,000 body list. He is one of the most powerful geniuses in the human race today. As the emperor, he once killed the demonic saint head-on. With his double pupils and the divine body of the star and moon, this person is really the most incredible person. Xiao Yun chuckled, but he actually admired Chu Yun in his heart. After all, his current status can barely be regarded as the disciple of Emperor Sheng. There might be some intersections with the ancient Sheng kingdom in the future. Human Xiao Yun. Suddenly, there was a loud shout like thunder exploding from the distance. Xiao Yun's thoughts instantly changed. I saw an ancient bronze ship crossing the void at the end of the sky in the distance. At the bow of the ship, 3 figures with auras like abyss stood proudly. The leader had black hair and thunderous eyes, and was wearing a robe with dark gold patterns. He exuded an aura of vast majesty, as if he could crush the entire world. Beside him were a man and a woman, both exuding an astonishing aura, with endless dragon power, shocking the world in all directions. Dragon Clan. Seeing this, Xiao Yun frowned slightly. Unlike the countless foreign geniuses he had killed, these 3 dragon geniuses actually made him feel a slight sense of danger. Emperor Zhuishan? Suddenly, Xiao Yun couldn't help but flash this name in his mind. The existence that has been occupying the first place in the overall list since the beginning is even the 7th theater with myself. The identity of the black-haired man in front of him must be the genius of the Dragon Clan. Boom! The ancient bronze ship arrived thousands of feet away from Xiao Yun, and immediately the 3 of them left the ancient ship and walked towards Xiao Yun Ling Kong. Oh, very good. Human Xiao Yun, the strength you have shown, has successfully attracted my attention. My Emperor Zhu Tian, I will challenge you today. I hope you don't let me down. Zhuishan stepped out slowly with an indifferent sneer on his lips. A domineering attitude that looked down at the sky swept across the entire venue in an instant, causing countless prodigies far away to tremble slightly. Zhuishan is going to challenge human Xiao Yun. Haha, I've long been unhappy with that cheating human race. Hurry, 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 this battle of peerless geniuses must be witnessed with your own eyes. Suddenly, countless geniuses in the 7th theater were excited. They all flew up one after another, even putting down the ongoing battle in their hands and heading towards the 2 of them. Emperor Zhuishan, the son of the ancient Dragon Emperor. The terrifying existence that currently occupies the top spot on the overall list, it is said that until now, no one can withstand the power of his blow. And the human Xiao Yun is a complete murderer. He possesses such heaven-defying means of killing the outside world, and now he has truly killed hundreds of millions of geniuses. Become the nightmare of countless alien geniuses. The battle between the 2 will definitely be exciting. If you miss a battle of this level, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Xiao Yun, do you dare to respond? Zhuishan stood in the void, surrounded by endless divine thunder, and his golden dragon eyes looked down, like a god judging the mortal world. Weak. Too weak. The only person in this war zone who is qualified to fight him is Xiao Yun in front of him. The strong desire to fight has completely filled Zhuishan's mind at this moment. He wants to challenge Xiao Yun and trample him under his feet. Let the entire continent know that his Emperor Zhuishan is the true genius of the contemporary era. Challenge. Xiao Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at the crowd of spectators gathering in the distance. Oh, why don't you dare? He said a faint word, and immediately his figure soared into the sky, facing Zhuishan hundreds of miles away, in the distance. Wow! In an instant, everything became silent. Countless people watching the battle couldn't help but swallow their saliva and stared at the 2 people on the field. They also did not expect that Xiao Yun would accept the former's challenge without hesitation. How terrifying is Zhuishan's strength! Even the dragon saints who have survived for hundreds of thousands of years are simply difficult to match. As for the saints of other races, except for those veteran high-level saints, who can compete with his edge. And the most terrifying thing is, Zhuishan's cultivation level is only at the semi-saint level. Just relying on the cultivation of a semi-saint, he has terrifying strength that can crush ordinary 7th grade saints. Among all races, they are all unimaginable super monsters, extremely evil to the extreme. Although the human Xiao Yun is tyrannical, in the eyes of everyone, he is still very different from Zhuishan. If he fights with it, his chances of winning are slim. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but think that they didn't think very favorably of Xiao Yun. Many geniuses from the siren and monster tribes were even more ecstatic, wishing that Dijuishan would directly eliminate Xiao Yun from the competition.